Hey guys, Hussein and welcome to the HTML and CSS masterclass. So in this course, you are going to be learning crazy amount of stuff about HTML and CSS. And I'm assuming that you guys don't know nothing about HTML and CSS. If you do, that's completely okay. You can just jump straight into the project if you want to. But if you don't know nothing about HTML and CSS, so this course is totally for you. Okay, so this course is without a doubt the most comprehensive course out there which teaches like HTML and CSS, and this is my guarantee. Like if you perform all of the challenges I give you, if you do all of the projects which I'm going to be doing throughout this course, so by the end of this course you will be able to create your own markups by using HTML and CSS. So enough talking, now let's just see what we are going to be learning throughout this course. So first of all, we are going to be starting our journey by learning about HTML. So like we are going to be learning what HTML is and structure of HTML and all of these topics which you can see on the screen right now. Then we are going to be learning about the basics of CSS, like what a CSS is, CSS syntax, implementation, colors, units, fonts, and etc, etc. After that, we are going to be jumping into something called a Flexbox, and we are going to be learning crazy amount of stuff about Flexbox. Okay, so after that we are going to be learning about what a CSS grid is, and then like how all of that grid works in the CSS. And then we are going to be learning about a new feature in CSS, like what is a variable, calc, mixed blending mode is, before and after, and that stuff. And I don't want to make another slide, so I put this old stuff as well. So we are going to be also learning about transformation, transition, and animation by the end of this course. After that, we are going to be building our awesome projects. Okay, so suit for yourself if you know all of these stuff, so you can just pick like wherever you want to start from this course. If you're completely beginner, like if you don't have any idea like what HTML and CSS even means, so you should start from the beginning. And I want to welcome you all. So the next thing which we have to do is that we have to make a setup for our coding journey. Alright guys, so before getting into the actual content of this course, first of all we have to make setup for our coding journey so that we can write our code somewhere and we can test the result of our coding somewhere. So for this course we are going to be using something called a Visual Story Coder, and which allows us to write our code, and you are totally free to choose whichever kind of coder you like. Like you can use Sublime Text, you can use Atom and stuff like that. There are a lot of coders out there. If you want to choose some others, so you can also choose that, but my recommendation will be to use a Visual Story Coder, and you are totally free to choose whichever you like. Anyway, so if you want to download and install a Visual Story Coder in your machine, so I'm gonna give you this link, so like you can just click on that and it will bring you to this web page right here. So you can also type that in your web browser like code.visualstudio.com, and it will also bring you to this page right here. Okay, and it will by default detect your operating system. So I'm using a Windows, and I don't know if you are using like a Mac OS or Linux or whatever kind of operating system you are using, but you can install it for your own operating system. Like here you can see we have an option for Mac OS users, we have for Windows user, and we also have an option for a Linux user. Okay, so I want you to just click on this button, or you can just download it for your own specific operating system. So this is how you do that, and then hit next, and it will just install it in your operating system. It's not that much hard. And now the next thing I want you to download and install in your machine is something called a web browser, in which we are going to be testing the result of our coding. So in Visual Story Coder, we are going to be writing our code, like here you can see that, and in web browser, and you can choose whichever kind of web browser you like, but not an Internet Explorer. Okay, you can choose whichever kind of web browser you like Chrome or Safari, I don't know, like whichever kind of browser you like, but not an Internet Explorer. Okay, so this is it for the setup. I want you to just go to these links and download and install it into your machine, and then you are going to be ready to go. So now the next thing which you have to do is that you have to create a folder somewhere. So in that folder we are going to be writing our code. Okay, so in my case I'm gonna just create my folder inside my desktop, and you can create it anywhere you like. And now I'm gonna give him a name of like HTML and CSS, and you can give him any name you like. And now what do I have to do? I'm gonna just open my terminal, oh, you know what, I'm gonna just open my Visual Story Coder right here. So, and now here you can see I launched my Visual Story Coder right here, and chances are your coder will not look the same like mine. Your coder will look like this, like the menu bar will look like this, and chances are you won't have this search bar in there. You don't have to worry about all of this stuff for now. So now the thing I want you to mention is that if you want to open your folder in a Visual Studio Coder, so you can either just click on this open folder button, and then you can choose like where is your folder located. In my case it's on a desktop, so I'm gonna just click on a desktop, and then I can choose my folder from there, and then I can just click on this select folder. In your case, if you don't have like this open folder button, chances are you will have this like open folder button. But if this is not available or you cannot see that, so you can just click on this file button and then click on this open folder, so it will also give you that same pop-up box right here. So you can then just click on this desktop and then click on your folder. Okay, so in my case it's on like desktop, and then we have HTML and CSS, and now I'm going to just click on this select folder for now. So it will now open this folder in my Visual Studio Coder. So here you can see our folder is totally empty, so we don't have any files and then like any content whatsoever right here. So now here you can see this is totally empty. So now if you want to work with the HTML, first of all, let's just learn about like what in the world is HTML, and then we are going to writing our coding. So in this course, you would have two friends, or maybe more than two friends, but in my opinion, these two will be your best friend. The first one will be MDN, and the second one will be W3School. Okay, so you just have to type like w3school.com, and then it will bring you to this web page right here. And I guess by default, your web page will look like this, like a white one. So then you can just hover your mouse over to this kind of a I can't even call this, you just have to roll your mouse over to this icon and then click on this dark mode right here. So it will now provide you with a dark mode, and here you can learn crazy stuff about HTML, CSS, JavaScript, SQL, PHP, and a lot of crazy technologies like that, but you don't have to go to that much detail. So now let's suppose if you want to search for HTML, so I'm going to just write HTML, and now I'm going to hit enter right here, or you can also click on that search. And now here you can see it will now give us this definition. So we are not going to be clicking on this HTML home. We are going to be clicking on HTML introduction. So I'm going to just click on that. And now here you can see, for now you don't have to worry about all of these crazy syntax and stuff for now, but I want you to just notice two things. So I'm going to just zoom in a bit so that you guys can see everything a bit clear. So first of all, I want you to know that what is a HTML? HTML is just a standard markup language for creating a web pages. Okay, so HTML is some sort of a language which allows us to create a web pages. So what are we doing in here? We are here to learn about web development, and HTML is our first step to learn web development. So HTML is a standard markup language for creating a web pages. You just have to remember this sentence right here, and the next sentence you have to remember is that HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. So that H stands for hyper, that T stands for text, that M stands for markup, and then that L stands for language. So you just have to remember these two sentences, like the HTML. Like HTML is a standard markup language for creating a web pages, and then HTML stands for hypertext markup language. So for now, I want you to just keep these two lines in your mind. You don't have to care about all of these crazy terminologies like HTML describe the structure of your web pages and blah blah blah, which I'm going to show you in this video. You don't have to worry about all of them for now, but I want you to just keep in mind these two sentences, or to be precise, like these two. HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. HTML is a standard markup language for creating a web pages. Okay. So this was just quick introduction about what HTML is, and then like what HTML stand for. Okay, and here is just a simple HTML document. If you want to work with HTML, so this is, first of all, you just have to remember this structure. And I know you might be thinking like, oh my god, this is a lot of stuff. Like first of all, we have doc type, then we have HTML head, title, and all of these stuff. But you don't have to worry about any of them for now. So first of all, let's just go to our Visual Studio Coder one more time. And now here, first of all, I want you to just create a folder. And now here, I want you to just create a new file. So if you want to create a new file in a Visual Studio Coder, you just have to click on this file icon right here. So hover your mouse over to it, and it will say like new file. So if you just click on that, and it will now give us this input box right here. So inside this input box, we can write like the name of your file. So in this case, you can give any name you like if you want to give a name of like orange. So you can give him orange, you can give him your own name if you want to. You can give him like apple, you can give him like any name you want. But in my case, I'm going to just give him a name of like index. And remember, you have to write .html extension. This is known as an extension, and it will tell our browser that we are working on an HTML file. Okay, so if you don't provide that, here you can see that logo kind of thing is gone from here. And if we do provide .html, and what is HTML stand for? HTML stand for like hyper text markup and language. Okay, so you just have to provide that. You can give them any name you like, but you have to provide this .html at the end of the file. So in this case, I'm going to just write index and then .html. And now if I hit enter right here, and boom, here you can see we have our first index.html file. So now the next thing I want you to install in your Visual Studio Coder is something called extensions. So let me just show you that. In your case, the extension will look like this. So I want you to just click on these 4 boxes right here, not this one, not this one, not that one, not this one, but I want you to just click on these 4 boxes. Let me just zoom in a bit so you can see everything. I want you to just click on these 4 boxes right here. In my case, I'm going to just hold Control and then I'm going to hit Q, and then I'm going to just click on this extension, and you don't have to do that. And now here you can see I have a lot of extension which I installed in my Visual Studio Coder. You don't need to install a React extension and stuff like that, but for this course I want you to install a live server and also this prettier. Okay, so I want you to install both of them in your Visual Studio Coder. So if you also want to install this Monokai Pro theme, so you can also install that, but in my opinion, like, you don't have to. If you want to install it, so you can, but if you don't want to install that, you just like don't install it. So you have to install this live server for this course, and you also have to install this prettier coder for this course. Okay, so this is it. Now I want you to install both of them, like live server and then prettier extension. And then what do you have to do? Then instead of clicking on these 4 boxes, I want you to just click on these 2 file kind of icons. So in my case, I'm going to hold Control and then I'm going to hit Q, and then I'll just click on this Explore, and it will now give us this index.html file right here. Okay, so I want you to just click on these 2 kind of files. Anyway, so now we successfully created our index.html file, and I'm assuming that you already installed their 2 extension which I just show you. Now the next thing which you have to do is that you have to hit Control and then a comma. Okay, so I want you to just hold your Control key, and then I want you to just hit this comma right here. Not a period, like not this dot, but I want you to hold Control and then hit comma. So if I just hold Control and hit comma, so here you can see it unlock uses these settings right here. And now if you want to remove this sidebar from your so you can just hold Control and hit B, and it will now remove that. If you hold Control and hit B one more time, so it will now show it and hide it like that. Okay, so now here you can see we are now at the setting right here. Now I'm assuming like you've already installed that 2 extension in your Visual Studio Coder. So what do you have to do? You just have to type like format, and then here you'll find an option like format on save. So by default it will be set to uncheck, and now I want you to just click on this check, so it will just install, or not install, like anytime you save your file, so it will just format your document, and you don't have to worry about saving and all of that crazy kind of stuff which I'm saying right now, which I'm going to show you everything just like one by one. And now I want you to just click on this X, so now it will just remove that. Anyway, so I'm going to just zoom in a bit, and you don't have to zoom in. If you want to zoom in or out in Visual Studio Coder, so you just have to hold Control and then hit plus, so it will just zoom in. And then if you hit Control or hold Control, and then if you hit minus, so it will just minus or zoom out. Okay, so this is how you can zoom in and zoom out in Visual Studio Coder. So now the first thing I want you to notice, and I'm going to also hide that sidebar, and you don't have to. So the first thing I want you to know is the structure of HTML. So what is the structure of HTML? First of all, let me just tell you, like, HTML structure can be a little bit horrible at first if you see that, but trust me, it's not that much like hard to learn. It's a very easy thing to learn. Okay, so you just have to first of all write a less than sign and then this exclamation mark, and here you can see Visual Studio Coder is already helping us, like, do you mean like doc type HTML? Yeah, we do mean doc type HTML. So if you click on that, and here you can see it will now auto complete it for you. So first of all, I want you to just write a less than sign and then this exclamation mark. So if you want to write this symbol like exclamation mark, so you just have to hold Shift and then hit 1. So here you can see it will now give us that exclamation mark right here. I'm going to remove that. So first of all, let me just say that one more time. You just have to write a less than sign, then this exclamation mark, and then an uppercase doc type. So you just have to write that uppercase. You cannot type there like a lowercase doc type. It's not a valid syntax. You have to write that in uppercase. So we are going to be writing like DOC TYPE. Okay, so here you can see it will now highlighted as red, and then in lowercase you just have to write HTML, and you don't have to worry about like what is this doc type HTML will do for us, which I'm going to tell you in a second, but you don't have to worry about it for now. So I want you to remember that anytime you want to work with the HTML, first of all you have to create your file somewhere in your machine, and now the next thing which you have to do is that you are going to be writing this doc type HTML. So these are important stuff. Now the next thing which you have to do is that you just have to write HTML, and if you are using a Visual Story Coder, then I want you to just hit tab and it will auto complete it for you. Okay, and then I want you to just hit enter, and now here you can see it will now gives us our root tag right here. Like we have a HTML opening tag, and then we have a HTML closing tag. Now you might be thinking like, what is the opening and closing tag? Anytime you want to work with the HTML tags, first of all you would open that, and then if you want to close that, you would just write this slash right here at the end. So it will now just close it for you. Okay, so here you can see we have a doc type HTML, then we have our HTML opening tag, and then we have a HTML closing tag. And we are going to be also learning about something called a self-closing tag, which you don't have to close, which will just close itself. Okay, you don't have to worry about all of that for now, but I want you to just remember, first of all, we are going to be writing a doc type HTML, then we are going to be writing HTML opening tag, and then HTML closing tag. And now inside this HTML, what do we have to do? We have to write another tag which is known as a HEAD. Okay, and if you're using a Visual Story Coder, you just have to hit tab, and if you're not using a Visual Story Coder, so what do you have to do? First of all, you have to hold shift and then the less than sign, and then you have to write manually like HEAD, and then you have to write a greater than sign, and here you can see my Visual Story Coder will help me auto complete it for me. Okay, so first of all we have a HTML, then inside this HTML we have a head opening tag and then head closing tag right here. So here you can see we have this slash right here, which means like closing tag. Now what do we have to put inside this head area? Well, we just have to write our title. Okay, so I'm gonna just put like, for now I'm gonna just write like TITLE, and if I hit tab right now, so it will now give us title opening tag and title closing tag right here. Okay, so anything we put inside the title area will show up at the top of our page. So in this case we are going to be just writing like I don't know, I'm gonna just put my name, and you should put your name. So I'm gonna just put like HUXNWEBDEV, so Hussein Web Dev. And now if you save our file, so I want you to just right click on anywhere inside your HTML document, then I want you to just scroll down, and here you will find this open with live server. And remember, this option will be only available if you already installed live server extension in your machine. If you did not, then I'll suggest you to install it first of all. So then click on this open with live server, and it will now open your file in a live server just in a second. And now here you can see it will now open our file in a live server, and now it's totally blank at the moment. Now you might be thinking like, we already write our name right here, like Hussein Web Dev right here. Where is that located? Well, you can see that right here, like we have this Hussein Web Dev. If you just remove that and we didn't provide anything, and if you just save our file, so here you can see it will take this link and it will put it right here. So here you can see we have this kind of a long name which will come by default once we install a live server. So live server will help us by providing this 1 to 7.0 and stuff like that. Okay, so we have to provide like some sort of a title for our page, and then now the next thing which you have to remember is something called a body. So if you just write a body, and if you hit tab, so it will now gives us like body opening tag and body closing tag right here, and it will not be inside a head area, it will be inside a title area. So now let me just put that right here so you can see everything a bit better. Here you can see we have first of all a doc type HTML, then we have a HTML opening tag, and then the HTML closing tag. And then inside this HTML we have a head opening tag and then head closing tag. And inside this head area we have a title opening tag, then we have some sort of a title, and then we have a title closing tag. Then outside from this head area we have a body opening tag and then body closing tag right here. And anything we write inside this body except comments, which we are going to be learning very shortly. So anything we write inside this body will show up to the user. So in my case I'm going to just type some gibberish right here, and you can write your own name or whatever kind of text you like. And now if you save that, and by the way, you have to remember these saving things which I'm talking about. So if you didn't save your file, now let's suppose we just write this kind of a gibberish, or I'm gonna just put my name, and if you just write there and we didn't save our file, and if you go to our browser and if we refresh, nothing will show up right here and also right here. Why is that? That's because we write our code but we didn't save our code in your machine. So if you want to save your file, so first of all, you just have to hold Control and then hit S, so it will save your file. And now here you can also notice that we have this circle right here. If I hover my mouse over to it, so it will now become X right here, and by default it will be a circle. That's because we didn't save our file, and it means that you didn't save this file, like this current file you've worked on. If you just write a space, it will also give us like the circle right here. It means that you have to save your file. So if you want to save your file, so you can just hold Control and hit S button, so it will just save your file, or you can just click on this file and then just scroll down, and here you would find like a save and save as kind of a buttons right here. So save will allow you to save your current file, and save as will allow you to save it to somewhere else. Okay, so I'm gonna just click on this save one right here, and if we check our browser, so here you can see we get Hussein right here. And as I said, anything we write inside this body area will show up to the user. So this is how we can see our Hussein right here. So now let me just write something else, like in my case I'm gonna just put like Hussein and then web dev as well. And now if you didn't save our file, so here you can see we get this circle right here. And now if I want to save my file by holding Control and hit S, and now here you can see that circle is replaced with this X right here. Okay, so here you can see we are now getting this Hussein web dev inside our body right here, okay, or web page to be precise. And in this course I'm going to be zooming in and zooming out so that you guys can see everything a bit clear. So if you want to zoom in and zoom out at the same time, so you can just hold Control and then inside your mouse you can just scroll in or scroll out. Okay, so scroll in will allow you to zoom in, and then scroll out will allow you to just zoom out. Or you can just also hold Control and hit plus, so it will just zoom in, and you can also hold Control and minus, so it will just zoom it out for you. And the default size will be just 100, so the default size will be just 100. It will look like this. So now that we're totally done with our structure right here, the structure of HTML, and this is how the HTML structure look like. Now let me just explain all of them one by one. Okay, so first of all, we have this doc type HTML, and this is also known as a DTD, and DTD just stands for like document type declaration. I know these are a lot of words, you don't have to worry about any of them, but I'm just saying, like, for those people who are interested in this theory kind of stuff. So this doc type HTML will just tell our browser that we are working on a HTML5 document, not HTML4, not HTML3, not HTML2, not HTML1, but we are working on a HTML5. So what is a HTML5? HTML just stands for like hypertext markup language, and it is the 5th version of HTML. Okay, and this version allows us to put a video and audio files as well inside a browser. Then we have a root tag. So here you can see we have a HTML opening tag and then HTML closing, and these are also known as a root tag, okay, because these will be the root of all of our coding. Then we have a head area, and inside this head area we are going to be putting our metadata. Like, we are going to be putting metadata later, but you don't have to worry about metadata for now. And we are going to be also linking it with our CSS files and JavaScript files and stuff like that, but you don't have to worry about all of them for now as well. The title, and you already saw like what a title will do for us, and as the name suggests, that it will be the title of our web page. And here you can see we have the title of our web page right here. Okay, and then the final thing, and as itself says, like, we have a body area, and then body just stand for like a body. So in anything we write inside a body will show up to the user. It doesn't matter if you just write like 1, 2, 3 and stuff like that. So if you save our file, and here you can see we are now getting these numbers, and if you just write some gibberish like I don't know, and if you just save that, and here you can see we are now getting these gibberish right here, and we are going to be writing a lot of stuff inside a body area. So this was kind of a theory, you can say. And now in my case I'm going to just put my name like Hussein web dev, and now if you save our file, and boom, we get a Hussein web dev right here inside our browser. And so this was kind of a structure of HTML, and also how to set up your machine for writing your coding. Alright, so now that we know enough about the structure of HTML, so now the next thing which we are going to be learning is something called headings in HTML. Headings are just a main title or the subtitle of your page. Okay, and in HTML we have headings from H1 through H6, like we have H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6. Okay, so first of all, let me just write some code, then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So now I'm gonna just remove my name from here, and I'm gonna just write like H1, and I'm gonna hit tab right here. So what do we get? We get like H1 opening tag, and we also get H1 closing tag right here. And anything we write inside there will be our first heading. Okay, and this one will be the top or the best heading of our page, or you can also say like the main heading of our page. So in this case, I'm gonna just write like heading and then 1. And now if I save my file and if I preview that, and here you can see it unlock uses these huge heading 1 right here. Okay, so I guess I way zoomed in, and this is how it will look like by default. Okay, so now I'm gonna just zoom in a bit so that you guys can see everything a bit clear. So this is H1, like heading 1. And now if you just write like H2 right here, and if you hit tab, and now here you can see it unlock uses H2 right here, like heading 2. And now if you just write like heading 2, and if you save that, and this one will be a little bit smaller than the first one, because this is the subheading or the second heading of our page. Then we have H3, so now let me just write H3 in here, and if you hit tab, and now it will give us heading 3 opening tag and heading 3 closing tags. So I'm going to just write like heading 3 in here, THREE. So we have heading 3, then we are going to be writing H4 of heading 4, and then H5 of heading 5, and let me just write like heading 5 to lowercase, and now let me just finally write or H6, and this one will be the final one. Here I'm going to just put like heading 6 right here, and now if you just save our file, and boom, this is how it looks like. So the first heading we have is H1, and this one will be the best heading right here. Then we have H2, H3, H4, 5, 6, and so on and so forth. And now if you try to write like H7, if you just write H7, if you hit tab, it will not give us any code completion. Why? Because we don't have H7 in our HTML, so that's why our Visual Studio Coder is not helping us in this case. So now if you just try to write it like manually, like if I just write H7, and if you just close that, and if I just type something like I don't know, I'm gonna just write my name like Hussein in here, and you know what, and I'm gonna just write Hussein without any code whatsoever. So now let's just see what will happen. So for that, I'm gonna just comment out all of this code, or you know what, I'm gonna just cut that for now. And now if you save that, so here you can see we have our H7, and we also have just a simple text right here. So now if you save that, now here you can see our browser will treat this H7 just like no code whatsoever. So if we just right click on that, and then if we hover over to this inspect, and then we have to click on that, so it will now open us this developer tools, which we are going to be learning a lot about these developer tools, but you don't have to worry about any of them for now. So what are we getting? We are getting first of all the doc type, and by the way, it's by default like console, so you can just click on this element, and I guess it will look like this in your machine. This is the first time you're opening that, so this is how it will looks like. And now if you want to take that like to the left side or to the right side, so you can just click on that, and you can either click on this one, and by default it will set like this one, and you can also just set that right here like to the left or to the right. So if I just click on the right one, and this is how it will look like. So if you want to zoom in, so I want you to just hold control and then the mouse in, like mouse scroll in and like zoom out, you get the idea. So here you can see we have all of the HTML code plus a little bit more stuff which you don't have to worry about it for now. So first of all, we have this doc type HTML, as we learned that just a second ago. Then we have our HTML opening tag, HTML closing tag. Then we have our head area right here. So we have our title, and then we have our script, which is coming from a local server which we've installed in our Visual Studio Coder, which you don't have to worry about it for now. So I'm gonna just collapse this one. Then we have our body, and then here you can see we have this H7 right here. So I want you to just notice that. So we do have this H7 right here, but our browser will treat it like a simple text right here. Okay, so both of them are looking the same, and both of them will have the fonts. So you don't have to worry about the font sizes and stuff right now, but both of them will just like, our browser will treat both of them as just a simple text without any code. And we cannot select that once we jump into a CSS, and we cannot do anything with that. So in HTML we have headings from H1 through H6, not more than that or not less than that. Okay, so I'm gonna just cut this one for now, and now we have our screen right here. And now what do we have to do? I'm gonna remove all of that, And now I'm gonna just hit Control V to paste all of my previous content which I just cut. And now if you save that, and this is how our headings looks like by default. Okay, so now we are totally done with the headings. So the next topic which I want to show you is something called comments. So what are comments? As the beginning of this video I said, like, anything we write inside a body tag will show up to the user except comments, and you may or might seen this one which I wrote in the beginning of the course, but I guess you didn't saw that. So now let me just talk about a comment. So a comments, as the name suggests, will be a comment for ourselves. So now let's suppose if we work on this file, like we just write our doc type HTML and stuff, and now that we know like what is a heading and h2 and h3 and so on and so forth, and now if you want to write a comment for ourselves or a note for ourselves, so for that we are going to be writing, or for that we are going to be need something called a comment. So later, like maybe a month later or maybe a week later, and if we open our file and we forgot like what is h1, h2 and h3 and so on and so forth, so we can also write our notes for us. So we can, if you want to write a note or a comment for yourself, so for that we have to first of all write a less than sign and then this exclamation mark, and then if we just write two dashes right here, so here you can see it unlock uses these kind of syntax right here. So we have a comment opening and then we have a comment closing right here. So anything we write inside this comment will not show up to anyone because they will be ignored by our browser. So in programming in general, if you want to write a comment, like let's suppose if you want to write a comment for in JavaScript file, so it will be ignored by a compiler, but now in this case our compiler is our web browser, so our comment will be ignored by our browser. Okay, so instead of writing all of these gibberish, so I'm gonna just write like maybe we've worked on headings. Okay, and we have, like, you know what, we can also write multi-line comment, or we can also just write new comment if you want to. And by the way, the shortcut for creating a comment is that you just have to hold control and then just hit slash, so it will now just create a new comment area for us. Okay, and now let's suppose if you want to comment all of these area out, so for that we can first of all select all of these area, or you know what, we can just like select single item. Okay, like we can also comment just a single element, or we can select all of them. So first of all we have to select some area or some specific code, and then we have to just hold control, and if we hit slash right here, so it will now just comment all of these codes. So now if you save our file, and boom, everything is gone from here. But if you just right click on it, and if you click on this inspect area, and now if you just expand this body area, and now here you can see we have our comments right here, like we've worked on headings, and we have heading 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 right here. And by the way, you can also see this code injected by the live server, and here you can see this comment is coming from a live server, in which you don't have to worry because this is not our code and this is not our comment. Okay, so comment can be helpful inside our coding but not outside from a coding. Okay, so I just kind of want to show you these developer tools. So this is how you can find that. So I'm going to just click on this X and it will disappear. And now if you want to uncomment this code, so first of all we have to select that. So now that we selected, and now we have to use that old command like control or command and then slash. So boom, it's now come up here again. And now if you save our file, and now here you can see we have our coding back right here. Okay, so now we just write this comment for ourselves, but we don't want that. So we are going to be just writing like headings in this case, and now if you save that, nothing will happen as you saw just a second ago. Now the next topic which you are going to be learning about in this section is something called paragraph. So we don't have to write a comment for every line of code we write, but we can just write a notes for ourselves, you know. So if you want to write a note, so in this case I'm going to just write like paragraph right here. So now if you are working on a paragraph, so what do we have to do? We just have to write P, and if you hit tab, so it will now use us paragraph opening tag and paragraph closing tag. And anything we write inside this P tag will be our paragraph, as the name suggests. So I'm going to just remove this gibberish from here, and I'm going to just put my own name right here, like Hussein maybe, or Hussein Web Dev, or you can just type whatever you want. Okay, so in my case, I'm going to just stick to Hussein Web Dev. And now if you save our file, and here you can see we are now getting these Hussein Web Dev right here. So if you just right click on that, and if you click on this inspect, and by the way, if you want to get this inspect area without clicking on a specific element, so you can just hit that F12, so it will now just close it, and if you hit F12 one more time, so it will now open it right here. Okay, and I guess by default it will just open the console area, and you can just click on then the elements tab, so it will now just open the elements tab for us. And now here you can see we have this paragraph opening tag and paragraph closing tag, and then we have our content inside this paragraph. Okay, so these are the headings and paragraph in HTML. The next topic which I want to show you is something called Lorem Ipsum. So you know what, first of all, I'm gonna just clear out my body so that we can work on a Lorem Ipsum. Here you can see we just have our structure and then we have our empty body. So if we save that, and nothing will show up right here because we don't have any content inside this body area. So now if you want to work with a Lorem Ipsum, so in some cases you would need a lot of text in your project, like a lot of text, like just random text. So you cannot write random text like that. It will look really messy and really ugly for other engineers and also for yourself. Like you cannot write that. You can, like you totally can, but it will look ugly. So if you just write, you know, I'm gonna cut all of these gibberish from here and I'm gonna just write P, and inside this P I'm gonna paste all of my text by pressing Control or Command V. So now if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting this gibberish, but you can also notice, like, first of all, it took a lot of time to write, so we just have to write like all of these random words right here. And now the next thing we have, like, it's looking a bit, not a bit, but it's looking totally messy and totally ugly. Okay, so unreadable. If you save this more text, so here you can see they are looking totally ugly. So now in this case, we are going to be removing all of these text from here, and instead we are going to be writing something called Lorem Ipsum. A Lorem Ipsum is nothing more but just a dummy text, and I can just guarantee for Visual Studio Coder, and I cannot guarantee for other coder out there like JetBrains or Atom or stuff like that, like Sublime Text. I cannot guarantee for that. But in Visual Studio Coder, if you want to generate a lot of text like a Lorem Ipsum, so for that we can just first of all write a lorem keyword, and then we can specify the amount of words we need. Okay, so if you just click on this emit abbreviation, so here you can see it will now just gives us all of these random words right here. So you know what, I'm gonna just put like maybe 20 words, or you know what, I'm gonna put like 10 words for now. And if I hit tab, so here you can see it will now use us like 10 words. And if we save that, and boom, it will now use us 10 words right here, and my browser will by default detect like Latin words, and I guess it's not a Latin, it doesn't even mean anything. Like we have Lorem Ipsum, $sid emit and stuff like that. I can't even pronounce the other words. Anyways, so let's suppose, so that was just I guess 10 words I just wrote. We can also write like first of all just write a lorem keyword, and then we can specify like maybe 100 words. So I'm going to just write 100, and then I'm going to just hit tab. So here you can see it will now just generate 100 words for me. So now if you save our file, and here you can see we are now getting 100 words right here. Okay, and now if I want to undo this step, so we have to just hold Control, and if you hit Z, so we'll just undo it one more time. So now we have to do that one more time by holding Control and hitting Z, so it will just undo that step for us. And we can just write like maybe 1,000 words if you want to. In some situation we would need like 1,000 words. I guess that situation won't come. So I'm gonna hit tab right now, and it will now give us 1,000 words right here. So now if I just save my file by holding Control and hitting S, and boom, it will now give us 1,000 words right here. A lot of Lorem Ipsum. And by the way, if you want to check out the Lorem Ipsum website, so you can just go to your Google, and here you just have to type like Lorem Ipsum. Okay, so here's the website, which is known as this lipsum.com. So you can just click on that. We have just lipsum.com. It will now bring you to this page right here. You can learn more about a Lorem Ipsum, or you can also copy these actual texts if you want to. So Lorem Ipsum is simply a dummy text and blah blah blah. You can learn more about. But my suggestion: do not waste your time on learning about a Lorem Ipsum. You just have to remember this one line, like Lorem Ipsum is simply a dummy text. Okay, so if you need some dummy text, so for that you can just write a lorem keyword, and you know what, I'm gonna hit Control Z one more time, and it will now just undo that step for us. So that was it about for Lorem Ipsum. I'm gonna remove that and save our file, and boom, we don't have any content whatsoever inside this page right here. Okay. So that was just kind of it about for Lorem Ipsum, paragraph, and headings. Now the next topic which we are going to be discussing is something called lists in HTML. In some situation, you would need your data to be in order, and in some situation, you would need your data to be in order. Like, let's suppose if you are building some sort of application for maybe a lot of fruits, so you would need your fruits to be in order, like 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 1000 and stuff like that. But in some situation, you would need just a bullet points, like bullet 1, bullet 2 and stuff like that. So for that, we can use a list in HTML. So how can we go about doing that? So in this section, we are going to be learning about 3 kinds of list in HTML. And I guess you can also find like more than 3 ways to write your lists, but I will not suggest to waste your time on list, because you will need a list just in a very tiny scenarios, but not in a lot of cases. Okay, so we are going to be just writing first of all the order list, and then we are going to be writing unordered list, and then third list which you are going to be learning is something called nested and then list. Okay, so we are going to be starting from the first one, which is a order list. So anytime you want your data to be in order, so for that we just have to write like OL, and if you hit tab, so here you can see the log uses like order opening tag, like OL opening tag, and then OL closing tag, and this OL just stand for like order list, like order and list, like OL. Okay, so now inside this OL, we would just write like LI, and if you hit tab, certain log uses like LI opening tag and then LI closing tag. And this LI just stand for like list item, like LI, list item. Okay, so here you can just put your data if you want to, like in my case, I'm gonna just put a technologies HTML, then we can just write like countless LIs inside this OL. Like it doesn't matter, like if you write 10, 20, 100, 200, like 20, or stuff like that, we can go crazier if you want to. But in this case, we are going to be just writing like maybe 3 of them or maybe 4 of them. I'm going to just write like li one more time, and here I'm going to just put like CSS. So in this case, we just write like first HTML and then CSS. So now let me just save that file so that you guys can see what I'm talking about. And now here you can see the log uses one period or dot, whatever you want to call it, and then we have our HTML, then we have second, and then we have a CSS, and this list can go on and on and on and on. So you can write like as many list items as you want. So I'm gonna just write like li one more time, and here we are going to be just writing like JS for JavaScript, li for React, and this list can go on and on. So if you save that, and now it will give us like 1 HTML, 2 CSS, 3 JavaScript, and 4 React. Okay, so this is it about a OL, like an order list, and then inside this order list we are going to be writing our li for a list item. Okay, so now let's just learn about something called unordered list in HTML. Okay, so in some situation we would just need like a bullet points. We don't care about like a main list. So for that kind of situation, we can use an unordered list. So anytime you want to work with an unordered list, so for that we just have to write like UL, and UL just stand for like unordered and list. Okay, so if you hit tab, and now inside this UL, what do we have to do? We have to just write our li opening tag and li closing tag. And what does the li mean? I'm just asking you a question like, what does the li mean? I just told you a second ago, so I want you to tell me like, what does the li mean? I'm waiting. I'm just kidding. Like li just simply means list item. So here we just have to write li, and if we hit tab, and now here we can just write like maybe a random people name. So I'm gonna just write like a Peter, and then I'm gonna write one more li, and I'm gonna write like John, then write li of John Doe. Let me just write like another li of my own name, like Hussein. Now let me just create another one, so it will be maybe Eric. So I guess that would be fine for now. So if you save a file, and boom, so here you can see this one will be order list and this one will be unordered list. So here you can see we are getting these bullet points right here. So anytime we just write a new list item, and it will give us a new bullet points right here. Okay, so this is it about our order list and unordered list. So now the next topic which you are going to be learning is something called a nested list. So what is a nested list even mean? A nested list is a list inside another list. I know I'm just talking like a crazy person. So let me just write some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So a nested list is a list inside another list. So that is known as a nested list. So first of all, we have a OL like order list, OL opening tag and OL closing tag. And now inside this OL, we are going to be writing our LI for a list item. And now here we are going to be just writing ourselves, like let me just write like my own self like Hussein, and Hussein know these kind of technologies. So now here, this is a parent list right here. So now inside that we are going to be creating a new list. So I'm going to just write like a UL, and if I hit tab right here, and now inside there we are going to be just writing LI right here. I know these stuff can be a little bit confusing and you don't have to go that much crazy. I'm just showing that for those people who are interested in a lot of lists, but you don't have to go like that much crazy if you don't want to. You can just work with a UL and a OL if you want to. So I'm just showing you for those people who are interested in these UL or nested tags and stuff like that. So first of all, we have our OL tag like OL opening tag and OL closing tag. Then we have just one single item inside there. And then we have another list right here inside this list. So here we can just write like Hussein, no, like Node.js. You can put whichever kind of text you like. And then let me just create a new LI like SQL for structured query language, LI for Python, and also LI for my favorite programming language, which is a Golang. So I'm going to just save my file. And now here you can say this is what a nested list looks like. First of all, we have a one list. Then we have another list inside that list. So this is known as a nested list. Okay, so now let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. Okay, so this is the first list, like a parent list, and this is the children of this parent list. Okay, so now we are getting this nested list. Alright, so that was it about a UL, OL, and then the nested list. So I'm going to select all of that. I'm going to delete all of them. And now if you save that, and boom, everything is gone from our body right here. Now the next thing which we are going to be learning about is something called images. Is that how can we render our images into our browser? It can be either our own images or it can be some other image on the internet. So how can we render images into our browser? So for that we are going to be using img tag. So there are two ways to render your images. The first way we are going to be learning about in this video is something called a local images. Okay, so those images which are your own images, like those images which are currently available inside your machines. And then we are going to be learning about remote images, those images which are not inside your machine but somewhere on the internet and you have access to that, like maybe you just copy a link from somewhere. So we can also render that if you want to. So first of all, let's just learn about local images. So for that we would need to download an image into our machine, and then we have to place that inside our directory, and then we can work with that. So the best places in my opinion to find images are two places. The first one we have is unsplash.com, and the second pixels.com, or just a pixel would be fine. So I'm going to just search for that, and I kind of forgot its URL, and here you can see we have www.pixels.com. So we can just click on that one, and boom, it will now open it right here. And you can also find like videos and stuff like that. So we can just search for the images if you want, or you can also choose it from here. I don't know what's happening to my internet. It's taking a bit of time to render these images. Anyways, so we can just choose images from here, or we can just type our own images for maybe like a hacker or hacking, or I'm going to just search for nature. So I'm going to just hit enter right now. So it no longer uses all of the nature images right here. Okay, so you know what, all of them are totally crap. I'm going to click on this one because I really like a dark. And I'm going to also search for images in this tab as well. So I'm going to just search for a nature. Okay, so it only uses this image. And shout out to this person, Jack Krazins. Sorry, I can't pronounce your name, buddy. And in this course, I'm not going to be pronouncing people's name because in some cases I do mispronounce people's name, and then I feel weird about that. So I'm not going to be pronouncing anyone's name in this course. Anyways, so if you want to download this image, first of all, I want to say thank you to this person, and then we can just click on this free download, or you can also click on this icon, and you can either download the original size or the large size, the medium one or the small one, or you can also write your own customized size if you want to. But in my case, I'm gonna just click on this one, or you know what, we just have to click on this download button, so it'll now just download this image into our machine. Alright, so now that we download this image, right here. So what do I have to do? I just place that inside my desktop, and by default it went to downloads folder. So I'm gonna just grab that from here, and I'm gonna put it inside this HTML and CSS folder. And now if you open our Visual Studio Coder, and now if I hit Control B right here, so what do we have? We have this image right here. So if I just click on that, and it will now open this image in our Visual Studio Coder, and this is how it looks like right now. Now, if you want to render images into our own website, so for that we can use just a img. So if you just write like img, and if you hit tab, so it will now give us a few things. First of all, it will give us this img tag right here, and then we have two attributes. The first attribute, we have a src, and which stands for source, like the location of the image, and then we have a alt, and this alt stands for the alternative text, like if this text, like if this image is available, so show this image. So if this image is not available, then show this alternative text. And you can also remove this alternative text if you want to, like if you don't want to provide alternative text for your image, so you can also go with that. So now if you want to render your images, first of all you have to provide the URL or the link or the location of your image inside this src, and then in these quotes right here. So now that we know that our image is currently available inside this directory, like inside this folder, so for that what do we have to do? First of all, we just have to hold Control, and then we have to hit space. So here you can see it now shows us all of the files and folder which are currently available inside this directory right here. So by default, or not by default, but currently we just have this index.html file, and then we have these pixels and then this image. So I'm going to just select this one, and now here you can see this is the actual URL of that image. Okay, so for now we are going to be just removing this alternative text from it. So I'm going to just remove that, and now here we just have to close that by just providing a not a forward slash, but just a slash right here. So now if you save our file, and boom, here you can see we have that image, but it is supremely massive right here. Like we cannot see even the road which used to be inside this image. Let's just say, oh my goodness, it's too much. Okay, it's too big right here. Alright, so now we are inside in a road. Now we can see that. So now if you want to give like maybe your own width and height, so for that we can provide our own width and height right here, but this is not the best way to provide a width and height to your images. And later in this course we are going to be also learning about how to provide width and height by using CSS, and CSS is a new technology which we are going to be also learning in this course. But for now we will just go with the ugly and crazy way. So we just have to first of all write like a width, and if you hit tab, so it will now gives us this equal to sign and then this double quotation. If you want to write it manually, you can also write it manually. So now let's just specify how much the width should look like. So we just have to provide like 200 pixel, and you don't have to worry about these pixels for now, but you just have to type it right here. I want you to just type it. And now here we just have to place our height right here, and if you hit tab, and we also have to give them some sort of a height, maybe like 200 pixel in this case. And now if we save our file, and boom, okay, it will take a little bit of time, and now boom, here you can see we have our image 200 by 200. You can increase or decrease the sizes if you want to, but now congratulations, we successfully rendered image into our browser right here. Okay, okay, so this is kind of the bad way to write our width and height. First of all, let me just say that. And we can also write alternative text, but if we would write alternative text for the scenarios like these one. Let's suppose if we create a new folder, and by the way, if you want to create a new folder in a Visual Studio Coder, you just have to click on this folder icon, and here you can see it will now give us like new folder. If you just click on that, and here you can also see the folder icon right here. So we have to specify some sort of a name right here. So in my case, I'm going to just give a name of like images. And now if I hit enter, and now we just have to grab this image from here, and now let's just push it inside this images folder. Okay, so now our image is currently located inside this image right here. So what is break inside our code? Okay, so now if you just save our file, and here you can see our code breaks right here, and we are getting like a width and height. That's because we provided right here like manually. So if you just cut that, and if you save our file, so here you can see it no longer uses kind of a broken image right here, which means like nothing. like no image. It used to be an image in here, but we don't have that image available no more. Okay, so for that we can write our alt, as we saw just the beginning of this section, like alternative text. So we can just provide anything we want, but we're not going to be providing anything we want. So we will just provide some sort of a message based on that kind of image. So in this case, I'm going to just write like nature image, or used to be a nature image. So we would just save our file, and boom, here you can see we are now getting this nature image kind of text right here, and it will tell the users like your internet connection is wrong or something went wrong in this website, that's why we are not getting that image. But here you will see the nature image. Okay, so we are just telling that kind of like a message to our users, like here used to be a nature image, but we don't have that image available for some sort of reasons. So we can also provide our width and height back, like 200 pixel by 200 pixel height, and if we save that, and just it will not do anything for now. Okay, now we do provide our width and height right here, but we don't have that image working. Now what do we have to do to bring our image back? So first of all, we just have to remove all of this stuff from here. And now what do we have to do? I already show you the shortcut, but if you forgot in some case, so we will just have to hold Control, and if we hit space, so it will now use everything which are currently available inside this directory. So we will just select the images folder, then inside this images folder we have this image right here. So if you click on that, and if we save our file, and boom, it will now brings us our image back right here. Okay, so and this is how we can work with the paths. Like this is a src, like a source, the alternative text, the width and height. You also learn about the width and height. So this is it about the local images, like those images which are currently available in your machines right here. So now let me just show you the remote way of writing your images. So how it will be looking like. First of all, we would need some image to grab first of all. So for that we can just either go to this pixels website right here, or we can also go to this Unsplash one. So here are awesome images. I'm gonna click. Oh, okay, there was a network error. I'm gonna close that for now. Anyways, so I don't know which one should I pick. I'm gonna click on that one. And then, okay, so it's not running. And here you can also see that's because my internet problem. And here you can see this image is broke, and we can also see this guy image as well. So I don't know what's up with my internet connection. Let me just see that. Okay, network. It's connected, but I don't know why. Just refresh my browser one more time so that we can see the speed of our internet. Okay, so we are back. My internet was so low. I don't know what happened, but you know what? I'm gonna just click on this image for now. So it's taking a bit of time, and shout out to this person, and he's available for hiring if you want to hire him out. So now let's suppose we just like this image, so we just have to right click on it, and then not a copy image but a copy image address. So we just have to click on that and then go towards CSS, or not CSS but or HTML file, but we just have to write img, and if you hit tab, and now inside a source we don't have to write like hold control and space and stuff like that. Here we just have to paste that image address which we just copied it from here, and now here you can see we have that image address, and we are not going to be providing anything for the alternative text. So now if we save our file, and now here you can see we have this massive image. If you want to make that smaller or bigger, so for that we can write or attributes like width of maybe 400 pixels and height also 400 pixels. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see this is how it looks like. So you know what, I'm going to provide 200 by 200, so both of them look the same. So here you can see both of them are looking the same, and this is how we can render images using our HTML. So that was it about for remote images and also for local images, but I just kind of want to mention one more thing. I'm going to remove both of these images from here, and now let's just talk about something Google images. You might be also thinking like, Hussein, we already have a Google images, so why do we have to search for Unsplash or the pixel ones? So now let's just go to the Google images. Maybe I'm going to just write nature in here, and then we have to just go to the images right here. And now here, let's suppose if I want to select maybe I don't know, I'm gonna select this image. Yeah, I'm gonna just click on this image, or you know what, I'm not gonna be clicking on that. I'm gonna right click on it, and then here you can see we have this copy image address, so I'm gonna click on that. And now let's just render that. So if you want to render that image, so for that we are going to be just writing like img, and now just I want you to just notice there. So if we hit Control V right here and boom. Okay, so look at this crazy URL right here. So this is why you are not going to be using a Google Images. Look at this URL right here. So it's supremely massive. Now you might be asking like, Hussein, you have zoomed in a lot, so you just have to zoom it back. No, we don't have to zoom back. This is a long URL. So if I just maybe zoom out, like zoom back. So here you can see this is how the Google Images URL look like. Oh my god, it's supremely ugly and nobody really wants to work with that. It's kind of like an SVG, or maybe it's 1,000 times long than SVG, and you don't have to worry about SVGs, which we are going to be also exploring in this course. But what do we have to do? We have to just undo this step, and now my recommendation will be to never use a Google Images. So there are two ways. The first way that we already saw, that the URL will be supremely long. So if you just put this URL in here and if we save our file, so it will gives us that image right here. But look at the quality of this image. I mean, like, look at it, it's supremely awful. Let's suppose if you want to like render this image, so we just have to copy that, like a copy image address, and now let me just render this image as well right here. So let me just write image, and here I'm going to paste this link. So here you can see like we have kind of a long URL right here, but it's not that much like compared to this one. So if you save that, and here you can see it will now gives us high quality image right here. So if you just write like maybe width of 200 pixel and height will be also 200 pixel, and if you save that, and here you can see, I want you to just notice the quality, like this one is supremely blurry and this one is sharp and awesome. Okay, so this is how you are not going to be using any Google Images. And in some cases, the weird thing is that in some cases they will just remove that image from Google because you don't own that image. So never ever use a Google Images. So I'm going to just remove everything from a body, and I'm going to zoom in a bit, save our file, and everything is clear. So that was it about images in HTML. Now the next topic which you are going to be learning about something called links and hyperlinks. Okay, so in this video we are going, or not in this video, but in this specific section we are going to be learning about links and hyperlinks. What are links and hyperlinks? So a link, as the name suggests, that it will just link our web page to some other web page. Like maybe for some cases, if I just write like so for some cases if I just write like paragraph, and then let me just write like check out this awesome site maybe, or you know what, check out this awesome game or whatever. And here you don't have to worry about this coding which I'm writing, but here we can also just place, and then we just have to write like www, or not https, then :www dot maybe some random site. You know, I'm gonna copy this URL, or maybe this URL from here, and I'm gonna paste this URL right here, and we just have to write like awesome game. Okay, so we can just trick our user. So if you just save our file, and if you just click on that, here you can see we have like check this awesome site, and if you just click on that, it will now brings us to Visual Story Coder. So this is a link. Okay, and never use this kind of language in your sites. So this is a link. You don't have to worry about the syntax, but it will allows us to link from one page to another page in some sort of other server on the internet. Okay, so it will just allows us to link to other website on the internet. So what is a hyperlink? A hyperlink will allows us to link to our own site. Like in some situation, let me just go to this one, or you know what, let me just go in here. Here you can see we are now inside this Google Chrome homepage right here, but let's just pretend like this is your own website right here. And if you just click on maybe this feature one, and if you want to go to the overview, so if you just click on that, it will now brings us to this overview section right here. So this is our own site, and now they are known as a hyperlinks. The syntax will be totally the same, but they are known as a hyperlinks. Link that to some sort of other website on the internet. Like in some cases we would just get to see maybe Chromebook. These are all about a Chrome, but I guess they didn't provide any other links to other pupils, but maybe okay, here you can see we can now just click on this person profile, and if you click on that, it will now brings us to another kind of a Twitter website right here. So this is now known as a link. And I'm gonna also ask from a Google like what is the difference between links and hyperlinks, but before we do that, I'm gonna remove this coding from here, and I'm gonna zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And now if you want to link to some sort of other site on the internet, so for that we can just write like, first of all, a not just uppercase but a lowercase a, and if you hit tab, so here you can see it will now give us like a opening tag and then a closing tag, and then it will give us this href attribute, and here we are going to be placing the link where we want to redirect our users. But first of all, let me just write maybe some sort of a label for myself. Like in my case, I'm going to just write like Hussein. Yeah, Hussein would be fine. And if we save our file, and here you can see it will now gives us this link right here. So if you just click on that, so nothing is happening because we didn't provide anything inside this href attribute. So that's why it's just refreshing our site. Like I want you to just notice this area here. You can see like anytime I click on that, so it will just refresh our web browser right here. Okay, so we can specify the link if we have one. Now let me just write like https. I'm gonna link it to my own YouTube channel, so www.youtube.com/. I'm gonna zoom out a bit, and then let me just write this @ symbol and Hussein Web Dev, and I just got this label a few days ago and you will also check out my subscriber in a second. And I'm gonna save this file, and now if I just click on this Hussein, and it will brings us to my own YouTube channel right here. And congratulations, we have 887 subscriber in 1 year, or maybe more than 1 year. So if you just go back, and this is how we can link that to our not our own web pages, but to those pages which are available on the internet somewhere. So we can just remove that, and we can also remove this Hussein, and we can just place like maybe Twitter for this case. We can also link that to Twitter if you want to, so we can just write like Twitter instead. So if you save our file, and now here you can see it no longer uses Twitter, that's because we provide a label to be Twitter. We can also write banana.com, and it will still brings us to that Twitter because as the link, we provide a link to be this Twitter. Okay, so if you just click on this banana.com, so it will now still brings us to this Twitter right here. And that's kind of a thing. Maybe just change this one to Twitch.tv, or you know what, I'm gonna just write Twitch right here, and let me just write TWITCH for a Twitch, and then here .tv. And if you save that, and now if you just right click on it, and then if you click on this inspect area, so here you can also see like, so in some situation you are not going to be sure for the links like where this link will go, so you can just right click on it and then check it out inside our developer tools. Like here you can see we have this anchor tag, then we have a href attribute, and it goes to this twitch.tv. Okay, so let me just click on that, and it will now brings us to a twitch.tv website right here, and it's awesome website to waste your time. So go back. I'm gonna go back right here, and this is how we can link it to other website. You can like write more than that if you want to. Save it, and this is how it will looks like, and boom. Okay, so these are it about for links. So now let's just talk about our hyperlinks. A hyperlink will allows us to link through our own web pages which are currently available inside our own website. Okay, so I'm going to remove that, and now let's just ask from a Google like what's the difference between I don't know, as a links and hyperlinks. Okay, so Google will help us. Alright, so the main difference between a link and a hyperlink is that what you see with a hyperlink is an anchor text. That is some text on a current web page right here that usually related to the content of the linked resources. With a link, while you can see the address of the link web pages, like those links which will brings us to or redirects us to some other web page on the internet. Okay, so that was the main difference. So now let me just create a new file so that we can link through there. So we just have to click this new file icon right here, and then we have to specify some sort of a name, or we have to give some sort of a name, not specify. And now let me just give a name of like I don't know, banana, or you know what, orange. Nah, not orange and bananas, but I'm gonna just write like another page. Yeah, or you know, I'm gonna provide like about.html. Remember, this first name doesn't matter, but you have to provide this .html extension because this is important. So if you just hit enter, so it will now just create or about section for us. I mean like about web page for us. Okay, so now if you want to get HTML code really quickly in a second, so for that you just have to write this exclamation mark, and then I want you to just hit tab. So here you can see it no longer uses the HTML structure right here. So what do we have to do? I'm going to remove all of these metadatas from there, and that is something called image, which I just used in a second. And we are going to be learning about a crazy image later on in this course, but for now I want you to type every single word which I'm writing. So I'm going to just change this title to be maybe like about section, or about will be just fine. So I'm going to just stick with this about, and here we are going to be just writing like h1 of welcome to the new page. Okay, so if you save that, and now we successfully create our index.html file. We just put all of our content inside there, and we also write this h1 of welcome to this new page, or welcome to the new page. Now what do we have to do? We have to link this web page to this index.html file. So how can we do that? Well, we just have to write this anchor tag, and if you hit tab, so it will now use this href right here and all of these stuff. So if you hit control and space, so it will now use us everything which are currently available inside our directory. So we are going to be selecting our about.html file. And now here we are going to be just writing a label of like anything. You can write anything if you want to, but in my case I'm going to be just writing like next page right here. And if you save that, okay, so here you can see we have this twitch.tv. This is a link, and now this is a hyperlink. So if you just click on that, and boom, so what do we get? We get like welcome to the new page right here. Okay, so this is how we can link through by using our HTML. So if you go back, and here I want you to also notice this URL right here. So we have this index.html file right here, and if you click on this next page, so it will now brings us to this about.html URL right here. Okay, so this is how we can work with the links and hyperlinks in HTML. So I'm going to just remove that. Now the next topic which we are going to be learning about is something called forms and inputs, and it's kind of a little bit huge topic to learn. Not a hard one to be precise, but a little bit long. Like we have a lot of input tags and stuff like that, so get ready. So I'm gonna just save this file, and here you can see we don't have anything inside this body tag. So now in some cases you would just want to work with the forms, like I don't know, let me just launch a new tab which is known as an incognito. So I'm going to just click on these three dots, and then I'm going to click on this new incognito window. So you can learn more about this incognito window if you want to, but basically incognito window don't have any kind of a history tab right here. This basic one do have this history tab which is right here, but this incognito will not have that history tag, so you can just search anonymously if you want to. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this URL from here, and I'm going to paste it right here. I mean, here if you just click on that, oh, you know what, we're not going to be doing that. We have to just write like maybe Facebook facebook.com, and if you go to facebook.com, and here you can see we have this form right here. So we have email address or phone number, and then we have a password right here, and we have a login button and this kind of stuff. So we have this form right here. Let me go to another website which is twitter.com. okay, and I'm gonna remove that my handle. So if you go to just twitter.com, so it will also ask us to log in or sign up, and we don't have any forms in there, do we? If you click on the sign in button, and now here you can see it will now brings us to this form. It's not a form. Come on, sign it with your email or phone. So now it will give us like name and phone, and then these kind of forms, and it's tab right here. So what do I have to do? I'm going to just click on this X to remove that incognito window from now. And now here we are going to be building our first form, and we are not going to be sending our data to some sort of a server and stuff like that, because we are not working on a Golang, and we are not using some sort of other backend development right now. But we have to just create the UI or the user interface of our form. So if you want to do that, so what do we have to do? First of all, we are going to be just writing like form, and if we hit tab, so it will now use this form opening tag and form closing tag. So now what do we have to do? I'm going to just remove this action for now, and this action will ask us like, where do you want to send your data? We don't want to send our data to anywhere, so for now we just have form opening tag and then form closing tag. Okay, so now if you save that, and nothing will happen right here inside our body. Now inside this form, what do we have to do? First of all, we just have to write our label for the form. So let me just write label, and if you hit tab, and we are going to be removing this for now, and I'm going to also show you what is that for will do for us. But for now we just have our label opening tag and label closing tag. So here what do we have to do? I can write anything I want, but we can just write our specific label, like maybe please enter your email, like please enter your email address. Or you know what, I'm not going to go that much crazy, but I'm going to just write like an email in here. And if we save that, and here you can see we are now getting this email right here, just an email text, nothing else. So now if you hit Control and Enter, so now we have to create our first input box. So if you want to create an input, first of all we just have to write input, and if we hit Tab, so it will now gives us this in. And by the way, this is a self-closing tag, and we already learned about a self-closing tag, but I forgot to mention, like img is also a self-closing tag. If you want to close it, so you can just write a slash in here, and this is also a self-closing tag in HTML, and this input is also a self-closing tag in HTML. So I'm going to just write a slash in here, and now here you can see we have this type of tag, and we have a lot of types. So for now I just want you to write input and then hit tab, so it will now give you this type of text. So if you save this file, and boom, here you can see we are now getting this input area, and we can type anything we want inside there. So we are now getting our email as a label, and then we are getting our input area right here. Okay, so if you want to break, so in some cases you would need a break from this email. So what do you have to do for that? We can just write a special tag, which is also a self-closing tag, which is known as a BR. If you just write a BR, and it will allows us to break through this line. So if you save that, and boom, here you can see it will now just break this line from here, and it will now just put this input area in a new tab right here. Not a new tab, but a new line. Okay, so this is our first email one. Now let's suppose if you want to create it for something else. So if you just write a label for a label, so why are we getting this for attribute? Like, so what is the meaning of this for attribute? Let me just show you that. So here in this case, I'm gonna just put maybe I don't know, so that was an email. You know, I'm gonna replace that to a name. So this one will be a name, and this one will be email. So I'm gonna just put like an email in here, a lowercase email, and then the camel case E, and then MAIL. And I'm gonna also just write an input right here. And now if I save my file, and now here you can see we are now getting like name and then email. If you want to break, you know what, we are not going to be providing any breaks and whatnot. I'm going to remove this break from here, and if we save that, we have our email, we have our name, and then we have our email. Okay, so I'm going to also change the type to be email as well, and I'm going to also tell you why did we change that. But now that we provide a for attribute in here, so what do we have to do? We also have to provide ID to it, ID attribute, and here we just also have to type everything, like anything we write inside this for attribute. And if I copy that, and if I just place it right here, and if you save that, so it will not do a magic for us. But if we click on this email, so here you can see it will now just activate this input area for us right here. Okay, in this case we didn't provide any for attribute here, but if you just click on that, nothing will happen. If you click it one more time, nothing will happen. And if you click on this email right now, so it will activate our input area right here. So that's because of this for attribute. So anytime you want to activate by clicking on this email, so you can just type like you can just specify this for attribute to it, and anything you write inside this for attribute, and you have to put that data inside this ID as well. I know these stuff are kind of confusing and not giving us that much of results, but you don't have to worry about that. If you just want to remove this, you can also just remove that from here, so that we can just work on our simpler code. So I just kind of want to show you that for attribute as well. So we are now done with a name, email. So now let's just talk about a password one. So we are going to be just writing like password, not password, but we are going to be just writing input. And now let's just change this text to be password. And we already forgot to include our label for here. So I'm going to just remove that for, and here we just have to write our password. And now if we save that, I'm going to just zoom out a bit. We have a name, then we have an email, then we have a password. And anything I write inside this password input area will not show up to the user. So we can do one trick for that. So we just have to right click on it, and then click on this inspect area. And now here instead of writing a type to be like password, we can change that to text, and if we hit enter, and we can see our password right here. But you don't have to do that. We can just refresh our browser, and if you type something, so it will not show up to the user. Okay, so we learned about input of text, input of email, and also input of, and by the way, I forgot to show you like what will this email do for us. If I just type something inside the, oh, first of all, let's just learn about the new one, then you can get to know what is this email one. So we just have to write our input and then submit. Okay, so the type will be submit, the value will be nothing. So if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting this input of submit right here. So it allows us to submit our data, or to just clear out these forms right here, or to be precise, these input areas. So now let me just type something in here, like we can type anything we want inside there, and it will not complain. So if you just click on that, and boom, here you can see it will now just send that data to nowhere. So it will just remove that data from inside this input area. So we can type like anything, like a numbers or maybe a symbols like that, we are totally free. But in email, anything we write, like we have to provide a valid email right here. So it will require us this @ symbol. So you know what, I'm gonna just type like this gibberish right here, and if I try to submit my form, so here you can see it's asking for please include this @ symbol in the email address you provide that, and it requires this @ symbol. So here if I just type like maybe test at the test, or test at gmail.com, test at 123 or 12 would be fine. And now if I try to submit that, and here you can see that data will be sent to nowhere, and these here you can see it will now just empty up all of our input areas right here. Okay, so this is how we can work with a text, email, and a password one. Okay, you know what, we learned enough about labels and stuff. So what do we have to do? We have to remove all of that from here, and not a form one. So we do have our form right here, and if we save that, and we cannot see something. So now let's just discuss that input areas one more time. So now if I just type like input in here, so here you can see it will now give us these text right here. We can remove that, and if we just hold control and if we hit space, so it will now give us a lot of input types right here. So we have button, we have checkbox, and all of them. So let's just start working on our button. So if you just click on this button, and if you save that, and here you can see it now gives us a button with no label and whatsoever. So if you want to provide a label for this button, so for that we can just write like a VALUE, like a value attribute, and we are going to be just writing like maybe learn more, and if you save that, and it will now gives us a label of learn more. We can also just write like maybe excuse me, we can also just write like a download if you want to, and if we save that, and it will also give us that download. And we can create our own buttons if you want to. So we just have to write like a button, and we can just put our content inside there. Maybe I just kind of want to write like explore, and if we save that, it will now gives us this button of explore. We can write explore the nature. We can type anything we want inside this button, and it will still work. So in this case, what do we have to do? We just have to write like maybe download, and if you save that, it will also gives us these same buttons right here. So we don't need this type of button. So I'm going to just remove this value from here. Or you know what? I'm going to place it right now just for demonstration purposes. Anyways, so now let's just create our new input box. So I'm going to just write input, and I'm going to remove this text from here. And now what do we have to do? We just have to hold control, and if we hit space, so we have our checkbox. So it will now give us a checkbox as the name suggests. So save our file, and boom, we get our checkbox right here. So if we can check it, we can also uncheck it, and we can provide like more than that if you want to. So this is it about our input checkbox. Now let's just create our new input of maybe we have like checkbox. So now let's just click on this color one, and this is my favorite one, to be honest. So if you save that, and it will now gives us this color kind of picker right here. So here you can see, let me just zoom out a bit. So if you click on that, so it will now gives us to change the color, and we can provide our interactivity by using a JavaScript, and it can give us like crazy amount of stuff. We can do like crazy amount of stuff with them. We can select a color. We can also change this to from RGB to HSL, like hue, saturation, lightness, hexadecimal, RGB, and stuff like that. You don't have to worry about all of these colors and stuff for now, which we are going to be learning in a really great details. Okay, so here you can see it now gives us a color picker right here. Okay, so now if you want to duplicate this same line, so you don't have to select anything, you just have to hold Alt, then Shift, and then down arrow. Let me just say that one more time. If you want to duplicate a line like the line in which you are currently on, so you can use this kind of a shortcut in Visual Story Code Editor, and I cannot guarantee for other kind of a code editor. You have to type it manually if it's not working on your code editor. As I said in the beginning of the video, like if you are using a Visual Story Code Editor, you're in the grade phase. Let me say that one more time. Hold Alt, then Shift, and then down arrow. So it will just duplicate the current line which you're on. If you want to remove the existing line, I know I'm giving you a tutorial in Visual Story Coder and I have entire course on that if you want to check that out. So you know what, you just have to hold Control and hit X, so it will just remove it from here. So now that was for a color one. Now let's just select that and remove it. And now let's just select our date, and as the name suggests that it will allows us, it will now use these date pickers. So we can just click on the today. It will now give us like 10/21/2022, and we can select the month and stuff like that. We can also clear it out if you want to. So this will allows us to provide a date picker right here. Okay, so let me just duplicate this line of code, and here let's just select, or we already learned about email file. If you just click on the file one, and if you select that, so here you can see choose on file, no file has chosen. So if you just click on that, we can provide our file if we have one. So in my case, I'm going to just click on that and then go to the images, and then we have that image which we downloaded just a second ago, and we can just open that, and here you can see we have the name of that file. But if I click on that, click it one more time, that is gone because we didn't send our data to somewhere. Anyways, so now if you duplicate that, and now let's just hit Control Space, and now let's just select a hidden one. It will do nothing. Then we have an image, then we have a month. So as the time picker, as the date picker, we already saw that. So it will now give us a month. We can also have a number one. This is a special one. So if you save that, and now it will give us that same input area right here. But here we are not allowed to write letters like A, B, C, D, and gibberish like that. We can just only type a numbers, nothing else in there. So if I try to type something else, like you can also hear the noise of this keyboard. Here you can see nothing is happening right now. Okay, so that's because it is only available for numbers. So we can just put a numbers like maybe 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 blah blah blah. So we can just write a numbers in here, and we can also increase or decrease. And now let me just say the programming word. We can either increment a number and also decrement the number. Okay, so we have -1 and stuff like that. So this is a number input. Now let's just duplicate that one more time, and now let's just change that to maybe, okay, we got a radio buttons as well. So if you click on that and save it, and the difference between a checkbox and a radio buttons are, we can check and uncheck this box right here, but we cannot uncheck a radio button. Once we check that, we have to create more radio buttons to select the other one, and we cannot like just remove that checkbox, I mean like the radio from here, because we have to select something else. So this is how we can use a radio button. So now let's just duplicate that and select range. So range is awesome. So if you save that, we can increase or decrease the volume, or maybe the width and height of some. I have countless projects which is using these range. You can check out my projects if you want to. So remove that, and then let's just select reset. So as the name suggests, it will just reset all of the data which we currently have. And then we have a search, submit. We already learned about submit. We can also provide a phone number or tell. I don't know what's that even mean. We already learned about a text. We have a time which we learn, URL, and then week. So we learn everything about that. So you can just explore and play around with that if you want to in your spare time, but I don't want to waste my time and your time. So I just kind of want to give you like where can you find all of that stuff, and it's on you to use it. Okay, so now we are totally done with the forms in HTML. The next thing which we have to learn is what do we call it, a video and audio. So now that we know how to render image and how to render forms, so the next thing which we have to learn is something called video and audio. So for that we would need to download some sort of a video or audio. So we are now in here. I'm gonna go back, and here you can see we have these videos right here. So you can download videos from here, like high quality videos, but you have to give these people a credit. Okay, and you can also search, I guess, videos from this Unsplash. I guess they don't have any videos. I'm not sure, but I guess they do have videos. Okay, so happy love, blah blah blah. They do have video. I saw that. So videos, videos. So let's just see. Okay, I'm not sure if they have videos or not. Let's just see in here. Anyways, I'm not sure. So we are going to be downloading. You can just download your video from here by just click on that. You can select a high quality video and stuff like that. And so I'm gonna just download a video in a second, and then I'm gonna come back in a second. So you just have to wait for me. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna just flash through, and then you will see that video. Alright, so I have now this assets folder right here. Inside this assets folder, I have this one video and one audio. Okay, because we are going to be using that. If you want to use the same audio and video which I'm using, so you should have to just click on the link which I'm going to provide in the description below, and you should download that in my GitHub repository. If you don't want to use that, and if you want to use your own images, so you're totally free to use whichever kind of video or audio you like. It doesn't matter. And here, let me just show you the credit. So credit for the video goes to this kind of a guy, sorry I can't pronounce your name, and this video came from this Pixie, and I guess this audio came from somewhere, but I'm not sure. Anyway, so we have this SS folder. So what do we have to do? I'm gonna drag this folder into my HTML and CSS directory right here. So let's just hit Control B, and we have this SS folder, we have this video, and we also have this audio right here. Okay, so now if you want to render audio or video, so for that you just have to first of all write a video, and if we hit tab, it will ask us for a source of that video. So what do we have to do? We have to just hit hold control and then hit space, and here we have to select our assets folder, and then in this case we are interested in this video, so we can just click on this video. Okay, so let me just zoom out a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And now if you save that, and now if you check it out inside our browser, so what are we getting right here? We are just getting this image, and this is also massive. So we are going to be writing internal CSS, and you don't have to worry about anything which I'm writing inside or underneath this title right here. Okay, you don't have to worry about anything right now. So basically what we are doing is that we are just shrinking down the size of that image. So first of all, let me just get my video, and let's just write width of maybe like I don't know, 400 pixel will be fine, 7, and this is how it looks like for now. Or you know what, 300 pixel will do. Yep, that's cool. Okay, so now this is known as internal CSS, which you don't have to worry about it for now, because we are currently learning about HTML. And now here you can see this is just an image, it's not a video. Like we cannot play it, we cannot pause it, we cannot increase the volume and stuff like that. So if you want that kind of controls for this video, so what do we have to do? Just write a controls attribute right here. Okay, so if you save that, and boom, we are now getting all of these kind of stuff. Like we can full screen it, we can play the video, we can increase or decrease the volume if you want to, we can full screen that, we can also download this video into our machines, we can also go picture to picture. So if you just go to picture, so like we can visit to other side, and we can also see this video playing in here and crazy stuff like that. So here you can see it will now uses controls right here. Okay, so this is because of this controls attribute. Now this is about a video, how to render a video. Now let's just learn about how we can render audio. So it's kind of a symbol, just like a video. When you start writing a video, you just have to write like a audio right here and specify the source, hit Control space, then go to the assets folder, then click on this kind of storm rock whatever. So if you save that, we are getting nothing. Why? If you just right click on it and go to the inspect area right here, we do have that audio right here, but it's not showing anything. That's because we don't have controls for that. And if you want that control, so we just have to specify it right here. So controls, and if we save that, and now here you can see we are now getting these controls, so we can play that. It's kind of a crazy voice, so we can just make it a bit slow. We can play it one more time and stuff like that. So this is how we can render video, this is how we can render the audio, and we already learned about how we can render images by using HTML. So I'm going to just remove all of that from here, And now the next topic which you are going to be learning in this video is something called a semantic HTML. It will not show us the results, but we have some other language. So now you might be thinking like we already learned about HTML, which stands for like hypertext markup language. So what is that semantic HTML even mean? So a semantic HTML, a semantic just simply means meaning. So if you just write like, you know what, let me just show you that in our docs, then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. And I'm going to remove that from here, Lorem Ipsum as well. Go back. And here, what do we have to do? I'm going to just write S-E-M-A-N. And here you can see we have a semantic HTML right here. If you click on that, so a semantic HTML is nothing but just a new tags right here. Okay, so we are going to be learning about these new tags, which allows us to like better structure our HTML documents. So what are semantic elements in HTML? Many website contains HTML code like div and then ID. You don't have to worry about that. Div with the classes and indicated, navigated, header and footer and stuff like that. In HTML, there are some semantic elements that can be used to define the different parts of your web pages. So instead of writing a div and span, and now let me just show you a div and spans, and we are going to be using a lot of div and spans, and this is not a better way to structure your code. Like we are going to be writing a div and we can type anything inside there, and it's just a container. It's just a container for writing your code or just putting your content. And then we have a span, and we can also write anything inside there. Both of them don't have any meanings to it, but both of them are the most useful ones in HTML document. So we as a programmer don't have a lot of time to just write like section or just write like an article, because we are supremely lazy, and that's a bad practice. So we just write like a div, and we also write a spans, and that's because of a time consuming. And this is like, these two are like the bad way to write our code. I shouldn't have to say bad, but we are going to be using that a lot. But it's not a better way to structure your code. If you want to structure your code, so you can use the semantic tags. Both of them will work, like div and span will work, but it's not like a better practice for other web developers to write your code like that. Okay, so in maybe like 1 year later, or maybe some time later, like other developer come into your project and they see like all of the div span, div span, div, so they'll be like, what the hell am I looking at? Okay, so for those programmers, you just have to write like section, article and stuff like that. You have to use something called a semantic element. So a semantic element clearly describes its meaning to both the browser and also to the developer. Okay, so by browser we means like SEO performance and stuff like, in which I'm not going to go into that much details, but it will just describe its meaning to the browser and to the developer as well. Example of non-semantics elements are like, as I said, div and spans, and we have, I guess we don't have any other non-semantic elements, and tells nothing about its content. Like this stuff like div and span doesn't tell about nothing, doesn't tell nothing about its content. So example of semantic elements are forms, as we learn, tables we don't have to learn, and then article and stuff like that. So here are just a few examples like of a semantic element. So we have article, we have a site, detail, caption, figure, footer, header, main, mark, navigation like a nav, section, summary and time. So before getting into the details of any of them, first of all, let me just write like, okay, so we already have this example. So if you want to structure your website, like first of all you would have a header or the hero area. So for that kind of thing, instead of writing a div, we can just write a header area, or just write a header opening tag and header closing tag. And then instead of writing a div or span, so for navigation we can just use nav, and we can also have section inside a section inside a section. Then we have an article, we have a site and footer, and all of this kind of a crazy terminology which you don't have to go into that much in detail, but you just have to remember that a semantic means meaning. Like we are going to be writing a meaningful elements. So now let me just give you a quick example of that. First of all, you know what should I do? Okay, you know what, I'm gonna just ask from Google instead of showing you the Figma files. Or you know what, I'm gonna show you the Figma. I'm gonna launch a Figma right here, so I can give you a better example of that, and you can use the semantic elements for yourself. But it will take a little bit of time to render, but it will take a little bit of time to open a Figma. because it's nowadays a little bit huge to open. My internet speed is very low in this area. I'm gonna have to switch back over to some other area, but for now we have to wait for a Figma to render. Suppose we have this website right here, and we are going to be maybe building this website. So first of all, what do we call this area? We can also have our on home, and we can also have our section. You don't have to worry about this software for now, because we are not going to be using this software in our course, but I just kind of want to give you just for demonstration purposes. So we have section, and then we have about section, and we have maybe project section or stuff like that. I'm going to just make that a bit bigger. Okay, let's just close that one, and I'm going to make it bigger so that you guys can see everything a bit clear. So here you can see, first of all, this area will be our navigation for our project. Okay, so let's suppose we are building this website, so this will be the navigation for our website, and then this area will be known as a header area, or you can also call it a hero area. Let me just write it. This area will be our hero area, and let me just move that real quick, and this area will be our navigation. So I'm going to just give a name real quick. I'm going to write like navigation, so for that we can use a nav tag. Okay, so you don't have to worry about all of this crazy terminology, but I just kind of want to show you. And this will be our header area, so we can just write a content for here like a header. And let me just make that, oh my goodness, why am I opening that tab? We have to make that a bit bigger, like so. So this will be our header area, and then this can be our section area. And I know I was horrible back then. I didn't have that much skills on a UI UX, but now I do have a lot of skill. I have taken a lot of courses and stuff like that. So this will be maybe section 1, and this one will be for maybe like a content section. So we can also just write an article in here if you want to. We can use the article section, which is this one. Maybe let's show you. This is an article. We can also just write a detail section if you want to, because we are putting a lot of details in there. And then we have, you know what, we are going to be using a detail section for this one. So let's just put, or you know what, this is going to be the first section, this is going to be the second section, or we can also use aside for that if you want to. Okay, so this is how it looks like, and the button will not take anything. And this is going to be it for, you know what, section summary and stuff like that. Okay, so we can also put that as a detail section. So this is going to be the detail section, and this one is going to be just a simple actual section. So we can just give a name if you want to, but I don't have that much time to show you everything. And finally, we are going to be working with a footer, and they didn't put, okay, so we do have that footer right here. So this area will be for footer. So now if you just zoom back, and now here you can see, first of all, if you want to build this website, so we can either build this website by using a divs and span, or we can also just use like navigation, header, or yeah, section, like 2 section and detail section, or 3 section right here. We can also use article section and fig caption and stuff like that. And finally we will have our footer. So this is just it for a demonstration kind of purposes. Like we can use these elements, but if you don't want to use that, so you're totally free. Like if you don't want to use that, so you can use the other stuff, which is divs and span. So now let me just show you how all of that will work and how all of that looks like. So you know, I'm gonna close that one, and you know, I'm gonna close that one. I want to close also this Figma file as well. We don't need that for now. So we have, first of all, header, and inside this header we can also write our navigation. And inside this navigation we can just write our UL, then LI, and then anchor tag and stuff like that. So this will be our kind of like our navigation. You don't have to type this code which I'm typing right now, but I just kind of want to show you just a quick preview of it. And then we have our section. Inside this section we can write a details section, because this is going to be our details section. We can write our container, and here you can see I've already used this div right here. Okay, so we can just replace that with section if you want to. So let me just write a section in here, and we can also write article maybe. So I'm going to just write article, like article, and we can work with all of these kind of semantic elements right now. So this is kind of a preview of semantic elements, and throughout the projects we are going to be using all of these semantics element, and we are going to be also using div and span. I can't lie, I use this div and span all the time, and you will too. Okay, so now we are totally done with the semantic HTML. So now the last thing which we have to learn in HTML is something called a typography. So now let's just learn about a typography, and then we are going to be building a project, and that's going to be it for the HTML section. Then we are going to be jumping into a CSS, and we are going to be providing a lot of styling into our web pages. Alright, so before getting into these semantics, not semantics, but typography, first of all, we just have to hit Control and hit F, and here we just have to write formatting. And here you can see we are now getting this HTML formatting right here. So if you click on that, so it will now brings us to that HTML formatting web page. Okay, so it's taking time. You know what, it will render. Yeah, it's taking a bit of time. Okay, so now it's back. So we have all of these kind of typography related HTML elements right here. So we have B for bold, and we have strong, and strong will also make our text bolder, and then we have I for italic, and then emphasis will also make our text italic. Then we have a mark, and it will just mark our text. Then we have small, it will be just a little bit smaller than a paragraph. Then we have a del, as the name suggested, it will allows us to line through our element, and it will look like kind of like a deletion of the elements. And then we have inserted, we have superset and like subscript, and we have a superscript. So now let's just learn all about that. So first of all, we are going to be starting from B tags. So I'm going to just write first of all a paragraph, maybe I am yeah, I'm going to just write lowercase I am, and then B, and here I'm going to just write my own name, Hussein, and it will be now bold. So if you save that and if you check it out, so here you can see this Hussein is now totally bold. That's because we put that inside a bold tag, like a B tag, and we can also use a strong tag for that. Instead of writing B, so we can also just use a strong. So I'm going to just replace that with strong, and if you save that, and boom. Okay, so we are now getting this strong tag right here. Like that boldness. Now the next thing which you have to learn is that paragraph I am, yeah, I'm gonna just write like I am, and then I, and here I'm gonna just put my name of Hussein, and if you save that, so what are we getting? Here you can see the difference, like this one will be italic, and we can also italic that by using EM for that instead of writing I. So EM stand for the emphasis, so we can just write EM for that, and if you save that, and boom, here you can see both of them will be the same. Like I will do the same thing, like it will make it italic, and so will M. Okay, so now the next thing which we have to learn is something called a small tag. But before I do, here I'm gonna just write like hello inside this, and I'm gonna also put that hello in a small tag. So instead of writing P, we have to write small right here, and I'm gonna also put a hello in there, so it will just give you a little bit of difference. So save that, and here you can see this small is just a little bit smaller than this hello one right here. Okay, so this is how it will look like. Now let's just learn about their deal. So I'm gonna just write like paragraph, and the price used to be like $200, and now the price is just deal. Let's just write deal in here, and now let's just write $100. And if you sell that, so the price, okay, so we messed it up right here. The price used to be $100, and now it's $200. You know what, I'm gonna change this one to $200 and this one to $100. If we sell that, and this is how we can use that deal. And we can also just write a paragraph, and here we can just use our del, or not even a paragraph, we can just simply use a del. And here we can just write a lorem ipsum if you want to, like lorem 10, and save that, and boom. Okay, so it will just line through our element. Okay, so we can also achieve the same result by using a CSS, but you know what, we are learning about HTML, so we don't have to go into that much details. So we also have a ins. This is the alternative for that del one, so we can just write like a lorem of maybe 20. So if you save that, and here you can see it will just gives us a line underneath the text right here. So it will now gives us a line at the middle of the text, and it will now give us a line underneath the text right here. So you can see the differences between both of them. And now let's just learn about a new one, which is called a subset and a superset. And then let me just write a sub in here. You know what, first of all, let me just write a paragraph and put our X in there. And now let me just write or sub for sub, and I'm gonna just put 2 in there. So if you save that, and what are we getting? First of all, let me just remove all of this coding from here so you guys can see everything. Save it, and now what are we getting? We are getting X, and then I don't know what you call that, but we have 2. Okay, so we can also write a powers if you want to. We have to just write X, and instead of writing a subset, we can also write superset, like just a power of X. So if you just save that, and here you can see we are now getting results like that. So we can also write, instead of writing 2, we can write a gibberish in here if you want to. And this is how the gibberish will look like. And we can also put a lot of gibberish in here. And if you save that, and this is how all of that gibberish will look like. So we can do crazier stuff like that. So these are just a little bit of typography related tags right here. And there are a lot of typography related, so we can also use a mark. I'm just coming up with ideas, so I'm gonna write like paragraph. You will only fail when you stop trying. And now if I want to just like mark this last word, and I want to just put that in a mark. Okay, so we have to first of all write a mark opening tag and then mark closing tag, and I'm going to cut this trying from there, and I'm going to put it inside a mark. So I'm going to zoom out a bit, and this is how it looks like you will only fail once, or when you will only fail when you stop trying. So if you save that and if you preview it, so here you can see it will now just highlight it right here. Okay, and there are a lot of them. If you want to like learn more about these typography related kind of HTML elements, so you can learn more about that. We can also write a quotation if you want to. So I'll just quick through all of that because my internet connection is supremely low. I don't know what's happening to it. We can do citation, we can provide addresses, we can do like, I don't know what's that even stand for. So suppose if you want to get a quote, so if you want to work with a quote, so you can also just write quote. And I also forgot to include one more, but you know what, first of all, let's just copy this text code, and I'm going to paste it right here. And if you save that, and here you can see it will now just provide this quotation right here. So I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to replace it with the Andrew State father quote. Real quick, I'm going to replace this quote to Andrew's father quote, which I really like. So I'm going to just save that, and here you can see it will now give us this quotation right here. Okay, so these are quotation, but my favorite thing which I want to show is something called ABBR tag. I'm gonna just zoom in a bit. First of all, let me just write a paragraph. And do you know HTML? Okay, so you know what, I'm gonna put that in ABBR tag, and as the name suggests that it will be abbreviation tag. So here we just have to put our title. So HTML just stands for like hypertext markup language. Okay, zoom out a bit, and here we just have to put our HTML in there. And now if we save that, and here you can see do you know HTML, and here you can also see these dots. But if I hover my mouse over to it, so what are we getting? We are now getting a hypertext markup language right here. If I hover my mouse over to this anchor tag, not anchor but this simple content right here, and here you can see nothing is happening. So if I hover my mouse over to this HTML, so it will now give us like hypertext markup and language. So if you click on that, nothing will happen. So this is why I really like ABBR. It can be useful in some situation. So you can learn more about these quotation and these typography related elements if you want to, but I don't want to waste your time and my time, because we are going to be doing a lot of crazy typography once we jump into a CSS. But for now, I guess that would be it for HTML. Okay, so you know what, let's just start working on a project. First of all, we are going to be building a portfolio project using just a pure HTML, not anything else. So I'm going to just delete everything. I'm going to highlight everything, and boom, everything should go away except that images. So I'm going to just select that as well. You know what, first of all, let's just shut down our live server, and I guess that would be fine. Server file. Let's just remove both of these files and also this assets folder. So currently we are just having this empty folder with one images folder, and we just have that one images. So I'm going to just drag it out. I'm going to also remove this images folder, and now let's just start working on our project. So anytime you want to work with HTML project, so first of all we just have to create some sort of a HTML file, and inside that we are going to be using an image. So we have this structure of that HTML. So I'm going to just write portfolio project using HTML. That's going to be awesome one. I'm going to zoom in a bit, and now let's just start working on our maybe navigation. So we have our nav. Inside this nav we are going to have a lot of UL and LIs. So in each LI we are going to have our home maybe. So I'm going to just write home, and I'm going to duplicate this line of codes for now. So zoom out a bit, we have a home, then we have a about section, and then we have our contact section. So let's just duplicate that one more time for what? For a project section. So let me just write a projects in here. And now if we save our file, and I don't know what's happening. Okay, so we didn't launch that in a live server. We have to right click on it and then click on open with live server so that we can work on that. And here you can see we are now getting our first navigation right here. Okay, so now we are totally done with the navigation. Now let's just start working on our header area, or you can also call it a hero area, or you can also call it a main area, because we are going to be putting all of our content inside this header area. So let's just write our h1. I'm going to put my name in there. You can put your name if you want to. Then let's just write h2 of welcome to my personal portfolio right here. Save that, and here you can see we have welcome to my personal portfolio. Let's just write an anchor tag. It will say learn more, and if you save that, we are now getting this button right here, kind of a grayish button, not a grayish but an anchor button. Now let me just write a section in that, and now here we are going to be rendering our image, which is, you know what, we have to search for some cool guy. Because I'm a cool guy, I'm gonna have to put a cool image of myself. So maybe guy would be fine. I'm gonna just search for a guy. Yeah, I'm totally nerd like this guy. Sorry, I apologize. It's not, he's not a nerd, he's an awesome looking man. And I'm not like that much rude like the one in this image. Okay, so I'm gonna just search for some cool guy. I really like kind of these grayish colors images, so I'm gonna just select the professional shot. So I'm gonna just copy this guy image address, and now I'm gonna put that inside there, and here we are going to be writing my awesome image, and save our file, and boom, here you can see we are now getting our images right here. And now what else do we have to do? Underneath this section, or not even a section, underneath this header, we have to create a new section. And now inside this section, we are going to be writing h1 of follow me on social media. And if you want to follow me on social media, here are all of my social media. I'm gonna just fast forward these social media because I'm gonna have to copy all of my social media links, and I'm gonna paste it in here. And if you have your own, so you can also paste it in here. So I'll just see you in a second. Alright guys, so we are back, and I just pasted all of my social media links right here. If you want to follow me on YouTube, so here's the link, then Twitter, then Udemy, then Instagram. If you don't want to follow me in any of them, so don't, but I will request you to follow me on GitHub because I really love GitHub. Anyway, so if you don't know what a GitHub is, I have entire course on that if you want to check that out. Anyway, so now let's just write a new anchor tag, and it will go to a new file which we are going to be creating. So I'm going to give a name of like another page.html. And now let's just put our doc type in it, and I'm going to remove all of this metadata from here, and I'm going to put like another page. And now let's just put our content like hello and then paragraph, my name is Hussein, and then a new paragraph, welcome to my personal site. And I guess that would be fine. So if we save that, and now let's just link this anchor tag to this one. So I'm going to hit Control space and then click on another image, another web page. So check out my cool site, site to be precise. So if you save that, and now I guess you can see that. Yeah, you can see that right there. So if you click on it, so here you can see it now brings us to this web page, another page.html. So we are now getting like, hello, my name is Hussein, welcome to my personal site. Okay, so that's that. Now let's just write a footer area. Or you know what, instead of writing a footer area, I'm gonna just create a section in here, and I'm gonna write h1 check out my photography in here. And here I'm gonna just put a lot of images, and I'm gonna give them a width of maybe like 200 pixel and also the height of 200 pixel. And I'm gonna duplicate this line of code maybe 4 times, and I'm gonna have to go to this unsplash.com, and now let's just search for photography. Let's just search for photography in here. Okay, so we are getting a lot of cool results, but I'm gonna right click, I'm gonna select that, right click on it and copy the image address, and I'm gonna put this address right there. Now let's just search for another image, maybe professional shot would be fine. Proff null shot. Okay, I can't even speak no more. I speak a lot. Professional shot of these people. Okay, this is kind of okay, this is a professional shot. Right click on it, copy the image address. I'm gonna put it in here, and I'm gonna also her image as okay, this one is all of them are better than the other ones, so I'm gonna copy this one, and I'm gonna also put her image as well. She's also looking gorgeous. I'm gonna put her image in here, save it, and here are my images, like kind of my gallery right here. Check out my recent photography and stuff like that. And finally, let's just write our forward section, or we already forgot to include a form so that people can be signed in towards project if they want to. So we can just write like input, and we can be reviewed just like a Twitter one. And by the way, I already forgot to include that placeholder in my what do we call it, a form section. Sorry about that. So now let's just learn about a placeholder. So you know what, I'm gonna comment all of these code for now because I kind of wanted to show you a placeholder, and save it. And now here you can see we get a form right here. So in some cases you need a label which will be inside your form, not outside from your form, but inside your form. So if you want a label to be inside your form, so for that we can write an attribute called a placeholder, and we can write anything we want in it. But here we are going to be just using like email in here, and if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting this email right here. And if you start typing something, so that email will be gone, so we can just remove that, and here's our email. So now let's just duplicate that. And now let's just write our password right here, or you know what, let's just ask for the first name. So I'm going to write a name, change the text to be like name, not name, but okay, so this is going to be the text, and then the next one will be email. Kind of lost my mind there. And then here this one will be for password. If you save that, we are now getting email, name, email, and password. And finally, let's just write our submit button, and we are totally done with this project. So oh my goodness, button, and then submit, or you can also create an input buttons if you want to. And here you can see this is how it looks like. If you want breaks, so we can just write here br, and if you save that, and here you can see it no longer uses breaks. And by the way, if you're wondering like how did I do this multiple selection, so for that kind of stuff you have to take my Visual Studio Code course. And now let's just uncomment all of these coding and save it. And here you can see, first of all, we have our navigation, then we have our personal info right here, and then we have our gorgeous image right here. Look at me. And then we have all of these social media link right here. Then we have a photography section, and finally we have our form right here. So now we are totally done with the HTML side of code. So now the next section, we are going to be learning about crazy amount of CSS. So by crazy, I don't mean like CSS is hard. CSS is more simpler and more awesome and more like, how can I put it, like the most easiest language you can learn. CSS is easy, but it's a little bit long. So you have to give it a lot of time to learn about CSS. CSS is long, but it's not hard. Anyway, so now that we are totally done with our first project and HTML section, now let's jump into CSS. And CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet. So now let's just ask from our good old friend like W3 School, and let's just ask him like, what is a CSS? CSS, Introduction to CSS. Or you can also ask from Google if you want to. So I'm going to just click on the first link like CSS Introduction. And what is a CSS? So let me just zoom in a bit, like in presentation mode. CSS is the language we use to style our web pages. A few seconds ago, we just learned about HTML, and HTML was responsible for structuring our web pages. And now in this case, we are learning about a CSS, and CSS is now responsible for styling our web pages. Okay, so you just have to remember that CSS is something like a language of a web, and it allows us to style our web pages. Like this is kind of a marker and colors and stuff you have now which you can use to style your web pages. And so what does even a CSS mean? A CSS stands for like cascading style sheet. So C stands for cascading, S stands for style, and then the other S stands for sheet. Okay, so we have cascading style sheet. This is what CSS means, and then it is a language and which allows us to style our web pages. Okay, and CSS describe how the HTML elements are displayed on the screen, paper, or in, okay, so you don't have to worry about them for now, which we are going to be exploring in a real great detail. Okay, so for now I want you to just remember these two things, these two lines. Like CSS is the language we use to style our web pages, and CSS stand for cascading style sheet. Okay, so now that we know what a CSS is, so now let's jump into our Visual Studio Coder, and now let's just start working on it. What I'll do is I'll select everything and I'm going to delete all of them. Okay, and I'm going to just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. Now I'm going to click on this new file and I'm going to just start working on index.html from scratch. Okay, and here I'm going to just write a doc type HTML, and I'm not going to be explaining everything from scratch one more time. And here inside this section we are going to be learning about CSS, so I'm going to name it as CSS. Okay, so now that we know what a CSS is, so now let's learn how we can connect our CSS with our HTML. Okay, so there are three ways we can connect CSS with HTML. So the first way we have is an inline CSS, or you know what, I'm going to write that in heading. So I'm going to write h1 of inline CSS. Then we have internal CSS, and then finally we have our external CSS, and I love external CSS. Okay, so if you save that and if you go to our browser, it's complaining, so right click on it and open it with the live server, and now we are good to go. So how can we apply a CSS to just inline text? Like maybe I just want to provide a styling for this one h1, or maybe for h2, or for h3, or even for a body. I can also provide styling for a body if I want to. And we are going to be learning about crazy CSS in this video. But if you want to apply CSS to just one element, so we can either use inline CSS or internal CSS or external CSS. Okay, so suppose if you want to work with the inline CSS, so for that we just have to first of all select the element. It doesn't matter if you want to select this one, or that one, or even a body or whatever. Okay, so we just have to write a style right here, just a style attribute, and here you can see all of the CSS properties and its values. I'm going to tell you like how the syntax of the CSS looks like, but before I do, I just kind of want to tell you like how we can write an inline CSS. So first of all, you just have to write a style attribute, and then here you just have to write our property and its values. And I want to tell you like what a property and value is in a second, but you just have to write like color and then like red. Okay, so now if you save our file, and boom, this is our first inline CSS right here, and now we just change the color to be totally red right here. Okay, so this is known as an inline style, and we are not going to be using inline style ever. I shouldn't have to say ever. We will use that in some cases, but these are not useful because we have to like provide styling to each of the element. We have to select there, like we have to copy this style attribute, and it will look messy. Like let's suppose, let me just give you this example. If I paste it right here, and if I type like something else, you don't have to type everything which I'm writing, but I just kind of want to give you the example. Like background color will be like crimson maybe for some case, and if I just start typing like so my code will look messy. So we are not going to be writing our inline CSS maybe ever, but I shouldn't say ever because we will just need it for some cases. So now if you save our file, and you already know the color is changed to red. So that was it about inline CSS. Now then the next one we have is internal CSS. Internal CSS will be inside our index.html file. Okay, so we just have to write inside the head area, we just have to write like style, and if we hit tab, so it will now give a style opening tag and style closing tag. And now inside this style, we first of all have to learn about the syntax of CSS. So now I'm going to just zoom in a bit so that you guys can see everything a bit better. I want you to just focus on this area right here. So how the syntax of the CSS will look like. Well, first of all, we have a selector. Okay, zoom out a little bit. So we have first of all a selector, then we have an opening curly brace, and then the closing curly brace. Okay, and now inside that we are going to be writing a property and then value of that property. Okay, so this is just a CSS syntax. First of all, let me just hit enter right here. First of all, we have a selector, like some sort of a selector, and we are going to be diving into our selectors in a real great detail, but you don't have to worry about them for now. You just have to remember, like if you want to work with a CSS, first of all, we have to write some sort of a selector. We want to select something like, we want to select h1, h2, h3, header, footer, section, navigation, alternative text, or alt, or image, or anything. We need to first of all select that element. Then we have to write a opening curly brace and then the closing curly brace. Then we are going to be using a property and then specific value of that property. Like let's suppose if you want to write a color, so you have to provide a value of the color. You want to change the background color, you have to provide a background color value. You want to work with a display property, you are going to be using a display value right here. So this is how the CSS syntax looks like, and now we are going to be diving into it. So I'm going to just cut that from here, and now let's just zoom out a bit, and now let's just paste it in here one more time. So oh my goodness, I'm just pasting it again and again. Alright, so now if you want to select something, like in this case, if I want to select h2, so what do I have to do? I'm going to just write h2. So now the first step is complete, like the selector step is complete, like we selected this h2 successfully. Now what else do we have to do? We have to first of all write opening curly brace and then closing curly brace. So I'm going to just write opening curly brace and then closing curly brace, and now inside there we are going to be using a property and its value. So which kind of property we have? We have like countless properties in CSS, but for this specific one we are going to be just using like color. And if you hit tab, so it will now give us like this colon and this semicolon right here. So here we are going to have to provide some different color. So if you hit control space, it will give us a lot of colors right here. I can't even pronounce the name of these colors right here. Like there are a lot of colors here you can choose from. So I'm going to just click on random color, like I mean like just doji blue would be fine, or you can just go with the blue if you want to. So if I save my file, and boom, here you can see this will now first of all select this element, and it will now provide this color to it right here. Okay, so we can also provide just a blue color if you want to. So if we save our file, so what do we get? We get a pure blue color right here. But this is also not the best way to write a CSS, because we are going to be writing a lot, like a lot of HTML code. But if you write a HTML and CSS code at one file, so our file will look messy and no other developer can work with that. So this one method is also fair, but you will in some point in your life use this internal CSS as well. And now let me show you the last and the final way, and my favorite one, which is known as external CSS. So now first of all we have to create a new file for that. So I'm going to just write like let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. So first of all we just have to write some sort of a name, but remember .css extension is important. You have to give this like .css extension right here. And now you know like what is a CSS. A CSS is just a language for styling our web pages, and CSS stands for like cascading style sheet. Okay, so first of all you have to write some sort of a name. It doesn't matter whatever name you provide, but you don't have to give them spaces in here. Okay, so let me just write a name of like I don't know, I'm gonna write like style.css would be fine. So I'm gonna hit enter right now. So now we successfully create our CSS file right here. So what was the syntax of CSS? So I'm gonna cut this syntax from here, I'm gonna paste it right here. So we have first of all selector, then the opening curly brace, then the closing curly brace right here, then the property and its value. Okay, so I know I'm repeating myself, so I want you to just remember this stuff, so that's why I'm repeating myself. So now in this case, if I want to select this h3, so what should I do? Okay, so I'm gonna just head back over to my CSS file, and I'm gonna just write h3. So now the first step is complete. Then I'm gonna write like opening curly brace and closing curly brace. Okay, so the second step is also complete, and then I'm gonna write a property name color, and then this value will be like aqua would be fine. And now if you save our file, and now I want you to just notice nothing happened. Why? Because we do create our CSS file, but we didn't link or connect that with our HTML file. So now if you want to connect this CSS file with our HTML file, so what do we have to do for that? So underneath this title, what do we have to do? We just have to write link. If you just write link and if you hit tab, so it'll now uses two attributes. So the first attribute we have is a link, like a rel, and it will be now set to like a style sheet because we are working on a style sheet. And then here we have to provide the URL of our specific style sheet. So we have the style.css file. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to hit control and space, and then I'm going to select my style.css file. And now if I save there, and boom, look at this aqua color right here. Okay, so let me just change that to like some other colors that you guys can see everything a bit better. Maybe coral will be fine. No, I'm gonna go with the chocolate. I'm gonna save my file, and here you can see we get a chocolate color right here. Okay, so this is the better and preferred way to use a CSS, and we are going to be using the external CSS throughout this course. What I want you to do is that I want you to delete the style.css or just a style from there, and I also want you to remove all of these stuff from here. So I'm going to remove that, and now if you save that, everything is gone. Okay, so I'm going to also remove this h3 from there. So now we have a clear file right here. So now that we know how to work with the CSS, so now the next thing which I want to tell you about a CSS is that how we can work with the colors by using a CSS. So first of all, I'm going to write h1. So the first way we can work with the CSS is by using color names, and now the second way we can work with the CSS is something called RGB, and we are going to be also learning about RGBA. And now the third way we can work with the CSS is called hexadecimal. So I'm going to just write hex in here, and now if you save that, and we just get like color names and then RGB and then hexadecimal color names. So if you want to provide a color to this specific element, so first of all, what do we have to do? We have to first of all write h1, like we have to select that, then we have our opening and closing curly braces, and then we have to write color property and then the value to that color. Like you can choose different kind of colors from here. Like in my case, if I want to choose this blue violet color, so I'm going to click on that, and now if you save that, and now here you can see it will now change the color to like blue violet color right here. Okay, so I'm gonna, I'm not gonna close any of them. So this is the first way you can provide colors to it. Now the next thing I want to show you is something called RGB, and this RGB stands for like red, green and blue. So to work with that, first of all, let me show you its documentation. So I'm gonna write like colors in here. So we have a CSS color, so I'm going to click on that. I want to give you documentation and stuff so that if you lost or if you don't remember something, so that you can head back over through these stuff and you can learn more about that. So we have this color name, we have RGB, we have hex value, and we have HSL. And we are not going to be using HSL that much, like it stands for like hue, saturation and lightness. This is useful for designer, like those people who design the website, who don't code the website. Okay, and these are also used for a graphic designer and stuff, but I will show you that anyway. So I'm gonna just click on this RGB. So in RGB, color value represent red, as I said, green and blue lightness sources. So if you want to provide RGB value, first of all, you just have to write this function, like you just have to write RGB as a value, and then opening parentheses. Let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything. Then opening parenthesis, then closing parenthesis, and then the first value will be for the red, then the second value will be for the green, and the third value will be for the blue one. Each parameter, red, green, blue, define the intensity of the color between 0 and 255. So 0 will be the least value and 255 will be the top value. To display black, set all the color parameters to 0, like this RGB 0, 0, 0, like red will be 0, green will be 0, and blue will be also 0. So what will we get? We will get totally black color. And to display white, so set all of the parameters to be 255, like RGB 255 for the red, 255 for the green, 255 for the blue, red, green and blue. And you can play around with that right here. So we are getting this kind of a orangish color right here. That's because our red value is the highest right here. And I'm not going to go into a lot of math right here. It's not a mathy topic, to be honest. So I'm going to go with a presentation mode. And if I just decrease that, like just focus on this color, if I just start to decrease that, and now it become greenish and grayish and brownish and like so, and now it's totally, not totally, I wouldn't say totally, but it's kind of a grayish green. Okay, so if we set this blue one to totally 0, so what do we get? We get kind of a greenish color. As I said, kinda, not a totally green. If you want to get a totally green color. So for that we have to bump it up. So here you can see we get like totally green color. So now here you can see the RGB, the red value is 0, the green value is 255, and as we learned that 255 will be the highest value. And then we have our blue value, and blue is also set to 0, so that's why we get like totally green color. If you want to get like red color, so we have to first of all set everything to 0, and here you can see it will now gives us black. And now if we bump up this red color, so here you can see our value is set to 255, the green value is 0, blue value is also 0, so we get like totally red color. And if we bump up everything, so it will now give us totally white color right here. Okay, so and by the way, let me just enhance your knowledge a little bit. If you set everything to 0, and it will give us black color right here, and black isn't even a color. And a lot of people think like I love black color, like I love this black color t-shirt, and black is not a color. Black is the absence of color. So if you search for is black a color, so it will now give us this result. Like, and many do consider that black to be a color because of the combination of the pigment to create it on a paper, but in technical sense black and white, both of them are not even a colors. They are just shades, and you are totally free to explore more about all of that, but I just kind of want to tell you like black and blue aren't even a colors. So I'm gonna just cut that, and if you set everything to the white like so, I mean like set everything to the highest value, so we would get like totally a white color. And you can play around with these colors if you want to, like bluish kind of reddish kind of colors. So now let's jump into our coding, and now let's just start working on our coding. So now if I want to select this H2, so what do I have to do? I'm gonna go to my CSS, and I'm gonna write like H2, and here I'm gonna just write like color. I'm gonna write RGB, and if I hit tab, so it will now give us these parentheses, and it will also give us like red, green and blue. Okay, so I'm going to just provide like 255 for the red value, and if I hit tab, and I'm going to write like 0 for the green and 0 for the blue. And now if you save that, so here you can see it will now give us totally red color right here. And now if I just set this to let me just come on, if I set this red value to 0, and if you set this to like 255, and if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us green color. If you set that to 0, and if you just write 255, so it will now give us blue color. And you can play around with that, like if you just write like 40 and then 10 maybe, or yeah, 10 would be fine, and we'll just, and then let me just write 100. So if you save that, it will give us kind of a creamy color right here, kind of a creamy red color, and you can play around with that. And by the way, let me tell you one more thing about a Visual Story Coder. So if we hover our mouse over to this color, and here you can see we have this color picker right here, we can change the color. Here you can also see that this RGB values, and if we can change a color from here, like this is kind of a tealish color, we have kind of a greenish color, and kind of a brown coral or chocolatey color, whatever you want to call it. So I'm going to set this to RGB value, and if I click on this RGBs, and here you can see it will also give us a hex code right here, and which you are going to be exploring just in a second. So if you click on it one more time, it will give us the HSL code, and then HWB. Excuse me, I've never used the HWB in my life, so I can say something about HWB, and then we have RGB. Okay, so let's suppose if I choose this color, and now if we save that, and what do we get? We get this tealish kind of color right here. Okay, so this is looking awesome. So that was it about RGB. Now let me just tell you the last one, or not a last one, we still have to code the HSL, but I'm going to click on this hex one, and this is my favorite one, and a lot of developers and a lot of designers still I shouldn't have to say still, but are using this hexadecimal. These are my favorite one. Hexadecimal is my favorite one. So hexadecimal color is specified with RR, GG, BB, like red for the R's, like green for the G's, and B for the blues. Okay, where the R is red, G's are blue, G's are green, and B's are blue. Hexadecimal integers specify the component of the color. Hex value. In CSS, a color can be specified using a hexadecimal value from RR, GG, BB, where R is red, green, and blue. Hexadecimal 0, between 0, like 00 will be the least value, and FF will be the highest value, same as the decimal from like 0 as we saw like RGB values. The RGB was like 0 was the least value and 255 was the highest. So now in the hexadecimal, the 00 is the least and FF is the highest value. For example, FF, so it will now give us red color because we just provide the first value, like the RR value, to be the top, so it will now give us a red color. So FF is displayed as red because red is set to its highest value FF and its other are set to the lowest value like 00. To display a black color, set all of the values to like 00, and here you can see we have 6 zeros, like 2 zeros for R red, 2 zeros for green, and 2 zeros for blue. Okay, and you can just write like 3 zeros. It will also gives us like black colors, black color like red, green, and blue if you want to work with that. And if you set 6F, so it will also give us totally white color, but we can still go with 3F, so it will still gives us like white color. And here you can see we can play around with that by just making it smaller or lowering or hiring like so. I don't want to go into the details of that. And you can also write letters, and you can also write numbers if you want to. Okay, so now let me just show you all of that in code. And now here you can see my favorite color, not my top favorite color, but my just a little bit favorite color. Alright, so now if you want to select this H3, so what do we have to do? We just have to write H3 in here, and here I'm going to write a color in here, and I'm going to paste this color. So I'm going to save my file, and here you can see this become to that kind of a greenish color. And by the way, I forgot to mention one thing. If you want to work with a hexadecimal value, first of all you have to provide this pound symbol or hashtag, whatever you want to call it. So first of all you have to provide that, and then you can provide their other numbers and stuff. You can play around with that. So in my case, if I want to work with a red color, so I'm going to just write like FF and 0000. Okay, so this is a red color. If you save that, and here you can see we get like totally red color. If you want to get like kind of a blue color, like totally blue color, so first of all we are going to be writing 00 for the red, and then like FF for the blue. So if you save that, so okay, so red, green, my bad. So this is a 0, I mean like this is the greenish shade, so I'm gonna just write 00 for this one, and finally we have a blue one. So now if you save that, and now here you can see it will now give us like blue color right here, and you can play around with this color. So if you just click on that, and now here you can see we can change the color. We can change it from here like so. If I, let's suppose if I want to change this color to this kind of a creamy crimson color, so if you save that, it will now give us this color right here. And by the way, I forgot to mention something called RGBA. So now we learn about RGB, which stands for like red, green, and blue, and we still left with one other, so which is called RGBA, and A stands for alpha transparency. So we have RGBA, red, green, blue, and alpha transparency. So we can just write like 255, then we have 00, and alpha transparency will be like 0.5 in this case. So first of all, let me show you that without alpha transparency, and then I'm going to show you a little bit of alpha transparency. So if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us totally red color right here. I want you to just focus on this red color. And now if you just provide a little bit of alpha transparency like 0.5 maybe, and if you save that, and here you can see it will now just provide a little bit of opacity to it, like 0.2 would be fine. And here you can see it is now making it subtle like so. Okay, so we can also change the opacity or transparency, whatever you want to call it, from here as well. So this is the top one, and we can play around with that, like we have 143. And now if you save that, and we can really see our text right here. And this can be handy in some situation, but not in the majority of them. And now if you're wondering like how can I change the hexadecimal transparency, so you can just click on that, and then you can just change its transparency from here right here. Okay, so in my case I'm going to just go with the lowest one like so, and if you save that, and this is how it looks like right here. Okay, so we are totally done with the colors, but I just kind of want to give you the bonus HSL. I didn't plan to show you the HSL because it's a little bit weird, so I don't want to include it in my course, but I just kind of want to show you because we already saw that. Anyways, so HSL just stands for like hue, saturation, and lightness. In CSS, a color can be specified using a hue, saturation, and lightness HSL in the form of this. Like you just have to pass this function like HSL, first of all the hue value, then the saturation value, and then the lightness. Hue is a degree on the color wheel from 0 to 360, and 0 is the red, and 120 is a green, and 240 is a blue. Saturation is a percentage value, like 0% means a shade of gray, and 100% is of the full color, like the totally bright color. Light is also a percentage, and 0 is black, 50% is neither light or dark, and 100% is totally white. Okay, so experiment by using these mixing values so you can learn more about that. Suppose if I want to provide this color like so, kind of a greenish color, yeah, I guess that would be fine. So you just have to copy that and then just select, like, let me just provide HSL in here, H4 HSL, hue, saturation, lightness. And now let me go to my CSS file, and here I'm going to just write H4, and here I'm going to pass it. Okay, I have first of all write a color, and I'm going to pass it right here. So if you save that, and now if you go towards CSS file, so okay, so here you can see that HSL right here. It's kind of a greenish color. Okay, so we are totally done with our color properties. So now let me just show you one more color property, which is a background color. So I'm going to just remove that, and now suppose I want to get this, I'm going to hide this meta or head area. I'm going to remove this everything, and I'm just left with this h1 of color names. I'm going to just write color inside that, so we just have one h1 inside of our body right here. And now if you save that, and we have totally black. Okay, so if you want to change the background color of this h1, so what do we have to do? We have to first of all select this h1, and instead of writing a color, we can just write, in this case, a bg, and if we hit tab, so it will give us this by default black color, but we can still write a background and then color. Okay, so we can just provide a color, like we can use HSL, RGB, hexadecimal, or even a color names. So I'm gonna just write like teal maybe. So if we save that, and here you can see it will now just change the background color of this text right here, h1. And now if you want to change the text color to be like white, so we can just write like color and totally white. Okay, or we can use the pound symbol and totally FFF, and now if we save that, and now here you can see the color is now changed to totally white. Okay, so we can do lots of crazy stuff with like, let's suppose if I want to provide HSL or RGB value. If I just click on the RGB, it will now give us that HSL, HWB, RGB. Okay, so we can play around with that if you want to. Click on here and somewhere, click on select kind of a bluish color, or what, blue violet color will be fine. So now if you select that, and if you save it, and this kind of a blue violet color right here, and we can remove that. Boom. Okay, so now let's just stick to, I'm gonna just get this blue violet color from this one, and now say bye to this background color. I'm gonna remove this white color. I'm gonna paste this blue violet color right here. So save that, and boom, and this is how it looks like. Okay, so we learned enough about CSS colors. So now let me just show you where to find great colors. So Adobe Cooler, COOLER. It used to be Adobe KOOLER, but if you click on that, so color.adobe.com. So alright, so they changed the name to Adobe Color. It used to be Adobe KOOLER. Get Adobe experience for free. How to add the colors. Now click on this one, and here you can find a lot of great colors if you want to. Like, you can create your own stuff. You can also click on this explore, or you can also click on this trendy one. So if you click on the trends, it will take a little bit of time, just wait for it. Okay, so it will now give us the trendy colors. Oh my goodness, not trends, but click on the explore and then go to trends. Oh my goodness. So it will now give us these kind of colors right here. You can choose a lot of different kind of colors from here. If you wanted to, maybe would just click on, you can download that, or you can add that to your library if you are working on that, or you can just get a color from there, or you can also just search for like great color website. Great color resources would be fine. And then we have a lot of different kind of posts. You know what, you can just go check that in your free time, but I guess I show you enough about colors, and now you can go with your own direction with colors. Alright, so now that we master colors in CSS, so now the next topic I want to share is something called CSS units. So if you ask our good old friend like what is a units, so here you can see I'm now inside the CSS units page right here, and you can learn more about that if you want to. But in my case, I'm going to just highlight two things. So the first units we have is like absolute lengths, and then we have a relative lengths. So what is the difference between both of them? So I'm going to just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And I'm going to just head back over to that presentation mode right here. So what is the absolute lengths? The absolute lengths units are fixed, and the length expressed in any of these will appear as exactly that size. So you just have to remember that will be the exactly that size, okay, if you want to work with the absolute units. On the other hand, we have a relative length. So a relative unit specify a length relative to another length property. Okay, so this one will be the exact one, like exactly the size, and this will specify to the another length property. And so you just have to remember the difference between both of them. Okay, and relative lengths units scale better between different rendering the medium, and in this case they say like absolute lengths units are not recommended for the screen because screen sizes varies so much. However, they can be used if the output medium is known, such as for like print layouts and stuff. Okay, so we have first units first of all. So we have CM, MM, N, PX, PT, and PC. To be honest, you would never use any of them, but you will use this PX, and this is known as a pixel, and pixel will be just like a dot in your screen. Okay, so if you want to get more into detail of that, you can just quick Google search like what is a pixel, and you can learn more about that. Okay, so you will never use like CM. I shouldn't have to say never, but you will never see this CM used in some CSS properties. Okay, so we have a cm, which stands for like centimeter, then we have mm for millimeter, then we have a in for inches, then we have a px for pixel, a very widely used like a pixel unit, then we have a pt for points, and then we have a pc. I've never in my life even see this one used somewhere. So this is pcas or pec, I can't pronounce the name of it. So in this list, we are just interested in this one, not this one right here, pixel. Okay, so you can learn more about that. Okay, but before we learn about that, first of all, we have to write some code. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to remove this h1 from here, and I'm going to just declare our div right here. I'm going to save that file. I'm going to also remove this h1, and I'm going to write my div, and I'm going to give them a width of like, in this case, if you want to provide a width to something, like it doesn't matter, like you want to provide it for h1, header, section, navigation, whatever. So if you want to provide a width to it, so for that we are going to be writing a width property. Okay, and then we can specify the amount right here. Okay, so in this case, let's suppose if you want to provide like 100 pixel, so here you can see we now use this px, and it will now give us like 100 dots on the screen. Okay, then we have a height. If you want to specify a height for something, so for that we can use like this height property, and then specify the amount of height you need. Okay, so now if you save this file, and if you go to or file right here, so what do we get? We get nothing right here. Our div is right here. If you right click on it and click on the inspect, so here you can see we have that div, and here you can also see, if I hover my mouse over to it, here you can also see that blue area which is highlighting this div, but we don't have any content, and we don't have any like border and stuff, and you don't have to worry about any of them because we are going to be just writing like a background and then color, which we learned just a second ago, and we can just provide what a color, like in my case I'm going to just write red. And now if we save our file, and boom, here you can see we have our div right here, which is 200 by 200. Okay, so it will now give us like 200 width and 200 height. Okay, so this is the first unit which we learn in this section. So we have like 100 px, and px stands for pixel. And here you also saw that these are absolute units, like pixel is an absolute unit of measurement. And then now let's learn about relative units. So we have a lot of relative units. So we have m, we are going to be learning about m, and we are going to be learning about rem, vw, vh, and finally a percentages. Okay, you can learn more about the other one. I have seen them in some projects, but I have never used it. I shouldn't have to say never. I did use that in some cases, but not that often. So I'm going to just highlight these few. So we are going to be learning about m, we are going to be learning about rem, vw, vh, and percentages. Okay, so starting from the first one, which will be a percentage. So a percentage is the relative to its parent. So now let me just write some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So now that you can see we have this div right here, so what will be the parent of this div? The parent will be this body right here. So what will be the parent of this body? You might be guessing like it's a head, but it's not a head. The parent of the body is this HTML. Okay, so what is the parent of this HTML? I forgot to include a doc type in here. Okay, let me just write it doc, oh my goodness, doc type, and then HTML, and now let me just close that right here. Okay, so the parent of this HTML will be this doc type. Okay, so now if you want to wrap that in some sort of a parent, so for that we can use like a section or article or whatever you have. So now if I hit enter right here, and now I'm going to cut this div from here, and I'm going to paste it right here. So now the parent of this div is now a section. So this will be the parent and this div will be the children. Okay, so now let's suppose if I just write something by using or parent, so instead of these pixels, if I just remove them and if I just write like percentage right here and also percentage right here, and remember we didn't write any styling in whatsoever for this section. Okay, so now if you save a file, and here you can see nothing is up here. Okay, like this is totally empty, we cannot see anything. Why? Because as we learn right here that relative like percentage is a relative to its parent element, so we don't have any width and height to the parent element, so we don't specify any width or height to this section, so that's why we cannot see nothing. Okay, and we are specifying 100% width and 100% height to this div, but it will not show up because we don't have any width and height on this section. Okay, so if you want to work with this section, first of all we have to select our section, so I'm going to just write a section right here. And inside there, I'm going to just write a width of like, I don't know, 100, not 100 pixel, but you know, I'm going to write like a 500 pixel. And I'm going to also write a height of 500 pixels. So if you save that, and now here you can see we get this huge box right here. So we have like 500 by 500 box. And now the color is totally red right here. So why is the color totally red? Let's suppose if you just provide like the background color to be like teal maybe. So if you save our file, and why is not that teal showing up right here? That's because this div is now the children of this section, and we are providing 100% of width to it and 100% of height to it. So now this div is tagging all of the area which is this section have. Okay, so if you just write like instead of 100, if you just write like 60%, or you know what, 50 would be fine. And now if you save that, and now here you can see it will now just take the half of this div right here, half of the section area, because we are now working on a percentages right here. So now let me just write a height as well. So if you just write 50% of height, and if you save that, and now here you can see this is now 50 by 50, and this one is 500 by 500. Okay, so this is how we can work with that. So let's suppose if you just want to write like 20% and then 20%, or you know 40% and 20, so this is how it will look like, and so on and so forth. So you can play around with that if you want to, but we are totally done with. Alright, so now that we learned 2 units. So the first one was a pixel, and then the second one is a percentage. So now let's just learn more about a relative unit. So the first one we have is a M, and M is a relative to the size of the font size of the element. So which means like 2M means 2 times of the font size of the current font. Okay, so what does all of this gibberish mean? So for that I'm going to remove everything which I have inside of CSS, and I'm going to also remove this section and their div. So we have now empty body right here, and now what I will do is that I'll just first of all select like HTML, like the root tag, and let me just save this HTML file, and I'm going to just provide like a font size of 2M. Okay, by default I'm going to just provide like 2M. If you save that, and we cannot see something because we didn't write any text and whatnot. And now if you just write like hello inside this paragraph, and now if you save that, and now here you can see it will now use just like 2M. If you right click on it and click on inspect, and now here you can see it will now use like font size is 2M. But if you uncheck that, so here you can see it will now use just a 16 pixel, and what is the default size. Okay, so if you go to the computer values, so here you can see by default the font size will be 16 pixel. Okay, so if you just check that and we provide like 2M, so here you can see it will now double the size, and we have now 32 right here. Okay, so this is what's going to be happening, and we can also change this to like something else. Like if I just go to my paragraph, And by the way, I forgot to show you like font size is a property which allows us to increase or decrease the sizes of a font, and we are going to be diving into the font sizes and typography in a really great detail just in a second. But for now, I just kind of want to show you everything, like what is the M unit working and stuff like that. Okay, so now let me just select my paragraph in here, and here I'm going to just write like a font size of maybe 4 rem right here. Okay, so not rem but M. So now if you save our file, and now here you can see it will now bump it up. Why is that? That's because we provide this font size of 4M right here. But if you comment this line out and if you save that, and here you can see it will now make it smaller right here. Okay, so this is how we can work with the M unit. Now let's learn about the third unit, which you're going to be learning, or maybe the fourth one, which is a rem. So rem is relative to the font size of the root element. It doesn't care about the parent element. Like if I just write a parent element, if we have like parent element right here, like if we have section, and then if we cut this paragraph from there and we put it right here, so this is now the parent element, and this is now the children element right here, as I told you that in a second. So now if you want to use a rem unit, so rem unit doesn't care about the parent element. If I'll just go straight up to the root element right here, so it will just check the font size. If the font size is something like maybe 16 pixel, and we write like 2 rem, so it will now double up the font size to be like 32. So it will now change the font size to be just 32. Okay, so let me just show you that in action, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to remove this section from here and from here, and if we save that, and this is how everything currently looks like. And if you click on it and click on it one more time, so I want you to notice this font area, it is by default 64. What is going on? Okay, we provide this, so I'm going to remove this from here, and now here their font family is gone because we didn't provide any font family to it. But if you want to provide font family, so we can also do that. But let's suppose if I just write like a font, I'm going to write like font size of 16 pixel. If I save my file, and now here you can see we have a font size of 16 pixel right here. Okay, and now if you want to work with a rem unit, like if I want to change the font size of this to like 2 rem, so for that we can use like first of all paragraph, and now I'm going to write like font size of 2 rem. Okay, so if I do that, so now let me just save my file, and now here you can see it will now double up that root element font size right here. So back then it was just 16 pixel, now it's 32 right here. And by the way, 1 rem is equal to 16 pixel. So if I just write like 1 rem, and if we save our file, it will be just 16 pixel. And if you just write like 2 rem, so then we have 32 rem. If you write like 3 rem, so here you can see it will now gives us 48 rem. 4 rem will be just like 64 rem, I mean like 64 pixel, and if you just write 5 rem, so it will be 80. So it can go on and on like that. Okay, you can learn more about that if you want to, but I don't suggest you to learn more about that. But you have to remember, like we have these relative units inside a CSS, relative and absolute units. So then now the next one we have is this VW and VH right here. So first of all, let's learn about a VW. So VW just simply means the viewport width. So what is a viewport? A viewport is all of this body area which you can see right here. So what is that saying? So VW is relative to 1% of the width of the viewport right here. Okay, so it will just take 1% of a width if you just write like 1 pixel and stuff. So I'm going to remove everything from here, and I'm going to just remove that from here. Instead, I'm going to write div. And now if you save that, and if you just write div, and we provide a little bit of, not width, but let me just write a background color of black, or not black, but teal will be fine. If we save that, we cannot see nothing. So now if you want to provide a width to it, so for that we can use like width property, as you saw just a second ago. You can give them like 100 pixel or 100% if you want to. But in this case, what do we have to do? We have to just write like 20 VW. It means that it will just take the 20% of the viewport width. So if you save that, and now here you cannot see that, we have to provide height as well. So if you just write height of like maybe 10 or 100 pixel, if you save that, so now here you can see it will now take like 20% of the viewport width right here. Okay, if you want to take like 50%, so you can just write 50, it will now take 50% of the viewport width. And if you want to provide 100, so you can also write 100. Okay, not 1000 but just 100. If you save our file, and boom, it will take the entire width right here. Okay, so the entire viewport width. And now the next one we have is a VH. So this one is a viewport width and this one is a viewport height. And now if you want to change like the viewport height, so for that we have to just remove that pixel and now we have to convert that to VH. So if you save our file, and here you can see it will now take the entire viewport right here. And by the way, if you are wondering like where is this empty space is coming from, this is coming from something called a user agent style sheet by the browser. But you don't have to worry about it for now because we can remove that by using margins. Anyways, so this is it about a viewport width and viewport height, rems, ems, percentages, and so on and so forth. Okay, so if you just want to provide like 50% of viewport height, so if you save that, so it'll now just take like 100% of viewport height right here. Okay, so we can play around with that if you want to. So you can learn more about that, and or you can just ask from Google, or you can go to the MDN if you want to. But my recommendation will be to not waste a lot of your time on a unit, so you can just choose one unit. And I've already mentioned all of them except like EX and CH, and you would never use that in your life ever. I shouldn't have to say ever, but you will use that, but you will not find yourself using all of them that much often. So I don't want to waste your time by explaining every single one of them, but now that you know units in CSS. Alright, so I just show you a font size property, and this is a typography property in CSS. So what is a typography? If you just hit Control C and if you just write like formatting, okay, it's not helping me. FORMATTING, okay, it's not still helping us. So if you just write typography, okay, so it's not still helping us. If you write a font, okay, so now we have a lot of kind of fonts and stuff. We have 20. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of them. But instead, we're not going to be taking a help from this MDN page. I'm going to show you everything from scratch. So I'm going to remove everything. I'm going to remove this div from here as well. So now the first thing I would do, I'll just write h1 of like Hussein right here, Hussein web dev. You can write your own name if you want to. And now if I save my file, and you already, what we will get inside a browser, we will get just like Hussein web dev. Okay, so we are going to be starting from a typography section by first of all learning about a font family. Okay, so what is a font family? A font family will be just a look and feel of your font. Okay, so how your font will look like. So by default, once you write your code, like by default, the browser will provide a serif font to it. So what is a serif font? A serif font is that font which have these caps on it. So here you can see that cap, this underneath cap, and you can also see that cap on the U. You can also see it on an X and an N. And we don't have any caps on the E right here, but we also have these caps. So these are called serifs. Okay, you can call it like caps, or you can also call it a real name, which is a cap. Which is a serifs to be precise. Okay, so now by default our font looks like this. If you want to remove these caps, so for that we can use a font family of sans serif. So it will now remove that. So if you just write H1, and if you write like a font family, and we have a lot of font families in our side, and we can work with that. I'm going to show you everything just a second. If you just write like serif in this case, and if you save that, here you can see nothing will happen. And if you just write like sans serif, and if you save our file, and here you can see that caps are gone from our font right here, and here you can see we don't have any caps whatsoever, or serif to be precise. We don't have that serifs right here, so that's gone. And by default, it will give us all of the font. If you hold Control and hit space, so by default it will give us all of the list of the font which we currently have inside our machine. If you hit Control space, so these are all the fonts which are currently available in my machine. So the chances are your machine will not have all of these fonts, so you can install that into your machine, or you can just quickly copy that from Google, which I'm going to show you just in a second. But let's suppose if I just click on this one, like maybe Franklin or whatever is this name, so I'm going to click on this one, and now if we save my file, and here you can see this font will change to this kind of Franklin or whatever the font name is. And now if you hit Control space one more time, we have this Sigu UI, and then we have a lot of Georgia. If I select Georgia and save our file, and Georgia will look kind of like a sans serif. It is a sans serif, but it is a little bit different than that. If you just like comment this line out, and if you save that, and this is how a default font looks like, and if you just uncomment that, and if you save that, and this is how this Georgia will look like. I'm going to remove that. we have different kind of fonts, like we have curve fantasy. So if I just click on the fantasy one and save that, and this is how the fantasy font will look like. If we select just this curve one, where is there, and if we save that, and this is how the kind of cartoonish font will look like. It's kind of like cartoonish font if you want to build application for some children, so you can use that. We have a monospace. If you click on that and save it, and this is how the monospace font will look like. Okay, so this is the first thing, like how our font will look and feel like. So we have font family for that. So I'm gonna just change that to like sans serif 7, and we just remove their serifs from our font. Okay, so now the next property which I want to talk to you about in typography section is something called a font size, which we already learned. So here you can specify like by default our font size will be 16 pixel, and you can increase or decrease that if you want to. So like let's suppose if we just write like 20 pixel, and if we save that, and boom, it will now give us like 20 pixel. If you just want to bump it up like more, maybe 50 pixel, and if you save that, and here you can see you have now this 50 pixel font right here. Okay, and you can play around with the rems value and the ems value and so on and so forth if you want to, but I want you to just notice like we have this font size property which allows us to increase or decrease the size of our font. Okay, so now the next property we have is something called a text transform. So text transform will have a few values. So we have capitalized, we have lowercase, we have uppercase, which you can see there inside this list. But let's suppose if I just click on this lowercase for some reason, by default I just wrote my font like this, so it will just change the cases of our font. Okay, so if you save that, and here you can see all of my font is now at the lowercase. H is lowercase, U is lowercase, X is lowercase, N is lowercase, and so on and so forth. Okay, so if I just write like uppercase, if I write like uppercase, and now if you save that, and here you can see everything is now totally at the uppercase. If you want to write like for maybe capitalize, so for that we have to write more than one word. You know what? I'm gonna just write like text declaration or text transform of yeah, you know what, first of all let me just write like Hussein Web Dev what can I write about myself is a YouTuber. I'm gonna just write like a YouTuber, Y-O-U-T-U-B-E-R. So now here I want you to notice, or you know, I'm gonna remove all of them, and here I'm gonna just write like Hussein Web Dev is a YouTuber. Okay, so if you save that, so here you can see everything is now perfectly at the uppercase, and here we wrote that as lowercase. But if you just save this file, here you can see everything is now at the lowercase right here. But if you want to change that to capitalize, so capitalize will just uppercase the first letter of the word, like this H will be uppercase, this W will be uppercase, I will be uppercase, I guess A will be uppercase, and Y will be also uppercase, and the rest of them will be lowercase. Okay, so this is what capitalize will do for us. So if you just write like capitalize in here, and if you save that, and now here you can see every letter of the word will be uppercase and the rest of them will be lowercase. Okay, so this is a text transform property. And now the next property which I'm going to explain is the line height. Okay, so if you want to explain a line height, you know what, first of all, let me just write a paragraph in here, a lorem of maybe, I don't know, 40 will be fine. I'm going to write lorem 40, and if you save our file, and now here you can see by default we get like this little bit line height right here. But if you want to increase these line heights, so for that we can write over on CSS. So I'm gonna now select this paragraph right here, and here I'm gonna just provide like line height. And what is line height? We have to specify some property, like some value inside this line height. Maybe if I want to write like 20 pixels, if I just write 20 pixels, if we save that, and here you can see it will just decrease that a little bit. And if you want to increase that like 40, and if you save that, and here you can see it will now just provide a line height inside this line. If you want to write like 60, save it, and this is how it will look like. If you want to write like maybe 10, so if you save that, and it will just jam it in together. And if you want to go lower than that, so we can just write like 4, and if you save that, and it will just look horrible right here. Okay, so you can play around with that if you want to. I'm going to just stick to like 30, and now if you save that, and this is how it will looks like right here. Okay, so this is the line height property. A line height property will just allows us to provide a height inside a line, either increase that or decrease that. Then we have a letter spacing. So if you want to get a spacing inside this letter, so if you want to get a space inside this LOOREM, so if you want to get a space inside there, so for that we can just write like letter spacing, and here we have to specify how much spacing do we want. So we can just write like 20 pixel space. It will be a little bit huge, so if we save that, and this is how it looks like right here. Okay, kind of awful, but here you can see we have 20 pixel space in here, 20 pixel in here, 20 pixel there, and so on and so forth. We can also decrease that by just writing like maybe 5, and okay, so it's also a little bit, if you just write 1, and 1 is the default one. Alright, so we can just write like maybe 50 if you want to, and if you save that, and this is looking horrible. This is looking totally horrible. So we can just do crazy stuff like that by using CSS. I'm gonna just remove that. You know, I'm gonna comment it off so you guys can see everything a bit better. Alright, so now if you want to get a spacing between each letter, so not a letter but in a word, so now if you want to get a spacing between this lorem and this ipsum, like in this area, so for that we are going to be writing a word spacing. So I'm going to just write like word spacing. Okay, and here we have to specify some value to it. So in my case, I'm going to just write like 40 pixels. So if we save that, it will now provide spacing between words right here. Okay, so if I just want to write like 20, it will now provide it 20, 10, and 10 will look like this, and you can play around with that if you want to. Okay, so now let me just write a text align property. So a text align will just, as the name suggests, it will align our text. So if you just write like text align property, and by default it will be set to left. So if you just save that, and here you can see by default it will be now set to left right here. If you want to push this to right, so we can just write like text align of right, and if we save that, and here you can see our text is now went from left to right here. If you want to make that centered, so for that we can just write like center, and if you save that, and here you can see our text is now perfectly at the center right here. Okay, so we can play around with that if you want to. And now let me just show you the text decoration property. In some cases you would want like decoration for underline or line through, or not even a decoration. Like let me write a text decoration property, and here let's suppose if you want to write like text decoration of I don't know, line through maybe. So if you save our file, so here you can see it will now provide this line or text decoration like line through. If you want to write like text decoration of underline, and if you save that, here you can see it will now provide this decoration as an underline right here. Okay, we can also provide it to like what was the other one? Let me hit control space, so it will now use all of this value. So we have underline overline. So if we just save that, so it will now provide the line at the top right here. Okay, so this is how we can work with that. But if you want to remove that, you can also provide this text decoration of none, and if you save that, so it will now just remove that decoration from it. And this text decoration none can be useful for anchor tags in some cases. So if I just comment out this line, and if I just write like anchor tag right here, so let me just write an anchor tag, it will go to nowhere. But if you have like I don't know, learn more, and if you save that, here you can see we have text decoration of underline right here. But if you want to remove that, so for that we can just write like, first of all, let me just select my anchor tag right here, and here we are going to be just writing like text decoration of none. So if you save that, and boom, that's gone from it. Okay, you can change the color if you want to. You can just write color and black, and if you save that, so it will look like these. But if you hover a mouse over to it, so you will get this kind of a cursor right here. And by the way, if you want to change these cursors, so you have a lot of cursors in CSS. So if you want to change the cursor, by default in anchor tag, we have like, you know what, I'm going to show you that inside a paragraph. Once you hover a mouse over to a paragraph, so you want to change your cursor to something else. So let's just write like cursor of pointer. So if you save that, and now if you hover a mouse over through this cursor, so it will be like clickable. But we can also select everything and stuff, but it will change this cursor to this pointer right here. Okay, so if you just remove this pointer from there, and if you hit control space, and we have this alt scroll auto, and then cell and colon resize. Let me show you all of them just like one by one. So if you just write alias, here you can see it will now just gives us that alias kind of cursor. If you select this alt scroll, and if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us this alt scroll kind of circle right here. I guess you can't see that, but now you would see that. Then we have another one, which is that auto, save it, and auto will be this automatic one. And then we have this cell. If you save that, and this is how it will look like, kind of a plus sign. I've never used that before. And then we have different kind of like call size, resize. If you save that, so it will allow us to like resize our stuff. And here you can also see this cursor right here. We have different kinds of cursors like context menu, and I guess I've never worked with this context menu one, so I'm going to remove that. And now let's just select or copy one. So if you save that, and now here you can see it allows us to like copy some text, and here you can see that plus symbol. Okay, so you can see that you can play around with the cursor if you want to, but I'm going to just stop from a cursor right now. Alright, so now that we know enough about typography in CSS, like we have font family, font size, text transform, text align, text decoration, line height, letter spacing, word spacing, and so on and so forth. Now the next thing which I want to show you, in some side you would say like great fonts, like there isn't any great font used in this side, but in some side if you visit that site and you want to get that font, so you can just right click on it and click on this inspect area, just right click on it somewhere and then click on this inspect area, so it will now inspect you and it will also give you that font family. And here you can see that font family of this Seagull UI, Arial, Sans Serif, or whatever it is. If you just uncomment that, or if we uncheck that, so here you can see by default it will use that kind of a ugly font. And we have font weight, and I already forgot to show you a font weight as well, so now let me just show you a font weight real quickly. So here you can see we have a font size, so now let me just write a font and then weight, and font weight allows us to change the weight or the boldness of our font. So by default the paragraph will have, I guess, a normal or 101, and if you set that to like 700, and if you save that, okay, it's not working, let me just remove that. Okay, we are using that on H1, so if you just write it right here inside a font size, and if you save that, and here you can see it will now set to bold right here. You can also provide different kind of values like normal, and normal will be the default one, and we can also write like bold. We save that, it will now bold. If you just write like a bolder, and if you save that, so it will just be a little bit much bolder than just a simple bold one. Okay, so here you can see inside this H1, so their H1 will be by default bold. Okay, so if you want to change that to normal, so we can just write like font weight to be normal. So if you save that, and here you can see it is now become to normal right here. Okay, so that was it about our typography. Now the next thing I want to show you is that how you would download fonts from a Google font, and then you can use that inside your project if you want to. So now I'm going to remove everything, and now I'll save my file, and I'm also going to remove everything from a body tag as well. And here I'll just write h1 of hello world, or you know what, Hussein would be fine. You can write your own name if you want to. So I'm going to save my file, and now what I'll do is that I'll just go to my fonts.google.com. so you just have to write like fonts.google.com, and here you will find insane amount of fonts right here. Okay, so we have like sans serif. You can choose the categories if you want to. If you want to get like serif font or sans serif font, display font, handwritten font, or monospace font. You can also change the languages if you want to get a font for that. You can also change the font properties like numbers of font, and then the thickness of the font, the slate, the width, and so on and so forth. And this one is a new one, show only variable fonts. So those fonts which have a variable, and you don't have to worry about any font variables and stuff. And then show only color fonts. I've never used this one before. Okay, so it will just allow you to just provide a color for kind of emojis and stuff. You can play around with that if you want to. You can increase or decrease the font size if you want to. You can even change the text. Let me just write something else like my own name, Hussein Web Dev. Okay, so here you can see it will now change all of the text to this Hussein Web Dev, and now I can see it clearly right here. Okay, so suppose if I want to get this font, maybe which one is better? So I want to get some crazy one like this one. I can't pronounce the name of it, but if I click on that, so it will now brings us to this font page right here. Okay, don't be scared of this gibberish. You can download this font by just clicking on this font family, but you don't have to do that for now. So if you just click on that, then select all of the font which is inside that folder, and then right click on it and click on install font. So it will just install in your machine, but it will not work on the user's machine. So if the user doesn't have that font, so it will not work on there. So if you want this font to send it to users, so for that what do we have to do? We have to first of all get into the font, and here you will find a lot of font weights right here. But for this specific font, this font just have like this regular font weight, and if you click on that, and it will now add it right here to this view selected family. So if you click on that, so here you can see it's already added right here. If you want to remove that, you can just click on this remove all, or if you want to add more styles to, so you can just go back and add more font families if you want to. It will give you this link. You can put this link inside the head area, but I'll not recommend you to do that. You can just click on this import and then copy this import, not this style opening and closing tag, but I want you to just right click on it, then copy it. So once you copy that, then I want you to go to your style sheet right here and paste it right here somewhere inside the style sheet right here. Okay, it doesn't matter if you put it above or beneath, but the convention is to put it above, like when new developer start working on your project, so they can see the font family and stuff. Okay, so now I'm going to just copy this font family from there, and now what do I have to do? I have to select this H1. By default it looks like this. If I want to change that to this font which I selected, so I'm going to just write like H1, and let me just write a font and then family, and now here we can paste our own font family which we just copy from this area right here. Okay, so now we pasted that right here. I'm going to remove this column as well, and now if we save our file, and now here you can see our font will look like this right now. Okay, so you can choose whichever kind of font family you like, so you can just remove there, and you can choose whichever kind of font you like. There are a lot of them. Like look at this one. This is how my name will look like for ZenWebDev, kind of a logo, and you can choose like a lot of fonts. This one is kind of a old school gameish, like a Mario kind of font. There's a lot of them. If you want bold, you can search for bold, italic, so on and so forth. You know what, I'm going to show you the final font if you want to get that for yourself. And Arial, kind of awesome font. Let me just get that real quick. And let's see. Okay, this one also have one font family. Come on. So I'm going to click on this one. It will add it right here. So now I'm going to click on this import. I'm going to copy that. And now I'm going to remove this one and replace it with this new font. And I'm going to copy this font family from here. And I'm going to be pasting it right here. Come on. So if I just paste right here and if we save our file, so now here you can see this is how our font will look like right now. Okay, so if you right click on it and go inspect, and then we have to go to network panel, and now if I just refresh that, and now here you can see it will now download this font. And how much is this font? Okay, it's not that much huge, so we have like 483 bytes of font. Okay, so this is our style sheet. This is our style sheet. Where is our font? Alright, so here you can see we have our font. If you click on that, you don't have to go to the details. I don't want to show you their details, but now you know that how to render a font and stuff. So now we are totally done with the topography section. Now the next section I want to talk to you about is a box model. So we are going to be learning about padding, margin, content, and border and stuff. So I'm going to remove everything from here and everything from the body as well. So here you can see we have a clear body right here. So now what is a box model? You don't have to go to the details of it, but everything on the web is made up of a box. So what do I mean by that? If you go to any site, like it doesn't matter which kind of site you want to visit, you can visit to any site. So everything you see on that site will be made up of a box. What do I mean by that? If you click on this one will be a box, this one will be a box, this one will be a box. Everything you see like this will be a box, these will be a box. If you go to CSS, so all of them will be a boxes, this will be a box, everything is a box. So if you just right click on it and go to the inspect area right here, so if you just scroll down, so what do we get? We get this box, kind of a shape right here, kind of a box right here. So what is inside this box? Everything on the web is made up of a box, and that box is made up of four things. So which kind of four things I'm talking about? The box is made up of a content. This is the first one. Then we have a padding. This is the second one. Then we have a border. This is the third one. And then we have a margin. And margin is the fourth one. Okay. So you just have to remember that. Let me just say that one more time. Everything on the web is made up of a box. And that box is made up of content, padding, border, and margin. Okay, so if you want to provide a margin to this button, so you can also do that by writing here like I don't know, 200 pixel, and here you can see it will now provide that margin. You don't have to worry about everything for now, which I'm doing inside this box model, but you just have to sit back and relax and watch it. Okay, so Now we can change the content area if you want to. We can change the padding, like let's suppose for top and bottom it's awesome, but for left and right I'm going to do is that I'm going to just provide like 40 pixel, and let me just write in here like 40 pixel in here. And if you write it, so here you can see this button is a little bit bigger than this one. And by the way, if you just refresh our browser, so that will just come to its own state like a previous one. Anyways, so that's it. I'm going to remove this one from here, and now let's learn about a box model in this video, okay, in this section to be precise. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write a div in here, and I'm going to write nothing at all. You know what, I'm going to write a box. So if you save that, and now here you can see we have a box right here. Okay, so if you want to style this box, first of all, let me just get this box. Then what I'm going to do is that first of all, we are going to be learning about a border. So in box model, first of all, we are going to be learning about a border. So if you want to provide a border to this entire area, like to in this entire box, so what do we have to do? We have to just write a, first of all, the border width, like how much will be the width of our border. So we can just specify the amount, like in my case we can write 1 pixel, we can write 2 pixel, 100 pixel, or how many you like. But in my case I'm not going to go that much crazy. I'm going to just write like 2 pixel of border width. Then what else do we have to do? We have to just write a border and then style. And so what will be the style of our border? So we have a lot of kind of different style. We have a dash, dotted, groove, hidden, and so on and so forth. And now in this case what I'll do is that I'll just write like a solid one right here. Okay, so now if you save a file, so what do we get? We get this border right here around this box right here. And if you right click on it and go to inspect area, and now here you can see we have this border all around this area right here. So we have border to the top, border to the bottom, border to the left, border to the right, and so on and so forth. Okay, so now we get our border. So now in some cases we would need to change this border color. So if you want to change the border color, so for that we can just write like a border and then color. Okay, so it will allow us to change the border color to be like any color as you like. You can provide RGB value, you can provide hexadecimal value, you can provide HSL, you can provide RGBA value if you want to. But in my case, I'm going to just click on this aqua one, and now if you save that, and here you can see it will now change this color to aqua. Or you know what, I'm going to just stick to red and save it. So now here you can see change the color is changed to red right here. Okay, you can increase or decrease the size of this border by just specifying it right here, like maybe 5 pixel borders to save that, and this is how you can provide a border to it. Okay, so this is the long way to write your border. So now let me just show you the shortcut for writing a border. So what do we have to do? We just have to write a border right here. So now I'm going to select everything and I'm going to comment all of them out. And now the first parameter or the first value we are going to be providing is the border width. Like we are going to be providing first of all the border width property, then the border style property, and then the border color property values to be precise. So first of all, I'm going to just write like 2 pixel for the border width. Then I'm going to just write like in this case I'm going to just stick to like a dotted one. So I'm going to select a dotted kind of border, and then finally I'm going to provide a color to be like maybe teal color. Okay, so this is the shorthand for writing a border. So now if we save that, and now here you can see the color is now changed to teal, the style is changed to this dotted one, and now we have this border all around it. Okay, and we have 2 pixel kind of a border. We can increase or decrease that like 10 pixel maybe. And now here you can see that border become a little bit bigger. Okay, so you can play around with that if you want to. But now if you want to provide a border to just a specific side, like in some cases you just need a border for the top or for the left or for the right, so what do you have to do? You can just write like border. In some cases like you just write for the left, so left border will be just like 2 pixels solid, and then teal maybe, or maybe which kind of color you like. In my case I'm going to just stick to the crimson and save file. And now here you can see we have border to the left. If you want to push that to the right, so what do we have to do? I'm going to just write like a border come on, border to the right, and I'm going to comment this line out. And here what I'll do, I'll just write like maybe 4 pixels solid of kind of which kind of color do we have to choose? Maybe I'm going to just click on this blue violet. I'm going to have to write it manually like blue violet color. Now if you save that, now here you can see we get our border to the right. If you want to get it for the bottom, so we can just write like border bottom, and we can just write like 2 pixels solid of maybe which kind of color would be fine? Black would be fine. And I'm going to just comment this line out, and if you save that, And now here you can see it will now just add the border to just a bottom. If you want to put it for the top, so we can just write like border top of 2 pixels solid or whatever, like teal maybe, or crimson, or fuchsia. So I'm going to just select this fuchsia, come in the other one, and here you can see it will now add this border just to the top area right here. If you want to add it for like all of the area one by one, so you can also do that if you want to. I'm going to come in this one, so I'm going to write like a border to the top. First of all will be 2 pixels solid orange. Then we have a border border to the bottom of 2 pixels solid teal. Then we have a border to the left, you would just get like 2 pixels solid of green. Then we have a border to the right. I'm going to zoom out a bit. Border right to be like 2 pixels solid, and maybe, I don't know, pink would be fine. And now if you save that, and here you can see it will now add these border to all of this area, and we have different kind of colors for it. Okay, so this is how you can add a border. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to remove everything from here like so, and zoom in a bit. And now here I'm going to just provide a specific border like 2 pixels solid of red would be fine. And now if you save that, and now there we go. Okay, so now we learn about how to add a borders to a specific kind of box or container, whatever you want to call it. Now let's just learn about something called padding. So what is a padding? A padding will be just an inner space inside this box or container or box or whatever you want to call it. Okay, so we are going to be adding a padding inside. A padding is just an inner space of that container. So if you want to add this padding, so we just have to write like padding, first of all padding, and then this is a shorthand for writing a padding. So I'm going to just write like 20 pixel of padding to all around. So if you save that, and here you can see we get like padding to the left, padding to the right, padding to the top, padding to the bottom. If we right click on it and go to inspect area, and here you can see we have a padding to the top, bottom, left, and right here. And we also have this border to all of that area. So if you want to add it to a specific area, so all of that same stuff will apply to this one as well. So we just have to write padding to the top of 20 pixel and save our file. So it will now just add padding to the top. If you want to add it for the bottom, so you can also do that by just writing padding bottom of 20 pixel and save our file. So it will now just add this padding to the bottom. If you want to add it for the left, so we are going to be writing like a padding of left. And padding left, like in my case, I'm going to just write like 10 pixel, and if we save our file, and here you can see it will now add this padding to this left area right here. Okay, if you want to add it for the right, so before we getting into that, we have to just write text align as we learned a second ago, and text align to be the right. First of all, save it, and now here you can see we have this box right here. And now if you want to add padding to the right, so we can also do that by just writing padding right of maybe 40 pixel. So if you save our file, and boom, so it will now just add 40 pixel of padding right here. If you want to add it to all of the areas, so for that we have to just write like padding to the top, bottom, and left and right. And now let me just show you one more padding property, which is like a padding first of all. And if you want to add it for the top and bottom, so for that you can just provide like 10 pixel, and you don't want to add it for the left and right, so for that you can just provide a 0 in here. So this is the first value will be for top and bottom, and the second value will be for left and right. So if you save that, so here you can see it will now add this padding to the top and to the bottom, but not to the left and to the right. So if you want to add to the left and right as well, so in my case I'm going to just write like 20 pixel, save our file, and now if you save that, and boom, so here you can see we have this padding to the left, and you can see that right one, but we have also padding to the right one as well. Anyway, so that's that. So that was it about a padding one. So now let's just learn about a margin. Okay, so now we learn about these three things. So we just learned, or not three but two things, we just learned about a border, we also learned about a padding, but we didn't learn about a margin. So a margin, as this one, like padding was the inner space inside that container or that box, whatever you want to call it, but now in this case their margin will be the outer space of that container. Okay, so now if you want to add a margin, and by default here you can see they added like margin to all of these areas right here, as I showed in the previous video. If you want to remove that, so you can just write like margin to 0, But now if you want to add a margin from to these areas to a left and right and so on, so what do you have to do? You can just write like a margin and 20 pixel to all around. So if you just write there and if you save there, so it will now just add margin to all of these area, like 20 pixel to this area, top and bottom, left and right as well. Okay, so if you want to add it to a specific area, so you can just write like margin of left and then 20 pixel margin right and 20 pixel margin top and so on, 20 pixel margin top bottom, and just write it for the bottom one as well, like 10 pixel, and if you save that, and this is how it will look like right here. And now if you right click on it and click on this inspect area, and now here you can see we have padding to the top of 20 pixel, left 20 pixel, and right 20 pixel, and we also have 10 pixel to the bottom. If you hover mouse over to the margin area, and this is how you can see that. Anyway, so we are now totally done with the box model, but we can also write like margin of, just if you write margin to the top and bottom, but not for the left and right, and if you save that, so we have margin for the top and for the bottom, but we don't have margin for the left and right. And now if you are arguing like we do have a margin to the left and to the right, and I didn't write this margin, the browser wrote this margin for us. So if you want to remove that, first of all, we have to select everything, and you don't have to worry about this selector for now, which I'm going to tell you just in a second, but you don't have to worry about that selector for now. I'm going to select everything. It just simply means like select everything which is inside our body, and we can just write a margin and set that to 0. And if we save that, and now here you can see we have margin to the top of 20 pixel. Did we just provide 20 pixel? Yeah. So we have margin from 20 pixel to the top and 20 pixel to the bottom, and we don't have that to the left and to the right. So if you want to provide that, we can set this one to 0, so we have top and bottom 0. But if you want to write it for the left and right, so we can just write 20 pixel. And now if you save that, and here you can see it will now give us the margin for the left and for the right of 20 pixel right here. Okay, and if you want to edit for all of the area, so you just have to write margin of 20 pixel or 1000 pixel, however you like, and boom. Okay, so it will now add this margin to all of these area right here. So congratulations, now you totally understand a box model in CSS, and that was just a little bit of tricky, and I will want you to play around with these values by yourself. And now the next topic which we are going to be learning about is something called a CSS background properties. So now we already know how to work with the background color, but for now what I'll do, I'll just select everything and remove that. Okay, and I'm gonna also remove this box from there. So save both of these files, and we don't have nothing inside this body right here. So we have one index.html file and CSS file right here. So now let's suppose if you want to work with the images or background properties to be precise. So for that we have to first of all write a div right here, and if you save that, and now let me just select my div inside there, and what do we have to do? We have to just write like height of 100 VH. So if you write a height of 100 VH, and if you save that, we will still see nothing because we don't have any background color to it. So if you just write a B, G, and C, so here you can see it no longer gives us a background color, and we can just write like I don't know, different kind of background colors like red or green. Kind of a green one would be fine, or greeny yellow would be fine in this case. And if you save that, and here you can see we get this greeny kind of yellow color right here. And now let's just remove these empty spaces from there, like a margin to be precise. So I'm going to select everything, and I'm going to just write a margin of 0 to it. So if you save that page, like all of our viewport is now taking this greenish kind of yellow color right here. So now we already know like what is this background color property will do for us. Background color property will just change the background of our container or box, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so now the next property which I want to talk to you about is something called a background image property. So if you just write a background image, and here we have to pass a URL, a uniform resource locator. You don't have to worry about uniform resource locator, but here it will ask us about a location of the image. Like this property allows us to provide image to that specific kind of like div or the header or anything you have selected. But now in this case we want to provide a background of image to this div. So for that we can use this background image property and then this URL, and here we have to specify the URL of that image. So you can use remote URL or local URL, as we learned that in a previous video. Like if you have your own image, so you can provide that path by holding control and hitting space. So we don't have any images for now, so we are going to be using a remote path. So I'm going to just write like unsplash right here, and I'm going to go to this unsplash, and here let's suppose if I want to get this image, so I'm going to click on that. And shout out to this person. Sorry I can't pronounce your name, but I'm going to take your image and thank you so much for this image. I'm going to copy this image address from here, and what I'll have to do, I'm going to have to provide a quotes in there. So if I just write a quotes, and then here I'm going to have to paste this link. So I'm going to zoom out of it, and this is how it looks like. And now if we save our file, and boom, we have this image right here. But there are different kind of problems in these images. Which kind of problems do we have? Well, the first thing is that it's not repeating itself. So first of all, let's just find an image which is repeating itself. So I don't know which kind of image would be fine which is repeating itself. Maybe this galaxy would be fine if we copy that. I really like this image, so I'm gonna comment this line out, and I'm gonna write like a background image and then URL, and here I'm gonna paste this link right here. So if you save that, all right, so now here you can see this image is now repeating itself. So we have this image like a sky, and now here you can see this is end right here, but we also can see this image right here again. So this is now repeating itself. So if you want this image to do not repeat itself, so for that we can use a property called a background repeat property, and here we have different kind of repetition properties. Like we can repeat for the x-axis if you want to, like repeat x, and if you save that, and it will now just repeat for the x-axis right here. We can repeat for the y-axis, so if we save that, so it will now just repeat itself for the y-axis, but the image is a little bit bigger, so that's why we cannot see that right here. And we can also just provide a repeat of none, or no repeat to be precise. So we can just write no repeat and it will not repeat itself. And now here you can see another problem. Which kind of problem we have? Here you can see this image is now at this area, but we want this image to take its entire space. So how can we go about doing that? Well, we have another property of a background. So if you just write background of size, and here we can see we have like auto, contain, cover and stuff. So if you just click on the cover one, and if you save our file, so here you can see it will now cover this area, but we cannot see that upper bar right here. It's kind of awful image, you know. I'm gonna remove this image real quickly because we already learned about a background property. I mean like background repeat property. I'm gonna remove this one. I'm gonna uncomment this picture, save our file, and now here you can see if you just comment this line of code, save our file, and this is how it looks like. And now if you want to cover the background size, so we can just use like background size cover, and if you save that, and this is how it looks like. Now we have another problem. Now we can see her image right here, but we don't want this blurry kind of area right here. We want her image to be inside this area. So for that we can just use like a background and then position, and here we can specify to the top, to the bottom, to the left, to the right. So let's suppose if I just want to write for the bottom, and if we save that, and boom, now we can see her image, and we cannot see that blurred image like above the sky image. So we can just write like top to get there, and this is how it looks like. And now if you just write like a left, so if you save that, and this is how we get our left area. We can also get for the right area by just specifying the right area, and now we can see the right area. We can also put a center if you want to save it, and it will now give us the center of this image. But in my case, I'm going to just stick to the bottom one, save file, and this is looking cool for now right here. Okay, so now that we saw a little bit of problems using CSS, so we just solve this background image property. So background image property will allows us to specify the image or provide an image to our box. Then we have a background repeat, and if our image is repeating itself, so we can also remove the repetition of that image. If our image is not totally covered, so we can use a background size covered, so we can cover that, and we can also use background position property. But now the next thing I want to do is that I want a parallax effect on this image. So now in some cases, if I have like a lot of, if I just write ULLI, and then we want like 50 LIs, and if you save our file, so here you can see it will now gives like 50 LIs right here. So we have now this scroll bar right here. So anytime I scroll, so this image is not scrolling with me. So if I want that kind of effect, so for that we have another background property which is called background attachment. So if you just write like a background attachment property, and we have a few values for it, like we have fixed, we have local, scroll, and you don't have to worry about any other of them. But in my case, I'm going to just click on this fixed one, and if we save our file, then now if I just scroll down, so here you can see that image will stay up there, and we will get kind of a parallax effect right here. If I just comment this line out and save our file, and if I scroll, so here you can see this image is scrolling with me. But we don't want that. We don't want that kind of a parallax effect. If we save that, and now if I just scroll down, and here you can see that image is also scrolling with me. Not, I mean, like this image is not scrolling with me, but it's giving us this kind of a parallax effect right here. And now let me just show you the final thing about the background property, and which I will not recommend you to use that in your projects because it's confusing a lot of the other developers and also yourself including. So I'm going to just remove, or not remove, I'm going to comment all of this area. I'm going to also comment that background one, save it. So we can use a background shorthand property, but as I said that I will never recommend you to use this property in your own personal project or someone else's project because it confuses a lot of developer. So the first value we have to provide is a URL of that image. So in my case, I'm going to get my new kind of image, like I don't know, I'm going to right click on it and copy this image address, or you know what, I'm going to click on that so that we can get a high quality result, and then copy image address. And then here in a quotes, I'm going to just provide this image in here. So now if you save our file, and here you can see we get this image right here. But now here another property which you have to provide is something called no repeat, which we just learned, and this is a position background repeat property, so we have to provide this value. Then now the next property we have, or the next value we have to provide, is a center, and center will be for background position property. In this case we provide bottom, but here we are now just providing a center. You can also provide bottom if you want to. Now here we just have to provide a slash, and then we have to provide the value of this background size property. So what do we have? We have a cover. Okay, so then finally we have a background attachment property, its value. So I'm going to just write a fixed in here, and now if you save that, and this is how the image looks like right now. Okay, if you want to get the bottom results, so we can just remove that center and we can just write a bottom, and if you save that, so here you can see it will now give us this bottom area right here. Okay, and you can play around with this image as you like, but I will never recommend you to use this shorthand property. But I just kind of want to show you like this property do exist. I'm going to remove everything from this div, or you know, everything except that research. I'm going to remove everything from here, and now we are totally done with the background property in CSS. So the next topic which you are going to be learning about in this video is something called gradient and filters. So if you want to provide a gradient, so first of all let me tell you like what in the world is a gradient. A gradient is like this color. Let me just show you that. Here you can see we have the mixture of colors, like we have dark green right here, and we have a little bit slighter green right here. When we mix two colors at once and we use that in some sort of an element, so that is known as a gradient. So like not just two colors to be precise. If you use like more than one color at once and we just specify that or use that in some sort of an element, so that is known as a gradient. So these are now two colors, but we can go like 3 colors, 4 colors, and so on and so forth. So this is now totally a green color, and this is a little bit grayish kind of green color. Okay, so now let me just show you all of that in action, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So if you just write like a div in here, and now if you want to provide a gradient on some sort of an image, so first of all let me just get some sort of an image. So I'm going to select this div, and now here we are going to be providing a background of image right here. And now let me just put an image like URL. Let me just get some sort of an image. This one isn't cool, so I'm going to search for a nature real quick. So I'm going to click on that and go to nature, and which kind of image would be fine? Let me just see. You know what, I really like this image, so what I'll do, I'll just click on that, and then I'll right click on it and copy the image address and shout out to this person. Okay, so now I copy the image address. I'm gonna just write my quotes and paste it right here. So now if you want to provide a gradient on this image, oh my god, first of all it have to be rendered. Okay, we aren't providing any heights to it, so I'm gonna just write height of 100 VH, save it, and now we have our image. So now let's just provide our property background repeat of no repeat, and background position will be center, background size will be cover, not contain but cover, and background attachment will be totally fixed. Fixed save file, and boom, this is how it looks like for now. Everything is looking the way we expect him to look. So now if you want to provide a gradient on this image, so for that we have to specify first of all a comma, and then here we are going to be writing a linear and gradient. So we have two kind of gradient inside of CSS. So we have a linear gradient and we have a radial gradient, which we are going to be also exploring just in a second. But first of all, if you want to like work with the gradient, so we have to provide two colors. So let me just write like blue and green, and now if you save that, And what do we get? We get blue and green colors right here. So now we get like blue and green colors, so we can modify them by using the opacity. So I'm going to just zoom out a bit so that you guys can see everything a bit better. I'm going to hover my mouse over to this blue, and I'm going to change the opacity to be like so, like that much. So here you can see that opacity, and I'm going to also decrease the opacity of this one. And now if we save that, and here you can see now we add our gradient right here inside this image. Okay, so if I just like, let me just cut this gradient from there. Let me also cut this comma from there, and if you save that, and this is how it looks like image by default. But if you want to provide a gradient, so this is how we can provide a gradient. You can choose whichever kind of color you like. Let me just write like maybe red kind of color, and if you just lower its opacity to like so, and we have green color, so I'm going to select a kind of a bluish color and lower the opacity of this one maybe like that much. And now if you save that, and boom, this is how our image looks like right now. Okay, so you can play around with the gradient. So this is a linear gradient, so which means that we can change its positions as well if you want to. So you know what, I'm going to remove that, and I'm going to just write like teal and blue. And if you save that, and here you can see we get a teal and blue color right here. So if you want them to be like from the left, so we can also write to left and then comma. So if you just write that, then we have to save our file, and now here you can see it will now gives us this color from the left right here. If you want this color to be from the right, so we can just write to the right, and if you save that, it will now gives us this color to the right. If you want them to be for a top, so we can just write to the top and save our file, it will now gives us to the top. If you want them from bottom, so we can also just write a bottom, and it will now gives us this color as a bottom. Okay, and we can also specify more than two colors, like I don't know, red would be fine. And now if you save that, so here you can see now we have three colors. We have a red, teal, and this blue color. So maybe I'm gonna change this one to crimson kind of color, and this one to be like orange. So if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting this kind of effects. So we can lower the opacities if you want to. So we have a crimson, we have this one kind of orange, so maybe like so. So I'm gonna save that. Okay, so we messed up something inside this orange one. Lower the opacity, save it. We did mess it up something. You know what, I'm gonna remove this crimson kind of property. Let me just write crimson property, and this is how it looks like. Now let's just change the opacity of this one to be like so, save it, and here you can see we are now getting different kind of results. So this is how you can work with a linear gradient. Now let me just show you a radial gradient. So I'm going to remove that, and instead of linear gradient, we have to just write like a radial gradient. So here we can just also provide a different kind of color. So I'm going to write like blue and then sky blue, and if you save that, it will also give us like a sky blue. But here you can see this blue is kind of a circle coming from the center right here. Okay, so this is the difference between linear gradient and radial gradient. That that radial gradient will gives us kind of a circular gradient, and that linear gradient will gives us from top to bottom. Okay, so if you want to change the opacity of it, you can also change the opacities like so. I'm going to change its opacities and save our file, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, and you can also apply that same values which I showed you just a second ago to this image right here. So I'm going to just save that, and this is how by default our image looks like. So now that we learned two kind of gradients, so we learned about a radial gradient and a linear gradient. Now let's learn about filters in CSS. So there are different kind of filters in CSS. So if you just search for like CSS filters and backdrop filter, and we have a filter. So I'm going to click on this one, and we have a grayscale. Let me just show you that real quick. And these are kind of a new topics in CSS. So we have a blur. So as the name suggests, it will just blur our image, and we can increase the brightness by using a percentage sign. We can increase the contrast by using a percentage sign. We can also work with the grayscale, hue and rotation, and in Word we can also work with opacity and so on and so forth. So starting from the first thing, which is a blur. So if you want to provide a little bit of blurriness to this image, so for that we can use a filter and then blur. Okay, so blur is a function which we can use, and here we have to specify the value, like how much blur we want this image to be. So if you just want like 20 pixel, and if you save our file, and here you can see it will be now 20 pixel blur. If you want them to be like 60% or 60 pixels, so this is how our image will blur. If you want them to be like 10 pixel and maybe 5 pixel would be fine, and if you save that, and this is how a little bit blurriness can be show up right here. 2 pixel, 1 pixel, and so on and so forth. You can play around with that if you want to. In my case, I'm going to just stick to 10 pixel, and I'm going to comment this line out. I'm going to write a filter one more time, and now the next property which I'm going to show you, or the next function, is a brightness. So as the name suggests, it will just increase or decrease the brightness of our image. So I'm going to just write like a brightness, and here we have to specify the value in percentages. So I'm going to write like 50% brightness. So if you save that, and here you can see kind of a dark night theme right here. That's because of 50% of the brightness. So if you want to get for like 100%, so if you save that, so here you can see it will now give us like by default image brightness. We can also work with the 10 value. So if we save that, it will be much more darker than the previous one. We can go like 41 and then 21 or and so on and so forth. So I'm going to just comment this line out, and now let me write another filter, and it will be for contrast. As the name suggests, it will just increase the contrast. So if you just write like first of all, let me show you how our image will look like. This is our image. If you want to increase the contrast, so 20% and 10% or 100%, or not 1000, but not 100, but you know what, 80 would be fine. 7, and this is how you can provide contrast to it. Okay, so now you don't have to worry about this drop shadow and stuff. This kind of a little bit oh my goodness, there's a lot of talking. You don't have to worry about these drop shadows for now. You can use that if you want to, but now we'll jump to the grayscale. So I'm going to comment this line out, and now let me just write a filter of grayscale, and here I'm going to just provide like 20%. So if we save that, so we cannot see something, you know, I'm going to write like 1%. You can still see that there. So if you write 100%, so here you can see it will now make it black and white. That's because of a grayscale function. Okay, so we can provide like 70%. So this will be the 70%, kind of a old school low quality images. We can provide 40%, and I guess that 10 would be the default one, or we can just remove that, and this is how it looks like. Okay, so we have grayscale, we have a hue and rotation, and here we have to provide a degree, and we will learn about a degree. DEG is also just a unit which allows us to provide a degree. We can provide inversion, like invert, or opacity, saturation, or you know what, I'm going to just show you this saturation, and you can explore the other one by yourself. I don't want to waste your time and mine as well. So here I'm going to just write a saturation of maybe, let me just write a 40%, save it, and this is looking a bit kind of a black and white. Let me just write I don't know, 60%, a little bit more kind of a greeny. Let me just write 80%, a little bit more green, and 100% will be just a high quality of saturation. So you can play around with that if you want to, but for me, I'm totally done by showing you gradients and filters in this video. So I'm going to remove this div. I'm going to also remove that div, and boom, everything is gone. Alright, so now that we learned enough about gradient and filters, so now let me just show you cool places to find a gradient for yourself. So the first place I will show you is something called a gradient.io. So, or not gradient.io, but just a gradient.com. And the second place I'm going to show you is webgradient.com. Okay, so these are the places where you can find a lot of great gradients for your project. So I just choose, like, I guess I choose this gradient from this website somewhere, I don't know, but if you want to just work with that gradient, so you can just click on that, and you can copy this hex code and put it inside your gradient, and you can copy that one and put it inside your project. Okay, so we have like 3 pages. This is the second page, and this one is now the third page right here. Okay, so this is the first website right here, and now this is the best way to find a gradient for your project. So now let me just show you that real quick. Here you can see a lot of cool gradients. You can copy the CSS Accordion. So if I just click on that, let's suppose, and if I just paste it right here, so it will now use this like background image of linear gradient to top, and then the first color, and then it will also give you these percentages, and then the second color and its percentages as well. Okay, so you can choose a lot of gradients from this site. Okay, so that's what I want to show you. Now the next thing which we are going to be learning about in CSS is something called selector. So far we've been using these selector, like if you want to select something by using CSS, so we just first of all write the selector name like a tag name, and then we just write our stuff inside the CSS. But this is just a one way to select something. But if you want to work with a real world project, so for that we are going to be using a lot of selectors. So this is what we are going to be learning in this section. So now if you just ask our good old friend like W3 School, and if you just search for selectors, here you can see we have this CSS selectors. So if I click on that, it will brings us to this page right here, and there are like crazy amount of selector, but we would just need a few of them. We have a class selector, double class selector, or multiple class selector, whatever you want to call it. Then we have a ID selector, everything selector, just a paragraph selector, paragraph with the intro class on it, every paragraph inside a div. And we have like crazy amount of CSS selectors. We have attribute selectors, and these are something called pseudo selector, which we are going to be also learning, but not in this video. Okay, so starting from the first one, which is a class selector. So if you want to select something in CSS, so the first way we already saw is that first of all just write a selector name like a tag name, and then just write or opening curly brace and then closing curly brace. But now in this case, let me just remove everything from this document. And now in this case, let's suppose if you have like multiple things, if I want to select like h1 and we have heading 1, then we have like h2 of heading 2, then we have like h3 of heading 3. Suppose if you want to select this h2 by not using the tag name, like we don't want to select it by using h2 and then want to work with that, so the next way we can do is that we have to provide a class on it. So now if you want to provide a class to it, so first of all we are going to be writing a space, and then we will just write a class, and we can give like as many classes as we want right here. Okay, but if you want to separate two classes from one, so for that we are going to have to just provide a space in there. Okay, so now let's suppose if I want to give him like two classes like one, and now if I want to give him another, so for that we have to write a space, and then we can write 2, 3, 4, and how many classes you like. Okay, so now in this case we want to just select this by using a class selector. So first of all we have to provide a class right here, like class attribute to be precise. So now if you want to select that in CSS, so what do we have to do? First of all we have to let me just save this file. First of all we have to go towards CSS, and now if you want to select this class like 1, so for that we have to first of all write a period or dot, whatever you want to call it. Let me just zoom in a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. So first of all we have to write this period and then the class name. So what is the class name? The class name is just simple 1. So we have to just write a 1 in here, and then opening curly brace and then closing curly brace right here. And now if I hit enter, now I can do whatever I want to do with that. Suppose if I want to change the color to be like maybe fuchsia, and now if I save my file and go to my CSS, so here you can see it will now gives us like fuchsia color right here. So this is how we can select everything by using classes. So now let me just show you a multiple classes. So if you just provide a class to it, so like 1, and we also want to provide like 2 class. So now if we save that, we can also do that right here. So let me just select this 2. So it will provide this styling as well, because we have this class available inside this heading right here. Like we have one class available inside this h2, so it will provide this styling as well. And now if you write some more styling in this 2 class, so it will also apply that, because we have this 2 class as well. So let me just write something like I don't know, maybe I'll just increase the font size to be like 4 rem, and if we save that, and boom, here you can see it will now also increase the font size to be 4 rems right here. Okay, so now if I just forgot to include this second class, or if I didn't include this second class in, and now if you just remove that in some case, so now let me just save my file, and here you can see it will change the color, but it will not change the font size of it. That's because we don't provide that styling to it. We did declare our styling inside this second, or 2 to be precise, this 2 class, but we didn't use this 2 class somewhere inside our CSS. If I want to use this class like this 2 class inside this h3, we can also do that. So now let me just write a class in here, and now let me just write 2, and now if I save that, and boom, here you can see it will now just increase the font size of it. And I just realized that I made a mistake of THREE or 3. So 3. So now if you save that, and now it's looking better. So now you are getting the idea of classes. So this is how we can select everything by using a classes. Okay, so I guess I bump it up a lot. Let me just zoom out a bit so you guys can see everything a bit clear. So we can select something by a tag name, and we can also select something by using a classes. So we can provide multiple classes, but we cannot provide multiple IDs to one element. So what are IDs? Now let's just learn about that. If you want to select something by using ID, so first of all you just have to write a pound symbol, and then first of all you have to give some sort of ID to your element, and then if you want to select that element by using a CSS, so first of all you have to provide a pound symbol and then the ID name. So first of all, let me just write some code, then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So now, you know what, I'm gonna remove this h1 from here, and here I'm gonna write a paragraph right here, and I'm gonna just write like, hello, I am ID selector, or just ID would be fine. And now if I want to give ID, so what do I have to do? I just have to write ID, and if I hit tab, so it will now give us like, it will now auto complete it for us. So here we can provide like ID, and IDs are special in CSS. You have to remember that the IDs are totally special. You cannot put like two IDs. If I want to just write like 1 and then 2 and then 3, so it will not work. Both of them will not work. IDs are special, so you have to use ID once. You can reuse this styling again and again, but you cannot provide two IDs. Like ID will be 1. Okay, so now if we save that, and now here you can see nothing will happen because we do declare our ID right here, but we didn't provide any styling to it. So if you want to provide a styling to it, or first of all, if you want to select this paragraph by using this ID, so how can you do that? Well, you just have to go to your CSS, and first of all you just have to write this pound symbol or hash symbol, whatever you want to call it, and then the ID name. So what was the ID name? The ID name was just 1. So now you just select that, and here we can just provide different kind of styles or whatever we have. Like let's suppose I'm gonna just provide this color, and now if we save that, and here you can see the color is changed to this kind of color, like a greenish color. Okay, so if I try to provide another class, like ID, so let's just write like 2 and save our file, and now let me just select my second ID right here, and now let me just provide a color of, or you know what, instead of color I'm going to just increase the font size to be like 4 rem, and now if you save that, and here you can see it will not increase the font size. Why? Because as I said that IDs are special in CSS, and you can provide just only one ID to your element. Okay, so I'm going to just remove that. I'm going to totally remove this paragraph and also these classes as well. So now let's jump into another CSS selector, which is called an everything selector. So as the name suggests, that it will be like everything selector. It will allow us to select everything, and this is known as a asterisk or whatever you want to call it. So now if I didn't write anything inside the body, so if I save this file and then I'll go to my CSS and I'm going to remove everything from it, and then if I want to select everything, like if I want to select my HTML head, title, body, or whatever we have, so we can just write this asterisk symbol. So you just have to first of all hold shift and then hit add, so it will now give us this symbol right here. And now if you want to just writing a style like border of 2 pixels solid red, and now if you save that, and now if you go towards CSS, and now here you can see, now you might be asking like, where is this style coming from? Like we didn't write anything inside this body tag. That's because it is selecting what do we call it, head area, the HTML area, and also the body area. So if I type something like h1 of like hello, and now if you save that, so here you can see it will also select there. It will provide a border of red right here. If I write like span, in some case, like in my case I'll just write like world maybe, and now if you save that, it will also select this span and it will provide this border to it. Okay, so this is known as everything selector, and it will select everything. And it can be very handy in some situation. Like in some situation we would have a section, and let me just write a section, and then we would have like I don't know, article maybe, and then we have like I don't know, main. Okay, so we would have a little bit of content inside there, like 1, 2, and so on and so forth. If you want to select everything which is inside this section area, like you have maybe 500 line of code and you want to select all of that, so for that you can use just first of all write a section and then just write everything selector. Now let me just comment there for a second, and here I'm going to just write like a border of 2 pixels solid teal, and now if you save that, and now here you can see it will now select both of these items which we wrote right here. Okay, if you just write like I don't know, h2 of maybe 3, and if you save that, so it will also select this one as well. Okay, so these everything selector can be very helpful in different kind of situations. So now I'm going to remove everything from CSS and everything from a body as well. Okay, now the next selector which we are going to be talking is just an element selector, which you already know how to select something by using an element selector. You can also provide a specific class to it. So let's suppose we have 2 paragraphs. Suppose you have a paragraph of hello, and then you have a div, and inside this div we have a p, and we give a class of you know what, I'm not going to providing any classes, but I'll just write a div, and I'm going to write hello inside there. And now what I'll do is that I'll just specifically provide a class to it, like I'm going to just write like text or content would be fine, and I'm going to just write like world inside there. So now this div doesn't have any classes. This div do have class. So now if you want to specifically select that, so for that we just have to write div with a class of text. Do we just provide a text? Yeah, it's a text class. So now we can style that, like let's suppose if I want to change the color of it to like teal, just write a color of teal. And now if we save that, now here you can see the style of the second div is changed to teal color. That's because we provide dot text class to it. So now if you just remove that, and now we are going to be also removing these divs from here. And I'm not going to be going through all of these selectors. You'll find that by yourself. But you know what, I'm going to just show you this div and p tag. So now let me just show you that real quick. And here I'm going to write div and then paragraph of hello, like hello, and then outside from this div I'm going to create a new paragraph of word right here. Okay, just a very basic examples I want to give you. So first of all we have a div, then we inside this div we have a paragraph of hello, and then outside from this div we have just a paragraph of word. So now if we save that, and if we go toward CSS, so what do we have to do? We have to just write div and then p, and inside there we are going to be just writing a color of crimson. So here you can see it will now select this h1, the first hello. That's because it's saying in a definition like select all of the paragraph element inside a div element. Okay, so it will just select every paragraph tag which is inside this div element right here. Okay, so now let me just write h2 maybe, and I'm gonna write like you know what, this will be 2, then I'm gonna write h4 of 3, and then I'm gonna write another paragraph tag, and I'm gonna write like 4 in here. And now if we save that, and now if we check, so if I just zoom out a bit, so now here you can see this one color is changed and this one color is also changed, and these two doesn't affect it. Why? Because this one is not a paragraph, this one is also not a paragraph, this one is a paragraph, and this one is also a paragraph. Like these two are paragraph inside this div, and we are now selecting every paragraph which is inside this div, and we are just providing this color of crimson to it. So here you can see this one will take its styling, and this one will also take its styling, and the other one will be ignored. Okay, so this is how we can work with a div and paragraph. Or you can also just select, like let's suppose if you want to select this h2, so you can just write like div or any h2 which is inside this div. So you can now select then if you want to save our file, and now here you can see this one take its styling right here, and the other one was ignored. So I'm going to remove all of this coding from here, and also this coding from here as well. Okay, so now the next selector which I want to show you is a div and greater than sign and paragraph. So what does that mean? It means like select all of the paragraph element where the parent is a div element. So it will now work a little bit different. Here I'm going to just write like a div, and inside this div I'm going to just write a paragraph. Okay, so inside this paragraph I'm going to write hello, and then outside from this div I'm going to write a paragraph, and then here I'm going to just write a word inside there. And now if you save that, now I'm going to go to my CSS, and now here I'm going to select my div and then greater than sign and then paragraph. Okay, so here if I want to change the color to be like red, so now if you save that and if you check it out, so here you can see this first one is affected. But if you just write something else right here, we have a div, then inside this div we have a paragraph with the text of hello, and then outside from there we have a word right here. So now this paragraph is immediately inside this div tag, so this one will take its styling. But if I just write a section in here for some case, and if I just put my paragraph, if I cut it from here and if I put it inside this section, now guess what will happen? If you save our file, and boom, that styling is gone, because this paragraph is not immediately the children of this div. Now this is the children of this section, so this will not take its styling. Okay, so now let me just show you that real quick. So here you can see we have a div with a greater than sign and then paragraph. So select all of the paragraph element where the parent is a div. So the parent, I want you to notice this, the parent is the div. So now in this case, the parent of this paragraph is a section, not a div. So if you just remove this section from there, and now if you save our file, so it will take effect right here. That's because now the parent is a div. Okay, so it will work like that. Now the next selector we have is a div and then plus paragraph, which means like select the first paragraph element that is placed immediately after a div element. Okay, so what do we mean by all of that? Now I'm going to go to my CSS, and instead of this greater than sign, I'm going to just write a plus symbol right here. And now if you save that, and now here you can see it will now select this second one. Why? Now in this case they say, like, let me just show you that, select all of the first paragraph element that is placed immediately after. Okay, so immediately after the div element. So what is immediately after the div element? Immediately after, in this div element, we have a paragraph. So if you just write like, I don't know, maybe article in here, and then if I cut my paragraph from there, and if I put it inside this article, and if you save that, and here you can see nothing will affect it. Why? Because this paragraph is not immediately underneath this div right here, so that's why it will not be affected. Okay, so now I'm going to remove that, and if you save that, and here you can see this one is affected right here. Okay, so that was quite simple and easy. And now the next one we have is a paragraph and then tilde ul. Both of them are kind of the same, like select every ul element that is preceded by a paragraph element. It is also like the same as this one. You can check that out, but I don't want to waste your time on that. The attribute selector, I don't want to get into like a specific attribute selector. If you want to get more details, so you can learn more about that, but in my opinion they will just waste your time. You don't have to like learn all of them, but you will just use maybe a class selector or ID selector. You will not use all of them, but you will just use some of them. So in this case I just kind of want to show you this attribute one. So now if you want to select something by attribute, so you just have to put that inside these brackets. So now if I want to write anchor tag with the attribute of this href, so I'm going to give him attribute of like I don't know, suppose if I just give him an attribute of like 1 maybe, so a lowercase 1. So I'm going to give him an attribute of 1, and here I'm going to just write like hello world. Okay, so hello world inside there. Now if you save that, and what do we get? We get this like hello world right here, and we give him an attribute of like 1 href and then 1. So now if you want to select this anchor tag by using an attribute, so what do we have to do? I'm going to remove this coding from here. First of all, I'm going to write an anchor tag, and then I'm going to provide a specific attribute to it. So what is a specific attribute? I'm going to just write href ref, and it will be now equals to 1. Okay, so if that's true, then I want you to provide a color of maybe orange. So now if you save that, and here you can see it will now provide a color of orange. So this is how we can select something by using an attribute of href or whatever. Like suppose if you have image with these two attributes and you want to select that by specific alternative attribute like I don't know, nature or whatnot, so you can also select that by using first of all the img and then provide alt in here and then provide their nature or whatever you have, and then you can change the color of that and stuff like that. Okay, so now I'm gonna remove that, and I'm gonna save my file, and I'm gonna also remove both of them, save my file. The next one we have, you don't have to worry about all of these specific ones. Okay, so I guess we are pretty much done with the selectors. Okay, so the next thing which you have to learn is a pseudo-selectors. So now let's just learn about that. And by the way, if you are confused about these classes and these IDs and this specific kind of selector, trust me, you are not going to be using all of these selectors in your project. You will either use classes or IDs, and in some cases you would just use stuff like maybe these or maybe these, but not that much specific stuff like target selector or stuff like that. Trust me on that. Okay, so now let's jump into something called a pseudo selector. So now let's just learn about a pseudo selector. So we have a few pseudo selector like active, and active allows us to like select the active link, and these are for links, by the way, or not just only for links, but some of them are for links. So now let's just learn that, then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So first of all, we are going to be writing our anchor tag, and then here I'm going to just provide the link of like https and then www dot some nyc, or you know, I forgot to include this dot slash slash, and then www dot nycgo.com, which is like a New York Times website. And now I'm going to duplicate that a few times. Okay, so now I'm going to change that to Wikipedia, and now this one will be just a twitch.tv, and now let's just duplicate that, and here I'm going to just write like a Udemy, and here let's just remove that nyc from there, and then wikipedia.com. and now the next one we have is twitch.tv instead of .com. Okay, and now this one will be Udemy udemy.com. So I'm going to just zoom out a bit so that you guys can see everything a bit clear. So we have just these links, like first of all we have a New York Times, then we have Wikipedia, then we have a twitch.tv and Udemy. So now I'm going to provide a specific classes to them. So I'm going to write a classes and hit tab, and here I'm going to just provide like a link class, and then we have a visited class, and also I'm going to give them a class of hover. This is my favorite one, and we have an active one. Okay, so now if we save that, now let's just start working on our link. So what is a link? First of all, let's just learn about that. So we have a link. So link is a pseudo selector. So select all of the unvisited links. So it will select all of the unvisited links. Okay, so now we visited to all of these links. So what do we have to do? I want you to just click on these three dots and then click on this new incognito window, and this is super awesome window. Okay, you can learn more about that. Well, the best thing about this window is that it doesn't have any history tabs right here. Okay, so you don't have any history tab. You can just like search anonymously inside this incognito window if you want to. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is that I'll just copy this URL and I'm gonna paste it inside this incognito window, and here you can see it will now give us all of the links in which we didn't visit. So now let's jump in towards CSS, and now here you can see we have this link. So now if you want to select that, first of all we provide a class to it. So what do we have to do? We have to write a period or dot, and then we have to write a link not a link but a class name. And then if you want to select a pseudo selector, so for that we can just either use one colon or double colon, and it will give us all of the list of pseudo selector we have inside our CSS. You don't have to worry about all of them because we are going to be learning about the majority of them, like those which you would need. Okay, so here I'm going to just write a link, and now if I just select that, and if I write like color of maybe red, and now if you save that, so here you can see it will now give us a red color right here. So we didn't visit to this link, so it will now give us a red color. But if we visit to this link, like if I click on that and if I visit to this side and if I go back, so here you can see that color is gone. So this is how the link pseudo selector works. You can either provide a single colon or a double colon. Okay, so if you just save that, and if you, okay, so I guess in this case double colon doesn't work. You have to provide a single colon, but if you want to work with a before and after selector, you have to provide like double colons in there, and I'll highlight that once we get into there. Okay, so now the next thing I want to select is visited one. So now let's just learn about that, like what is a visited, and then I'll tell you visited. So select all of the visited links, like those links in which we visit. So it will now select all of their links which we visited. So now let me just select that visited, and then let me just write a visited in here, and I'm going to provide a color of blue. Okay, or blue is by default, but you know what, I'm going to provide a color to be like orange maybe. And if we save that, and if we go to our original, not incognito is this one here, you can see these kind of glasses and stuff, and this is our original. And if you go there, and now here you can see it will now select this one because we already visited to this Wikipedia. But if you click on that and go back, and here you can see that color will be gone. Okay, so that was it about for a visited one. Now the next one which you are going to be learning about is something called a hover, and hover is my favorite one. You can use that for anything you want, not just for only for links. So I'm going to just select my hover, and then let me just write a hover inside there. So here what do we have to do is that we can change the color to be like maybe sky blue. Let me just write a sky blue color, and now if you save that, and now if I hover my mouse over to this twitch.tv, so here you can see it will now change the color. And if I just hover it back, it will now just remove that color. If we hover over it again, so it will now just change the, once we hover our mouse over to it, okay, it will change the color. Now the next one we have is the active one. So we have this active one, but before we do, let me just show you the active one. Select all of the active links, like those links in which we can click on, and it will bring us to that page. So if I just select my wizard, not wizard but active one, and here I'm going to just provide like an active pseudo selector, and here I'm going to just change the color to be like I don't know which kind of color would be fine. I'm going to give him a teal color. I just know these few colors. So now the final one we have is this Udemy, and if I click on that, so here you can see it will now change the color to teal. Why? Because this is now active. So I am now holding my mouse. If I just throw it somewhere else, it's blue. If you click on it one more time, so it will be teal color. Okay, so these are a few pseudo-selector which I want to show you in this section, but we are going to be learning about a more crazy pseudo-selector later on in this section. So I'm going to now remove that. Okay, and I'm going to also remove all of this code right here. Now that we are done with selectors and a pseudo selector and stuff, so now it's time to learn about a display properties. Okay, so by default, if you write some HTML elements, so some of them will have a display of block and some of them will have by default the display of inline. Okay, so if I want to just write like div, so div will have a display of block. And then if I want to write a span, as I showed you in a previous video, not a video, but in this section, in a previous section, and if you just write like inline, okay, so I want you to just notice these two. And if you save that, and here you can see both of them are in one line right here. Why is that? If I just change that to, instead of from span, if I change that to like div, and now if you save that, and here you can see both of them are in new line. What's going on with that? Well, so for that we have to go to or W3 school and ask our good old friend like what's going on. So I'm going to just write like a display property display, and I'm going to click on that. And now here you can learn more about that, but I will recommend you to not because I'm telling you, so why would you waste your time again and again? So first of all, we have an inline property. So inline, first of all, let's learn about inline one. Display an element as an inline element like a span, which I showed you just a second ago. Any height and width property will have no effect on that. So if I just write like, instead of their div, if I just write like a span in here, and if I write span one more time, if you save that, and now if I want to select that by using a span tag, so if I just write like span, and now if I want to provide, first of all, let me just give my background color to be like maybe teal would be fine. So if you save that, and here you can see now we provide this teal color to it, and now if I want to provide the width or a height to it, so it will not take that. If I want to provide a width of like 200 pixel or height of 200 pixel, and now if you save that, and boom, nothing's gonna happen right now because we are totally working on just an inline display. So that's why it's not taking a width and a height as well. Okay, so on other hand, if I want to select my div right here, if I try to provide these width and height to a div, instead if I want to select my div right here like this one, so if I want to just write div, and now let me just copy all of the code and I'm going to paste it right here, but I'm going to change the color to be like I don't know, maybe, come on, cyan would be fine if we save that. And here you can see it will now take this width and a height one as well. So if we just change that to 100 by 100, and if we save that, so here you can see it will now take this width like 100 by 100, like 100% of width and 100% of height. So what is going on? Okay, so this is an inline one, and as we learned that inline will not take a height and width property, the width and height property will no effect on an inline element. On the other hand, we have a block one, and block displays an element as a block element like a paragraph or div or section or a header or footer or article, main, and all of these semantics which we learned in the previous section. It starts on a new line and it takes up the whole width. Okay, so any block level element will take all of its entire width. So if I just remove this width from there, and if we save that, so here you can see it will now take entire width, and anything come up in the front of it, it will just remove that and it will take entire width of it. Okay, so on the other hand, we have inline one. Inline will not take its entire space, but it will just work on its content. Like if I just write a lot of content, like lorem, maybe lorem 10 maybe, and if I hit tab and if we save that, and here you can see it will just take its content place, but it will not take the entire width. Okay, so this is the difference between the display inline and display block. Okay, so now in some situation we would need to provide display of inline, but we would also want to provide width and height to it. So for that we have another special property called inline block, and you don't have to worry about flex and grid. These two are my favorite one, but you don't have to worry about them for now, which we are going to be learning in a really great detail later on in this video. So now we have inline block. So inline block displays an element as an inline level block container, as we learned that in here just in inline one. But in this case, like inline block one, the element itself is formatted as inline element, but you can also apply height and width to it. In just an inline, we provide an inline to it, so just if you just write like inline, so height and width will have no effect on that. But on the other hand, if you use like inline block, so we can use height and width on it. So instead of writing like lorem 10 and stuff, so I'm gonna just write like I don't know, my name like Hussein Web Dev right here. And now if you save that and if you check it out, so here you can see we have like this inline tag right here. And as we learned that we cannot provide a width and height to it, but we can change the display property of it. So how can we go about doing that? So I'm going to just provide like a display of inline. If we save that, here you can see it's by default inline. So if I just write instead of inline, I'm going to provide an inline block. And if you save that, and boom, here you can see it did took like 100% of width and 100% of, not 100% to be precise, but 200 pixel of width and 200 pixel of height. Here you can see that we can change the color to be like crimson and save our file, and this is how it looks like right here. Okay, so these are just a main and a subtle difference between all of them. So now let me just show you a few more things about inline and block one. So I'm going to remove all of this code. So now that you know the differences between inline block and block level element, so here we have like a div, and this div is like if you just write hello, and this div is now by default a block level element. If you just write it like block, and now if you save that, and here you can see we get a block right here. If we select that div, and now let me just write a background color to be like I guess black would be fine, you know, not black, but just a teal would be fine. So now we have this block level element, but we can also make that as an inline level display. So how can we do that? We are going to be just writing a display of inline. Okay, and now if you save that, and here you can see it's not taking its entire space, but instead if you just write something like a lorem of 20, and if you save that, and here you can see it will now take just the content space right here. Okay, it will not take the entire space, but just a content space. Why is that? That's because we just set the display property to inline right here. Okay, so we now converted our block level property to be display inline. Okay, so now if we save that, and now let me just write block in here. So now we converted that to inline one, but instead if you just write like span in here, so we already know that span is an inline tag, and also image is an inline tag, also the anchor tag is an inline display by default. So these three are by default display of inline. Okay, so if you want to change, like let's suppose if you want to just write like inline in here, and now if you want to change this inline property to block, so how can you do that? If you save our file, and here you can see it will be inline by default. Let's just style that a bit. I'm going to select my span in here. I'm going to provide a background of crimson, or you know what, red would be fine, not a crimson. So save it, and here you can see it will also take just a content space, but it will not take the entire space. But if we just write the display to be block, and if we save that, and boom, it will now take its entire space, and it will be in now in new line right here. Okay, as we learned that inside these instructions, and this is what's happening right now. So these are that too, and we can also just write an inline block if you want to. So we can also set that to like inline and then dash block. We can also provide a height of like not 100 but 50 pixel, and also the width of like 50 pixels. So now if you save that, and now it will take this width and height. On the other hand, if you just change that to just an inline one, not inline block, and if you save that, it will not work. Like this height and width will not affected. Okay, so I'm going to just remove that. Anyways, so that was it about a display property. We have three kinds of displays, not just three kinds of displays, but in this section we just learned about three kinds of value of display, like inline block and inline block. And we also have another one which is known as a display of none. So now let me just show you that real quick. So if you just write display of none, it will just entirely remove that element from our DOM. If you just write display of none, save it, and boom, that's gone. We just kind of deleted that element from our DOM. And now if you just write display of none in here, and if you save that, boom, this one is also gone. If you just write something else, like maybe section, we have a UL, then we have a LI, then we have an anchor tag, and we have all of these stuff right here. And if you save that, and we get just come on, let me just write a hello, and we have this hello. Now if you want to provide display of none on this section, so it will now just remove all of this content. Okay, so if you want to just select this section, and we want to provide display of none on it, and if you save that, and boom, everything is gone from our DOM. So this is how we can work with that. So we just learned about display of inline block, and we also learned about a none. Okay, so here's a none. The element is completely removed. So we are going to be learning about in the upcoming sections Flex, which is my favorite. I really love Flex, display of Flex, and then we are going to be also learning about a grid one as well. So congratulations, for now you have tackled like maybe 50% of CSS, so we have a long road to go still. So I'm going to remove all of this coding from here, and now we have totally a blank screen right now. Alright, so now let me just talk to you about a font awesome. In some cases, in your website, you want to use some sort of a font like some sort of an emoji, not a font, but emoji to be precise. So if you want to get there, for that we have to just go to the fontawesome.com website. So if you go there, so in this website, we can find lots of cool SVG icons and stuff. Some of them are free and some of them are paid. So if I just click on the search gear icon right here, so it will now gives us all of this library. Okay, so which we can choose a lot of font from, like we can choose home, we can choose magnified gloss, user, Facebook, check, download, and there are like countless of fonts right here. And you can also check the categories if you want to. You can also download these font into your machine, but we're not going to be doing that. So suppose if you want to use maybe like this Twitter font in our social media icons or whatever. So if you not a font, why am I saying font all the time, but social media icons to be precise, not font. If you want to just select this Twitter, so I'm going to click on there, and now we can just copy there and we can paste it inside our body tag, but it will not work. Why? Because we have to get a CDN of this font awesome library. So to get there, so first of all, we would just go to the cdnjs.com, and now I'm gonna hit enter right now. So it will brings us to the cdn.js page, which you will see just in a second. So it takes a little bit of time and it's a little bit weird website. You will see that just in a second. Anyways, so here you can learn more about this website if you want to, but in my case, I'm just interested in font awesome. So what do I have to do? I'm going to just search for font. Oh my goodness, here you can see the weirdness. So if I just write font, then I'm going to click on okay, so we got a font awesome CDN right here. Then I'm going to just click on this copy URL. If I click on this copy URL and here I paste it, so here you can see it will not give us a URL. We are not interested in that one. We are interested in copy the link tag. So if you just copy that and if you paste it right here, and here you can see this is how it will look like. Anyway, so now I want you to just click on this copy link tag and then open your head area, and underneath your link right there, or not underneath, above your link, because we want to render the, or not above, let me just put that underneath. So let me just remove that and put it underneath this link. And now if you save that, and now if you go to your CSS file, and here, just wait for a second, my internet speed is just a little bit clunky. Okay, it's not giving me a font. Come on, give me that awesome font icon. So alright, so here you can see it will now uses this Twitter icon. You can write your text inside there, but before we do, I'm gonna hide this head area, and we can just write like Twitter and save it, and this is how it will look like. We can get a car, we can get like Instagram, heart. You can just play around with that, and there are like countless font, construction, design, device, and hard drive, and stuff like that. In my case, I'm really a big fan of a headphone, so I'm gonna just click on this link. So if I click on it, so it will just copy it to my clipboard. If I want to put it right here, so what do I have to do? First of all, let me just write a BR for myself, and I'm gonna just write like I'm gonna paste it right here. So if you save that, and now here you would just see in a second that we will get our font, and my internet speed is so slow, so that's why we have to wait for it. And now here you can see finally 24 hours later we get our headphones right here. So this is how you can work with that. And now let's suppose if you want to like change the color of them to like something else, like in my case I want to change this color to be like blue. So what do I have to do? I can either select this class or this class. So let me just select this FA brains, and I'm gonna first of all write a period, and then I'm gonna provide this FA brains in there, and I'm gonna provide like color of maybe blue. And now if you save that, and we have to wait for it one more time, come on. And now here you can see the color is changed to blue. I know it's not a Twitter blue, but it's pure blue. We can also change these headphones to something else. So I'm gonna just copy this link in or this class to be precise. And now let me just write a dot, and then let me just paste in here, and color would be maybe this kind of a greenish color. And if you save that, And here you can see the color is changed to this kind of a greenish color. So this is how you can work with a font awesome. First of all, if you want to get a font, you just have to come to this website, which is justafontawesome.com, and then click on the search gear, or you can learn more about that. A font awesome, if you want to, you can go as a pro version if you want to, but I'll not recommend you to do that. And now if you want to get a Accordion, there would be some place to get Accordion, but I'm not sure where is that located. So I just quick Google search and we get like Accordion.js, and I just search for a font awesome and then click on this copy link tag, and we just put that inside our head area, and boom, everything is working the way we expect them to work. So that was it about font awesome library. I just kind of want to show you that. I'm going to remove this one, and I'm going to also remove this link from here. Okay, say bye bye to them. And let's just hide this head area, and now we are totally good to go. So the next topic I want to talk to you about is something called box shadow and a text shadow. So how would we work with the shadows in CSS? So first of all, let me just write a div, and we are not going to be writing any content or whatnot. So if I just save that, now I'm going to have to go to my CSS, and let me just select my div, and inside this div I'm going to first of all give a width of like 200 pixel, and I'm going to also provide a height of 200 pixel, and background color will be like kind of a blue color. Or you know what, let me just change the opacity of that. I'm not a fan of pure blue. So if you save that, and you already know what we will get inside our browser, so this is what we get. So now if you want to provide a shadow to this box, so what do we have to do? Well, there is just a syntax of a shadow. First of all, we have to provide a value for the x-axis, then we have to write it for a y-axis, then we have to write it for a blurriness, and also for the color. Okay, so this is just a syntax of if you want to work with either a box shadow or a text shadow, so you would just use this syntax. So first of all, if you want to work with a box shadow, so we just have to write a box shadow property in here, and now here we have to first of all write value for the x-axis. So how many x-axis we want? We want them to be like 10 pixel a lot, and then we want them for a y-axis 10 pixel one more time, and blurriness will be like 20 pixel, and the color will be, by default the color will be black, but we want them to be like orange maybe. And now if you save that, and here you can see it will now provide this orange kind of shadow right here. You can increase or decrease the size of it, so I'm gonna just stick to like 2 and 4. So if you save that, and here you can see this is how it looks like, and we can also change the what do we call it, blurriness. So if you save that, and this is how the blurriness will look like, and you know what, I'm gonna just write it 4 like so. Let me just change that to 5. Yeah, this is looking cool. So you can just play around with that if you want to, but I just kind of want to show you is that how you write a shadow for your box or for your text. So if you want to write it for text, you know what, I'm going to remove this. I'm going to remove this div. I want to show you something cool, and I'm going to also remove this div. I'm going to write h1 of my name like Hussein web dev. So now if you save that, now I want to go to my CSS. I'm going to select my body, and I'm going to provide a background color of totally black. So save it, nothing will show up right here. Okay, so now let me just select my h1, which is this Hussein web dev right here. Okay, so what do I have to do? I'm going to just provide like a box shadow of I don't know, 2 pixel, 2 pixel, 2 pixel for the blurriness, 2 pixel for the x-axis, for the y-axis, then for the blurriness, and I want them to be like red. So if you save that, and we cannot see, okay, so I'm just using it for box shadow. It should have to be a text shadow. And now if you save our file, and this is how it looks like right here. Okay, so I'm gonna just bump up the size. So I'm gonna use font size to be like 4 or 5 frame would be fine. And if we save that, and this is how it looks like. And what else do we have to do? I'm gonna write a text line of center, and boom, look at this name. I mean, like, we can also provide a margin to the top, and we can make it clear as we like. Okay, so not for the top, I'm gonna provide for the bottom. Save it, and instead of 20, I'm gonna put like 50, and this is how it looks like. We can play around with the margin, not a margin, but x-axis values like 1, 1, and 2 blurriness would be fine, and you can play around with that, and you can get these kind of effects if you wanted to. Okay, we can just go with H. I'm gonna remove all of them and put it inside there, and this is how it will look like, but I'm gonna have to increase the font size to be like 10 rem. Save it, and boom, this is how it will look like. Kind of old school horror movie headings. Anyways, so you can play around with that if you want to, but I just kind of want to show you how you would work with a text shadow and a box shadow. So now what do we have to do? I'm going to select everything and remove it. Okay, and I'm going to also select this H1 and remove it so that we can get a clear screen. Alright, so now we will learn about box shadow and text shadow in CSS. Now the next topic which I want to show you is something called inheritance in CSS. So inheritance is like not a hard topic to learn, but it's kind of like a theoretical topic, so you have to watch some slides. And I can totally promise like my slides are not that much boring, and I'll see you on the slides. Alright, so what is a CSS inheritance? A CSS inheritance is when we declare something on an element, and by something I mean like styling on an element, and it is also applied to the element descendant. So what do I mean by all of that? So now let me give you a quick example and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So here I want you to just notice this code. So we have just a simple HTML structure, and inside a body we have two divs. So the first div have the class of parent and the second one is a children. Okay, and inside a parent we are now selecting first of all the parent, and we are just changing the color to be orange. So what do you think is going to happen? Does this children will also be inherited or not? Well, obviously it will be inherited. So what do I mean by all of them? That's because we are providing a typography style, like color is a typography style, so it will be inherited. So now let me just show you the result of this code, and this is how it will look like. So now let's just learn about like which kind of things will be inherited and which kind of things will not be inherited in CSS. So not everything is inherited, so only typography related style will be inherited, and other than that nothing will be inherited. So if you want to force inherit that, so for that you are going to be using something called inherit keyword. Okay, so only typography related topics or style will be inherited. So here you can see that green sign right here. Okay, so now let me just show you a few codes. So here you can see we have a parent and then we have a children, and we have this CSS, like we have a font family of sans serif, font weight of bold, and font style of italic, and these three can be counted as a typography related styles. So these style will be applied. So here you can see first of all we have a font family of sans serif, and then we have a font weight of bold, and we also provide a font style of italics. So all of these are working right here inside a children as well. This is the parent one and this is a children one, so both will be inherited. On the other hand, layout cannot be inherited, so all of the stuff which is layout related will not be inherited as a children. So what do I mean by layout? A layout, we just discussed a little bit about layout, but we are going to be discussing more about layout, like we are going to be discussing position, and we are going to be also discussing about display property, like display flex and CSS grids and stuff, but all of them will not be affected. And now that we know just about width and height, margin, padding, and all of these kind of stuff, so they will not be inherited. So what do I mean by that? So now let me just give you a quick example of that as well. So first of all, we just have this code. So we have a margin, padding, and height, and width, and position, and all of them are inside a layout category, so these will not be inherited. So I want you to just keep these few slides in mind, and now let's jump into our code editor and write some code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Alright, so we are back inside our body tag, and now here what I'm going to do is that first of all I'm going to write like a parent, and then inside this parent I'm going to just write our children. Okay, so here I'm going to just write like hello, and inside this div we are going to be writing our word. And now if we save that, so we have a parent with the text of hello, we have a children with the text of word. And now what we have to do, we have to just go to our CSS, and first of all let me just select my parent. Okay, and now let me just provide a color of maybe orange, and let me just provide a font family of sans serif. Let me also write a font weight of bold, and let me also write a font size to be like 2 rem. And I know we have other like typography styles, but for this case we are going to be just sticking into just few of them. So now I'm going to just save my file, and here you can see the font weight is changed, the font style is also changed, and also the color is changed. So both of them are working as the way we expect them to work, because we are working on a font property or typography related property, so these will be affected on the children right here. Okay, but on the other hand, if you just write like first of all, you know what, I'm gonna just do a bit of magic right here. You don't have to worry about this code for now, but what I'll do, I'll just select my children right here, and I'm gonna just provide a position of what I'm going to provide a position of relative, and I'm going to push there to like 100 pixel to the left. Now if you save that, and we are going to be just pushing that right here, and now here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just provide a width of like 100 pixel, and I'm going to also provide a height of also 100 pixel. And now I'm going to just provide a background color to it, and it will be like a teal kind of color. And now if you save that, so here you can see these are now applied to only this one. Why is that? Because all of these property will be count as our layout properties, so that's why it cannot be inherited by these children. Okay, so here you can see we have like width of 100 pixel, not 100, yeah, 100 pixel, and also height of 100 pixel, and also the background color is also changed, but it will not affect this one. This one is still our children right here, but this one will not be affected because we are working on layout properties. The font related property will be inherited, like a typography property will be inherited, but not a layout one. Okay, so you just have to keep that in mind, and you don't have to worry about this position relative and left and stuff like that. Now if you want to inherit this property as well, like if you want to also inherit this width and height properties, so for that we have to go to our MDN, or not MDN, in this case it's a W3 school. And now if you just scroll down, so we have a keyword called inherit. So let's just talk about its definition. The inherit keyword specifies that a property should be inherit its value from its parent element. Okay, so it will now force all of these values, like we have width, height, and background color, to be inherited as a children. So the inherit keyword can be used for any CSS property and on any HTML element. So this property can be useful in some situation, but it's very dangerous. And my recommendation will be to use it just for a typography stuff, and other than that I will not recommend you to do that. Anyways, so now if you want to inherit maybe like background color in this case, so what do we have to do? So now we are now inside working on a children. So what do we have to do? I'm going to just write a background color, and I'm going to remove that color, and here I'm going to just write inherit. And now if we save that, and now if we check, and boom, here you can see both of them will have this kind of a teal color right here. And now if you want to inherit this width and height as well, so what do we have to do? We are going to be just writing a width of inherit, and we are going to be also providing, let's suppose I'm gonna, so first of all let me show you the width one. And now if you save that, so here you can see it will now provide this width to it. But now if you want to inherit the height as well, so what do we have to do? We are going to be just writing like height of inherit. And now if you save that, and boom, both of them are now looking the same. Okay, so now let's suppose I want to increase that to like 200, and also this one to 200 as well. And now if you save that, and now here you can see both of them are now bigger. Okay, so this is how you can use the inherit keyword and all of that inheritance work. Okay, but in my opinion, I will never recommend you to use inherit keyword. It's kind of like a using important keyword, which I've never used in my life. I shouldn't have to say in my life. I did use that in some project, but I will never use that, to be honest. So my recommendation is to not use that. Other than that, it's all depend on you. If you want to use that, so you can use that. If you don't want to use that, so you don't have to use that. But I just kind of want to show you like what is the inheritance in CSS. So for now, we are going to be removing everything we have, and boom, everything is gone. So I'm going to also remove these parent and children as well. So save it, and we have a clear body. Alright, so now that we learned enough about a CSS inheritance, now the next topic which you are going to be learning will be included as a layout topic. So in layout, we have like a few topics which you are going to be learning. Like first of all, we are going to be learning about a position. Second, we are going to be learning about flex. Third one, we are going to be learning about grid. So before getting into that advanced topic, first of all, let's just start working on our position property. So we are going to be jumping into the position property, but before we do, I just kind of want to say that you have to give a little bit of attention to that, because these can be a little bit tricky to learn. So we are going to be starting from, first of all, let's just create a container, and inside this container we are going to be writing like two classes like D and 1. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate that 3 times, and then now let's just change that to 2, and this one to 3. And now if we save that, so we don't have any crazy stuff, but we have first of all a div with a class of container, then we provide this D class to all of these 3 divs, and then we provide a specific classes to it, like we have 1, 2, and 3. Now let's jump into our CSS, and now let's just start styling our div. So I'm going to just select my container right here, and inside this container what I'll do, I'll just provide a BG of totally gray color, and you can choose which kind of color you like. And I'm going to provide a width of like 800 pixel or 700 would do the thing. and I'm gonna provide a height of like, I don't know, 400 or 500 would be fine if we save that. So we get this container right here. Or you know what, I'm gonna provide 100%, save it, and this not 100%, just a 90 would be fine, like so. And I guess that's fine. Anyways, so now we create our first container right here. Now inside that container, what do we have to do? We have to select all of the D classes, like this D, and also this one. And what do we have to do? We have to give them a class of, or not a class, but a width of like just 100 pixel. And I'm gonna also provide a height of 100 pixel. So if we save that, nothing will happen because we didn't select any of these classes and we didn't provide any background colors to it. So now let's just select our first one and provide a background color of red, or teal would be fine. Not teal, I'm not going to provide any teal, but red will be fine, red. And then let me just duplicate that 2 times. Then we have the second class like 2, and here we're going to be providing a blue. And then we have finally the third class like a 3. Did we just provide? Yeah, we have 3. And this one will be kind of a teal class, so I'm going to just zoom out of it, and so that we can see everything a bit better. So now if I save my file, and now here you can see we have this gray kind of a container, and inside this container we have these 3 divs right here. So now let me just change the opacity of that to be like just a little bit slider, not that much, come on. I want to change the color to be like something else, maybe that much, kind of a grayish. Save it, and yeah, that's looking cool. Anyway, so first of all, let me just show you that relative and stuff properties. So first of all, let me just search for position. Okay, so we have background position, and we have position style, mask position, come on. And then finally we have this position property. If I click on that, it will brings us to this page right here. So we have position h2 and a lot of stuff. And let's just scroll down a bit. So we have a few position properties. So the first position property which we are going to be using, we have a few position values to be precise, not properties. So we have a static one, we have absolute, we have fixed, we have relative, and we have sticky. Okay, and these are initial and inherit. You don't have to worry about that. We already learned about inherit in a previous section. So static will be the default value, like by default elements render in order as they appear in the document flow. So if we check that, so here you can see first of all we have the 1, then the second like a 2, and then we have the third one. So these are at the top of each other, so this is known as a position static. Okay, and this will be the default position of our of our site, okay, or layout, or whatever you want to call it. So then we have an absolute. The element is positioned relative to its first position, not static and sister element. Okay, so what do I mean by this gibberish? But before getting into the absolute and fixed and all of that, first of all, let me just show you the relative one. So now let me just read its description. So relative, the element is positioned relative to its normal position, so left property, and we have a lot of properties like left, top, bottom, right, and these kind of properties, which I'm going to show you just in a second. Add 20 pixel to the element's left position. Okay, so you just have to remember this first line, like the element is positioned relative to its normal position. So by default, if you check our red one, so it's just positioned normally right here inside this container. So now if you want to just move that to the left, so you can also move that to the left, to the bottom, to the top, or to the right. But it will be moved where we want to move that, but it will not leave its place. So it will take this place and it will be moved to wherever we want. So now let me just show you that in a coding. So we are going to be first of all selecting our first one, which is the red one. So what do we have to do? We have to just provide a position of relative to it. So if we just provide a position relative, and if we save that, nothing will happen. Well, because we didn't use these properties, like we didn't use left, top, bottom, and also the right properties. So now we have to use like any of them. So if you want to use the left one, so if you want to push or container or div to the left, so we can just use left property, and then we can specify the amount. Like let's suppose if we want to push that to like 100 pixel, and if we save that, so here you can see it will now push it to the left like 100 pixel, but it will not leave its place right here. So here you can see we can now like push it to maybe instead of 100 we can push it to 200, but it will not leave its place right here. It will like take its place, as they said, like the element is positioned relative to its normal position, but they didn't specify that it will not leave its place. Okay, so you just have to remember that for the relative, and for the position static will be a default one, and position relative will move up to wherever you want, but will not leave its entire space right here. Okay, so this is it about a position relative. So now let's learn about a position absolute. So the position absolute, the element is positioned relative to its first position, positioned like a first position element, not static ancestor element. So what do I mean by that? So if you want to work with a position absolute, so if you just write a position absolute, so let me just write a position absolute in here, and if you save that, and here you can see that's gone. So where is the other one? Well, because they are jammed to each other right here, because that we provide a position absolute to it, so it just took its place. Position relative will not leave its place, but on the other hand, position absolute will leave its place, and we can move it to wherever we want. Okay, so it will just check for the relative property. First of all, it will just check like we are now working on a position absolute right here. Let me just write it absolute right here. So first of all, we'll check like, do you have position relative property? Yeah, I do have a position relative property, but in some cases this will not have a position property, so we'll check it here like, do you have a position relative property? They will say like, no, I don't have, so it will just go to the body, and then finally it will go to the element like HTML root element. So now I'm gonna just remove this absolute from here, and now if you save that, now here you can see that's gone from here, like the other element is gone. So now if you want to move around there, so for that we can just use our top, bottom, and left property. And now if you just write like left in here, and if you just write like 200 pixel, and if you save our file, so here you can see it will now push it from this area to this area, and now here you can see this element left its place, and we just push that to the right here, not to the right but to the left, like 200 pixel. We can also write a top value to it, so top will be like 200 pixel, and if you save that, so it will now push it to the top. You can also push it to the right, and so on and so forth. Okay, so you can play around with that. So we are now totally done with the position static, position relative, and position absolute properties. So now the next property which I want to talk to you about is a fixed. And as the name suggests, that will be fixed value. So the element is positioned relative to the browser window. It doesn't care about its relative units like this one on this one and so on and so forth, but it do care about its document element, which is just a root. So if you just write a position fixed to this third one, so I'm gonna write position of fixed to this one. If you save that, and now here you can see it will be pushed to the top. Okay, so we cannot provide that. I don't know what's happening. We have THREE. So if you just provide that, so it will now push it to the top. So now let me just write like a top of 200 pixel, and now if you save that, so it will now push it right here. We can also provide it to what? We can also provide it to like left of maybe 200 pixel, and now if you save that, so it will now push it right here. And we can also do a scrolling. So now let's suppose if you want scrolling, so we can just write ULLI, and now let's just write like times I don't know, maybe 50, and if you hit tab and if you scroll down, so now here you can see we have a scroll bar, and now if I scroll, so it will just start from this area of the viewport, and we can now scroll that to wherever we want. So you know what, I'm going to just remove this 200 to the left, or not to the left but to the top one, so it will now be here. So we can now scroll over side, and this position fixed will be also scroll, and this position fixed property will be very useful for a navigation kind of stuff. So like whenever we scroll, so there will be also the navigation will be also scrolled with us. Now the next property we have is a sticky property, which is this sticky property. The element is positioned based on the user scroll position. You just have to remember that, and it's kind of an easy one. So you know what, I'm going to remove this position fixed from here, and what do I have to do? I'm going to just provide a position of, let me just write a position of sticky in here, not static but sticky. And now we can just provide some sort of position like you know, I'm going to provide a top to be like 100 pixel, and now if you save that, now here you can see it now push it from the top, and now if I scroll, so here you can see this element will be also scroll, but if we hit this certain point, so that will stop right here, because we are now currently inside this container. Okay, we are not outside from it, so we are totally inside this container, so that's why it cannot be pushed down anymore. So these were just a few properties which I kind of want to show you. So now let me just review all of them one by one. First of all, we just learned about a position relative property, and position relative allows us to like move or position our element to anywhere we want, but it will not leave its place. So we will have that same space inside in our DOM, but we can move around this element to anywhere we want. On the other hand, we have position absolute. A position absolute will also allow us to move our element anywhere we want, but it will leave its space right here inside our DOM. And then finally we learn about a fixed, which will be just like fixed to anywhere we want, and if you scroll, so that element will also scroll with us. Okay, and then finally we just learn about a sticky property, and sticky will be just like sticky at some place, and if we just scroll, so it will just also scroll with us, and when it hit its certain points, it will just stop scrolling. Okay, so these were just a few properties which I kind of want to show you in this video or in this section. So now we are totally done with this position property. Now the next thing which we are going to be learning is called Flexbox, or second position property. So we are going to be deleting everything we have inside our CSS file, and now I'm going to save that, and I'm going to also delete everything which we have inside our body. I'm going to remove all of that, and now I'm going to cut that, and now if you save that, so we just have our blank body right here. Alright, so now let's just start working on a Flexbox. So for this section, we are going to be heading over to somewhere else called MDN, or Mozilla Developer Network. So what we have to do, we just have to write MDN, and now here you can see the link, like we have developer.mozilla.org, and I'm going to click on the first link, and you can learn more about that if you want to. You can change the theme if you want to, but in my case I'm not going to do that. Documenting web technologies including CSS, HTML and JavaScript since 2005. Oh my goodness. Okay, so now let's just ask from him, like, what is a Flexbox, brother? So he will give us this definition. A Flexbox module, usually referred to as a Flexbox, was designed as a one-dimensional layout model. So Flexbox only work on one-dimensional layout, either from a left to the right, from the right to the left, or from the top to the bottom, or from the bottom to the top, which I'm going to show you just in a second. So as a method that could also offer a space distribution between items in the interface and powerful alignment capabilities. And in this article, you don't have to worry about them for now. So when we describe a Flexbox as begin one-dimensional, we are describing the fact that Flexbox deal with the layout. Okay, so if you want to work with a layout, so if you want to push some item from one place to another by either using a row or a column, so for that we can use Flexbox. And a Flexbox is something which will help us with layout, and it will just help us with one-dimensional layout. If you want to work with more than one-dimensional layout, so for that we have CSS Grid, which we are going to be also learning in this video. Okay, so you can learn more about that. So before getting into the actual coding of a Flexbox, you just have to remember two things. So the two axes of a Flexbox. When we are working on a Flexbox, you need to think about in terms of axes, the main axis and the cross axis. So the main axis is defined by the flex direction, which we will see just in a second, property, and the cross axis runs perpendicular to the flex, what do we call it, the main axis. Okay, so everything we do with a Flexbox refer back to these axes. So it's worth learning about a Flexboxes. So the main axis, we have these properties which we are going to be exploring. So if our main axis is set to the row, or cross axis will be set to the column, because cross axis will be perpendicular to the main axis. So for now you just have to remember that, and now let's get into the coding. So by the way, let me just say that one more time so that you guys don't get confused. If our main axis is row, our cross axis will be column, like our cross axis will be perpendicular to our main axis. Okay, so I just said that one more time, and now let's get into our coding. So now let's just start working on a Flexbox. So the first thing we would do is that we have to first of all create a container. Inside this container we are going to be writing a lot of children's, like child, and we are going to be writing like I don't know, I'm going to use an image. We have a child, and here let me just write a dollar sign, and boom. And how many we want? We want them to be like, I don't know, maybe 5 for now. So we got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and each of these div will have a class of child. Okay, so before working on a Flexbox, you need to remember a concept called containers. So if you want to work with a Flexbox, like if you want to move around these children's, so first of all you have to target the container. You cannot work with a Flexbox inside a children's. You would work on a Flexbox inside a container. So if you want to work with a Flexbox, first of all you have to select the container. It doesn't matter, like whichever kind of container you have. You can also call it like a parent. First of all, you have to select the parent, and you can work with a Flexbox by using a parent or container, whatever you want to call it. So now let me just ask you a few questions. First of all, I'm gonna just write like a little bit coding so that I can tell you like what is a container or parent and stuff. So let me just write a section. Then inside this section we are going to be writing our article, and inside this article we are going to be writing a UL, and then we are going to be writing li, and then outside from this UL we are going to be also writing another section, and now inside this section we are going to be writing h1 of hello. Okay, so now let me just ask you a question. What is the parent of this h1? I want you to answer that. I want you to answer that. Well, the parent of this h1 will be this section, not this one, but this one. So what is the parent of this section? The parent of this section is this article, not a ul, but an article, because this is the parent. Okay, these two are the nested children of this article right here. So what is the parent of this article? The parent of this article is this section. So now if you want to work with a Flexbox, so first of all we have to provide first of all we have to set a display of flex on this one, and all of these item will just go on and on. So I'm going to show you all of that just in a second. So I just kind of want to give you this test. I'm going to remove that, and now here you can see we have this container, and you know what, I'm going to change this one to section to be precise, so that you guys can see everything. So I'm going to just write section, and then we have a div with a class of child, and we have from 1 through 5 right here. Okay, so if you want to work with a Flexbox, first of all we have to target a container. So let me just write a little bit of formatting, and then we are going to be start working on our Flexbox. So I'm going to just write a container, or before getting into the container we just have to remove or resets first of all. So I'm going to just write margin and padding of 0, and then I'm going to just write like a box sizing of border box right here. And you know what, I'm going to remove this border box and stuff for now. Let me get my body, and inside this body we are going to be writing a height of 100 vh, and I'm going to provide a background of this kind of like a blue violet color, like blue violet. I'm going to select that. Now inside this container, what do we have to do? We have to first of all write a border of 2 pixel solid and totally white, and then let me just provide a little bit of width, like 800 pixel would be fine. I'm going to provide 800 pixel of width, and I'm going to also provide a height of like 400 pixel would be fine. Okay, and then I'm going to also provide a margin of 20 pixel and auto will be just automatic stuff. Okay, now let me just save that, and this is how my file will look like right here. So now the next thing which we have to do is that we also have to format these divs which is inside this container. So we are going to be formatting that by using our container, and now let's just get our children. So I'm going to write a child right here, and what do we have to do? We have to give him a little bit of width of 50 pixel, and I'm going to also provide a 50 pixel of height to it. Background color will be like, you can give him whichever kind of background color you like. In my case I'm going to set that to blue, and I'm going to also provide a font family of, not font family, font, I'm going to just write text align of center, and I guess that would be it. So if you save that, this is how things currently look like, but I just felt like this is a little bit low contrast. So if you save that, and now I guess everything looks like a bit better. So I'm going to just write a bit of margin, like 10 pixel would be fine, and if you save that, and now we are cool. But I guess instead of 10 pixel, I'm going to provide 5 pixel margin. So now we're good to go. And so now if I ask you a question like, what will be the container of these elements? So we have now these children. So what do you think will be the container? Will it be this body, or will it be this container? We are now inside this container. So now this is obviously the container, and now we have these children's inside this container. Okay, so now let's just start working on a Flexbox. So I'm gonna zoom out a bit so that you guys can see everything a bit better, and let me just write a Flexbox stuff here. Okay, so we are going to be starting our Flexbox stuff from here. Remember, if you want to work with a Flexbox, so you just need a few things. The first thing you have to remember that you are going to be working on a container. Don't forget that. And now the second thing I want you to remember is that first of all, you are going to be writing a display of flex properties. So we already learned about display of block. We already learned about an inline block, and we also learned about a display of none just a second ago. Now in this case, what do we have to do? We just have to write a flex, and now if we just write a flex, and if we save our file, and what happened? Wow, this magic happens. So by default, if we just write a display flex, so Flexbox will provide a little bit of styling to our children. So which kind of styling? We have like a flex direction, and it will be now set to row. So now first of all, let's just learn about a display flex. So if you just write a display flex, so first of all, it will gives us a little bit of styling right here, and I'm going to be telling you like which kind of styling by default display flex provide us, but you don't have to worry about them for now. So now we are now totally working on a Flexbox right here. Okay, and as I said, that Flexbox is one-dimensional layout, so it will just either work on a row or a column. Okay, so you just also have to remember that as well. So Now we are totally done. So now the next property which I want to show you is something called a flex direction. So if I just write like a flex direction, so as the name suggests, that flex direction will allows us to change the direction of our flexbox. So if we just write a display of flex, by default the flex direction will be set to row. If you just write like a row in here, and now if you save that, and here you can see nothing will happen right here. Why is that? Because if you just write display of flex, so by default this display flex will provide us with this flex direction of row. So we can also change that to like column if you want to. So if you just write column, and if you save that, and here you can see it will now change your layout to the column right here. Okay, so now I'm gonna remove this column. So we have like a row, we already saw row, we already saw column, but we can also write a row and then reverse. Okay, so I want you to notice like we have 1 2 3 4 5 right here, and if we save that, and boom, it will now push it right here, and first of all we will get 5, then we will get 4, then we will get 3, then we will get 2, then we will get 1. So what's happening? So if you just remove this reverse from here, and if we save that, so here you can see this is how everything will look like right now. Okay, so if you want to reverse that and also the direction of it, so for that we can just write like a row and reverse. Okay, as I said that if our main axis okay, so if our main axis is set to row, or cross axis will be perpendicular to that. So this is how we can get that kind of effect. So if you save that, and boom, our layout is changed to the row reverse right here. Okay, so this is how we can change that, and we can also change this to a column reverse. So if you just write column and then we have reverse, and now if you save that, and here you can see everything is pushed up to the bottom right here, and we have 5 4 3 2 1 instead of like 1 2 3 4 5. So if you want to just remove the reverse, and if you save that, what do we get? We get 1 2 3 4 and 5. And I guess I should have to make this one a little bit bigger so that you guys can see everything a bit clear. So I'm going to provide a little bit of more height to it. So 500 pixel would do. Or you know what, 450 would be fine. I guess that's going to be fine. Anyways, so this is a flex direction. First of all, we just write display of flex, and then we learn about a flex direction, and it will allows us to change the direction of our layout. Okay, so it will just work on a flex container, and it will change our children. So you just have to remember these things in mind. And now what else do we have to do? We are going to be learning about a justify content property. So for that we have to ask our good old friend like what is a justify content property. So I'm gonna just hit control space, not a control space, but just a control and F, and now here I'm going to just ask for like a justify content. If I just write justify content, so it will give us this definition. Let me just zoom in a bit, and now here you can see that justify content property is used to align the items on the main axis right here. So this justify content property will be responsible to align our item on the main axis. So how can we go about doing that? So now instead of just column, I'm going to just comment this line out, and if you save that, everything is now back to the row right here. And if you want to push this item to the end, so we can also do that. We can also make it center, or we can also just stick it right here. So now let's just learn about something called justify content. Okay, so justify content by default, the value will be what do we call it, flex start. So the default value of justify content, if you just write a display flex, so the default value of justify content will be set to flex start. If you save that, and nothing will happen right here. And we can also change that to flex end if you want to. So I'm going to just remove that, and if we hit control space, so it will now give us all of these values right here. You can use a shorthand like end and start if you want to, but by default it will be set to flex start. We can also change that to flex end. So as we learned that it will just only work on a main axis, and our cross axis will be perpendicular to our main axis. So you just have to remember this kind of stuff in your mind. So now if you want to push that to the left, and so I mean like to the right, so for that we can just write like flex and then end. And if you just write flex end, and if we save that, and boom, here you can see that it will now push it to the left. Why am I saying left? It will now push it to the right here. Okay, so that's how we can work with the justify content property, but we have a little bit more stuff than that. So we can also make things to the center. So if you just want to write like center, and if we save that, and here you can see it will now make it perfectly center right here. Okay, so now our flex direction is set to row, so this is how everything will look like we can center it to the right and stuff. But if you want them to be at the column, so we can also change this flex direction to the column, and we can also make it perfectly centered on the column as well. So if you save that, and boom, and this is how everything look like. And we can also write just like a flex start, and if we save that, and this is by default, we can also change that to flex end, and if we save that, so this is the flex end, and we also saw a flex center. Okay, so if we save that, so it will not use us that. So let's just check a little bit more property of that. So we have baseline, you don't have to worry about that. So the next property which I'm going to be telling you is something called a space around. So for that, you know what, I'm going to comment this line out, and if you save that, so by default everything looks like this. And now if I just use like space and around, and as the name suggests that it will distribute our items like our children, and it will provide a little bit of spacing in there, and it will also provide a spacing around these items. So if you just save that, and here you can see it will now distribute our items, and it will also provide a spacing how much they need. Now this is a space around property. We can also write a space between if you want to. So now here they will not provide a spacing in there. So if you just save our file, and here you can see it will not provide a spacing around that. And if you are wondering like we do have this spacing right here, that's because I provide a spacing or the margin of 5 pixels right here. So that's why we are getting this a little bit spacing in there. We just remove that, and if you just save our file, here you can see their spacing is gone. So that's kind of a cool stuff. So we can also go with the flex direction of colon, and we can also write a space between. So if you save that, and this is how everything will look like. And if we just change that to around, and if we save, so it will now uses the spacing around this item right here. Okay, so that's it about the justify content stuff. So what do I have to do? I'm going to just write a center right here. So if you save that, it will now make everything to the center. So I'm going to comment this line out. I'm going to also comment this line out. Okay, so now the next property I want to talk to you about is something called a flex wrap property. So before we do that, we need a lot of content in here. So let's suppose if I just select that, and if I duplicate that like one more time and save it, so we can work with a lot of contents just like that. So now here you can see, you know what, I'm going to duplicate one more time, and now here you can see, our children are now jamming together in each other right here. And here you can also see that width is changed a bit. So if you want to push these items to the new line, so we can also do that by using or awesome property which is called a flex flex wrap of wrap. So by default the value will be set to no wrap. So if you just write a display of flex, so the default value it will give us of no wrap. So if you save that, so no wrapping right here. So in this case we want them to be wrapped, so we can just write as flex wrap to wrap, and if you save that, so it will now just wrap these items to the new line right here. Okay, so that's that. We can also have a wrap reverse if you want to, so we can reverse our wrap right here. So if we save that, and boom, here you can see first of all we get 4, 5, and this is a random word, so that's why we cannot see everything a bit clear. Now you have to trust me that we can also do a wrap reversing by using a flex wrap property. So I'm going to just comment this line out, and I'm going to also undo this step. So if we save that, we get to this layout one more time. Alright, so that's it about display, flex direction, justify content. I'm going to push this one to a bit down. And now the next property which we are going to be learning about is align items. So this one work on a main axis. And now if you just search for align items. Okay, so let me just search for align items real quick. So here you can see we have this align items property, and the align items property will align the items on the cross axis. Remember, justify content property will work on a main axis, and now align items property will work on a cross axis. Okay, so what do I have to do? I'm going to comment this out, or I'm not gonna comment this one out. So by default we get this layout right here. So everything's like justify content will be set to by default flex start. So now let's just work with our align items properties. So by default, if we just write like display flex, so by default it will give us the value of flex start, and if you save there, so nothing's gonna happen right now. But we can also write a flex end if you want to. So if you save that, and boom, it will push everything to the bottom right here. That's because align items property work on a cross axis. You just have to remember that. We can also do centering. So if you just write like let me just remove that, and we just write like center, and if we save that, and boom, it will be now perfectly centered. So if you want to perfectly center this item right here, so for that we just have to uncomment this justify content property, and if we save that, and boom, we now get totally perfectly centered divs right here. Okay, so these divs are now totally perfectly centered to our viewport right now. So what do we have to do? Now we learn about a justify content property, align items property. We can work with that. So by default, that's flex start. So let me just set that to like, first of all, flex end maybe, and this one will be now set to center, or this one will be also set to flex end. So if you want to save that, so it'll now just push it to this end right here. So if you just set that to like a flex start, and you know what, that was just a default value for both of them, but let me just write, like we already write center. Let me just write a space around in here, and this one will be flex end. And now if you save that, and here you can see it will now use us like a little bit of spacing right here, and it will be at the it will be at the bottom right here. We can also change this one to like flex start, and the other one will be flex end. And if we save that, and it will now push it everything right here. Okay, so this is how we can play around with that, and I will highly encourage you to play around with these properties and values. I'm just showing you everything, but I cannot show you everything. You know, like I cannot play around with all of the properties because it will take a lot of time. It will take a countless hours to work with that, but I just kind of want to give you the taste of everything, and you have to figure out like how your layout will look like and how you should structure everything. So now that we learned about align items and these stuff, now the next property which we are going to be learning about is something called align content property. So let's just ask our good old friend like align content. Okay, so it will now ask us to go to this page, so I'm going to click on that. So it will now brings us to this page. So the CSS align content property sets the distribution of a space between and around content items along a flexbox cross axis or a grid block axis. So for that we are going to be need a few more divs. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate that a few times, and now if you save that, and now here we can just use like align of content, and now here and by the way, what's the a default value of align content? Okay, align content, I guess the default is start. I guess the default is start, and we can play around with these if you want to. Let me just ask a Google like what's the default value of align content. So I guess, okay, so it's a stretch. It's not a flex start, it's a stretch. So a stretch work like this. So if you just write a stretch, so it's a by default value, and if you didn't provide any width and height to it, or you know, I'm gonna just comment out this height for now, and if you save that, and here you can see this is the stretch behavior right here. If you uncomment, or if you comment this line out, and if you save that, so this is the default behavior. That's because we provide height to it, so that's why we are getting a height right here. Okay, so you just also have to keep that in mind. And now let's just start working on a start. So if you just write a start, and this is going to be the start, we can also write an end. This is going to be the end. Okay, it's not working, I don't know why. We have a line, ALIGN. Let me just write it one more time, ALIGN, and then we have content, and let me just write a center maybe, center, and if we save that, I don't know, it's not working. Okay, so we have to set our flex wrap to be wrap, and if you save that, and now here you can see it will center up everything right here. We have to use this flex wrap of wrap, and now if you want to go to the start, so we can use a start. We can go to the end if you want to. We can use a space around, and it will now provide a spacing around the items, and we can also use a space between. So if you save that, and boom, everything is working the way we expect them to work. So I don't want to waste your time writing all of these properties and its values, so I'm going to just remove this flex wrap, or you know, I'm going to comment both of them out. If you want to uncomment it, so you cannot uncomment just a single line, you have to uncomment both of these lines at once, and if you save that, and then everything will work the way you expect them to work. Okay, so now we cover half of the Flexbox. Now it's time to work on just a specific children. If you want to just move around one child at a time, so we can also do that. So first of all, let me just uncomment or undo this step. So if you save that, so here you can see we just have like divs from 1 through 5 right here, and now you go towards CSS. Now instead of writing a display property in here, we can write it now inside a children, because we are working on just a single property. So now let's just ask our good old friend like what in the world is ordered. So if I just write an order right here, okay, so okay, it uses a lot of oh my goodness, these are a lot of order properties. So flexbox order, come on. Okay, so we have to find that out. Anyways, so Flexbox order property is nothing more but they will just provide a little bit of order to it. So I'm going to go back. And now let me just see that order in here. Okay, so we have order. Okay, we got 82. You know what, let me just ask from this friend. So order property, flex order, or you know what, let me just write a flex first of all. Okay, CSS, nobody is helping me in this case. I guess I should have to explain everything manually. Oh, you know what, I'm gonna write a flex in here just like that. So we have flex basis, flex wrap, shrink, grow, flow, and stuff like that. I'm gonna click on the flex one so that I can go to the flex box right here, and I'm gonna have to search for an order right now. So order, we got a borders and we don't have any order. Let's just ask our friend Google. um, Flexbox order property, property. Alright, so it will now brings us to this W3 school. Okay, I knew there is something inside this. I don't know, it wasn't helping us at first place. So set the order of the flex item to be like some order. By default, every element will have a order of 0. First of all, you just have to remember that by default, all of these elements or all of these children will have the default value of order of 0. Okay, so this one will be 0, 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 and also this one will be also 0. Okay, so I'm going to select just one child, like maybe this third one, and I'm going to just provide like a special class to it. So I'm going to just save that, and now I'll just select this special class. So I'm going to just write like special. So now here, what do I have to do? I'm going to just write an order of 1 to it, and now if you save that, and now here you can see it will now push it to the bottom right here because all of them have the class of 0, and now this one is special, and we give this one the class of, like the order of 1, so this one is now special, so it will now push it to the bottom. And this is how you can reorder your layout by using just the order property, and this is very powerful. So now let's suppose if you want to set this one to like order 2, so for that we can just write like I don't know, special 2, and now if you save that, and this is how you can use the order of your elements. So I'm going to just write like a special and then 2, and I'm going to just provide like an order of 2 to this one. So now if you save that, so what do we get? We get like 1, 2, 5, and 3, and 4. This one has the order property of 2, so this one have a high specificity. This one is a little bit lower than this one, and all of these have like 0, 1, so there will be a first, second, and third, and you can also go with a flex direction of colon, so it will give you the same result. Okay, so this is how we can work with a flexbox order property. But I just kind of want to show you is like where you would find all of these order and these kind of a single element properties and stuff like that. So that's why I want to show you. Okay, so what do we have to do? That we have to remove, or you know what, we are not going to be removing that. We are going to be learning about the next property, which is align self. So align self, as the name suggests, that will just align that item to itself. So if you just write like align self in here, and we can just click on that, and now here you can see center the alignment of the one element at a time inside a flexbox element. Okay, so we can just work with one children of the flexbox by using align self property. So the align self property specify the alignment of the selected item inside that flexible container. Note that align self property override the flexible container. Okay, so if you have some style inside this flexbox container, so it will override it. Okay, so now we just give them a class of special to this third one, and we want to make that to like center maybe, so we can do that. So I'm going to just remove this order one. I'm going to also remove this order property from there. And what do we have to do? I'm going to just write like not flex self but align self property, and now here you can see we have access to all of their values, like we have flex start, we have flex end, center, and all of them. So I'm going to just write flex start, and if you save that, and if you go towards CSS, so it will be by default start, like this one is special one. Okay, so now we can use a flex start, we can also use flex end, and if you save that, so it will now push it to the end right here. We can also use a center if you want to, we can just use like center, it will now push it right here, and we don't have access to that space between or space around because we are just working on one single item. Like this align self property will allows us to just work on a one single property, but for that we have to select our item manually, and the container should be a display of flex. Okay, don't forget that. Okay, so we can just write like center in here and save that, and it's now center. This is align self property, and we already learned about an order property. So you know what, I'm gonna just write like order of 1 in here, and I'm gonna comment that out so that we can't forget that. So now we learned about align self. Now the next thing which we are going to be learning is, like, first of all, just save that, and this is how currently things looks like. And now the next property which I want to show you in Flexbox is something called a flex grow property, and it will allows us to just grow one single item. So I'm gonna just search for that, like align, not align, but flex grow. And if you click on this one, so it will now brings us to this web page right here. Let the second flex, okay, that's not cool. So the flex grow property specify how much the item will grow relative to the reset of the flex item or flexible item inside that same container. Note, if the element is not flexible item, the flex grow property has no effect on that. Okay, so you just have to remember that in your mind. So now let's get into it. Let's suppose we want to like grow this special class. So we want to, like, suppose grow this one. So for that we can just use like flex grow property, and we can provide like different kind of maybe two, and if you save that, so here you can see it will now grow right here. So I guess the default value is 0 for all of them as well. So now let's just ask from him, like, what's the default? Okay, the default value is set to 0, as I said. So default value will be set, so like these will have the default value of 0, and now we provide a 1 to it, so it will now take its entire space right here. Okay, so let's suppose if you just select this special 2 and we just provide a flex grow property on it, and now let's just use like maybe 4, and now if you save that, and here you can see this one will grow more than this one right here, and we can also change that 1, save it, and boom, this is how you can grow and shrink your item. And by the way, I didn't show you a shrink property, but this is how you can grow your items if you want to. So now I'm gonna comment this line out, I'm gonna also comment this line out, and if you save that, and this is how everything's look like. So now let me just show you two more properties, and then we are going to be totally done by Flexbox, and then we can jump into the game, and then we are going to be playing a game. So what's the next property? The next property is something called flex and bases, and now let's just search for that. I'm going to show you the documentation of it, flex bases, and if you click on that, so it's kind of a weird one. So the flex basis property specify the initial length of the flexible item. Note, if the element is not flexible item, so that flex property will have no effect on that, and the default value will be set to auto right here. And now let's just work with that. So now here we are going to be just specifying like I don't know, maybe I'm gonna just provide like 20 pixel, and if you save that, and now here you can see it will now just shrink down a bit, and we can just provide that like I don't know, flex basis of maybe 4, or 100 pixel will be fine if you save that. Okay, so this is how you can work with a flex basis. So now the final property which I want to show you is called a flex shrink property. So I'm gonna just write like a flex shrink right here, and if you just ask or Google, like, what is, not Google, but if you ask W3 School, like, what is a flex shrink property, as the name suggests, there it will allows us to shrink our item. So the flex shrink property specify how the item will shrink relative to the reset of the flexible item inside the same container. Note, if the element is not a flexible item, the flex shrink property will no effect on that, and the default value will be set to 1. Okay, so if you want to work with the flex shrink property, first of all, we have to provide a little bit of width to the item, to the child. So maybe I'm gonna just provide like 400 height to it, I mean like width to it. And now what do we have to do? So the default value was 1, so we can just provide 2. If you save that, okay, so here you can see our item will now shrink to that much. So if you just write 1, this is the default behavior, we have a 4, our item will look like that. So now let's just write 4, and it will now shrink it like that much. Okay, so we can just make screen size a bit bigger or smaller. So this is how the flex shrink property will work. So it will just allows us to shrink down our element right here. Okay, and we can just increase the height, I mean like the width, if we want to, like 600 pixel. So as the name suggests, that it will just shrink out our element, like flex shrink property will just do that for us. Okay, so now we are totally done with the Flexbox. So we learned enough about Flexbox, like we learned about a display property, we learned about a main axis and cross axis, we learned about a flex direction property which allows us to change the direction, then we learned about a Flexbox wrap property, and it will allow us to wrap the item, then justify content, align items, flex wrap. We learned that again. We didn't learn that, but we use that again. And then we learn about align content property, and then we learn about how we can lay out just a single item by using an order property, and then align self, flex grow, flex basis, and finally we just learn about a flex shrink property. So now it's time to play a cool game by using a Flexbox. So we are going to be putting all of our knowledge into this game. So first of all, let's just go to our Flexbox froggy like so. Okay, so now I'm gonna just click on this Flexbox froggy again for learning a CSS Flexbox. So I'm gonna just click on that. And now here, what do you have to do? First of all, you just have to read through this instruction, but I'm not going to read through this instruction. I just look at the layout and I'm going to just type a code for that. So I know that what do we have to do? Now our main axis is now set to row. So what do we have to do? We have to just write a justify content of flex end. And if you just do that and push it right there, so it now just allows us to the next level, like to go to the next level. Okay, so if you just click on that. So now the next level which we are going to be doing is something called a justify content of center. So if you do that, it will now push our frogs to these whatever that has a leaf, whatever you want to call it. And now second mission is also complete, so now I'm going to click on that. Now what do we have? We have a third one. Now let's just write a justify content. It's kind of a simpler, so we are going to be using like a space around. Is it around? Yeah, it's around. So we want the spaces around this item, and now hit next and boom. Now what else do we have? We have to write a justify content of space between inside that. So justify content of space between. Okay, so now this one is also done. We are now at the 5th level. Woohoo! So now it's requiring us to work with just alignment. So we are going to be using like flex direction is that. So align items will be just you know what, flex end. So if you save that and boom, everything is working. So now if you just click on the next, now the next, oh my goodness, it's like the hardest one. It's not. We already learned that. How to do this layout during the coding tutorial section. So we are going to be writing justify content of center. Align items will be also set to center. Okay, so both of them will be centered, so it will now gives us totally perfect center. Okay, so now what do we have? Justify content will be now set to like space between, I guess. Yeah, and then align items will be now set to not center but flex end. Okay, so now it's okay, it's not a center. It also, I guess this one is a center, you know. You just write center. Nah, it's not a center, it's a space around, I guess. Yeah, that's a totally space around. Now we have to click on the next one. And now this is looking a bit weird. We have to reverse the first one, and then the second one, and then the third one. So what do we have to do? We have to just write like, I don't know. We have to just write, I guess, a justify column reverse. Let's just see. Justify content of column, not column, but row reverse, I guess. Check that. Okay, that's not the solution. Okay, I'm writing justify content. It should have to be align items. Okay, it's not align items. Come on, man. Flex direction of diraction of row reverse like that. Okay, so oh my goodness, I'm gonna just right click on it and make a direction. And now we are totally done. So now let's just hit on the next one. And I guess I'm gonna have to stop playing this game because this is a huge game. Okay, now let me just type it out, and it should. And this one is easy. We just have to write like flex direction of column, diraction of column. Why the hell? direction. Come on, man. Yeah. So that's cool. Now the next one we have is, first of all, we have to write a flex direction to row reverse. So I'm going to just write like flex direction to direction in this case of row reverse. And then, yeah, and now we reverse our item. So now we just have to start it from justify content of flexed start. Okay, so it's already started. We have to use the end one. Yep, that's cool. Now click on the next one, and now this one is a little bit tricky. So now let me just have to think about this. How am I gonna be solving that? First of all, we would need to write just flex direction. That's obvious. of column. And now what else do we have to do? We just have to push that to the end. So justify content, and there's going to be flex. Oh my god, flex end. Okay, and boom. We are now at the 12th challenge. Okay, let me just think about this one for a second. Okay, so how can we solve that? Okay, first of all, let me just write a flex direction, direction of row reverse in here. Okay, that's bad. Instead of row reverse, we can also do like column reverse. That's cool. Now, the next thing which we have to do is that just write like space between. Yep, justify content will be just space between and doom. Okay, so we are now at the 13th challenge right here, and this one is quite obvious. This one is totally the easiest one in my opinion. So what do we have to do? First of all, we just have to write align items of center, not center but flex end, because we want them to be at the end. Okay, now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to just write like a justify content of just a center. So we want everything to be perfectly centered. Right. All right. So now we just have to change the direction to be like something else. You know what? I will write this code and it worked. So now let me just write like a flex direction of row and then reverse, and boom, it will now just reverse it right here. Now let me just write we just have to, I guess, reverse that, or don't we? Okay, so instead of, so this one will have 0 1, this one will have 0 1, this one will have 0 1. So we have to select that yellow. Okay, so we already select that yellow one right here, and we are going to be just providing an order of special, like one order, and boom, that's cool. And now here, what do we have to do? We just have to, okay, so how the layout will look like. So we already select this red one, and now here in this case we are going to be using less value than 1, so, and even less value than 0, so we can work with a negative value like -1 like so, and boom, that's got it. That one was quite a little bit difficult for me. Alright, so what are we doing in here? These greens are at the green, but well, here we just have to use like align self property, and we are going to be using a flex end, and boom, that's it. Alright, so what are we doing? First of all, we are going to make these two up here and then push it down. So I know that we are going to be using align self of end. We already select a yellow. So now let's just use this align self of end. So I'm gonna write like align self of just a flex end. It will now push it right here. Now what else do we have to do? Do we have to just write justify content, or flex start will be end? Let me just think about that for a second. I don't know how we would solve that. This one is like the most trickiest one. Okay. Yep, we can use the order one. So let me just write order property of 1, and boom. Okay, so now everything is at this end, and that's it. Alright, so this was kinda a little bit getting. Alright, so these challenges are getting harder and harder. So we are now at TN, so we have to figure out how to solve that. So okay, so they are squanched together to each other. So let me just try to wrap that. Flex wrap, and by default value is no wrap, so I'm gonna just write like wrap in here. And yep, I get that one was quite simple and easy. Oh my god. Alright, so now let's just hit next one. Okay, so I know that we have to write a flex wrap first of all, so we are going to be using like a flex wrap of wrap. Okay, so we are totally there, but what else we have to do is that we have to change the rows to the column. Yep, that's cool. We can use a flex direction, direction to the column. Boom. Yep, that's cool. Now hit next. And now we are at 20. So I guess what do we have to do? Okay, so for example, you can use a flex flow. Oh my goodness. A flex flow is just a shorthand for writing a flex direction and also the wrap properties. So we are going to be just using like a column wrap in this case because we want to write that as a column wrap. So flex flow and column and then wrap. So I'm going to first of all show you the documentation of flex flow. so that you guys can see everything a bit better. I forgot to show you this one. I was just thinking like I missed something. Okay, so the flex, oh my goodness, not a ref, flex flow, and this one I want to click on that. And now here you can see the flex flow property is a shorthand for properties of flex direction, which will allow us to change direction. Then we have a flex wrap, and it will allow us to just either wrap or no wrap or wrap reverse items. So there is just a shorthand for using a flex direction and flex wrap. I apologize about that. I didn't show you that in the first place. But now we are at 21 project. I mean like 21 challenge. So what do we have to do? First of all, let's just read through this instruction. Okay, so what do we have to do? We just have to remove these empty spaces from there. And yeah, but there we are going to be, I guess, using align content property. Did I show you align? Yeah, I did show you align content property. Not this one. Where is align content? Yep, right here. Space between. So here we are going to be using flex. Not flex. So here we are going to be using just align content property of flex start. Okay, so let me just write it like flex start and boom. Okay, that was also a little bit simple. So we are at 22, and now let's just figure out like what do we have to do in there. Okay, so this one is a little bit okay. So we have a lot of content we want to push there, so we can use align content property as they said. So we can use align content property, and we can use like flex and boom, everything is working the way we expect them to work. And now this one is a little bit tricky, to be honest. I'm gonna have to just wait for that and just check out this layout. Okay, this one is a little bit tricky one. So what do we have to do? We have yellows in here, then we have a greens in here, and then we have red. So you know what? Okay, so display will be flex, and flex wrap will be set to also wrap. So it's now wrapping itself. So now what do we have to do? I know that we have to change the direction, and we can do a we can do a row reverse. Yeah, we can do a row reverse. So flex direction will be set to like direction of row reverse. Okay. Okay, that's awful. Instead of row reverse, let me just write a column reverse. Yeah, we are getting there. And now we just have to use align content of center, and boom, that's cool. Okay, and then we have a final project. Okay. Okay, so we have to use all of that. Okay, so this is the final test which we are going to be doing. Okay, so we have first of all the red, which needs to be in here. I guess we can use a flex or align cell for that. And then we have a greens which needs to be in here. Then we have two blues, or not blues. We have two yellows which needs to be in here. Okay, so they just provided a display of flex. Come on, we have to figure it out. What do we have to do? First of all, let's just start working on a little bit of progress. So I'm gonna just write like flex direction will be also call first of all, we just have to like write like flex direction of row. It's also row. So column LUMN. So this is now column. So we can now push these item to in here and push this last one. So now in this case, you know what, I'm gonna write a column reverse in this case. So yeah, we are getting that. So now we can push this item, and we have to also wrap that. So if you wrap that, so this item will take its place and so on. So let me just write like a flex wrap of just simply a wrap. Okay, I guess we want this item to be in here and the other item to be inside there. So we can write a row wrap reverse for that. So wrap reverse, and yeah, that's looking cool. But what do we have to do for this ones? Okay, so I'm gonna which kind of center properties we have? We have align center and we have justify center. So justify content center. What in the world can I do right now? So you know, I'm gonna just write like, first of all, just start with the justify of content of center, because we know we have to center these stuff. And yeah, we are getting there. And final property we have to write is align items of center. Okay, center, and boom. Not boom, but we have to just wait for, you know what, I'm gonna provide a flex start property. This one is a little bit difficult. Come on, how can I do that? Okay, so we can just write like space around property, can't we? Let me just start between. Come on, flex between, what the hell? Flex between, not flex between, but space around property. Okay, it's not working. Let me try between, not, yeah, space between. Come on, align items is not working. Okay, so we have more than one item, so for that we can use, instead of align items, we can use align content right here. So we can just write like space, oh my goodness, space around in this case, and yeah, come on. Oh my god. So okay, so now we are getting there. So instead of using around, we can use between. And boom! Come on, we are now totally done with this challenge. And we did all of them. So level from 0 through 24 to be precise, not 25. And congratulations, we learned about Flexbox, and now you totally master Flexbox. Now the next thing which we have to learn is a new CSS mode, which is known as a grid, display of grid. So that one is a little bit tricky to learn, but you have to be a little patient and you have to practice that by yourself. And thank you for watching, and I'll just see you in one more second. Okay, so this is a grid garden, then we have a neth card, and then a few more coding kind of challenges. So next we are going to be working on, I guess, a grid garden, but I'm not going to be playing around with all of the levels because Flexbox is a little bit easy, but grid is not that much easy. I'm not saying that I cannot solve all of them, but it will take me a lot of time to solve them, and I don't want that. I just want you to learn stuff. I don't want to waste your time and mine as well. Alright guys, so now that we are totally done with the CSS Flexbox layout model, now the next model which you are going to be learning in this video is something called a CSS grid layout model. Okay, so here you can see we just have our index.html file, and we have just our basic structure of HTML right here, and then we have our style.css file and no content, nothing inside there. So here you can see our body is now totally empty. So before getting into the coding, first of all, let me just show you a few slides, and then you'll get to know what a CSS grid is. Okay, so then we are going to be writing our coding. We just have to start from the first thing, which is known as a CSS Flexbox and CSS grid. So a CSS Flexbox, as we know, that it will allows us to only work on a one-dimensional, like it will only work on a row or on a column. Okay, so it cannot work on a two-dimensional layout. On the other hand, now we are going to be learning about something called a CSS grid, and CSS grid will allows us to work on a two-dimensional layout, like we can set how many rows and how many columns we want and stuff like that. So for now, I want you to just remember that CSS Flexbox will allows us to work on only one-dimensional layout, and CSS Grid will allows us to work on a two-dimensional layout. Okay, so before getting into the coding, first of all, you have to understand a few things about grid, and then we are going to be jumping into our Visual Studio Coder, and we are going to be writing a lot of code. Alright, so what is a grid line? First of all, so a grid line can be either horizontal or vertical. It is used to separate items on the grid. So this one is a grid line, this one is a grid line, and this one is also a grid line. These are known as a grid column line, and these are known as a grid rows line right here. Okay, so you just have to remember that for now. Like, you just have to remember this line, like what is a CSS grid lines. Anyway, so now let's just learn about something called a track. So what is a track? So a grid track is a space between two adjacent grid lines. You just have to remember there, and I've highlighted that on a green color right here. Okay, so now let's learn about something called a grid cell, and we already know that if you have ever worked with a what do we call it, MS Excel. So if you previously worked on MS Excel, so you definitely know that for sure, but if you don't, so a grid cells are an area separated by 4 grid lines, and they are the smallest unit you have in your grid. Okay, so you just have to remember that. And now the next topic and the final topic which you are going to be learning in this slide are something called a grid area, and a grid area is one or more grid cells that makes up a rectangular area on the grid. So this is just actual definition of a grid area, and we are out of our slides. No, we are not. These are a few layouts which you are going to be building throughout this section of a grid. Okay, you don't have to worry about them for now, but these are a few topics which I want you to keep in mind. throughout this video. So first of all, we learn about what is the difference between CSS Flexbox and grid. Then we learn about a grid line. Then we learn about a grid track. Then we learn about a grid cell. And finally, we learn about a grid area. So I want you to just keep that in mind throughout this section. Alright, so before getting into the CSS, first of all, we have to write some content for that. So if you want to write our content, so first of all, we are going to be just writing a section with the class of container. Okay, so first of all, we will have some sort of a container. Then inside this container, we will have our header with the class of D, or you can also just call it S for styling. And I'm gonna just put like header inside there. Then we have our nav with the class of S, and I'm gonna also provide a label of nav. Then we will have our main with the class of S, and we are going to be also writing a main. Then we have our aside area with the class of S, and now here we are going to be just writing aside. And finally, let's just write our footer with the class of S, and we are going to be placing the label of footer. Okay, so now let me just make that a capitalized one. So we have our main, then we have our navigation, and then we have our header. So now if you save that, and let me just go to my browser, and this is how everything looks like for now. Okay, so I'm gonna set my browser to 100%, and now let's jump into our CSS, and now let's just write our styling. First of all, we have to write our resets, like margin will be totally not max resolution, but just margin will be set to 0. And now let's just select our container, and here we are going to be just first of all writing a background color of, let me just remove that hexadecimal and set that to RGB, and let's just write our 34, 34, and 34 as the colors. Now let's just write a padding of 20 pixel in there, and I'm gonna also provide a height of 100 VH for that. If you save that, and here you can see it'll now take up all of the entire viewport height, and we will just get a little bit of padding and stuff. Now let's just select our S, which stands for like a little bit styling. So we just provide this S class to all of these elements or all of these children of that container. Okay, so now we selected that. Let's just provide a padding of 20 pixel in there. Background color will be I'm going to just provide RGB of 84, 84, and 84. Okay, so now let's just set everything like text line will be set to totally center, and text color will be totally white. And if you save that, and by default currently things looks like this. Okay, so here you can see, now you might be asking like, where is our totally, or not totally, but we have like this color right here. So where is that color? That color is hidden inside this S class. So if you just write, you know what, I'm gonna just provide a little bit of margin so that you can see that color. I'm gonna provide margin of 10 pixel maybe, and if you save that, and now here you can see that color which is hidden on these elements. So I'm gonna just remove that margin from here, and now let's just start working on our first property. So before getting into that, I'm gonna just write like grid stuff here. Okay, here, come on. So now, as we know that if you want to work with some sort of a display property, like we already learned about a CSS Flexbox, so we have to provide a display flex on the container. So the same will goes to the CSS grid as well. So we have to provide a display grid on this container, not on the element. So you just have to remember that. I can't stress that enough. So first of all, what do we have to do? We have to just write a display of grid right here. So if you just write a display of grid, the display grid will just define the element as a grid container, and it also establishes that a new grid formatting context for our content, and all of that HTML elements here you can see that they all will become our grid children. Okay, so if you just save that, and here you can see it will now take up all of their entire space. You don't have to worry about that for now. Or you know what, I'm gonna just comment this padding out. Save that. Oh no, I guess we are totally cool by that. You know, if I just comment this padding out, and it will now take up all of the entire area. Anyway, so let's just write our new stuff. So this is it about the display grid right now. Now the next property which you are going to be learning about is something called a grid template columns. Okay, so a grid template columns properties specify a number and the width of the column in a grid. Okay, so here you can see we have all of these columns right here. So we have like one column, we have second column. You know what, let me just show you the other one. I guess that would be fine. So we have that one column, second column, third column, and fourth column, and these are rows. Like we have one row, second row, and third row. Okay, so if you want to work with these columns, so for that we just have to write a grid template columns. So what do we have to do? First of all, we have to specify the width of that element, like the width of that columns, and we also have to specify how many we want. So in this case, we are going to be just writing like maybe, I don't know, I want to just write like 100 pixel, 100 pixel, and 100 pixels. So what does all of that even mean? We just write a grid template columns right here, and we just specify 100 pixel, 100 pixel, and 100 pixel. So it will now give us 3 columns, like it will give us 1 column, 2 column, and 3 column, and all of them will have the width and the height of 100 pixels. So if you just save that, and if you check it out real quickly, and I guess sorry, I apologize about that, not the height, but that will give us the width of 100 pixel. Okay, so here you can see we have now 3 columns. So now you might be asking, like, how is that 3 columns? So if you just right click on any of the element, and if we click on this inspect area, and now let's just bring that to the left, and now here you can see we have this grid pill right here. So if you can see that, you have to like update your browser, and now in my case I'm gonna just click on that, and now here you can see we have our grid 1, like we have column 1, column 2, and column 3 right here. And I want you to also notice these lines, like we have 1 line, 2nd line, 3rd line, and 4th line right here, but we have 3 columns right here, and this is how we can specify a different kind of columns. And now if you want to provide a different kind of rows, so for that we can use property called grid template and then rows, and here we have to specify how many rows we want and what will be the width of that row. So we are going to be just writing like 100 pixel, 100 pixel, and 100 pixel. So I guess I messed it up in here. Let me just write that one more time. Grid template and rows, this one. So we have grid template columns, and then we have a grid template and rows. So guess what will happen? So if you just save our file, and now here you can see it will now gives us 3 rows right here. So we have row 1, row 2, and row 3 right here, and we have 3 columns as well. So we have column 1, column 2, and column 3. And now if you want to increase the sizes of that, so I'm going to just put like 200 pixel in there, 200 pixel in there, and 200 pixel in there as well. And if you save that, and boom, so here you can see the column sizes will be now grow up right here. So we still have that 3 columns, like we have column 1, column 2, and column 3 right here, but the sizes are just increased a bit. Here you can see that. If you want to increase the size of that rows, so for that we have to specify different kind of values to it. So we have 200, 200, and 200. So if you save that, and boom, here you can see it will now just increase the size of that row as well. Okay, so if you just check this grid area right here, so here you can see this is how currently things looks like. And if you just want to provide another loss item, so we can also just write like maybe I don't know, div would be fine with the class of s, and we are going to be just writing some gibberish in there. And here you can see we are now getting all of that 3 by 3 rows and columns. And if you have more content, so it will just push it up right here. So these are just the basic properties which you can use for grid. So first of all, we just have to write a display grid, so it will allows us to work on a grid. And then we have a grid template columns, and it will allows us to provide different kind of columns to our CSS or to our layout. Then we have a grid template rows, and it will allows us to provide different kind of rows to our layout. Okay, so now here you might be thinking like we are repeating ourselves, like we have to write like 200 pixel, 200 pixel, 200 pixel right there. So for that we can also use something called a repeat function. So let me just remove that real quick, and I'm gonna remove that, and here we can use something called a repeat function right here. So first of all, you just have to write a repeat keyword, and then you have to write your opening parenthesis and then closing parenthesis. So the first value you have to provide is that how many like columns or how many rows you want. In this case we are working on a column, so in this case first of all we have to specify how many columns you want. So in this case we just want like 3, and then you have to specify a comma in there, and then you have to specify what will be the sizes of that column. So we just have to write like 200 pixel, and if we save that, and here you can see that layout will be totally the same. If you want like maybe 4 columns, so we can just change that to 4, and if we save that, so it'll also give us one more right here. If you want maybe 5 of them, and if we save that, and it will now give us 5 column right here. If you right click on there and click on this inspect, okay, so we can also check that out. So if you just click on this grid kind of pill right here, and let me just make that here. So, and here you can see we are now getting 5 columns. So we have column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, and column 5. That's because of that function which we use right here. So we are going to be just setting that to 3 right here, and if we save that, it will now give us 3 columns right here, and we can also use that same repeat function for these template rows. Okay, so if you just remove that, instead of writing like 200 pixel, 200 pixel, and 200 pixel, we can use this repeat function. First of all, we have to specify how many you want, and then you have to specify the sizes of that. Like in my case, I'm going to just write like 200 pixel, and if we save our file, and boom, everything is looking the same as before. Okay, so we can also increase or decrease that if you want to. So like instead of writing 200 pixel, we can also set that to 100 pixel if you want to. And if we save that, and here you can see now our grid is kind of small. That's because we make our elements or our items a little bit small. Okay, so this is how everything looks like. And now if you might be thinking like we can also provide a little bit of margins so that we can separate our item, but for grid you're not going to be using any margin and stuff. For grid we use something called a grid. Let me just write like a grid and then gap. So we use this grid gap property, and it will allows us to provide a gutters, and a gutter is just a space between each lines or each row or column, whatever you want to call it. And we can specify a grid gap for rows as well. So for that we have to just write like a grid gap to the row. I guess it was like a grid row gap. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, it's not a grid row gap. I'm not sure, but we are not going to be using any of that, and you won't need that. But that was just a long way to write or grid gap. But in this case, we are going to be just using a grid gap right here, and we have to specify how much the gap you want inside each of the element or each of the cell. And if we save that, and here you can see it will now gives us 10 pixel of gap right here in each element. So this is kind of simple. So now that we learn about 4 properties in CSS grid, and now let's just learn about something called a FR. And FR stands for a fractional unit. You can learn more about that, but my recommendation will be to do not waste a lot of your time on that. First of all, let me just give you the definition of it. So the fraction unit is an input that automatically calculates the layout division when adjusting for a gap inside the grid. So that was just a definition of what do we call it, a FR unit or a fraction unit. Let me just say that one more time. So the FR or the fraction unit is an input that automatically calculates the layout division when adjusting for the gaps inside the grid. So instead of writing like 100 and 100, we can write 1 FR, and this is very powerful. So if you just use like 1 FR right here, and if you save our file, and boom, here you can see it will now just take up all of the entire space depending upon the screen size. So if you just make that like bigger or smaller, so here you can see it will also shrink down the elements, or it will also make it bigger like so. Okay, so here you can see everything. So this is the FR unit. You can use like FR unit if you want to, or you can just use a pixels, but I just kind of want to show you the FR unit as well, and we can also use it for a height as well. So if you save that, and boom, so we can also use it for rows as well. So that was it about for FR unit or fraction unit, and we learned enough about a CSS grid. So now let's just learn about something called spanning in CSS grid. So now in this case, if you just click on the CSS grid right here, so here you can see we have our first line, or our first line will start out from here. So this is going to be our first line. Then we have our second line right here. So now if you want to span this element like this h1, not h1, but this header area to span from this grid line 1 to this grid line 3, so we can also do that by using a grid properties. So let's just learn about that. So if you want to work with a one element, for that we have to select that specific element. So like if you want to span this header, first of all we have to select that. So we are going to be first of all selecting this header right here, and now what do we have to do? We are going to be using something called a grid and then column. In this case we are spanning a grid column, and we can also go with a longer way. First of all, let me just show you the longer way, and then I'm going to show you the shorter way. So I'm going to just write like grid column and then start. So where do you want your grid line spanning to be start from? So I'm going to just provide like 1, and here you can see we are now starting from this one right here, and we want to go to this third line right here. So for that we have a new property, not a new, I shouldn't have to say new, but for that we have another property, grid column and then end. And now if you want to span our element, And now if you want to span our element from this one line to this third line, so for that we can just provide a 3 right here. And now if we save that, and here you can see if I just uncomment or uncheck this grid right here, so it will now take all of these 3 lines. So it will now span from this item, like from this grid line 1 to this grid line 2, and finally to this grid line 3. Okay, so we can also span around this aside if you want to. So for that we have to first of all select that aside. So let me just select that aside right here, and now let's just provide our grid column, or yeah, grid column will be fine. So grid column start, so you want to start it from the first line. So if you just right click on that, and I guess I'm gonna just click on this aside right here, and let's just select our container. Let's select our grid right here. So you're going to be writing a grid line of, I guess 1 would be fine. And now if you just write like grid column and then end, and we want to end it through the third one. So if you save that, and it will now push our item to a new line because we don't have any space for that. So this is how we can span our element if you want to. Or you know what, we can just write it from like second item to the third one, and if you save that, and that's the default behavior. That's the default behavior. We shouldn't have to use that. So I'm going to just remove that. And now let me just show you the shorthand for writing a grid column start and grid column end. And by the way, I'm going to also show you a grid row start and grid row end, and then I'm going to show you the shorthand for that. So I'm going to just write like a grid, a row, and then start. So now in this case, first of all, we just learned about how we can span our item by using a column. So we can also span our item by using a rows. So you know what, I'm going to comment both of these lines out, and if you save that, and this is how by default our elements looks like. But now if you want to start from this line and you want to go through this element, so like if you want to span from this line 1 through this line 3, so we can also do that by using our grid row start property. So we are going to be just specifying 1 right here, and now let's just use like grid row and then end, and here we have to specify where do you want to end or spanning. So we can just provide 3, and if we save that, and boom. So I guess, yep, that's what's going on. And here you can see it will now span our element from that line 1 through this line 3 right here. Okay, so we can also use a shorthand for that. First of all, let's just comment these out. First of all, let's just learn about the column one. So we are going to be just using like a grid column. Instead of writing a grid column start and grid column end, we can just write like a grid column, and here we have to just specify where do you want to start our grid line, and then we have to specify a slash and where do you want to span through, and here we just have to write like 3 right here. And if you save that, and here you can see it will now just start our spanning from this first area to this third area, and we can also span through like 4 if you want to. So if you just write 4 and save that, and here you can see it will now just span through like so. And we can also use a shorthand for this grid row start and this grid row end. So we can just write like grid row and then not start and end, but we can just provide like a grid row right here. And first of all, we have to specify where our element should start. First of all, let me just comment this line out where our element should start, and then we have to specify this slash, and then we have to specify the value for like where our grid spanning should end. So we can just specify like 3 right here, and if we save that, and boom, and this is how it looks like. We can also write 4 if you want to, and it will now just span out, okay, like that. We don't want that, so we can just go to like third one, and this is how everything should work. Anyway, so this is just a little bit about display grid, template column and template rows, then grid gap. We also learned about repeat function. We also learned about something called a grid column start and end, and grid row start and end, and we also learned about a grid column and grid row. So now let's learn a little bit about the grid naming. Like we can also name our grid line if you want to. So for that, you know what, I'm going to remove all of this coding right here. So I'm going to just remove that, and now here we can also give a name to our element. But if you want to name our element or line to be precise, for that we don't have to use these repeat functions. So I'm going to remove that, and instead I'm going to just write like 100 pixel, 100 pixel, and 100 pixel. So we can also name our first line to be like, and by the way, if you want to name your element, first of all you have to write your opening bracket and then the closing bracket. It's not parentheses like these. It's not parentheses, and it's also not a curly braces. These are opening bracket and closing bracket right here. Okay, so Here you have to specify which kind of name you want to give to their first line. So in this case, I'm going to just write like, I don't know, I'm going to provide like a start in here, a lowercase start. I'm going to zoom out a bit. So this is going to be the first name for our line. And now let's just put maybe, I'm going to name this one. So I'm going to just put our second bracket in there. And here we just have to specify the name for that. Like in my case, I'm going to put like N. So that is going to be the default behavior, I guess. You know what, now we are totally name or lines. So now let's just span through by using these lines. So I know this stuff can be a little bit confusing and it's not that much useful either. Like you will just find yourself a little bit like you may or might use this naming or not. I can't say that for sure. Like I guess I can't guarantee that you would use that naming that much often, but if you want to use it in your project and you want to be looking a bit cool, so you can name your line if you want to. But I just want to put it in my course because this is a complete guide. So now that we line or lines, like we have a start and end right here. So now let's just span through that. So we can just use our grid column, and here we just have to specify where we want to start our spanning. So we can just write a start right here, and where do you want to end your spanning, so we can just end it to the end. And if we save that, and boom, here you can see it will now just take up the second element right here. And we can also take up the third one as well. So for that, we just have to cut this end name from there, and we just have to put it right here. And if we save that, and boom, it will now take up like 3 lines, like line 1, line 2, line 3. Okay, so you can play around with that if you want to. And you can also give him like any name you like, but in my case I just give him like start and end. You can give him like call, start, one, or stuff like that. But I just kind of want to show you like how you would name your lines by using CSS Flexbox. So this is how we can name our lines. So if we save that, and we have to remove this property from there, and this is how everything looks like now. And now let's learn about something called a min-max function in Grid. So you know what, first of all, let's just remove this header from there. And this is how currently things looks like, but I'm going to just set that to a repeat function, and I want to repeat like 3 times, and we want to provide 1 FR, and rows are fine. So if we save that, and now if I just like make my screen size a bit smaller right here, so here you can see that items are also making smaller right here, and we don't want that. In some cases we would want our lines to be a little bit smaller, not lines, why am I keep saying lines? In some cases we would want our elements to be smaller. In the majority of cases we are not going to be wanting like that kind of behavior. Like if you just shrunk down our website right here, so here you can see everything is now shrinking down as well. In a lot of cases we don't want that same behavior, and so for these kind of situation we can use something called a min-max function. So you know what do we have to do? I don't know, why did I write 1 FR in here? Let's just write like maybe 1 FR, 1 FR, and 1 FR, and if we save that, and I don't know what's going on, save it, yep, my styling is back. So this is how currently things looks like. But if you want, like anytime we shrink our browser, and we don't want this one to shrink, like this second element, so we want to provide a specific value for that. So for that we can just use, instead of 1 rem, we can use something called a min and max function. So the first value which we are going to be providing for a min value, and the next value which we are going to be providing is for a max one. So if you want to provide a value for the min one, so the minimum height will be like I don't know, 100 pixel will be just a little bit smaller, so I'm going to just set that to like 200 pixel, and the maximum value will be just 1 FR, like however the screen size is. So if you save that, and here you can see this one is now a little bit bigger because we specify 200 pixel width for that right here. And so if you just increase our screen size right here, and it will now just grow up right here. Okay, so if you just make it smaller, that other element will become smaller, but the middle one will not become smaller. That's because we provide a min max of 200 pixel for that. Okay, so we first of all have to provide a minimum value, and then we have to specify the maximum value. So this is how we can use a min-max function, and this is a crazy function. You can use it all the time if you want to. So this is a min-max function. Now the next property which you are going to be learning about is something called autofill and autofade. So before getting into the detail of that, first of all, let's just comment out a few things. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. So you know I'm going to comment out this line and save our file, and this is how currently everything look like. And I'm going to also remove that, And instead of using like 1FRs and 1FRs, I'm gonna put like 100 pixel right here, 100 pixel right there, 100 pixel right here as well. And I'm gonna also put like 100 pixel right here, 100 pixel right here, and 100 pixels. So if you save that, I know we can use a repeat function, but in this case we're not going to be using a repeat function. I'm going to make it bigger, right click on it, and then click on inspect, then select our grid area right here. So I want to show just the difference between something called auto fit and auto fill. You don't have to worry about that much about auto fill and auto fit, but I just kind of want to show you what's the difference between all of that. You know what, let's just use something called a repeat function. For that we have to use a repeat function. I apologize by just writing all of that code. So first of all, in the repeat function we can just write like auto and then fit. So if you just write auto fit, and then we can specify like how much we want there. So we can just use like min, max, or you know what, I'm not going to be using min max for now. I'm going to just use like maybe 200 pixels. So if you save that, and now in this case we are just telling our browser like, I don't know how many rows I want and how many columns I want, so I want you to just auto fit the content in this grid area. So for that we can use auto fit right here. You know what, I'm gonna use this function inside the column so that you guys can see everything a bit better, and save our file. And this is how it looks like. First of all, it will now just give us 2 rows right here. So if you want to shrink that to like 100 pixels, save that. And now here you can see it will now give us, what do we call them? 4 rows right here and 2 columns. And it's not shrinking down. I don't know why. So if you just provide 100 pixel height to it, you know what? I'm going to comment this like, oh no, we're not going to comment it out. So I'm going to just put that like maybe 3 in there. And if you save that, so it will now give us 3 columns and 4 rows right here. That's because of that auto fit content property right here. And here you can see we don't have any other kind of boxes right here. But instead of using auto fit, if you just select like auto fill, and if you save that, so here you can see it will now give us another element right here. So if you want this second one, like this one, to go in here, so you can also use that. First of all, let's just select or aside. So we have to just use, I guess the final one is aside. Yeah, it is aside. So we can just use aside, and here we can just provide a property called, and here we just have to write like a grid column and then end, and here we just have to specify -2, and if we save that, and it will push this item right here. And now if you just change this property, instead of auto fit, I mean like auto fill, and if you change that to auto fit, and if you save that, and here you can see it will now remove that from here. So we can increase and decrease the sizes of our element, and it will just, our browser will by default figure out like how much rows and how much columns do we need by using this auto fit and auto fill property. And I know it can be a little bit confusing at first, but you don't have to worry about it for like that much. So if you save that, so here you can see browser will figure out everything by itself. So if you just shrunk down our screen size right here, so our item will also shrink down as well. Okay, so this is how we can use auto fit and auto fill. And I'm going to remove this aside from there, and boom. Alright, so now the next thing which you are going to be learning about is something called a Flexbox thing. So now that we know enough about a CSS grid for now, so we can also use a CSS Flexbox property, which we learned just a second ago, in our CSS grid if you want to. So that's why a grid can be a little bit powerful than our CSS Flexbox. So we can just write a repeat in here, and we just have to write like maybe 3 rows. I'm going to just set that to like 3, and comma 100 pixel would be fine. Save them, and we can use that justify content and all of that properties which we learned just a second ago in the Flexbox section. So we can also use it right here if you want to. So you know what, I'm going to just start from the first property, which is known as a justify content, and you already know like what a justify content property will do for us. So we just have to write like a justify content in here, and we can have like our center, end and start, like flex start and flex end. If you just write like a flex start, and if you save our file, this is the default one. If you just set that to flex end, and if you save there, so it will just push it to the end. We can also push it to the center if you want to, and stuff like that. And we can also write like a space around, and if you save that, it will give us a space around in each item or in each cell to be precise. And if you just write like a space between, save it, so it will also gives us that spacing between that justify content. So this is it about justify content. You already know that. I don't want to waste your time one more time. So if you don't know that, you can either just quick Google search, or you can just watch the Flexbox section if you want to. And so now let's just learn about align items properties. So you can also use that align items property in a CSS grid as well. So we have like flex start, and if you save that, and this is going to be the flex start, we have a flex end, and it will now push it to the end. We also have a flex center right here, align item center, so it will now make it center. And this one will be just let me just write a centered center so you guys can see everything a bit clear. And here you can see it will now just make it perfectly center. So this is it about for justify content property and align items property. And we also have that order and align items and justify item and stuff like that, like align self property and all of that stuff which we already learned. So now let's just use that order property. So let's just select order. Aside, I'm going to provide this footer right there. And let's just select this aside one right here. So I'm going to just select my aside. We already know that if you use like display of flex or display grid, so all of them will have the order property by default set to 0. So you can also just increase or decrease that if you want to. So if you want to just write like order, and here you can see our aside is now right here. Or you know what, I'm going to just select my header so you guys can see the difference between all of that. And here you can see header is now at the top, and we can also push it to the bottoms by just providing 1 to it, and boom, here you can see our header is now at the end. We can also provide negative values, so if we save that, it will push it to the top as well. And we can just provide like, I'm going to remove this minus sign from there. And now let's just select maybe this main area. So if you just select our main, and if you just provide an order property for that, like 2, and if we save that, and it will now push this main to the bottom right here, because this one have now the highest value. Like this one has 2, this one have 1, and these all of them like these above one have 0. So that's how we can play around with the order property. So now the next property which we are going to be learning about is something called align self property, and we already know like what align self will do for us. So I'm going to comment these main for now, and we can just use like align self, and here we can just write like maybe flex end, and if we save that, so it will now push its item like that, one item, like one single item, because in this case we are working on align self, and it will just work on a single element inside that container. So we can just write a flex end, we can also write a flex start, and we can also write a center if we wanted to. So center, and if we save that, and it will now push this item to the center. Okay, so we can also use a justify self if you want to, but I'm not going to go into that much detail. Alright, so now that we know enough about CSS grid, so now the final property which we are going to be learning is something called a CSS grid and CSS grid, not a CSS grid, but a CSS template areas property. So I'm going to just remove that from here, and we are going to be start working on a CSS template area property for now. So now let's just learn about something called CSS template area property. And as by now you already know like what is a template area or CSS grid area. We already learned that in the slide once we were starting this tutorial. So the grid template area property specify area within the grid layout. So if you want to provide an area in the grid layout, so for that we can just use or grid template. Let me just write template and then areas right here. And this is just a little bit weird. You have to keep that in mind. So this is just a little bit weird. So before getting into a lot of great details, first of all, let's just learn about, let's just discuss like what are we going to be building in this kind of a section. So first of all, let's suppose if you want to build this layout right here, so how can you go about doing that? So here you can see this one is taking its place, this one is also taking like 2 rows right here, and this one have one item in here. We don't have any item inside at the middle right here, and we have one item at the end, and finally this I write header, and finally this footer area is also taking its place right here. So if you want to create this kind of template or this kind of layout, so for that we can use a grid template areas, and it will allow us to provide an area for us. Okay, so first of all, let's just use like let's suppose we have a header, so we are going to be specifying header. You can also go with a header if you want to. You can give any name you like, it doesn't matter, but you have to put something in here. So in this case, instead of writing totally header, so I'm going to just write H and H. So what does that mean? H will start from the first line, it will take a second line, then the third line, and we can also just write like fourth line. And by the way, if you're working on a grid template areas, you have to remember your rows and columns. So in this case, I'm going to set that to like 5 and 5, and by the way, I'm going to comment this line out for now. And if you save that, and now let's just check out our browser. Okay, so if you just click on this grid right here, so here you can see we are now getting 5 rows and 5 columns as well. Okay, so this is it. I'm gonna change this one to, yeah, I guess 5 would be fine. So now that we specify that, now let's just use this H in our header area. So if you just save this property right here, so here you can see still nothing is happening. So if you want to work with a grid template area property, so for that we have to learn about another property called just a grid area, not a grid template area, but just a simple grid area. Okay, so let's just select our element, like maybe header would be fine. So if you just select our header right here, and we have to just use our grid area right here, not a grid template area, but just a simple grid area. And what is this grid area? So the grid area property specify a grid item size and the location in a grid layout, and this is a shorthand for writing a grid row start, grid column start, and then a grid row end and grid column end. Okay, so this is a shorthand for all of that. So instead of writing that header and stuff, so we can just provide H right here. Why? Because we provide this H right here, we declare that right here, and that's why we are using it right here. And if you save that, and here you can see it will now take up these lines. So why are it taking all of their lines? If you just right click on it and go to inspect one more time, and if you just open our grid area right here, so it's now taking like line 1, line 2, line 3, and also line 4 right here. Why is that? Because we use this H 4 times right here. So we have line 1, line 2, line 3, and line 4. Okay, so if you want that other items to also take its place, so for that we can also just use that for that. Okay, so I'm going to just hit tab in there, and if you just write like maybe, I don't know, if you want to grow up this one like main area, so for that we can also use first of all H, and also not a H, but it's a main area. So for that we can use M, and M, so 4 times M. And now we just have to select that main area. So if you just select our main area, and now let's just select our grid area property right here, and here we just have to specify this M right here. And if you just save that, and now let's just check it out, and here you can see this M is already taking this area right here as well. But here you can see we have these elements right here stuck in there. So for that we can just remove I'm going to provide a 4 column layout, and it will now push it right here. Okay, this is kind of it, but now let's just work on a period 1. So we have our section right here, and then we have nothing inside there, and then we have our aside. So if you want to go with this layout, so for that what do we have to do? We have to just write our new string. So what do we have? First of all, we have section taking its place from 1 line to maybe 2 or 3 line, and then we have nothing, and then we have our aside from 1 and 2. So now let's just use that. So we have first of all our H, then not H, it's a section, so we just have to write S and S. And if you don't want any content whatsoever inside some sort of a cell, so for that we can just put a period right there, or dot, whatever you want to call it. And now what do we have to do? We have to select this aside area, so we have to just write A right here. Okay, so now we have to use this S and that A. So for that we are going to be selecting our section. Okay, so we don't have any section. You know what, I'm going to remove this nav from there, and I'm going to put that as section, and I'm going to just write like section inside that, and I'm going to put it right here, 7. Here we have to specify that section, so we are going to be writing a section and grid area. And now let's just put our S in here. And what else do we have to do? We have to select our anchor, not anchor, but our aside, and we have to specify the grid area property for this. We are going to be selecting our aside, and now let's just use a grid area property of the inside that aside. So we just provide that A for that, and if you save that, and here you can see I guess something went wrong because we didn't provide any style for that. So now let's just use class of S, and if you save that, and here you can see this section is now taking all of this area right here. Okay, something went wrong. We have our section, then we have our footer. You know what, something went wrong a little bit. Now let's just go to our style sheet. So we have section, and then instead of using this period, I'm going to also provide another one. Okay, so I'm going to just use the A right here, and if you save that, it will give us a footer. That's because we don't have enough rows and columns. So if you save that, okay, so we don't have a lot of, we have SS 1 2 3 4 5, and we have to provide 5 in there and save that. So this is going to be the first element, this is going to be nothing, and then we have a third element. So it's not showing up anything. You know, I'm going to remove this 1A from there and save that. And now here you can see it will now give us this section, and then it will give us nothing inside there, and then it will give us a side right here. So instead of writing 5 rows, I'm going to set that to 4 rows. You know what? I'm going to set that to like 6 rows. Columns, so we don't want 6 columns, we want 4 of them, and we'll now push it right here, and we don't want something inside there. So you know what, we are going to be just selecting a footer area right here. So I'm going to just write F, 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 and F. So this footer will take this place. So we have to just specify this footer right here. We are going to be selecting our footer, and now let's just provide a grid area property for that, and here we just have to use this F. And if you save that, and boom, here you can see we are now getting this layout right here, the same like this one. Not the same, it's taking all of its place, but I just kind of want to show you is that how can you work with a grid area property, and this grid area property is supremely useful. Now if you want to change this layout to this layout, so how can you go about doing that? Well, we are going to be leaving this header right there, and we are going to be first of all using a section, and then we are going to be providing an what do we call it, a main area. So now let me just write a code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So now header will be on its own place. So now let's just use S right here. I'm going to put S in there, and I'm going to also put S in there, and then main will be in its own place. And now here, instead of that SS in here, we just have to put that like A and space A, and we don't want to put a spaces in there, so we have to just use M and M inside there. So if you save that, and now let's just check it out. So here you can see it will now give us a section and a side right here, and our main area is now at this place right here, and our footer is also taking its entire area like so. I should have to change the header to a footer. I apologize about that. And now if you want to change this layout to this layout, so you can also do that by just writing MM in here. So I'm going to put like M and M in here, and I'm going to change that to what is the section. So let's just change this one to section, and then we have a side and a side. So I'm going to just write A and A in here, and then M and M in here. So if we save that, and now let's just check it out, and boom, here you can see we get this layout right here. So that was kind of simple to work with the CSS grid, and I know CSS grid can be a little bit overwhelming at first because we have a lot of properties and it's different kind of values. And my recommendation will be to just play around with the CSS grid, and it will just click it for you. I know that you cannot learn CSS grid in one day. It will take a little bit of time to learn. So if you learn CSS grid, and chances are like you maybe like 80% learn how to build up projects by yourself and by using HTML and CSS. Anyway, so I'm going to just close that out, and I guess we are totally done with the CSS grid. So what do we learn so far? First of all, we learned about a display property, then we learned about a grid template columns, grid template rows. We also learned about a repeat function. We also learned about gutters or gaping, whatever you want to call it, and we also learned about justify content, align item, align self, and all of that kind of property, order property. And finally we just learned about a grid template areas, and areas are areas are supremely awesome in CSS, and I really love CSS grid template areas. So first of all, you just have to declare your layout, like how your layout should look like, and then you just have to use this grid area in their specific element. Okay, so it's that simple, but it will just take a little bit of time for you. I promise it will take a little bit of time for you to catch up. So if you mastered CSS grid, and as I said, if you're not 80% there, so maybe you are more than 50% there to build your own project by yourselves. So anyways, enough talking. Now let's just play a game using CSS grid. So now let's just search for something called what was the name? CSS grid garden, I guess. Grid garden. So now let's just search for that game. And now here you can see we have this cssgridgarden.com, and I'm gonna click on that. And now let's just play this game. Alright, so what do we have? You can learn the instruction about that, but in my case I already played this game before starting this video, so I'm gonna just provide you with the answers, and I'm not gonna waste your time and not mine. So we have a water, so we just have to write a grid column and then start. So our grid column start will be from the third one. So if you put that, and now we will just push our item in there. I'm gonna just give you the answers and you will play this game by yourself. I'm giving you the answer, and my recommendation will be to pause this video for now and play this grid garden by yourself. And once you're done, and if you are stuck with some sort of a challenge, like here are different kind of levels, so if you are stuck at each level, so then come back and I'm gonna give you all of the solutions right here. And here what do we have to do? I'm gonna just put like grid column start, and as I said that I already played this game, so I'm gonna just give you the solutions. If you want to fast forward, so you can also fast forward. If you want to watch the solution, so you also can watch the solution if you want to. So now let's just get into the third one. And the third one, what do we have to do? We just have to write grid column start is already in there, so I'm going to put like grid column and then end, and here I'm going to put like 4 in there. Okay, so let's just close that, and boom. And we just have to use a grid column end, and second property would be fine in this case. And now done. If I start to explain each of the value one by one, trust me, it will take like different kind of course for learning about a CSS grid. So instead I'm going to just provide you with a value. So grid column and end, and let's just put a 5 in there. And if you guys want me to teach you how to play this game by yourself, like if you want me to explain each of the property and its value, if I get a lot of requests from you guys, so I'm going to make a video on that. If not, so maybe we will just move on to a new course, and that would be fine. Alright, so we are now at the level 7, and now let me just put a grid column and end, and span it to the 2. And span keyword is nothing special, I didn't discuss that, but a span keyword also allows us to span our element, and the default value is just a line which you are currently selecting your element from. So this is going to be like a flex or grid column start or grid column end, so the default value will be that, and we can span through whatever we want with that. Okay, so I'm gonna put next right here. Now let me just write like a grid column and then end, and we are going to be spanning from whatever line we have, and we want to span through 5 line. And now let me just provide a grid column start and span from whatever the line is, and you want to span through the third line. Okay, so that would be fine. Now let's just click on next, and now here we have to use a shorthand like a grid column, and then we are going to be starting from the 4th line, and we are going to be going to the 6th line, and boom. And now in this case we are going to be starting, let's just write a grid column, and we are going to be spanning from whatever the place is. We want to write 3, and we want to go through the 5th one, so hit next. And now in this case we are going to be just using like a grid row start. It's kind of simple, so we just have to write 3rd, and boom. And now let's just use our grid row, and now let's just span from whatever the place is. Okay, so we are at the 13, so let's just write 3 and then 6 in here, and that's going to be the solution for that. Let's just use a shorthand for writing a grid row of 5 and writing a grid column for 2, and boom. Let's just use a grid column, span from 4, go to 6, and use a grid row of span from 5th to 6. And yep, next. And I already wrote this solution for myself. Okay, I'm cheating in here. I'm not cheating, I did play this game by myself, but I thought instead of wasting your time by saying so I'm gonna just give you a straight solution, and I already said that you have to try that by yourself, so I don't want to waste your time and my time, so we just have to use a grid area in there, and boom. We are now at the 17. Let's just use our grid area, and we are going to be writing 2, and as I said, that grid area is going to be a shorthand for a grid row start, grid row end, grid column start, and grid row grid column start and grid column end. There we go. So as I said there in the beginning of that, but you don't have to use these shorthand because they suck. And if other developer is working on your project later, so he will be really confused by that. So that's why I didn't went in that much detail on there. Okay, so that's why I didn't provide that much detail. So I'm going to put an order of just one. We already know order, and because we've learned that in our Flexbox section. So what will be the solution for the ninth one? The solution will be to just use or order property of -1. And yeah, next we have our 20th one. So the answer for that will be just write a grid template of rows, not rows but columns. And here we're going to be just writing 50%, and it will now take a 50%. And now let's just use a grid template of column 12.5, and I know that for a fact. And now let's just close it, come on, close it. And now if you hit next, it will now brings us to another one. And now in here, what do we have to do? We have to use a grid template of columns and 100 pixel 3M and 40%. Okay, and now if we hit next, and this is going to be the solution for 22. So now we are now at the 23 level. So now let's just work on this. We are going to be using a grid template of columns, and now let's just use 1 FR like a fraction, and then 5 FR for the fraction. And yep, that's correct. The solution will be just a grid template columns and 50 pixel 1 FR, 1 FR, 1 FR, or you can also use a repeat. And first of all, the value will be like 3, and we can also provide like 1 FRs in here, and we can just write a 50 pixel in there. So this is going to be the solution, or you can just write 1 FR, 1 FR if you want to. So now what would be, we are now at the 25th one. So the solution for this one will be just write a grid template columns and 75 pixel, then we have a 3 pixel, and then we have not a pixel to be precise, but we have 3 FR, and then we have a 2 FR. Okay, so this is how everything should work. And now let's just work on our 26th one. So the solution for 26th will be like a grid template, not column but rows, and repeat function. We can just use for 12.5 pixel. Know that for a fact. It's like 12.5 pixel. And now let's just work on, I guess this is the final, no, it's not a final one. We still have one more left, so you can just use, and I didn't show you that, I apologize. So now let me just show you that real quick. So templates, instead of writing grid template columns and grid template rows, we can also use grid templates. So first of all, we are going to be writing a value for the column, and then we are going to be using a value for rows. So we are going to be writing 60% and also 60%. Let me just write a percent in here, and then we have to provide a column value for that. You can learn more about this grid template property, but my suggestion will be to do not use a grid shorthand property, because it confuses a lot of people. Like, and some people will be coming from a background of a backend developers, and they won't understand like what is a grid template, and they will waste a lot of their time just figuring out, and they will be all the day on a Stack Overflow post like what is a grid template. Okay, so instead of writing just a grid template, you can use a grid template row and grid template columns. So you choose whichever you like. And then the final solution we have is a grid template, and then we have to use a 1 FR 50 pixel, and we have to go through 20% and also 80%. Okay, so now if we hit next, and boom, congratulations, we are totally done with our project. We already played this game like Flexbox, Froggy, and we already played this one, CSS Garden, and we're not going to be playing any more games. I guess we will. I'm not sure, but I don't know, I can't say that for sure. If you want to play these other games, so you can play these other games if you want to. Okay, so that was it, a lot about a CSS grid. So we are now totally done with the CSS grid side, and I don't know what we are going to be learning in the next section. Alright guys, so now we are totally done with the CSS grid side of this course. So now the next thing which we have to learn about in CSS is something called a calc function in CSS. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just select everything and I'm going to remove that. And what else? So I'm going to just remove this section and stuff as well. So inside a body, what do I have to do? I'm going to just create a div with a class of s and no content, nothing inside there. So now let's jump into it. But before we do, first of all, we have to select our body and we have to center everything. So for that, we are going to be using display of legs, justify content of center, and also align items of center. Okay, so now let's just start working on that S class, which we just put inside our body right here. Okay, so we are going to be first of all selecting that, and then we are going to be just using a BG of crimson right here. And if you save that, nothing will show up right here because we don't have any content, we don't have any background color, we don't have we do have background color, but we don't have any width and height and stuff like that. Alright, so what is a calc function? So a calc is a built-in function in CSS, and as its name suggests that it will allow us to do calculation of our values. And a calc function just accepts a few arithmetic operators like addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. So before getting into the detail of that, first of all, let me just write a width in here, so we can just write like 100 pixel and 200 pixel and stuff like that. And now in this case, we are going to be just writing a calc right here, and now calc will allow us to just calculate the values. So we can just write like I don't know, we can just use addition operator if you want to. So I'm going to just write like 100 pixel plus and then 100 pixels. So if you save that, and we can now still see something. So trust me on that, if you use like plus, it will give us the result of 200 pixel. Okay, so I'm going to just remove that real quick. And now let's just use a height right here. So I'm going to also provide a calc in there. So what do I have to do? I'm going to just write like 100 pixel minus 50. So what will be the result? So it will just give us like 50 pixel. Okay, so 100 minus 50 will give us 50. And if we save that, and now here you can see we are now getting this kind of a shape right here. Okay, so like the width will be 200 pixel and the height will be just 50 pixel. So let's suppose if I just remove 20 and if we save that, so it will now gives us what? So 120 minus 100, so it will give us 80 pixel. And we can also increase or decrease the sizes, like maybe I don't know, so it will now give us the result of like 30 pixel, not 30 but 300 pixels. So if you save that, so here you can see this now increased. And we should have to use a height in here like 100 VA, so we want this container to be totally at the center. Alright, so this is how we can provide addition and subtraction operator, and we can also use like multiplication if you want to. So you can just write like a margin of calc, and here we can just use like 20 pixel multiplied by 2, so it will give us like 40 pixels. So if you save that, and we cannot see the margins, but you know what, if you just right click on that and if you go to inspect, and let me just show you the box model real quick, so I can show you that. And now here you can see it will now gives us 40 pixel to the top, 40 pixel on the bottom, and 40 pixel on the left and on the right here. Okay, so it will give us margin of 40 pixel all around. And this is using a times operator or asterisk or whatever you want to call it. Okay, so now that we learn about addition, subtraction, and multiplication, now let's just learn about division operators. So we can just use like division operator like so. I'm going to just write a border radius right here, and we have to just write like 15 pixel first of all, and then we can use our calc function right here. So 15 pixel, and then let's just use our division operator. Okay, so 10 pixel divide by 10, and then we can specify our own new values if you want to. So if you save that, and now here you can see that it will now give us these border radius right here. So this is how we can use a division operator. So now let me just give you one more example of that. So if you want like padding in this case, so we can just write like a calc function and 200 pixel divide by 10. So if you save that, and here you can see it will now gives us that much padding right here. Okay, so padding will be 20 pixel all around right here, so 20 pixel top, bottom, left, and right. So this is how we can use a calc function. It's not scary, it's not crazy, but this is how we can use a calc function. So remember that calc function allows us to do calculation of values, and it uses a basic arithmetic operator like addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. So this is it about a calc function. Now the next thing which you have to learn is something called a mixed blending mode. So what do we have to do for that? So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to remove this S from here, and I'm going to just create a new container right here. So I'm going to create a section with a class of container, and inside this section I'm going to just create a div with a class of img for the image. Okay, so now inside a CSS, what do we have to do inside a CSS? Let's just write our resets first of all, so that we can just get all of that image. So let me just write a padding in here, and we can also write a margin. And now let's just use a box sizing of border box right there. Okay, so now let's just select our container. So let's just select our container, and we have to just use the color of you know what, instead of color we can just use a background color of totally red, and I guess that would be fine for now. And I'm going to remove this body from there. So if you save our file, and we know that we would get nothing. That's because we don't have any content and padding and stuff like that. So now let's just learn about something called the mixed blending mode in CSS. So the mixed blend mode CSS property sets how the element's content should blend with the content of the element's parent and the element's background. Okay, so I know that was just quite a crazy terminology, and we have a lot of values for that. Like we have a normal blend mode, we have multiply, screen, overlay, darken, lighten, color dodge. If you already work with a Photoshop, like if you've ever worked with a Photoshop, so you already know blending modes. So if you haven't worked with Photoshop before, now let me just show you what a blending mode is. So now that we select everything right here, now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to first of all just select our image inside that container. Not just an image, but this image div right here. So for that we can just first of all select our container, then our image right here, and we provide a class of image, not a total image right there. So for that we can just use like background image right here, and here we have to specify the image path. So now let's just search for an image. So I'm going to go to unsplash.com real quick, and here I'm going to just search for, I don't know which kind of image would be fine. Okay, so I'm going to just search for maybe a nature would be fine. So I'm going to just write a nature in here, and I guess I'm going to just choose kind of a I don't know which kind of image should I pick. I can pick like whichever kind of image I want, but I want to choose like a cool image for this mixed blending mode. So I guess, you know, all of them are crap. I'm gonna just choose this one. We already work on this one once we were working on a filter, so you know I'm gonna just click on this image, and now let's just right click on that and copy the image address, and I'm gonna put this image address right here but inside a quote. So I'm gonna zoom out a bit. So this is our image. Now let's just use a background repeat of no repeat, because we want our image to do not repeat itself, and background position will be set to center, background size will be totally cover. Okay, so I'm going to also give a height of 100 VH so that we can just see everything in 100 viewport height. So if you saw that, and now let's just go, and here you can see we are now seeing this image, but it's kind of a crappy image, you know. I'm going to select another image. You know, this image wasn't the way I expected it to be. So let's just write our computer. You know, I'm going to just select this image from this, I guess, sorry, I can't pronounce his name, but I'm going to just choose this image, and I'm going to paste it right here. And if we save that, and I guess we can totally work on this image if you want to. And instead of center, I can use top. And if we save that, it will give us top, but bottom would be fine. Yeah, I guess that would be fine. And so now here you can see, as the background of this container image, we have a red color right here. Like we totally set up this red color as a background right here, and then here we have our image right here. But now let's just use a property called a mix blending mode. So we can just use like mix blending, or blend mode to be precise, not blending mode. So we can use that. So by default, I guess the by default is a normal. So if you save that, nothing will happen right here. So we can also use a multiply. So if you save that, so it will now just multiply our image, and it will now give us kind of a greenish color. And we can also change this color to be like blue if you want to. So if you just use blue, so it will now give us that blue kind of color on the foreground. So this is a mixed blend mode of multiply. We can also use, you know, I'm going to just duplicate these lines so you guys can see everything in one line, or not in one line, but everything on a screen. So I'm going to just use darken value, and if we save that, it will now give us kind of a darken value of that image or that color. We can also use, let's just duplicate that, and we can also use lighten, and if we save that, and here you can see it will now use the lighten version of that. If you duplicate that, and we can play around with that, but I'm going to show you all of these values, so I'm going to just use like color of dodgy blue, and if we save that, and it will now just fill out all of the colors. So for that we have to specify some sort of opacity, so I'm going to just decrease its opacity, and if you save that, and here you can see this is how we can play around with this overlay, or what was that, color dodgy blue, or what was that. So we can just play around with that. So if you get like totally pure color like this one, if you just specify instead of providing opacity, so if you just get like totally blue colors, so for that we have to change the opacity of that color. So now let's just duplicate that. Now let's just provide a color burn, or burn, whatever, however you want to pronounce that. And if you save that, okay, so it's still giving us that kind of a image. Or so now let's just change the opacity, and here you can see this is how we can play around with that. So duplicate it. Now the next value which you're going to be using is our differences, or difference would be fine. And if you save that, and it will now give us a difference based on that image and that color. So if you change this color to maybe like sky blue, or not sky blue, like crimson, and if we save that, so it will now give us the differences between the color and the image. Now let's just duplicate that, and you can just play around with that if you want to. And now let's just use another property, and now if you save that, and here you can see these subtle differences. Now let's use a hue one, so save it, and it will now give us a pure hue. We can decrease the opacity if you want to, just like that. And I'm going to save my file, and this is how we can decrease the opacity. So if you decrease the opacity, so we will get a lot of different kind of results. So I don't want to decrease the opacity, so hue would be fine. Now we can use a saturation if you want to, so I'm going to just provide a saturation, and if we save that, it will now give us pure saturation right here. So we can just decrease the opacity, and we can play around with this color. So if you save that, so it will now give us a little bit saturation, and we already learned about a saturation on filters and gradients video, if you remember that. So we can use saturation there, and we can also use it here if you want to. So now let's just change everything to pure color, and we can also provide a color right here. So if you just provide color, and if you save that, and it will give us a result based on that. And now let's just write a last property, which is like, sorry, I can't pronounce this name, but luminosity. Yeah, I can pronounce the luminosity. And if we save that, and here you can see it will now give us different kind of result based on this color. So if you change that to like something else, like maybe I don't know, this blue violet, and if we save that, it will now give us a result based on that. So this is how we can play around with this mix blend mode. Okay, so now let's just use it a little bit more, and then you'll get to know what is the usage of this mix blend mode. We can also use that with gradients if you want to. So you know what, I'm going to remove all of this mix blend mode from there. And now the next thing which you have to do is that here we have to specify the linear gradient. So at the end of this image, first of all, let me just write a mix blend mode, and we can now use maybe the overlay ones. So now let's just use the overlay, and we can also use the linear gradients if you want to. Okay, so let's just use a linear and gradient, and here we are going to be specifying like a steel blue color, and also that fire brick color. So I'm going to just write a fire brick. So if you save that, or fabric, however you want to pronounce that, and if you save that, it will now give us kind of a gradient right here, but we have to change its opacity as well. So we can just decrease its opacity, and we can play around with that. So if you save that, and it will give us results based on that. Okay, so here you can see our mix blend mode is set to overlay, and if you comment this line out, and if you save that, so this is how our gradient will look like. If you uncomment it and save it, and this is how we can use a mix blend mode on that. We can use like maybe a different kind of value, like maybe I don't know, if you use hue, so it will now give us a result based on that hue. And I already show you all of these values, so you can play around with that in your free time if you want to. And by the way, we can also use, or we can also mix two images at once. So for now, let's just remove this linear gradient from here, and I'm going to remove that from here, and we can also mix two images. So let's just get another image of maybe a MacBook or whatever we have. So I'm going to just select this image maybe, or I guess I'm going to select this image, and now I'm going to right click on that and copy the image address. And what do we have to do? I'm going to first of all put a comma in there, and now here I'm going to just write like a URL. So this will be the first image and this one will be the second one. So I'm going to just put its image value, so, or link. So if we save that and if you check it out, so here you can see we are now getting this one image, but we cannot see the other one. So now let's just play around with that real quick. But then we can just use a linear gradient as well. So let's just put a comma in there, and I'm going to put that linear gradient in here, and I'm going to provide like a steel blue color, and we can also provide like a fire brick color as well. And let's just change its opacity from somewhere else. And now if you save our file, and this is how this image looks like, but we cannot see that other image. So for that, let's just use like multiply and also comma screen. And if you save that, okay, so we are getting a totally different result. I guess something is wrong. So instead of using a mixed blending mode, we can use a background blend mode. So if you just use like background blend mode, and if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting these two images. So here you can see this is the first image and this one is the second image. We are now seeing that, but these images are crap as hell, so we have to search for another image. So I'm going to just search for nature, and now let's just get like two images. I'm going to just click on this one and then right click on that and copy the image address, and I'm going to put it at the first image right here. And now let's just search for another image. Maybe like, I don't know which kind of image would be fun. I'm going to search for, or you know, I'm going to click on this image, and now let's just right click on it and copy the image address, and I'm going to put this image address in the second area right here. And now if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting two images, two kind of different images. So this is our three images. So here you can see these are our three images, and this is a mountain image. So this is how we can play around with a background blend mode, and this is how we can play around with the mixed blend mode in CSS. So now that we are totally done with the mixed blending mode and background blend mode, so now the next thing which we have to learn is something called a is pseudo-selector. We already learned a few pseudo-selector back when we were learning about like hover, visited, and that kind of pseudo-selectors. So now in this video, or now in this section to be precise, we are going to be using is pseudo-selector. So I'm going to just remove everything from here, and now let's just get into our HTML, and now let's just remove this section and stuff. So for that, we first of all have to write a header, and inside this header we just have to write h1 of like hello world, and then you know I'm gonna just put like hello world of 1 in here, and now let's just use h2 of hello world of 2, and now let's just use h3 of hello world and then 3. Okay, so now we are totally done with the HTML side. Now let's just save there, and now inside a CSS, now let's just discuss about that property called the is pseudo selector. Okay, first of all we have to put a column in there. So the CSS is pseudo selector, or the is class, however you want to call that, takes a selector list, like this pseudo selector takes a selector list as an argument and select any element that can be selected by one of the selector in that list. Okay, so I know this is kind of a gibberish, but now let me just write some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So if you want to select that header, first of all we just have to write a header, and now let's just use that pseudo selector. So we are going to be using a colon. Let me just zoom in a bit. We are going to be using a colon and then the is operator, or word, however you want to call that, and here we are going to be passing the list of the selectors. So we are going to be using like h1, h2, comma h3. Okay, so we are selecting these three elements inside this header for now. Okay, so now inside there, let's suppose if you want to change the color of them to be like maybe red, so if you want to provide red color, and if you save that, and here you can see all of them are now totally red. So in some cases we would get error, like let's suppose if I just put s in there, and if you save our file, so it will now just select both of these two and it will not select this one. So now that was just a first example, so I'm going to comment that, or you know, I'm going to delete that for now, and I'm going to also delete this header area from here. That was just a basic syntax. So I'm going to just write a crazy HTML for now, and you have to type it with me as well. So for now we are going to be using section. Let me just write a section with no classes and nothing inside there. Nothing, not nothing, but we are not going to be providing any classes and IDs. So we are going to be using h1 of like section heading 1, and now let's just duplicate that a few times. You know what, instead of duplicating that, we are going to be writing it manually like section uh, section heading 2. And now let's just use h3, and here we are going to be using a section, or I'm going to copy and paste it. So copy it and paste it, and this one will be now the third one. Now let's just use h4 and section heading 4. Now let's just put h5 of section heading 5, and finally we are going to be writing h6 for heading section 6. Okay, so I'm going to zoom out a bit, and this is going to be the first section. Now the next thing which we have to do is that here we are going to be using articles. So I'm going to just write article in there, and what do we have to do? I'm going to copy all of the content from here, and I'm going to paste it right here. And now I'm going to just select my section, and like so. Now if you want to do a multiple selection, so first of all you just have to hold Alt, and then you just have to click on the selection where you want to make. So I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to put that like article in here. Okay, so now let's just duplicate this section as well, or you know what, not going to be duplicating that. We are going to be using aside. So use aside, and now let's just copy all of this content, and I'm going to do a multiple selections in here. Let's just do a multiple selection in here real quick. Okay, so we messed up in there. Let's just remove the other one, and here we are going to be using aside. And finally we are going to be creating a nav tag, and now let's just copy all of its content, and I'm going to paste it right here. And now let's just change this aside to let's just do a multiple selection, and now let's just change that real quick to a nav heading 1 and heading 2, and so on and so forth. So this is how currently things looks like. So we have section headings, then we have article headings, then we have aside headings, and then we have a navigation headings. So if you want to select everything, so for that we can just write a crazy amount of selections. So we can just write a section of h1, and then write section h2, then write a section, I'm going to duplicate that a few times like so, and we are going to be writing like h3, h4 of section 5, 6, and then we have to use all of that. So I'm going to just do a multiple selection in there, and here I'm going to just use like article, and then h1, h2, and so on and so forth. So let's just write h2, h3, and then we are going to be using h4, and now let's just duplicate that 2 times one more time. Then we have h5, then we have h6, and now let's just copy that and paste it one more time. Then we are going to be doing a multiple selection for what do we call it, aside, and now let's just, I guess that would be fine. Now let's just do multiple selection for what do we call it, navigation. So now we did a lot of multiple selection and stuff like that. So now finally we are going to be just using our curly brace, right? And now I want you to just notice these selections. So we have section from h1 through h6, then we have a article from h1 through h6, then we have our navigation from h1 through h6, kind of crazy selector like that. So then if you want to change the color to maybe like steel blue, and if you save that, so it'll now just provide that color to all of these headings right here. Okay, just imagine the scenario like that, and you will never have a scenario like this in a real world project, but I just kind of want to give you an example. So I want you to just notice all of that. Instead of writing all of that, we can use or is selector. So I'm going to just comment all of the things right now, and if you save that, we would get a by default a black color. So if you just use a pseudo clause or a selector, however you want to call it, so we can just provide a section, then we can provide an article, then we can provide a side, then we have to just provide a navigation, and then now let's just use another is, and here we are going to be using h1, h2, h3, comma h4 and h5, and finally let's just use h6. And now inside there we are going to be using that kind of a steel blue color, and now if you save there, and boom, here you can see it'll now apply that color to all of its element right here. Okay, so instead of writing all of these selector, so now we can refactor our code to these selector right here. So if you zoom out a bit, then you can see the difference between like both of that right here. Okay, so that was it about a is selector. And now let's jump into a new topic, which is called, I guess, a not selector. Let's just see. So now that we are totally done with the is selectors, now let's just learn about the before and after pseudo selector. But before getting into the before and after selector, first of all, let me just say this. These are crazy selector which can be used in a lot of different kind of scenarios. But in this section, I'm going to just give you a quick example of that, like how you can play around with a before and after selector, like pseudo selector to be precise. I guess I'm going to make a whole video on that, so it can be like before and after selector totally guide, but I can't promise you that for now. but I just kind of want to give you the test of that. So I'm going to just remove everything which I have inside my style sheet, and I'm going to also remove everything inside my body right here. So totally clean body and totally clean style sheet. So inside a body, I'm going to just write a paragraph, and let me just write like maybe here is some content right here. So I'm going to save that, and here you can see you're now getting like here is some content. Now let's jump in towards CSS, and now let's just style that. So first of all, let me just center everything. First of all, I'm going to write like body of height will be 100 VH, display will be totally flex, justify content will be center, align items will be totally center, and font size I'm going to put like 5 rem for now. And if you save that, and here you can see everything is now totally at the center, and our content is now taking like 5 rem of height. Anyways, so now let's just talk about something called before selector. So before selector, insert content before a selected element. So the difference between the before selector and the after selector is that before selector insert item before the element, after insert content after the specified element. So this selector can be commonly used like to add some tags or anything you want. So I know that was just a horrible definition I give you. So now let me just write some code, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So if you want to use that, first of all, we are going to be writing a selector name, then we are going to be using double colon right here, and then we are going to be using a before or after. Okay, so we are going to be just writing before in this case, and now now the next thing which you have to do inside this before, we are going to be placing a content. Okay, so if you don't want to put any content whatsoever, so you cannot like, if you don't want to put anything, so you don't have to put anything. So if you do want to put something like maybe hello, so you just write a hello in here, or you can just put an image. If you have image, you can also put like maybe SVGs. If you have SVGs, you can put HTML entities if you have them. But in this simple example, I'm going to just put like hello, and then we can just style this content which we provide right there. Okay, so we can just use like background color of maybe red, and we can also just increase the size of that like maybe 20 pixel. We can also change the color to be like maybe, I don't know, let's just choose like this color, and we can also change the font weight if you want to. So like let's just write add 100, and if you save that, and here you can see it will now add this element right here. You don't have to provide all of these style, like you can choose whichever kind of style you like. You know, I'm gonna change this color to be maybe like I don't know, I guess I'm going to just go with a totally pure white, and if you save that, and here you can see we are now getting this hello right here. Okay, as I said that before and after selector can be used in a lot of different kind of scenarios, but this is just a quick example of before and after selector. So this is how we can put content before the element. Like we first of all have this paragraph right here, and we want to put like hello before this element. So this is how we can put that. If you want to put that content after that element, so for that we can use after. Okay, so now let's just select our p tag right here, and now let's just use our double colons right there, and now let's just use after. So here we are going to be placing like content of by maybe, and now let's just style that a bit. So I'm going to just change the styling to be red, the font size will be like 20 pixel, and the color should be totally white. Not should be, I shouldn't have to say should be. But font weight will be just like add 100 pixel, not pixel, but just add 100. So if you save that, and here you can see this is how we can provide content before the element, and this is how we can provide content after the element. So you can go crazy, like instead of putting like hello, you can also provide like maybe some, you can also put images, you can also put font awesome, as we learned in the previous videos. But in my case, I'm going to just put like hello, and if you save there, so it will now give us hello and bye. So this is how we can work with that before and after pseudo selectors. So now that we are totally done with the before and after selectors, so now let's just learn about a final pseudo selector in this course. So now let's just learn about a not pseudo selector. So I'm going to select everything, and I'm going to remove that in style sheet, and I'm going to select everything and remove that inside a body tag as well. So now in this case, for the not selector, first of all we have to write some sort of a HTML so that I can give you a cool example. So I'm going to just write a section with a class of section as well, and I'm going to also put an a right here, and then I'm going to provide like article with the classes of article title. So I'm going to just put like article title. Now let's just use a paragraph of content, and I'm going to just put like lorem of maybe 100 would be fine. you know, lorem 100 is just overkill, so I'm gonna just go with like 50 lorem ipsum, and that will be fine. And now let's just write a new paragraph right here, and now let's just provide a lorem ipsum of 50 one more time. So I'm going to just put like lorem 50 in here, and if you save that, and we are now getting our lorem ipsum with a class of content, and like this first lorem ipsum or this first paragraph will have the class of content, and this second one do not have any classes and any IDs and stuff like that. So now let's just get in towards CSS, and now let's just work on a not clause. So not clause, but a not pseudo selector. The not selector matches every element that is not specified in that element selector. So you know what, first of all, let me just write some coding, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So first of all, let me just get my section, and I'm going to put a width of like maybe 42 rems, or not rems but m, and I'm going to also provide a margin of 0 auto so that our content is now at the center. Let's just provide a background color to be like maybe RGB of 32, and 31. Okay, so now let's just provide a padding of 4 rems in this case, and if you save that, and this is how currently our content looks like. And you know what, I'm going to just select my body in here, and I'm gonna put like a background color of maybe 333 in this case, and the color will be totally white, and I'm gonna also put a padding of 2 rems. So if you just save that, and this is how currently our content looks like right now. Okay, so now here I want you to notice that in this class, in this first paragraph, we provide a class of content, but in this second paragraph we didn't provide any classes, any attribute, any stuff like that. So I want you to just notice that. So now in this case, we want to select like first of all, let me just write a section, and now let's just get our A, and then we have to get our article title. So we are now inside this article title right here. So we want to do a little bit of nesting in there. So we are now just select word section, then we select this first section, then we select word section, or not section but just article title. Or you know what, we can just remove this A from there. We don't need that. I just kind of want to give you the example, but we don't need that. So simply just remove that. So we would just select our section, and then we are going to be just selecting this section, or not section but article title. And now let's just, you know, I'm going to provide a space in there, and now let's just use that not pseudo selector. So if you just write not, and then we just provide a content in here. So now let me just provide a content. So we are now selecting this content class right here. So any style we apply to this selector, like we select word section, then article, and we specify not, so it will just skip that, and it will provide that styling to all of their elements. Okay, so all of that selector will be specified. Oh my goodness, what the hell am I doing? So go back, and it will now specify their styling to all of that selector which we select already, but it will just ignore, or it will just skip this one which we provide inside this not pseudo selector. Now let's suppose if you want to give him a color of like maybe steel blue, or slate blue will be fine. And now if you save that, so here you can see it will not provide color to this content class, but it will do provide color to this second class right here. So if you have like maybe 1,000 more paragraph text, so it will just provide their colors to all of them except which have the class of not which have the class of content. So if you just right click on that and go to the inspect, so let's just write F12 in here, and now let's just select our first one. So let me just show you that real quick. So here you can see this one do have a class of content right here, and we specified that in our not selector right here. So we want to provide this styling which we are going to be writing inside this curly braces. So we want to apply all of that style to all of that element which we first of all have, but just ignore this one which we selected inside this not class right here. Okay, so this is kind of a cool. Anyway, so now let me just give you another example of that. So we can also just remove that nesting if you want to. So now let's suppose if you want to increase the font size, so you can just use a font size of 14 pixels. And now let's just remove this article class and these a lot of nesting, so you can just remove that. And if you save that, and I guess we messed up something, so we are now selecting word section. Okay, so we are now selecting the section, and then we are selecting all of their content. So that's not a great idea. We have to put that article one more time, so we can just use article title in there. So if you save that, and now this is how it works. So this was just a first example of that not operator, or not, why am I saying not operator? This is the first example of a not pseudo selector. Now let me just give you another example of that. So for that we have to write a little bit more HTML, or you know what, we have to first of all remove this example. So I'm going to remove this example from here and save that, and we also have to remove this example from there as well. Oh, you know what, we're not going to be removing that. So we are going to be just remove this section and then article title and then that not operator. So I'm going to just remove that. And this is how everything looks like by default. And you know what? I'm going to give you an example of buttons. So I'm going to zoom in a bit. And here I'm going to just create a new article right here. Article. And inside this article, what do we have to do? I'm going to give a class of like maybe section in here. So you want to provide that section class, which we already styled right here. And inside this section, we have to just create a button. And now let me just write like button A. And now let's just duplicate that, we have button B, and now let's just duplicate that, and now we have button C. But in this case, I'm going to provide a class of, or not class, but an attribute of disable. So if I just provide the attribute of disable, so if you save our file, and this is how we get by default right now. So if you want to style all of these buttons, like this button A and button B, and if you want to skip the styling for this button C, which has the attribute of disable, so if you want to skip that, so we can just write a code for that if you want to. So we can just use, first of all, so for that we have to use a section, and then now let's just select all of the buttons. So I'm going to just put a button in there, and now let's just use that not a pseudo selector, and here we are going to be just specifying the disable, D-I-S-A-B-L-E-D, and now let's just use like font size of 20 pixel, and now let's just use background color of crimson. So if you save that, so now here you can see it will now apply all of that style to all of the buttons except this specific button, which have the class, or not a class, but the attribute of disable. Okay, so it will just ignore that. So now let me just give you the last example on the not pseudo selector. So I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to also remove this everything from this article as well. Now let me just write like maybe anchor tags in this case. So I'm going to just write anchor tag, which will go to like I don't know, my YouTube channel. So https and then double slashes www.youtube.com. Did I spell it correctly? Like YouTube. Okay, so youtube.com/Hosan web dev, my own channel. So I just kind of want to give you example of these anchor tags, and I'm going to put like maybe YT for YouTube. So now let's just select this second one, and what do we have to do? I'm going to copy this link from here, and now let's just paste this link right there, and I'm going to put like Udemy right here, and then let's just use like user of Hosan web dev, and then let me just put a Udemy in here and duplicate this line of code, and here we have to specify their dash in there. And now let's just write like maybe google.com. So I'm going to just write like google.com, and I'm going to remove everything from there. So here we just have to replace that name to Google. So if we select that and save that, it will now give us these three anchor tags right here. So if you want to style all of them and you want to just like skip one of them, so for that we just have to write a little bit of coding. So now let's just select word section, and now let's just select all of the anchor tags, and now let's just use our not operator, but now in this case we are going to be using our href. And now let's just provide this asterisk symbol, and now let's just search for the one we don't want to style. So which one we don't want to style? Maybe like this YouTube channel. So if you don't want to style that one, so I'm going to just paste this link right there. So I'm going to zoom out a bit, and this is how we can select that. And now let's just use our curly braces right there. And now here I'm going to just provide a color of like maybe brown. Yeah, I guess I will just go with the brown color, and text decoration I want to remove, and I'm going to set that to none and save our file. So here you can see it will apply all of that styling to all of these anchor tags except this YT or YouTube. That's because we provide that right here. So if you just copy maybe like this second one, and if you just copy that, and I'm going to paste this link right here, and if you save that, so here you can see it will now apply their styling to all of their anchor tags except this middle one. Why? That's because we selected that right here. So this is how we can use a not pseudo selector in CSS. So I'm going to just remove everything which we have inside our style sheet, and I'm going to also remove everything inside our body. Okay, so we get a totally clear body and totally clear style sheet. So now the next thing which we are going to be learning in this section is something called variables in CSS. So this is kind of a new feature in CSS, but I shouldn't have to say new. It's been for a while, but it's new for those developer who's been working on a web development for a long time. So you know what, let me just show you what is the CSS variables, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to just give you a simple example by just writing h1 of heading 1, and now let's just write h2 of heading 2 in CSS or in HTML. So if you save that, now let's just get in towards CSS. So now the question is, what in the world is a variable which I'm talking about? A variable is just a container for storing your data, and you can reuse that container again and again if you want to. So that was just a kind of a programming introduction. But now in CSS, you can think about variables that this is some sort of a thing in which we can store the value of something, and we can reuse that value again and again. So before I blow your mind out by this silly introduction, first of all, let me just write some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So if you want to create variables on a root, so we can just write colon and then root, and then we have to write our opening curly brace and closing curly brace. And now if you want to give some sort of a name to our variable, so for that we just have to write like 2 dashes, and then like in this case we want to store like the value of color, so we can just use like you can give any name you like, but you are not able to provide spaces in there. So if you want to like provide spaces, so for that you will just use a dash instead. You cannot use spaces, you just use dashes. Okay, so first of all we will just use 2 dashes, then we can specify some sort of a name to a variable. So in this case we are going to be just writing like primary color, and now we have to store some sort of a value inside that variable. So which kind of value we want to store inside that variable? We want to store the value of maybe like some sort of a color of like maybe teal would be fine. And now let's just close that. So now we successfully create our variable right here. So we can use this variable anywhere we want. We can just use the value of that variable, like we can just use the name of that variable anywhere we want, and then later if you don't like that color or that font or that whatever you store inside that variable, so you can just change in one place and it will affect in all of that area and where you use this variable. So now let me just give you example of like h1, and in here I'm gonna just put like color. And now if you want to use that variable, so what do you have to do? First of all, you just have to write a var, and then a var is a function. So for that, you just have to write an opening parenthesis and then the closing parenthesis, and then just the name of that variable. So which kind of name is our variable? Our variable is now double dashes primary color. So if you just select that, and if you save that, and here you can see it will now change the color to teal color. So if you want to change this color, so we just have to go to our variable section right here, and we can change it to like red or blue or green, whatever kind of color you like. So save it. So it will now just change it to that color. So I'm going to just stick to that teal color. Now let me create a new variable. So let's just write like dash dash of size, or you know what, I'm gonna put like maybe font size, or we can write it like camel case if you want to, or we can just separate by a dash. So now let me just write a font size, and here we have to just specify like 4 rems right here. So now in this case we want to select our h2, and now let's just increase the font size of that h2. I'm gonna zoom out of it. And now let's just use our CSS variable. So now in this case we want to use the second, or not the second but the first variable name. So we are going to be just using font size. And now if you save that, and boom, here you can see the font is increased to like 4 rem, and now here you can see that. So we can create like countless variables for our project, but we will just keep things simple. So we just learn about the colors, the fonts, and now let's just provide like maybe bg color for a background color. And now if you just use like red, red will be the kind of the background color. So now if you want to use the background color of this h1 to be like red, so we can just use like bg, and we have to specify that var and then just use that sort of a color. So we want to just use like bg color for a background. So if you save that, it will now change the background color to be totally red, and it will change the heading or the text color to be totally teal. Okay, so we can play around with that if you want to. So if I just write white, and if you save that, and it will now change the color to be totally white. If you want padding, so we can also use a padding. So we just have to use like p or padding. You can give them like total name. In this case, I'm gonna just put like p of maybe 20 pixel. And now if you want to provide a padding of 20 pixel to this element, so we can just use like padding, or you know what, I'm gonna put a padding inside this h1. So I'm gonna just use padding, then var, and then just a p. Okay, two double dashes and p, and now if you save that, and it will now just add these padding by using our CSS custom properties, or you can also call it a CSS variables. Okay, so this is how we can create variable, and this is how we can use variable in CSS. Alright, so now that we learned about the CSS variables, so now the next topic which you are going to be learning about is something called dry principle in programming and in CSS. So dry just stands for like do not repeat yourself. Okay, so you just have to remember that, and once you jump into like specific programming language, so you would also see this pattern, or what do you want to call it? So you will also see that like do not repeat yourself. So in CSS we repeat ourselves a lot. So now I'm going to just give you the example of that real quick. We are going to be first of all writing a bad code, and then we are going to be refactoring that code. And by the way, refactoring just means like we are just improving our code and we are changing our code. So let's just write a section in here, and I'm going to give them a class of 1. And now let's just use a buttons like maybe the first button. So I'm gonna just use like btn of like learn more. Okay, and now let's just create a new section right here, and now let's just set that class to be like 2, and I want to also provide that btn right there. Okay, so instead of learn more, we are going to be just using like download right here. So if you save that, and it will now give us 2 buttons right here. So we just have to put a br in there for a, not a b, but just a br for a breaking, like so you'll not get like breaking in there. So first of all, so here you can see we have like first section with the class of 1, and then we have a button inside that section with the class of btn, and then we have another section with the class of 2, and then we have one button inside there with the class of btn, and the title or the label will be just download, and this one will be learn more. So this is quite simple and easy. Now let's jump into our CSS, and now if you want to select that, first of all let me just write a reset form, or you know what, we are not use resetting. So let me just write a body in there, and now let me just write display of flags, justify content center, align center. Align items will be also center, and I'm gonna also put like 100 VH and save that, and now both of these buttons are now at the center. Okay, so let's just remove this BR from there. Yes. Alright, so this is it for centering the button. So now if you want to style each of the buttons, so first of all we are going to be using a bad way. So I'm going to just write like a bad way of writing. So we are going to be first of all selecting the section, then we are going to be using the class of 1. Now let's just select our button, and now we can just use like maybe the background of transparent, and we can also use a border to be like none, not border radius but just a border to be like none. And now we can just use like a margin of 10 pixel. Background will be like maybe, I don't know which kind of color will be fine, RGB of 6. I'm gonna put a 6 in here one more time. Oh my goodness, if I can catch a 6. Oh my god, so 6 and 6. Alright, now let's just put a little bit of padding of like 1M and 2 M's, and now let's just give them a little bit of color of totally white, and also the cursor will be pointed. Now if you save that, and here you can see it will now apply all of that styling which I just wrote right here, just to this one button right here, like this one btn class which we specify right here. Now we select our section with a class of this one btn, and now in this case if you change the section to be like 2, and if you save that, so here you can see it will now apply all of that styling to this button but not to this one. So we can just remove that first of all. If you just remove that, if you save that, and here you can see we now solve our first problem. So now both of these buttons are now taking their styling which we wrote right here. But the thing is that if you want this button to be green, like maybe this download button will be green, so how can we go about doing that? The first and the bad way is that we can just select word section with the class of 1, and now let's just duplicate that. So we will just copy all of the content and we will just duplicate that, and now we will just select this 2. We will now select this second button, and we can just change the color to be like maybe green, and now let's just hover mouse over to it, so you just get kind of a green color like so. And now if you save that, here you can see now we achieve our result right here. But this is not the better way to write our code, and as we learned in the beginning of the video is that do not repeat yourself, and this is what a right principle means. So you just found this is just one scenario, but in CSS you found yourself countless time repeating yourself. So you just have to think about that principle, like do not repeat yourself. There has to be a better way. So in this kind of situation, what do we have to do? we can just give them separate classes to these buttons. So this one will be btn. So now both of these buttons are now storing all of these styling right here. So now what else do we have to do? We have to just give them like new classes, like maybe btn primary maybe, and this one will be just btn secondary. So now that I give them like a btn primary and btn secondary classes to it, and now if we save that, nothing will still happen. So now we can refactor our code to just a little bit better quality code. So what we have to do, I'm gonna just select this section and I'm gonna remove that. And now let's just select this section, or you know what, we are not going to be selecting this section. So we are going to be selecting all of these code from here, and I'm going to delete all of that. So now here you can see that styling are applying to both of these buttons right here. But if you want to change the color of this specific button, so for that we can just use like maybe different kind of color. So for that we can first of all use their new class which we provide right here. So we want to select this btn secondary. So now let's just select this btn secondary. So here we have to just write like a background of maybe green, and now if you just put a green in there, and if you save that, so here you can see this button is now totally green. And look at our code, we don't have to repeat ourselves, like we don't have to copy all of that code, and we have to just tweak things around, and we would still have all of these properties and values. But instead of writing all of that clutter code, we now just refactor our code to just this simple one-liner code right here. And I cannot show you all of the ways in this video because it will take a lot of time, but this is just a one scenario in which you just repeat yourself. So always keep dry principle in your mind. So whenever you are just repeating yourself, so whenever you are copying your code from one place to another, or you are just duplicating your code in one or two ways, so you just keep that dry principle in mind, like do not repeat yourself. Okay, so there will be situation you repeat yourself, so I want you to just keep in mind this dry principle. And dry just simply stand for like do not repeat yourself. And there is one more acronym called KISS, and KISS means like keep it simple stupid. Okay, so we are not going to be learning that because it's a programming related acronym. Anyways, so this was it about a dry principle. And now let's get into a new section of animation, transformation, and rotation, and all of these kind of a good stuff. All right. Alright, so welcome to a new section. In this section, we are going to be learning about transformation, transition, and animation. So to learn about that, first of all, we have to delete everything which we have inside our style sheet, and we are going to be also deleting this section and stuff from our body. So what do we have to do inside our body? And in this specific section, we are going to be first of all starting with a transformation. So we are going to be first of all just writing a section with the class of container. So inside this container, we are going to be just writing div. And now if you save that and go into our style sheet right here, so let's just start working on a transform property. So what is a transform property? A transform property applies a 2D or 3D transformation to an element, and this property allows you to rotate, scale, move, and skew, which we are going to be learning in this section just in a second. So first of all, what do we have to do? First of all, we just have to select our container. We have to give a height of 100 VN so that we can see everything in totally center. So we just have to use display of flex, justify counter of center, align items of center. So zoom out, save our file, and we can also see something because we don't have any content and stuff. So now let's just get our container and select our div inside that container. Now let's just provide a width of like 300 pixel and also the height of 300 pixel. So now let's just give him a background of cyans or cyan, whatever you want to call it. So if you save that, and now here you can see we now get totally a rectangle right here at the middle of our viewport. So now if you want to transform that, so for that we can use a transform property. So as the name suggests, that it allows us to transform or provide us with a transformation. So now that we use a transform property and we have a lot of values in their transform properties, so we are going to be starting from the first one, which is translate. So if you just use like translate, or you know, we are going to be starting from this translate y function right here, and here we have to specify how you want to translate or how you want to move around your element from one place to another on a y-axis. So now we select our translate y right here. So we just have to specify the amount. So we are going to just you know, I'm going to just go with like 200 pixel, and the 200 pixel will be fine. And now if you save that, and boom, so it will now push our container or that box from one place to another. So we just use a positive value, so it will now just push it from top to bottom. But if you just use like negative value, like negative 200 pixel, and now if you save that, and boom, it will now push it to the top right here. So we are not limited to just write like 200 pixels, so we can also write like 100 pixel if you want to, and stuff like that. So this is the first value. I'm going to duplicate that and I'm going to comment that line out. And now let's just learn about the x-axis. So we have translate x. So instead of writing negative value, we would just provide a positive value. But before I show you all of that, let's just comment this line out. And if you save that, and this is how currently, or container or box, whatever you want to call it, this is how it looks like. You know what, I'm going to just shrink the size to maybe like 200 pixels, save it, and that's looking better. Alright, so now let me just use this translate on the x-axis. So if you save that, so it will now just push it to the x-axis like 100 pixel, and we can also just go with 200 if you want to. You can go 300,000, however you want. So I'm going to just use a negative value in this case. So if you save that, and boom, it will now push it to the negative 100 pixels. So if you just use like negative 200 pixel, so we'll just push it around by using this transform of translate x-axis and translate y-axis. So now let me just comment this line out. Now let's just use that transform same property, but instead of translate x and translate y, we can just use a translate function right here. And now the first value which you have to provide for the x-axis. So we are going to be providing a value for the x-axis like 100 pixel, and then we have to put a comma in there, and then we have to specify the value for the y-axis. So I'm going to just put like 200 pixels. So if you save that, and it will now push our item from left to the right like 100 pixel, and from the top to the bottom like 200 pixels. So we can also use you know what, I'm gonna just push it to the 50, and we can use a negative value for that. And if you save that, so we'll now just push it a little bit. If you just use a positive value, so we'll just push it from top to bottom. If you just use a negative value, so it will now push it from left to right like so. And you can play around with this property if you want to. I'm gonna comment this line out. Now the next value which you are going to be learning about inside this transform property is a rotation, and this rotate property will allows us to rotate over elements. So in this case, what do we have to do? We have to just specify the rotation, how many rotation we want. So in this case, I'm going to just provide like 20 and DEG for degrees. So if you save that, it will now just rotate over element on a 20 degrees. So we can provide more degrees if you want to, like 40 degrees, and boom, it will now just rotate it on a 40 degrees. We can provide like 180 degree if you want to. So if you just specify 180 degree and save that, so we will just get a default result right here, and we can play around with that like maybe, I don't know, 60 degrees, and this is how it looks like. We can just move it to like 10 degrees, 20 degrees, 40 degrees, how many you want. Okay, so this rotate function will allows us to rotate over element. I'm going to comment this line out as well. And now let's just use a transform of scale, and this one is my favorite one, and as the name suggests that it will allows us to scale or elements. So we can just specify the values. Do not provide 2 or 200 or stuff like that. So in this case, if you want to scale or element from 0 to 1 maybe, so we can just specify 1, and if you save that, and okay, so that 1 was the default one, so if you just write like 2 and save that, it will now just scale it 2 right here. Okay, so the default size we provide like 200 and 200, and it will now convert it to maybe like 400 width and 400 height, and so it will now just scale or element on 2. So if you just write like maybe 4, and if you save that, and boom, okay, so it will now scale it like 4 times of the current size. So we can just use like 1, or we can also just decrease that if you want to. So we can use like 0.5 and save that, and boom, it will now just decrease it 0.2, and it will now decrease it however we want. So it's kind of like a smaller container box right there, and this is how we can increase or decrease our element by using a transform of scale value. And we can also provide a value for x-axis and y-axis. So now let's just put our 5 in there back, and if you just put a comma, and if you put 1 and save that, so this value will be for the x-axis and this value will be for the y-axis. So anything we put inside the like 2, and if you save that, so it will just increase the size of the x-axis. If you just set this one to 2, and if you save that, so it will now just increase the size of the height like on the y-axis. So this is how you can play around with that if you want to. and I just show you that. So now the next value which you are going to be learning about is something called a skew, and it will just kind of tell tag, put that in words like a skew. What is it? You want a skew? So you can just pass for degrees in there, and if you save that, so it will just skew it up like so. If you just put like maybe 20 value, and it will just skew it to the x-axis, and we can also put a y-axis. So if you just save that, so this for x-axis we can just use like negative value, and it will now just totally convert the shape of that. So this is how we can use a transform property, and transform property can do more than that, but this is just an introduction of that. So in this section we just learn about a transform property and its different values. So we learn about translate y, translate x, translate and rotate, scale and skew. Okay, so I guess that would be it for this section about the transformation. And now let's just learn about transition in CSS. So for that, I'm going to remove everything from my container, and I want to also remove these heights and widths, or I'm going to delete this container. Just leave this height and display of flex and stuff. I'm going to go to my HTML, and I want to change this div from div to anchor tag. It will go to nowhere, and it will just say like click me. And if you save that, and we will just get our click me button at the center of our viewport. So now let's just start working on our container. So first of all, let me just select my container, and inside that container we are going to be selecting our anchor tag. And now let's just remove that text decoration of none. Okay, not text align but text decoration of none. Now let me just provide a border of 2 pixel solid totally red, and I'm gonna also provide a padding of 10 pixel and 20 pixel, 10 pixel for the top and bottom, 20 pixel for the left and right. Color will be totally brown. And now let's just work on our transitioning. So transition, I guess I spelled it correctly. So what in the world is even a transition even mean? So CSS transition allow you to change property values smoothly or a given duration. So we have to specify some sort of a duration, so we can change whatever we want totally smoothly. So I'm going to just show you that, and then you'll get to know what is that transitioning even mean. So now if you want to work with a transition, first of all we have to change something. So if you want to change something, so for that we can work with or hover pseudo selector, as we learned at the beginning of the video. So if you just write like anchor tag and hover, and now let's just use like a BG of color, and maybe it will be set to like brown in this case. And now let's just provide a color of only white. So if you save that, and now if I hover my mouse over to it, so here you can see it's now changing its color very quickly right here. So if I hover my mouse over to it, so it's now changing this color in a second or maybe half of a second and stuff like that. So if you want a little bit of transition to happen, like if I hover my mouse over to it, so we want a little bit of delay in there, so we can do that by using a transition property. So now let's just start working on our transition property. So for that we can just use a transition property. Like a transition property simply means like what do you want to change. Okay, so we want to change everything. So now in this case it will accept this background color property and also this color property. So if you just provide like border radius or any other property, so it will also accept that. And if you want to accept like a specific thing, so for that you can just provide the name of that property. In this case, if I just write like background color, so we can also work with that. So if you want our transition to just only happen for a color, so we can also specify a color. So now in this case I'm going to put everything to all, and now the next thing which you are going to be learning about is something called transition duration property. And as the name suggests, that it will just wait for that much duration we provide right there. So in this case we are going to be using like 1 second, and now finally, we are going to be using another property called transition timing function. I know this property is a little bit long, but there are a lot of transition timing function out there. But in this specific video, we are going to be using something called is out maybe. And now if you save our file, and now if I hover my mouse over to it, and here you can see this transition. If I hover my mouse over to it, so a few things happening. First of all, the background is changing, and also the text color is also changing, and that's because we put this background property of all to all of them. So that's why if you hover a mouse over to it, so everything is taking a little bit of time, and everything is taking a little bit of time. That's because of this transition duration property. Okay, so if you set that to like 2 seconds maybe, so if you save that, so now if I hover my mouse over to it, so it will now take 2 seconds to apply that kind of a transition to it. Okay, and then we have a transition timing function, and we have different kind of values for that, which we are not going to be getting into because it will just waste your time, and you can explore like countless properties. And I guess somebody made a whole website about transition timing function. Let me just check that real quick. Transition timing function website. So I'm going to just search for that. Okay, so we have W3 School, Mozilla Developer, and then we have the Art of Web, Transition Timing Function, CSS Tricks, Blog. Okay, so QBlazer, I guess that's the website I was looking for. Alright, so here you can see we have different kind of transition right here that you can play around with there. So let's just see. Here is the code. You can copy that and you can put it in your CSS file. I didn't play around with this website, but I knew there is a website who allows us to put a transition. So we have different kind of transition right here. We have a ease, we have a linear, is in, is out, is in and out. So now let's just use that real quick. So instead of using is in and out, like ease out, we just provide that. We can just use like ease in, and we set that to like 1, and if you save that, so that transition will apply in that fashion. So if you hover our mouse over it, so first of all it's just a little bit slow, and so then it went through a bit fast. So now let's just copy. Okay, so now let me just show that linear one real quickly. Instead of using a ease in and out, so we can just use a linear, and if you save that and if you hover mouse over it, so here you can see it will now, that transition will now apply linearly. So we can play around with this property if you want to. Maybe like if you select this kind of transition like so, and I'm going to just click on the copy, it will now copy that code to our clipboard. And if you just paste it right here, so it will now use this cubic Bezier function right here, and it will just provide a transition timing function on that. So if you save that, and now if you hover mouse over it, so here you can see something weird is happening. First of all, if I just hover my mouse over it, so it will take a little bit of time, and then it will just push up all of the content at once right here. Okay, so you can play around with that if you want to. Like maybe I'm going to select everything like so, and I'm going to make that a bit slower at the beginning, and then we want that to happen a bit fast, so we can play around with that like so. I'm going to click on this property or this copy button, and then let's just replace it right here. And if you save that, and now if you hover mouse over to it, so it's taking a bit of time, and then it will just blink it up. So you can play around with these properties if you want to, but my job was to show you all of that stuff, and now you can play around with that if you want to. So first of all, if you want to use a transition, for that you need some sort of a changing thing. So in this case, we are going to be changing our things by using a hover pseudo-selector. So then we can use a transition property, so we can just change the transition of one thing, or we can change everything by using an all value. And then we can also specify a duration for our transition, like this will be the time of our transition, and we can also specify a different kind of function for our transition. So now we are totally done with the transition side of this video. Now let's just learn about finally something called animation in CSS. And we are not going to be building awesome animation, but I just kind of want to show you is that how you can create animation, just a basic syntax of animation. So now if you want to learn about animation, so I'm going to remove this coding from here, and I'm going to also remove all of this transition stuff from there. And you know what, I'm going to also remove this container and anchor tag, and also remove that anchor tag from there, and I'm going to replace it with div. And now we are totally good to go for now. Alright, so now let's just select our container real quick, and then everything inside that container, like all of the div which are currently available inside that container, let's just give them a width of like let's just provide like 300 pixel of the width, and let's just duplicate that to the height as well. And I'm gonna give him a background color of like dark blue color. And now in here we are going to be starting our animation. So before we start animation, now let's just learn that what in the world is an animation. So an animation lets an element gradually change from one style to another. This is what animation is. You can change as many CSS properties you want, as many times you want in a keyframe. So what are keyframes? So anytime you want to create your animation, so for that you need to work on a keyframes. So we are going to be using our animation stuff or animation property in here, but first of all we have to create our keyframes. For that I'm going to zoom in a bit, And now if you want to create an animation, first of all, you're going to be writing add symbol and then keyframe. Okay, so if you just write a keyframes in there, then provide a name for your animation. So in this case, I'm going to just give a name of like, I don't know, I don't have any animation in mind, so I'm going to just give him like a random word like in and out, and you can give him any name you like. You can give him Hussein animation if you want to. Hussein is my name, by the way. And so here we can specify that from where our animation should start. So we can just write like a 0%, or we can also use like a to and from keyword. Okay, so you can also learn about that if you want to, but we are going to be just using like 0%, so our animation will start from 0%. And you know what should we do in this 0%? I'm gonna just use like maybe a transform or scale something. I'm not sure what I'm building right now, but I'm just showing you what animation is and how to work with that. If my animation was horrible or an awful, you can create your own animation awesome, but mine will be awful. So we can work with like 0%, 25%, 10%, 20%, 1000%, however you like. But in my case, I'm going to just go from 0 to 25 to 50. Okay, and I can also go like other direction if I want to. So this one is the first frame right here, and this one is now the second frame, and you can create as many frames as you want. So I'm going to just use like transform in this case, and I'm going to just provide a scale of 0.2. And then background color, I'm gonna change the background color to be like I don't know, I'm gonna write like teal maybe in this case. And now let's just use a transform of skew, and it will just skew up our animation. I know this animation will be totally awful. And now let's just use 50% in there, and now let's just use background color to be like I don't know, totally blue in this case, like in this frame. And now let's just use our transform and skew it up one more time to the 40 degrees, and border radius will be 50%. So if you just use that, now if you save our file, and here let me just say that now we totally create our animation right here. So this is how we can create our animation. So how can we use this animation? So now if you want to use our animation, so first of all we have to provide the animation name. So what is the name of your animation? In this case, my animation name is this in and out. So I'm going to just copy that, and I'm going to paste it right here. What else do you have to do? How much time our animation would take? So we are going to be just specifying like animation duration of 4 seconds would be fine. So I guess that would be fine. So I'm gonna just save that for now. And here you can see my animation. It's horrible, I know. You can like create crazy kind of animation if you want to, but in my case, I just create this awful one. So I'm gonna just refresh my browser, and by default everything looks like that. If you just refresh it one more time, so this is how we can play around with our animations. So instead of providing like 4 seconds of duration, we can also make it faster by just writing like 2 seconds. And if you just refresh that, and our animation will happen in 2 seconds. We can also write like maybe 10 seconds. So if you save that, and now our animation will just happen slightly slow. You can just play around with these properties if you want to. So now the next property which you are going to be learning about in this section is something called animation iteration count, and it will allows us to run our animation the amount of time we want. So we are going to be just using like animation iteration, oh my goodness, animation iteration and count. Alright, so this is what I meant. And here let's suppose if you just specify like 2 times, and if you save that, so it will just run our animation the first time. So let's just save that and refresh. So this is the first time of running our animation, and this is the second time, and it will just stop. Okay, so we can specify how many time we want, like we can provide 5,000, how many we want. So if you want to run this animation like infinitely, so for that we can just use like infinite right here. So if you just specify infinite and save it, so this animation will just run again and again, like infinite time. Okay, so this animation will run like infinite time, and this is how we use the animation iteration count. Alright, so now the final property which we are going to be learning about is something called animation timing function. Oh my goodness, let me just write this timing function real quickly. And here we can just use that is in, is out, is whatever, is in and out. We can also use that linear if you want to, but in this case we are going to be just working on is in. And if we save that, So our animation will happen slowly and it will just go fast like so. And then we can also just play around with this cubic Bezier if you want to. And now let me just paste that in here, and if you save that, and boom, boom, so our animation will happen like strangely. We can work with that cubic Bezier a little bit more if you want to, and I will never recommend you to spend a lot of your time, because you're not going to be spending a lot of your time on cubic Bezier in a real world project. So I'm going to just paste that right here, and if you save that, and this is how it will look like. First of all, start very quickly and then slow it down like so, or slow it down very quickly and fast. I don't know what's happening in this animation. And by the way, it's an awful animation which I created. You can create awesome animation for your project, but now we are totally done with animation and everything. So I guess the final topic in this course is left, which is called media queries, and which we are going to be talking about next. Alright guys, so if you're already here, then congratulations, you're now at the end of this course. So now there is just one topic left, which is called a media queries, which you are going to be learning in this section. So now what in the world is a media query? So media query allows us to provide different kind of styling for different devices depend on their features. So what do I mean by all of that gibberish which I just said? You know what, I'm gonna just go to the W3 landing page right here, and then I want you to just right click on somewhere and then click on this inspect area. So if you do that, here you would find this tablet and this iPhone kind of a toggler. So if you just click on that, so it will now allow you to check this site on a different kind of screen sizes right here. Okay, so we can just check it for, I don't know, like for iPhone SE, and this is how it will look like on this iPhone. This is how it will look like on an iPhone XR and a lot of different kind of devices we have right here. We can check it for a lot of different kind of devices, and this W3 site is totally responsive, so that's why we are seeing like everything in just one page right here. So if this site was not responsive, then we would just see like a clunky weird thing. Okay, and by the way, you never found any website online which is like not responsive nowadays. Nowadays, if you want to push your site into Google and stuff, so you have to make it responsive so that it will work on a different kind of screen sizes like mobile, tablet, iPhone, and a lot of different kind of devices. So you can just click on that and click on this responsiveness right here, and here it will allow you to just check it on a different kind of screen size right here. Here you can see we have different kind of icons like a tutorial, references, and exercise. If you make that smaller, so that will be gone. So we have menu right here, and so on and so forth. So this you can check it out, different kind of websites and different kind of things by using just these developer tools. So this is what we are going to be learning. We are going to be making our sites totally responsive. You can either make your website responsive by using a media queries, and you can make your site responsive by using advanced units like rem and percentages, signs, and stuff like that. So what do I have to do? I'm going to remove everything which I have inside my HTML file, and I'm going to remove everything which I have inside my CSS file for this tutorial. Alright, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just hold shift, and then I want to just hit 1, so it no longer uses this exclamation mark. And now if you click on that, so here you can see it no longer uses metadata and all of the structure of HTML. So I'm going to just change the name to like CSS right here, and you should do the same so that it will uses their metadata right here. So if you just make that a bit smaller, and now what do we have to do? So for this section, I'm going to just write h1 of media queries. So now if you save that, so here you can see, alright, so something went wrong. Okay, so it's working. Let's just remove this media query. Okay, so it's working. Alright, so now let's jump into our CSS style sheet right here, and now let's just start working on a media queries. So first of all, I'm going to just write a body of background color, and it will be now totally set to like coral maybe. And I'm going to also, I'm not going to change any font style and stuff. So this is how currently things looks like. Okay, we should also have to link our CSS file as well. And now let's just provide that link, and now we're totally linked. And if we save our file, and this is how currently things looks like. Now if you want to provide a different kind of media queries for a different kind of screen sizes, so for that, first of all, you just have to provide an add symbol, and it will now give you a lot of properties right here. You don't have to worry about any of them for now. You just have to either click on that, or you can write it manually if you want to, but in my case I'm going to just click on this media and screen right here. So what is that even mean, like a media screen? So this means that we are going to be writing a lot of word styling inside there, and this styling will be only for the screen size. We can also write a different kind of styling for a print, which I'm going to show you just in a second. So you know what, let's just start working by selecting our body right here. So if we now select our body, let's just write a BG, like a background color, and now let's just change the color to be like blue. And now if you save that, so what's happening right here, we now just change this coral color to this blue color right here. So why is that? That's because we use this media of screen right here, and we can specify a different kind of medias for a different kind of viewports or a different kind of screen sizes if you want to. So to do that, first of all, we just have to write and in here. So we just write and, then write an opening parenthesis and closing parenthesis, and now inside these parentheses then specify the viewport width right here. So let's just write like I don't know, I'm gonna just write like max width of 1000 pixel right here. So if you just write 1000 pixel, so what is all of that media query even mean? So this media query means that we are writing some style, like this body in this case, we are writing some style for the screen size, and that screen size which maximum width is like 1000 pixels. Now if you save our file, and here you can see we are now get back to our coral color right here. So where is that blue color which we wrote inside this media queries? If you just make our screen size a bit like smaller like so, so here you can see it no longer uses that blue color right here. Why is that? That's because our current viewport is maximum than 1000 pixels. Let me just show you how is that. I'm going to make that a bit bigger. So here you can see it no longer uses that coral color right here. I'm going to right click on that and then just click on this inspect area, and I'm going to set that to the bottom. And I want you to just focus on this area. So if I just either increase it or decrease it, so here you can see there's screen sizes, and I guess you cannot see that in a recording, but if you're writing this code for yourself, so then you can see that a bit better. Anyway, so if you just make that a bit bigger, so here you can see we get like 1054 pixel right there. So if you just make it a bit smaller, so here you can see that media query does not match, because here we just wrote our media queries. I mean, like we want to provide this styling once our media query hit like a maximum width is like 1000 pixel. So if you just make that a bit smaller, so here you can see like we have like 9010 not 9000 but 910 pixel. So what media query did match. So here you can see it will now change the color to blue. And you're not just limited to change the body color, you can do a lot of stuff with that. Like you can use a display property and the background color, the font sizing, the transformation, animation, and all kind of that good stuff you just learned in this video. So you're not just limited to background color, and you're also not just limited to write like 1000 pixel right here. You can write I don't know, you can write a media query for like 700 pixel if you want to. So now if you save our file, and we're not getting that coral color right here, so if you just make that to 700 pixels, so if you hit that media query, okay, so here you can see our maximum width is now like 700 pixel or below that. So here you can see it now just gives us that background color of blue right here, and we can write different kind of media queries if you want to. So I'm going to just change that to like 1000 pixel, and now let me just write a new media query. So let me just write media query for like a different kind of screen size if you want to. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to just write a media query for, let me just write a max width, and you can also write a min width if you want to. So max width just means like the maximum width, and min width just simply means like the minimum width. Okay, so we can just write like, I don't know, 700 pixel in here. And now let's just get our body, and you know what, in this case I'm going to change the color to be like a steel blue, and I'm going to also change the font size to be like, I don't know, font size to be 5 rem would be fine, so that you can see the difference. If you save a file, and here you can see it will now first of all change the background color to be that steel blue, and it will also increase the font size to be 5 rims right here. That's because our media query match, so we are now getting these styling. So if you just make that a bit smaller, and here you can see the font size is normal and the background color is changed to totally blue. And you know what, these colors are kind of the same, so I'm going to just change that to crimson. And if you save that, and now if you just make that a bit smaller, so here you can see now the difference. Okay, so this is how you can provide different kind of style and different kind of media queries. I'm going to just zoom out a bit so you guys can see everything a bit clear. And this one is the first media query, this one is the second media query, and we can just go below there if you want to. Just write a media in here for a screen size, and let's just write and symbol, and max width will be like, I don't know, maybe for 400 pixel. Or you know what, 400 is just a little bit smaller. I'm gonna just go with a 500 pixel. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just you know what, I'm gonna just select this H1 right now. I'm gonna select that H1, and I'm gonna just provide like a border of 2 pixel, or not 2 pixel but 4 pixel dotted. And then I don't know, what should I give a color to be? I don't know, golden would be fine, or deep pink would be fine in this case. So if you save that, and if you just make that screen size a bit smaller, okay, so it's not showing up in here. That's because our screen size is small, huge. Let's just write a font size of maybe 1 rem and save our file. And now let me just make that a bit bigger. Okay, and let's just click on these 3 dots, or you know what, we are not going to be clicking on these 3 dots. We are going to be clicking on this kind of a screen. So I'm going to just click on that, make it a bit smaller, and here you can, okay, you cannot see that difference. I'm going to change that to maybe blue, and if we save that, and here you can see now our H1 have the border of 4 pixel dotted blue kind of a border right here. Here you can see the difference. And I guess you cannot see that. You know what, I'm going to change the background to be something else. Let's just write a body and change the background to be something else, like, I don't know, you know, I'm gonna go with a totally white color. Why not? So I'm gonna just go with a totally white colored save file, and now you can see the difference right here. Okay, so this is how you can provide a lot of different kind of media queries. And by the way, we are not totally done with the media queries. There's a lot of things you can do by using a media queries, but this was just kind of a test so that you can work on your projects. And I'm gonna make a huge guide on media queries, but I cannot promise you that right now. But I'm not sure, but by the time you are watching this video, I guess I will already provide the video. But if I didn't provide it already, so then you have to wait for that a little bit. Anyway, so we are now totally done with the media queries, and now let's jump into building a projects. Or you know what, first of all we have to learn what do we call it, images. Or you know what, we are not going to be providing any images. I'm not going to provide any images. I'm not sure I will or I will not. If the next topics was on about images, so congratulations, you got a bonus. Images are not related to HTML and CSS. It's kind of a other topic to learn. If you didn't see the image section after this, well, then you have to check out my video. I have entire, like, I don't know, half an hour video on images. You can learn a lot crazy stuff about images on that video. You can check it out if you want to. And I guess I'm gonna go into the projects, so I'll see you in the projects. I don't want to waste your time and mine as well. Alright, so now that we learned a lot of shortcuts in Visual Studio Code, so the next thing which you have to learn is something called images in Visual Studio Code. So what in the world are images? First of all, I'm going to remove everything from here. I'm going to make this screen size a bit bigger so you guys can see everything a bit better. So what in the world are images in Visual Studio Code? So images are abbreviated code that follow the same convention as HTML and CSS, and we can use that convention, like we can just write, like, I don't know, exclamation mark and then hit tab, and it will just generate this stuff for us. So it allows us to write our code very quickly. So in this section we are going to be learning a lot about images, and I'm going to show you different kind of images in HTML and also in CSS. So let's just start from the first one, which is a boilerplate image. So what is a boilerplate image? First of all, if you want to get a HTML structure in Visual Studio Code so that you don't have to write like HTML opening tag, then the head opening tag and closing tag, then the I don't know, like a title opening tag and closing tag, then the body, so you don't have to waste your time in there. And by the way, I also forgot to mention, like, you can also provide a metadata right here. You can also link it with your CSS file, but it will waste a lot of your time. So what's the best way? Well, we can use something called image. So we can get the same result by using our image. So the first way is to just write an exclamation mark and hit tab. So how can you get this exclamation mark? I want you to just hold shift and hit 1, so it will now give you that exclamation mark right here. So if you are hitting tab and it's not working, so then you can hold control and hit space, and then you can hit enter. So here you can see it will now give you that HTML structure right here, and then you can hit tab and hit tab one more time, and you can change the title to like I don't know, my own name, like Hussein Web Dev, and then you can hit tab, and then you can write your code like so. Okay, so this is the first way we can get our HTML structure. So what's the next way? The next way is to just write DOC for doc type HTML. And now if I hit tab, and here you can see it will now also gives us that same HTML structure right here. Okay, so both of them will work the same. So you can either choose like doc, or you can also just choose like exclamation mark, and both of them will work the same. Alright, so let me just remove these metadata from here because I don't need it right here. Okay, so what else do we have to do? So now let me just show you a shortcut for linking with CSS. So instead of writing like link and then rel style sheet and stuff like that, you can use image. So you just have to write like LINK and then hit tab. So here you can see it will now give us that link, and it will also give us that relationship with style sheet, and we have href, and we can just hit control and space, and then we can link it with any file we want. Okay, so that was the first. So you just have to write link and hit tab, and here you can see it will just fill it out for you. I mean, like, it will just give you the boilerplate for you. And you can also choose like a link and then colon and then CSS. And now if you hit tab, and here you can see it will also fill it up with this style.css file as well. And now here, if I just save my file, so everything will work. But if my file name is changed to like something else like main, and if I hit enter, so then it will not work. It will give you that style.css, but it will not work. Like, it will not choose this main.css by default. So I want you to notice that one as well. So I'm going to set that to style one more time, and there we go. Okay, so that was it about a link and also the link colon CSS. And now if you want to link it with favicon, like if you want to provide some sort of a favicon for your project, so you can also just write link and then colon and then fav icon. Okay, and now if you hit tab, and here you can see it will now give you all of these stuff which you need for a favicon. So we have a link, then we have a relationship with shortcut icon, and then we have icon, and then we have type, which will be now set to image, and X icon. So this is how it looks like, and you can just provide your what do we call it, you can provide your favicon link right here. I don't have any favicon links, so sorry I can't show you that right now. I'm going to remove it from now. Anyways, so that was how you can link it with your CSS. And now let's just learn about styling. So now if you want to provide internal style, so you don't have to write like less than sign and then close it right here, Visual Studio Code will also help you with that, but you can also use image for that. You just have to write style and hit tab. Okay, so here you can see it will just auto complete it for you. Then you can choose anything you want, and then you can provide your own styling to it. Okay, so this is how you can also provide internal styling. And now let's just learn about how we can link it with our JavaScript file. So we can just use like script and then colon src for source, and if you hit tab, and here you can see, then we can use control space, and then we can choose our JavaScript file right here. Okay, so that was just the basics of image. So I'm going to remove all of that from here, and now let's just learn about the basic image. So we'll just learn about a boilerplate image. So now let's just learn about basic image. So instead of just writing like less than sign and then h1, and then it will just close it up for you, and then also instead of just writing like less than sign and section and all of that, and then you have to close it. So instead of doing all of that, you can just use your image. So just write h1 and hit tab, and now here you can see it will now just fill it out for you. Okay, so you can use h2, h3 and hit tab, h4 and hit tab, h5 and hit tab, h6 and hit tab, and here you can see it will just fill it out out for you. You don't have to write like less than sign and then h1 and then close it right here. You don't have to do any of that stuff. Okay, you are now using emit, and emit will give you a superpower. And you can also just omit by just writing like a whole section. You can also omit that too, just like sec, and not sec but sect. And now if you hit tab, and now here you can see it will just auto complete it for you. And you can also just write hdr and then hit tab, and here you can see it will now give us header. And you can also just write art and hit tab, and it will just give you article. And you can also just write like FOOT and hit tab, and here you can see it will also give you the same results. So you can also just write like nav is a symbol, so you just have to write nav, and nav will work. Then ul hit tab, li hit tab, anchor tag hit tab, and here you can see you just have to write the first word and hit tab. It will just auto complete it for you. Okay, so that was just the basics of image. So now let's just learn about CSS selector image. So what do I mean by that? So if you previously worked with CSS, so you already know how ID works, how the classes work, and how you can select that. So if I ask you like, how can you select this section by ID in CSS? Well, you would just say like, you will just go to your style sheet, and you would just provide a pound symbol. And what was that? The section. So you will just write a section, and then you can provide different kind of styles to it. So if you already work with CSS, so this is how you can use that. Like first of all, you just write a pound symbol and then the section name, and then you can specify your colors and styling. Okay, so now if you want to provide ID to something, so you don't have to just write like section, then close it, then hit space, and then provide ID, and then just give them some sort of ID. So it will waste a lot of your time. So instead, you can just write the element name like section or sect, and then write a pound symbol, and then you can just give a name of whatever you want and hit tab. And first of all, it will just auto complete your section or whatever the element name was, and it will also give you that ID, and then it will also fill it out with the name you specified right here. So if you don't want to provide any elements whatsoever, so you can also just use a pound symbol, pound symbol, and then you can just give them any kind of ID name you want, like I don't know, Apple would be fine. And if I hit tab, and here you can see it will by default gives us a div, and it will fill it out with the ID of Apple. Okay, so this is how we can provide IDs to something. And now if I ask you to select this article, how can you select this article in CSS by using a class? So you would say like, first of all, we have to give them some sort of a class to it, like CLS name. And then if you want to select it in CSS, so first of all, you just write a period or dot, whatever you want to call it, and then the class name. You will select that, and then you can specify your styling and whatsoever right here. So the same will go to the HTML. So you don't have to write article and then just write like article, and then write a space, and then just write a class, and then you can give them whatever the class name is. So instead of doing all of that, like instead of writing article, then class, and then spacing as well, so instead of doing all of that, you just have to write like ART, and then write a period, and then you can give them any kind of class name you want, and then hit tab. And here you can see it will just fill it out as article. It will give you the class, and the class name will be filled out with whatever you provide right here. So you can also just give my own name, and here you can see it will just fill it out for you. And you're not just limited to write article, but you can just write like section, and then just give some sort of a class name, and it will just give you that class name. You can write a navigation with the class of like, I don't know, logo. You can also just write ul of list, and it will just fill it out for you. You just have to write first of all the element name, and then the period, and then the class name. Okay, so this is the basic syntax of it. So I'm going to remove all of that from here. So now that we learn about how you can select something by ID and how you can select something by classes, and we already learned about how you can select something by the element name. So you just have to write h1 and boom. Okay, so that was that. Now let's just learn about nesting in image. So what do I mean by nesting? So in some situation, you would have a lot of nesting, like you would have a header, and inside this header you would have some sort of a navigation, and inside that navigation you would have a ul, inside that ul you would have a li, inside that li you will have or your anchor tag, and this structure will look like this right here. So instead of writing like header, then navigation, then ul, then li, then anchor tag, instead of writing all of that, so for that you can use an image. So how can you write right there? Well, so you just have to write header, or you can also shorten it to like HDR if you want to. And let's just see, what was the next one? The next one was nav. So if you want to provide nested element inside that header, so you would just write a greater than sign, and then you can specify another element. So in this case, I'm going to just write nav. And now if you want to provide another one, so you can also just hit greater than sign, and then you can provide another one like UL. Let me just give you a quick example of that, and then I'm going to write the header and stuff like that. So first of all, let me just write HDR, and inside this HDR, if I want a nav, so I'm going to just write greater than sign and then nav. And if I hit tab, and here you can see it will now give us header opening tag, header closing tag, and nav opening tag, and nav closing tag. So this is how you can work with that. So I'm going to remove that, and I'm going to write an image for all of these codings. So what do I have to do? I'm going to write HDR for header. Inside this header, I want navigation. Inside that navigation, I want my UL. Inside that UL, I want my LI. And inside this LI, I want my anchor tag. Okay, so now here you can see the preview of that coding right here. So if I just make it a bit smaller, so first of all, we have a header, then we have our navigation, then we have our UL, and inside this UL we have our LI, and inside this LI we just have one anchor tag right here. And now if I hit Control space and hit either click on it or hit tab, and here you can see it will now give us the same result like this one. So first of all, we have our header, then we have our navigation, then we have our UL, then LI, and then anchor tag. Okay, so did you saw how simple that was? You don't have to write complex things. You just have to write HDR and then greater than sign and nested element, then nested element one more time, and so on and so forth. So that was it about nesting. Let me just remove this coding from here, and now let's just learn about a multiply. If you want to repeat some code like a lot of time in HTML, so instead of writing like let me just give you example of h1. So instead of writing like h1 of hello, you already know, like if you want to duplicate this, so you can use a few shortcuts, or if you don't want to use the shortcuts, so you can just hit Control C and then Control V, so it will just paste it right here a lot of times. So it will waste a lot of our time. So instead of doing all of that, you can also use that same shortcut like Alt and then Shift and down arrow, so it will also duplicate it for you. But instead of doing all of that, you can just use an image. So you just have to write h1 like the element name, and then the opening curly brace, and then the closing curly brace, and inside these curly braces we are going to be writing our text. So anything we write inside there, it will be our text. So I'm going to just write hello, and now if I want this h1, inside this h1 we have a hello. If I want this result to be like, I don't know, to render like 50%, so if I just write 50, and now if I hit tab, so now here you can see we have h1 with the text of hello 50 right here. So now here you can see if I just cut it from here, I'm going to remove everything and I'm going to paste it right here, and now here you can see we have this h1 from 1 through 50 right here. So did you see how powerful that was? I'm going to remove these h1s from here. We can also just write like let me just give you example of UL LIs very quickly. So if you want something to repeat like a lot of time, so let's suppose we have like UL, inside this UL I have LI right here, and I want this LI to be like 50. So if I just write 50 and hit tab, so here you can see first of all it will give us UL, and inside this UL we would have LI 50s right here, like 50 times right here. So I'm going to remove this coding from here, and I'm going to also remove this UL from here as well. Now let me just give you example of binding. So let me just write your code like we have first of all navigation. Inside this navigation we have a UL, inside this UL we have our LI, and inside this LI we have our anchor tag right here. Now if you want to repeat like this LI and this anchor tag like a lot of times, so first of all, if I just write like, let me just give example of that. If I just write like 10 right here, and if I hit tab, and here you can see it will now gives us 10 anchor tags right here. But if you also want to repeat this LI with it, so you would just wrap that. First of all, you just have to write opening parentheses and then the closing parentheses. Okay, so this one will be the opening parentheses and this one will be the closing parentheses, and inside these parentheses we put our elements right here. So anything we put inside there, then you can use that expression with it. So if I hit Control space and if I hit enter, and now here you can see we are now getting these LIs and that anchor tag like 10 times right here. If I just undo it one more time, let's suppose if we also want this UL to be printed like 10 times, so I'm going to cut that from here, I'm going to paste it right here, and control space and hit enter, and now here you can see it will give us ul li anchor tag, ul li anchor tag, and so on and so forth. Okay, so I'm going to remove that. So we learned about a boilerplate emitters, we also learned about a basic emitters, we also learned about CSS selector emitters, we also learned about nesting, multiply, binding. So now let's just learn about siblings. So sometime you would want to provide a sibling inside your emitter. So how can you go about doing that? So let me just write some sort of a code. So if you want to write a sibling, so for that you're going to be using the plus symbol. Okay, so you know what, I'm going to just write h1 plus h2 plus h3 plus h4 plus h5 and also plus h6. And now if I hit tab, and here you can see it will now give us h1, and h1 will have the sibling of h2, h2 will have the sibling of h3, and so on and so forth. Okay, so then you can just provide, like, I don't know, heading 1 and tab, heading 2 and tab, and so on and so forth. Okay, the heading T, I'm going to remove that from here. So now let me just write HDR. Like, first of all, you have a header and you want to provide a sibling of navigation to it, and then you hit enter. So here you can see it will now give us that header, and the sibling will be navigation right here. Okay, so I'm going to remove that, and now let me just give you a real world example of that. So we have a section. Inside that section we have our navigation. Inside that navigation we have h1 with the class of logo, and we want to provide the text to be like hello. And now if you want to provide a sibling of paragraph to it, so we can just write p and then with the class of info, and then we can specify our text right here. And now if I hit control space and hit enter, and now here you can see it will first of all gives us the section. Inside this section we have our navigation. Inside this navigation we have a h1 with the class of logo with the text of hello, and then we have our paragraph with the class of info and the text of text right here. I mean, like, yeah, the text of text. Yeah, that's what I meant. So you can use crazy stuff like that if you want to. And I even build a project by just using emitters. I didn't write like h1 and h2 and so on and so forth. I just use emitters, and I built a whole HTML and CSS project by using that. Anyways, so that was a sibling. Now let me just talk to you about how you can go up a level. So in some cases you want to go up a level in emitters. So you just have, like, let me just give you example, like you are now inside a header. Inside that header we have our navigation. Inside that navigation you would want like ul, and now you want to go up a level, so you can just write a caret symbol right here. This is known as a caret symbol, and then you can just write, like, I don't know, h1 with the class of I don't know, logo would be fine. And now if I hit tab, so here you can see we have header. Inside this header we have our navigation. Inside this navigation we have a ul, and then outside from this navigation we have this h1 with the class of logo right here. So this is how you can go up a level. So now let me just give you an example of that very quickly. So first of all, we will just write like hdr or header, and inside that header we want our navigation. Inside that navigation we want ul. Inside that ul we want our li. Inside that li we want our anchor tag, and we want to go up a level, and we want to write h1 with the class of, not class, but with the text of text. And now if I hit control space and enter, and here you can see we have header, navigation, ul, li, anchor tag, and we go up a level, and then here you can see we have our h1 right here. I'm going to remove that very quickly, and that was it about how you can go up a level. Now let me just talk to you about numbering. So we can also work with numbering in emitters. So what do I mean by numbering emitters? Let me just give you an example of that. So we have h1 right here, and if I want to render numbered, so I'm going to just write a $sign and hit control space and enter, and here you can see we have 1 right here. So now if I want to repeat it like 10 times, so I'm going to just write this asterisk symbol and then 10, and if I hit tab, and here you can see it will now give us all of these numbers starting from 1 through 10 right here. So these numbers can be very useful. So for that you just have to write this pound symbol, and if you want to write like 00, so you can also do that. So you just have to write h1 and then like $sign, and then let's suppose if you want to repeat it like, I don't know, 5 times maybe, and if you hit tab, and here you can see it will now give us 01, 02, and so on. and so forth. So I'm going to remove that very quickly. And now let me just show you another example by using number. You can even use it with element names if you want to. So we have like h1, and then I'm going to use a $sign, and then I'm going to write my text area, and I'm going to also put my $sign in it. And now let's suppose if you want them to be like 6, so I'm going to just write 6 and hit tab. And here you can see we have h1, h2, h3, h4, h5, h6, and also the text from h1 through h6 right here. So did you feel the power of emits? And I know I show you a lot of emits, and you can also find a link in the description below which will bring you to my GitHub repository, and you can also get all of their cheat sheet from there if you want to. Alright, so let me just talk to you about a very useful feature of command palette, especially in HTML files. So let's suppose we have some sort of a header. Inside that header we have a navigation, and now we have a UL inside there. So now if you want to wrap this navigation in some sort of element, so instead of doing like I don't know, writing a section and then cutting it from there and then pasting it right here and then providing your nesting in it, instead of doing all of that process, you just have to remove this section from here, remove that section, and let me just indent it back, or indent it back, indent. Okay, let me just indent it back, and then I'm going to first of all select this element, and I'm going to just use F1, so it will just open our command palette right here. And what do I have to do? I'm going to just write like wrap with abbreviation. Here you can see wrap with abbreviation, so I'm going to click on that, and then I have to just write some element right here. So now I'm going to just write section, so here you can see it will just wrap it with section right here. And I can also just provide like I don't know, some sort of a class to it, so the class will be like I don't know, wrapper would be fine. And now if I hit enter, so here you can see it will just do it like that. It will just do it very quickly. So that was just a very handy feature of what do we call it, command palette inside HTML files. So I'm going to remove that, and let's just write h1. Let me just write h1 of hello, and then we have some sort of a span, and yeah, inside this, you know what, let me just write section, and let me just write article inside that section, article, this one. And now inside this article we would have a section, inside this section we would have or aside. And now let's suppose if you want to wrap this aside with something else, so we can just hit F11 and we can just write wrap it with abbreviation, and then we can just write like anything we want. So we can just wrap it with anchor tag with the class of nothing. Okay, and now if I hit enter, so here you can see it will just wrap it with this anchor tag. And these things are very useful in HTML file. So now let me just put all of that together in one image. So let me just write mn for the main. Then inside that main I want to write a section. Inside that section I want to write article. Inside that article I want to write header. Inside that header I want my UL. Inside that UL I want my li, and inside that li I want anchor tag, and I want them to be I don't know, maybe 3 times. So I want to just repeat it 3 times, and then I want to go outside. So I'm going to just write a caret symbol to go outside from there, and then I'm going to just write a section one more time, and inside this section we would have our h1, and I'm going to just write a text of like welcome in it, and then plus, and then p for the paragraph, and then I'm going to just put my lorem in it. Okay, so if I hit control space and enter, and now here you can see we have, first of all, let me just zoom out. First of all, we have our main. Inside that main we have our section, then article, header, ul, li, and then we have our section, and then we have h1 with the text of welcome, and then underneath this h1 we have our paragraph with the class, not a class, but with the text of lorem right here. So this is how you can use emits inside your projects. And by the way, I forgot to show you the CSS emit. I already showed you the HTML emits, but I forgot to show you the CSS emits. I am very sorry about that. So in CSS we don't have built-in emits, so we can write our code a little bit faster, but we don't have a built-in what do we call it, emits. So I'm going to remove this coding from here, and let me just write some sort of a selector right here. And then let's suppose if you want to provide a padding, so you just have to write P and hit tab, and here you can see it will just auto complete it for you. And let's suppose if you want to provide some sort of a value inside that padding, so you just write a P and like 10 or 20, and you can also specify the what do we call it, the unit if you want to, and here you can see it will just provide that unit. If you want to get a margin, so you just have to write the first letter of anything you want to write. So I'm gonna just write like margin, like M, and if I hit tab, and here you can see it will just auto complete it for me. And also if I just write like, I don't know, if I want to get a background color or background image rather, so I'm going to just write BG for background and then IMG, and if I hit tab, and here you can see it will now just auto complete it right here. And we can also just write a color, so I'm going to just write BGC, and if I hit tab, it will just auto complete it for me, and it will even give me that totally white color. So if you want to get a text color, so we can just write C and hit tab, and here you can see it will now give us that color, and it will just fill it with this totally black color. Okay, so if you've watched my HTML and CSS course, so you already know these stuff, but if you don't, in case, so here I'm showing you right here. So if you want to just write like I don't know, display of flex, so you just write DF and hit tab, it will give you display of flex. If you want to get a display of grid, so you just write DG and hit tab, it will just write display grid for you. If you want to write display block, so you just write DB, and if you want to get like display inline, so you just write DI for this display inline. So nothing special. So if you want to get something, so you just write the first letter of it and hit tab, and it will just auto complete it for you. Okay, so like color, so C, hit tab, background color, so BGC, hit tab, and boom, this is how the CSS emitters work. Alright guys, so welcome to your first project. Attached to this video, you will find a link to my GitHub repository, and if you want to follow along with this project, so you can use these images or you can use your own images if you want to. So I just kind of want to mention that in the first place. So what do you have to do? We are going to be started working on our first file. So I'm going to just create a first file, index.html. Now let's just create a new one, which is style.css, and now let me just make that a bit bigger and hide that upper bar, and now we are totally good to go. So what do we have to do? First of all, we are going to be just writing a doc type HTML, and I'm going to change this to like title to be like a coffee. Let's just link it with our CSS file, and I'm going to just hide this metadata from there, and save our file, right click on it and open it with a live server. So it will now open our project in a live server. Alright, so now let's just start working on or navigation. So I'm going to write a nav in here. I'm going to write a nav opening and closing tag, and then I'm going to write like h1 of with the class of logo, and I'm going to just put a logo in there. I'm going to zoom out a bit, and here I'm going to write like a ul, then li, and then anchor tag, and I'm going to just write like, I don't know, maybe 4 of them. I'm going to just put a 4 in there. It will not go to anywhere, so you just write like a home, then about, then it will go to the menu, and then finally we have our context section right here. Okay, so now if you save our file, and I know currently things totally awful, so now let's get into our CSS file, and now let's just start working on our styling. So before we do, first of all, we would need a font to grab from a Google font. So we are going to be using a font called Playfire or Playfair, whatever you want to call it. So to grab that, first of all, we have to go to our fonts.google.com. So if you go to this fonts.google.com, then we can search for that font. Okay, so my internet connection is totally awful in this video. Okay, we have to wait for that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just remove all of this styling which I have for my previous project, and I'm going to just type like a Playfire and display. So okay, so I just have to write a D in there, and I'm gonna choose this one because I guess we use this font. Yeah, I'm gonna just click on the first one. The other one is awful. And now let's just select our 700 width right here. So I'm gonna just click on this 700 width. Plus that, click on this import. You already learned all of that stuff. I don't have to revise myself, but I'm speaking, I don't know why and what for, because I have already teach you everything which you need to know to build this project. But anyways, I'm going to be talking and you have to listen to me, or if you don't want to listen to me, so click on that mute button and you can listen to your favorite music while writing your code. Anyways, so what do we have to do? First of all, let's just create a few variables. I'm going to just create a variable for our main color, and the main color we are going to be using is DEAB5F. So this is going to be our main color for this project, and now the primary color we are going to be using is that 3 or 1 to E to So this is going to be our primary color for this project. So if you save that, now let's just also write our utility utility classes as well, or styles to be precise. I'm going to just write a buttons. I'm going to just write a class for a button first of all. And now let's just provide a padding of 10 pixel to that button, and also the 30 pixel bottom, like 10 pixel will be for the top and bottom, and 30 pixel will be for left and right. And we are going to be using a background color of that main color which we just declare. And now let's just remove that border from all of these buttons, and the cursor will be by default pointer. Alright, so now let's just write a reset for ourselves. So if you want to write a reset, so it's not a crazy resets, we just have to write a padding of 0, margin of 0, and box sizing will be totally border box. Alright, so now let's just get into our body. So what do we have to do? I'm gonna just change the background color to be like I don't know, I'm gonna write 100 E and then 0F. It's not OF, it's 0. So if you save a file, and this is how currently things looks like. Alright, so now let's just work on our navigation. So I'm gonna write a navigation start in here, navigation start. And now let's just start working on our navigation. So I'm going to just select my navigation first of all, write a display of flex in it. Justify counter will be space around, because we want these items to be like all around each other. We don't want any spaces and stuff. So I guess we do want a spaces, that's why you just write space around in there. So now we are going to be using align items of totally center. And now let's just write a color to be totally pure white. Font family will be totally sans serif in this case, and padding to the top, I'm gonna just give him like padding top, oh my goodness, padding top will be 15 pixels. So now if you save that, so now this is how currently things looks like. Now let's just select this li right now and provide a display of inline to it. So I'm gonna just select that li right now, and I'm gonna just provide a display of inline to it. So now let's just remove that ugly list style of none. So if you save our file, and boom, this is how currently things looks like. And now let's just select our anchor tag, which is these anchor tags. Okay, so now let's just select that real quick. I'm gonna write like li and then a. We want to select all of the anchor tags which is inside the li, and we want to change the color of them to be like let's just change the color to be like totally white color. And I'm gonna also provide text decoration of none, because we also want to remove this ugly line right there. So I'm gonna make that to 100%. And margin to the left will be like 40 pixels. So now if you save that, and this is how currently things looks like. So you know what, I forgot to include that hover effect. So now let's just also provide that hover effect on it. So if you hover over to our anchor tag, so what do we have to do? We just have to provide a border bottom of 2 pixels solid of that kind of a DEB5. You know, we can use that primary color. So if you save that, and now if you hover a mouse over to it, this is how currently things looks like. But we can also go a little bit better. So I'm gonna write like border bottom of like 10 pixel, and now if you hover over it, so this is how currently things looks like. If you make it smaller like so it's totally responsive, by the way, by not using a what do we call it, a media queries. So now we are totally done with our navigation. So I'm gonna just write a comment for myself. Okay, I can't get my comments. Nav end. So this is the end for our navigation. So now let's just start working on the header area. So if you want to start working on our header area, so for that we just have to write a header with the class of also header, and inside this header we are going to be using h1 with the class of main headings. Okay, so I'm going to just write like a start your day. Now let's just select our h1 of with the class of primary heading, and now let's just write with or coffee. So now let's just create our button right here, and with the class of oh my goodness, button with the class of main btn. And now let's just write like shop now. And now if you save that, the button will have these classes. That's because we write these classes inside or utility classes right here. But the other content will not be styled by default, because we don't write any styling for that. So now let's just provide a styling for our header area. So we are going to be writing our header start in this case. So what do we have to do? First of all, we just got to select our header first of all, which is that header with the class of header as well. So we are now selecting that by using our classes. So now what do we have to do? First of all, we want to attach some sort of a background to it. So I'm going to remove that real quick, and let's just write our URL, select our images, and I guess the image was this one, the last one, I guess. So if you save that, and yeah, we cannot see that. So now let's just make our positioning to the center. So I'm going to just write a background position of totally center, and I'm going to also provide a background size to be covered totally, and I'm going to also provide a height of 100 VH to it. And what do we have to do? We are going to be using that font, which we grab real quick. So I'm going to just copy this font family from there and copy that and paste it. So if that font is available, use this font. If that font is not available, then use this serif font. So if you save them, and now here you can see this not only at the center right here. And now let's just use our font family. We already use a font family on there, but it's not looking that much awesome. So for that, we have to center that and stuff. So we are going to be using a font weight of totally normal. And let's just write our Flexbox in here. Let's just do our Flexbox magic. So if you want to make that like totally at the center, so for that we can use display of flex. And now let's just use a flex direction to be totally column. And now let's just write a justify content to be totally at the center. Align items will be also center. And now let's just write a color to be totally white. And let's just write a position of relative to it. We are not going to be worrying about the responsiveness just right now, but we will take care of that once we jump into the end of this project. So if you save that, and now currently things looks like these. I know it's awful. So now let's just start working on our main headings right here, like this one. So now let's just select that main headings right now. So this one is a position relative right here. I'm gonna set that to at the end so you guys can see everything if you're reading this code. And now let's just provide a position on absolute on there. And now let's just use a top will be like 7 rem. I know for a fact that it will be required like a 7 rem. And now let's just use like font size of 4 rem. And if you want to work with this image, so you just have to figure out like how much of positioning I would need. So in my case, I just provide of 7 rem of positioning. And now let's just also do, what do we call it, that word spacing. I'm going to provide 10 pixel of word spacing in each, and I'm going to provide a margin bottom of minus 40 pixels. So if you save that, and this is how the first one looked like. Alright, so now let's just work on our primary headings. So that was for the main headings. Now let's just work on our primary headings. So okay, so it's heading or headings. It's singular, it's not plural. Okay, I can't pronounce that, plural. Anyways, so now let's just write a position of absolute right here. And now let's just provide a bottom of 4 rem of positioning. And what else do we got to do? We are going to be using the font size of 4 rem. We want to increase the font size. Now let's just do the word spacing of 10 pixel in here. Now let's just provide a margin of bottom. Okay, so we already write that style. Okay, my bad. What do we have to do? We have to select our, yeah, everything is cool, but you know what, I did mess up something right here. So for main headings, we have to write a position of absolute, we have to write a top, and then font size. We don't need these word spacing on it. Okay, we do need that, but we don't need that margin bottom. So if you save that, and finally we just have to write the margin bottom right here like 40 pixel. So now if you save that, and this is how currently things looks like. So now let's just take care of this button, and then we are going to be at the good shape. So what was the class we gave to that button, which is that main button? So now let's just select that real quick. So I'm going to select that main btn, and now let's just use a position of absolute on it, and a bottom value will be 2 rem. Padding we are going to be providing is like 10 pixel for the top and bottom, and 30 pixel for the left and right. And now let's just use that margin top of 20 pixel. And now let's just change that background, not bottom, but just a background to be totally transparent. Okay, and now let's just use the background color of that main color, which we already declare, and the border will be also none, because we want to remove that border, and cursor will be already pointer. You know what, we don't need these properties. I'm going to remove that because we already write that. And transform or translate it to the y-axis, and here we are going to be providing a positive value. So if you save that, and yeah, it will excuse me, it will now push it to the bottom right here. So this is how currently our header area looks like. I know you really like that header. And now we are totally done with this header area right now. So now let's just take care of that our story and all of that kind of stuff. So what do we have to do here? We are going to be doing is that, first of all, we are going to be creating a section with ID, I'm going to just provide an ID specifically, or story. Okay, so inside this ID we are going to be just using a div with a class of image container. So this container will be for our image, because we are going to be rendering our image inside that container. So we are going to be using a img class for our image right now. Okay, so we are going to be using a display flex on this one, and this is our first item. And now let's just write our next item, which will be a section and content. And inside this section content, we are going to be using our title style first of all. Okay, we need to write a style, and now let's just write a span for the line. So this is going to be our line, and now let's just write h1 with the class of title, and the title will be or story. Okay, so now we are totally done with this section. Now what else do we have to do? Underneath this div, we are going to be just using a p with a class with no classes whatsoever. So we are going to be just writing a lorem ipsum of whatever the text it gives us. So save our file, and we can all see that because we have to provide a height for it. So I'm going to just do that in a second. First of all, let's just start working on our story section. So I'm going to just select our story by using a ID selector. I'm going to give him a height of 100 VH so that you guys have a little bit of space so that we can see everything a bit clear. Alright, so that's for the height. So now let's just write a margin of top of 15%. And now let's just use that display flex because we want to center everything, and flex wrap in this case will be also wrap because we want our items to wrap for responsiveness reasons. So let's just write a justify content property or space around. Let's just use align items off center and in this case as well. So if you save that, and yeah, here you can see we have all of this text right here, but we cannot see it clearly because for that we would need to provide a color, and we don't want to do that right now. So what else do we have to do? We have to select this img right now and provide our image in it. So we are going to be using img. Let's just give him a width of like 400 pixel, and also the height will be 400 pixel as well. So now let's just use our background of URL, not a color. So I'm going to just remove that and change it to like URL, and we are going to be going to our images, and now let's just select this image right here, this second one. And you already noticed that I'm using remove bg, which is a software which allows us to remove the background from our images and stuff. I'm going to show you that, maybe, I'm not sure. But so if you just write a background position of totally center, and now let's just use a background size of totally covered, so not contained but covered, and if we save that, here you can see we have our cup right here filled with tea. Alright, so now we have our image right here. Now the next thing which we have to do is that we have to start to styling this title style to be precise. So I'm going to just get there real quick. I'm going to write like a title and style, and I'm going to just provide a display of flex on it. And now let's just use align items of totally centered, and if you save that, okay, we cannot see that. I don't know, I guess I messed up something in HTML, I guess. So we have our story, then we have our image container, then we have our image inside there, then we have our section content, then we have title style, line, title, and finally we forgot to include a button outside from this paragraph. So we are going to do that just in a second. I'm going to just put like a learn more in it, and now if you save that, we will get our button right here. Alright, so this is going to be it for the styling of that title. Now what else do we have to do? We have to get a specific title, which is that title right here. So now let's just get that, and now let's use our font family. Oh my goodness, it's not helping me. I don't know. Okay, I just wrote a font instead of a font. Font family will be that font family which you just copy of play fire display. Let's just search for that. Okay, this is the second one, third one. Okay, we have display. Yep, there we go. Copy that and go to the end and paste it in here. Save that, and you cannot see that real quick. What else do you have to do? We are going to be using a font size of 4M, and we are going to be changing the color to be totally white, and also the transformation will be like to translate to the x-axis. So we are going to be using -100 pixels. So if you save that, and you cannot see that much clearly, but you will see that. Just a second. You know what, I'm gonna have to comment this line out. Okay, so that's fine. Now let's just start working on that line which we create right here. So we have that span with the class of line. Now let's just select that real quick. I'm going to select that line and provide a width of like 100 pixel, and also the height will be 2 pixel. yeah, 2 pixel will be fine. And now let's just use that background of totally white color, and let's just use not a background color but a transform of the translated to the y-axis, not a y-axis but the x-axis. And now let's just use 120 pixel, and if we save that, and this is how our line looks like, but you cannot see that right away. You'll see that just in a second. Now let's just start working on our paragraph. So our paragraph is looking totally awful, and now let's just style that a bit. So what do we have to do? We have to first of all select our section content, which is that section content. Let me just grab that. I guess I misspelled it in my CSS. Grab that and paste it in here. Alright, so now let's just select our paragraph right here. Oh my goodness, what's wrong in my keyboard? Let's just select that paragraph in there. And now let's just provide a max width of like 500 pixel in this case. And the color will be totally white. And also I'm going to use a font family of sans serif in this case. We don't need that play fire display or play fair display. Line height will be 20 pixel and margin will be 20 pixel for the top and bottom and 0 for the left and right. And now if you save that, and yeah, this is how it looks like. So we are now totally done with this section as well. So you can increase or decrease the sizes if you want to. And this is our line, this is our story, and this is our header area. This is our story area right here. So you can play around with the styling, but I guess that would be fine for me. And I wrote a comment for myself, I guess, or didn't I? We have a main headings. Then we start working on our story, but I forgot to write a comment for myself. So I'm gonna just write like our story start. I'll just go to the end, and here I'm gonna just write or story end. Okay, so now let's just work on our new section, which is called that coffee container section. So now let's just work on that real quick. So inside my HTML, outside from this section, what do we have to do? We have to create a new section with the class of coffee container. I know it's long, but you have to remember that. Now inside this coffee container, we just have to write a content section. And inside this content section, what do we have to do? We are going to be first of all writing our title style right here. Inside that, we are going to be using a new div with the class of title2. This is going to be our second title. And now inside this title2, we are going to be writing like a perfect place and then br for breaking. And now let's just, you know what, we are not going to be duplicating that. I want to write every single thing. So to enjoy your br and coffee, well, COFFEE. Okay, so outside from, okay, I messed up something. It shouldn't have to be a div, it should have to be h1. This one will be also h1, and I guess we are fine. So outside from this div right here, we have to just write a paragraph with the class of lorem inside there. And outside from this lorem, we are going to be using a button right here, and I want to just put like I don't know, I want to put like learn more in this case. And now if you save our file, and now we are done with this section, but we also have to write a little bit of code for our image and container and stuff. So outside from this div, what else do we have to do? We have to create a new section with a class of img container. Okay, so now inside this image container, we have to render that image which we have. So I'm going to just hit Control Space, go to images and select that second image right here. And as an alt tag, so I'm going to just give him like I don't know, you know, I'm not going to be putting any alt text. So I'm going to just give him a class of img2 and save file. And this is how currently things looks like right now. I know it's messy and long and stuff. So now let's just work on this section. First of all, we have to go to our CSS, and now let's just write our coffee. Yeah, coffee start would be fine. Now let's just get our container, not container, but coffee container, which is that coffee container which we wrote right here. So you have this copy container, and we selected that. Now let's just use our magic of display flex justify content will be space around in this case, and we are going to be using align items of, okay, I just use align cells, so we have to use align items of what? Align items of totally center, and I forgot to include something called a flex, a wrap of wrap. So if you save that, and now I also forgot to include a margin top of 10 rem in this case. So we are going to be using 10 rem, and this is how currently things looks like. So now let's just get into that image container and provide a little bit of width and height for that, so you guys can see everything a bit better. I'm gonna just select that image 2. I guess I gave a class of image 2. Yep, image 2. I'm gonna just provide a width of like 400 pixel, and also the height will be 400 pixels. So if you save that, and this is how currently things looks like right now. So now let's just make it a bit better by first of all selecting our paragraph, which is that paragraph. So we have a lot of content inside there, and we can decrease that if you want to. So I'm gonna just select my content section, and now inside this content section we want to get our paragraph. So we are now selecting our content section. Inside this section we just have one paragraph right here. If you have more than that, so it will also select it there as well. So in this case we just have one paragraph, so it will now select there, and I'm gonna just provide a max width of like 500 pixel, and if you save that, and it will just shrink it down to 500 pixel size right here. Anyway, so that's it for a basic styling. What else do we have to do? We are going to be selecting now in this case our title 2. So let me just show you that title 2 right here. So we have the title 2, and now let's just use a font size of 3 rem right here. So the font size will be totally 3 rem, and the color will be totally pure white. Now let's just use that font family of fire display. Okay, display. Go to bottom, and bottom. Yep, that's copy it, and I'm gonna paste it at the end. So I'm gonna paste it right here and save a file. And this is how currently things looks like right now. You know what, the font family is just a little bit huge, so I'm gonna just set that to like font weight to normal. So now if you save that, and yeah, we just have one font family, so I'm gonna remove this font family from there. I mean like font weight from there. Now what else do we have to do? We already select this, so you know what, I'm gonna cut that from here, and I'm gonna paste it right here. And I'll just write like margin of top of 20 pixel, and font family in this case will be just totally sans serif. So save that, and you cannot see that because the color is totally black. So I'm gonna just write a C of colored and save it. And we have a lot more content, so I'm gonna just remove some of this content from here. Okay, not that much, but I guess that would be fine. 2 lines, you know what, all of them are fine, but I'm gonna just provide inline styling here. I don't want to provide a new styling for this one, so I'm gonna just write like style, and let's just use inline style of margin top. Let's just use margin top to be like 20 pixel in this case. So if you save that, it'll now give us a little bit of margin in there. So we are not totally done with the header area, navigation, header area, or story, and perfect place for a coffee and stuff. So now let's just work on our product section. So what do we have to do? I guess I didn't write any comments in HTML file. So we have a nav, then we have our header right here, then we have our story, and now then we have another one, or story, then we have our coffee section. And now let's just work on a new section, which is the product section. So I'm gonna just write like a product in here. So for this product section, we have to first of all create a section with a class of products. And inside this section, we are going to be writing our h1 with the class of title and another class of title 3, because this is going to be our title 3. And now let's just put our products in there. And now let's just create a section for our cards. So we are going to be writing a section for cards, and inside this card section we are going to be creating a few cards. So we are going to be just writing card 1, and now let's just give a class of card img and then img1. So this is going to be tagging our image, and then let's just use our card title, and inside that we are going to be using our mocha card. And now outside from this div, what else do we have to do? We are going to be writing a items container. So this is going to be our items container, which will take a lot of our items. So I'm going to just write like different kind of names. All right, so now if you save that, and now let's just style that, and we are going to be duplicating that just in a second. But first of all, we have to style that, and I guess something is wrong. You know what, first of all, let me just write all of the HTML code, then we will style that. So we have our card section right here. Now we have to start copying from this area, because this is our first card. And now let's just start duplicating that. So this is our card 1, and now I'm going to duplicate to card 2. Then we have our card 3. Alright, so now let's just change our stuff inside there. So this our card image 1, this is going to be our card image 2, and this is going to be our card image 3. And by the way, you can also change these text if you want to, but I'm not going to. So if you save that, and we will see this card right here, but they aren't styled that much well, so we have to write a little bit of coding for that. So we have to just first of all get this comment from here, and I'm going to put it right here and put at the end and the end. So I'm going to just zoom in a bit first of all. And now let's just start working on our product section. So I'm going to just select that product, oh my goodness, product section right here, and margin of top will be just 5 frames. Now let's just select our title 3 in this case, because we provide this specifically, title 3 right here. Alright, so now let's just style that. So font size will be just 4 rem, and margin to the left will be 10 rem, and margin to the top will be also 10 rem, and margin to the bottom we should have used that shorthand, but anyways, it will do the work. So if you save that, and this is going to be it for our product section right here. So now what else do we have to do? Now let's just start working on our card section, a plural card section, not a singular. So we are going to be selecting our card section, and the display will be now set to totally flex. Flex ramp will be now set to ramp. Flex direction will be set to row in this case, not column, and justify content will be space around. And final property I'm going to use for align items of center. And if you save that, so here you can see we are now getting our cards right here, but they aren't styled well. So now let's just style that a bit. So what do we have to do? We are going to be selecting our card in this case, not cards, but just a singular card right here. Alright, so now I'm gonna provide a border of like 2 pixel solid and that kind of a main color. And if you save that, yep, that's cool. I guess that's cool. You know, I'm gonna remove that. I'm gonna change it to some, let me just write like DEAB. Okay, so that's the same color. I'm gonna just change that to our main color right there. Anyways, so we can just provide a padding of 0 for the top and bottom, and 20 pixel for the left and right. Height will be totally 400 pixel. The width will be just a 300 pixel, and display will be totally flex. Justify content will be column, not justify content. Flex direction will be column in this case. And now let's just use our justify content of space around. And now let's just use our align items of center, and border radius will be now set to 5 pixel, and position we are going to be applying for it, so like relative positioning. And then let's just use our margin bottom of 4 rem. So now if you save that, and this is how currently things looks like, but now let's just style our card title and card info or paragraphs, whatever you want to call that. So now we are totally done with our card section. So now let's just use our card image. First of all, we have to specify image for our cards. So to do that, we are going to be writing a width of 100 pixel and height will be also 100 pixel. Let's just use a position of absolute on it, and the top value will be like 60 pixel in this case. And now let's just start working on our different kind of images. But before we do, first of all, let me just show you how it will look like. So I'm going to just write a border of 2 pixels solid and that var of main color. So if you save that, and this is how it will looks like by default. So we can style that manually if you want to. So you know what, I'm going to remove that. And now let's just start working on our different kind of images. So for this first card, we provide a class of img1, like image1. This is going to be our image2, and I guess that would be it. Okay, so now let's just select our image1. So I'm going to just write like img and 1. Now let's just use a background color of URL in here. So I'm going to just put a URL, go to the images section, like images folder, and select our first image. So what else do we have to do? We have to use a background positioning of center. And now let's just use a background size of totally cover. So if you save that, and here you can see we have our first kind of image right here. So now let's just duplicate this code 2 times. So this first and this is the second one. So we have our image 2, select our image 2, and this is going to be fine. So then we have our image 3, and now let's just select our image 3. And now if you save that, so we have all of these images right here. Okay, so now let's just style these titles and stuff. So first of all, we are going to be using a card dash title, so which is that card title right here, this one. So we are now going to be styling this one. So what do we have to do for that? We are going to be using a color of totally white. And now let's just use a font family of sans serif in this case, and the margin top I'm gonna give it like 50 pixel. And now if you save that, and boom, and this is how everything looks like. And you can just change these names if you want to. And now what else do we have to do? We have to also style these paragraphs real quick. So we can just select our card and then items inside that card. And now let's just select our paragraph, ITEMS. Yep, correct. So now let's just change the color to be totally white. Margin for the top and bottom we have is a 20 pixel. For the left and right we have a 0 pixel. Font family will be totally sans serif, and if you save that, and this is how our card section looks like. Okay, so if you just make our screen size a bit smaller, it will just push it to a new line. And this is how everything looks like for now. I know it's not responsive. We are going to make that responsive just in a second, but for now everything looks cool. Alright, so here we have to just write our products section, and or I'm gonna just put an N in there. Okay, so now let's just start working on our footer area, and that's going to be it for this project. Alright, so outside from this section we are going to be using, first of all, I'm going to just write a products N, and now let's just use our footer start and footer end. So we are going to be using HR for horizontal line, and now let's just use our footer, and inside this footer we are going to be writing our container. Inside this container we are going to be using our heading info first of all. So we are going to be writing our about right here, and then for that new color we are going to be using a span of us. Okay, so if you save that, so this is how it will looks like. And underneath this H1 we are going to be writing a paragraph with a lot of Lorem Ipsum inside there, and I guess that would be fine. And now underneath this div, what else do you have to do? Underneath this div we have to, I'm gonna duplicate that a few times. Why not? Or can't I? You know what, let's just see. I'm gonna duplicate these 2 times. So 1, 2. So we have container and heading info. Now let's just change the title to be like something else, maybe contact in this case. So contact us, about us, and opening hours would be fine. So OPENING and then hours. Okay, so we are now totally done with this container section. Then outside from this div, what else do you have to do? We are going to be writing HR one more time, HR with a class of HR2. And finally, let's just write a credit section. So I'm going to just write a paragraph with a class of para, or credit. Wouldn't it be fine if you just write a class of credit? I'm going to go with a para class. So I'm going to just write like a copy, right, and then add symbol 2023 in this case of Hussein web dev. Okay, you can write your own name if you want to, because this project is now totally yours. What will I do with this friend project? So provided by span of Hussein web dev. So if you save our file, and this is how it looks like right now. I'm gonna jump into my style sheet right now, and now let's just style it a bit. So first of all, we are going to be styling our footer area. I'm gonna give a height of like 500, not 500, but 50 VH, and display will be totally flex, and flex wrap will be set to wrap. Align items will be now set to totally center. Justify content will be now set to totally center. Color will be totally set to white, and font family I'm gonna set that to like sans serif in this case. So if you save that, and boom, everything is now magically in here. So now let's just take care of that alignment. So we are going to be selecting our footer, and then let's just select our container inside that footer. We are going to be providing a margin of 20 pixel. The max width I'm going to provide is like 300 pixel. And also the text alignment will be set to center. So if you save that, and this is how currently things looks like right now. Alright, so it's looking awful, I know that. But what else can we do? We can just improve that heading info class which we provided. So we are going to be selecting this footer, and then heading, and then info. So let's just select this header and then heading info real quick, and let's just provide a margin of bottom of 20 pixel. In this case, just 1x would be fine. And finally, let's just select our footer and paragraph, and we are going to be using a line height of 25 pixel in this case. And also select our span which we provide for a new color, which is this color right here. So we are going to be giving a class of, not a class, but a color of that main color. And finally, I'm going to save this file. So this is how currently things looks like. And I know this is a lot of text, so we have to just delete a few of them. So I'm going to select this portion and hit Control D, and bye-bye, and save that. And this is how things looks like. I know it's a lot. You know what? I'm going to select that placent, and let's just remove that and save it. Yep, that's cool. Anyways, so let's just take care of that horizontal line which we provide right here. So we have HR here, and then we have that HR2 right here. So now let's just take care of that real quick. So we are going to be using HR, and let's just write a margin bottom for it, like 20 pixel, and border color I'm going to provide is that totally main color which we just provided, and then width will be 500 pixel, and I'm going to give a margin of 0 auto, so it will be now totally at the center. Okay, so what's wrong? Oh my god. Something went wrong. So it's now taking this area. You know what? I'm gonna style that a bit just in a second. So let's just select that para, which is that para class, and now let's just take care of that real quick. I'm gonna select the para class. The color, I'm gonna just write a color, will be totally white, and the font family, I'm gonna set that to like sans serif. Text align will be now set to center, and margin at the top, I'm gonna just give him like 20 pixel, and now if you save that, yeah, this is looking cool, but I don't know what's happening to that. HRs, we have HR1 and then we have HR2, but I don't know what's happening to that HRs. It's looking awful. Or what if I just remove these HRs? You know what? If I remove that, that would be cool. So we have a width of 500 pixel in there. We are not wrapping our text inside there, do we? You know, I'm gonna remove this HR, and I'm gonna also remove this HR from there. And yep, that's looking cool. If you want to provide a line, so you can, but I guess this UI is looking cool. But now we are totally done with our project. But here's the thing, it's not responsive. So for that, we have provided a little bit of media queries in here. So you can see this text is huge. This section is not looking better. And now let's just take care of that by using media queries. So I'm gonna just write project n, and now let's just write like responsiveness. Okay, I guess I misspelled it, but you know what, who cares? You get the idea. So we are going to be using a media for only screen, and also for the max width of 768 pixels. So inside there, what do we have to do? We have to first of all get our main heading. Is that a main heading or main headings? I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to check it out. So I'm gonna just go with a main heading. Let's just see. Main headings. Okay, so it's plural. So we have to provide that S in there. And you know what? I'm gonna also select that primary headings as well. Is that a head? Yeah, that was a heading. I'm totally sure it's a heading, not headings. Alright, so now let's just use a font size of 2.5 rem and save that. And boom, this is how it looks like right now. Alright, so now let's just take care of this section area. So for that, we have to select it by using or story. And now let's just use a text align of center, and also take care of their title real quick. So I'm going to just select or story, and then title of transform translated to the x-axis of 50 pixel. So now I'm going to save that for now, and this is how it looks like right now. And you know what, this line is not looking better, so I'm going to remove this line real quick. I'm gonna write like or story, and then let's select or line and write a display for that, like none. So save it, and yeah, this is looking a bit better than the previous version. Anyway, so now let's just take care of that content section which we have right here. So now let's just take care of that. I'm gonna just select my content section right here, and text alignment, I'm gonna just set everything to be centered. So if you save that, it's looking horrible. Now let's just select our image section. So for that, we are going to be, first of all, you know what, first of all, let's just select our story, select our image container, and now let's just select our image inside there, and I'm going to provide a width to be like 70%, and I'm going to also provide a text alignment which will be now set to center, margin will be set to 0 in auto. And now let's just take care of that image container. So I'm going to select the coffee container and write an image container right here. And I'm going to put a margin of top of 5 frames, and the width will be 50%. And now if you save that, okay, so it's looking better, but I don't know what's happening to this one. You know what, you can play around with that if you want to, but in my case, I'm going to just make it so that we don't have any scroll bars and stuff. We can change this title. What is even the class of this? Perfect place. Perfect place. So we have title 2. And if we select like, I don't know, is that a title 2? Title 2 of border 10 pixels solid red. And if we save that, yep, that's it. Use a margin of 0 auto on it. Alright, so it's not perfectly at the center. It's looking better right now. Or story. Or story. And now let's just select that real quick. That class is title. So we are going to be using a title of margin 0 auto in this case as well. So yep, everything is better looking right now. And you can just tweak around it if you want to, but in my case this is looking better. Now let's just take care of okay, so this is looking bad. Now let's just select our product section. So we have title 3 for that. So we are going to be copying this one, and let's just select that title 3 like so. I'm going to copy there real quick, and I'm going to paste this margin 0 auto in there, so it's looking better. Okay, so it's still looking awful. So you know what, I'm going to provide a margin for like maybe 20 pixel. So save that. Okay, so it's not working. You know, I'm gonna just write like a border of 10 pixel solid red right here. So if you save that, so it will now do selected. So I'm gonna just use like a margin of 0 auto, and now if you save that, it's not working. I don't know why. You know what, instead of doing all of that, I'm gonna just use like a display of none. So if you save that, yep, that's looking better. And we can also provide spacing and stuff if you want to, but I guess everything is looking better right now. If we just make it a little bit more smaller, and now let's just check him out. Make it smaller, so we do have that scroll bar right here. So now let's just take care of that para real quick. So what do we have to do? I'm going to select my para, and I'm going to provide a margin of top of like 10 rem. So if you save that, it'll now push it to the bottom. We don't want that. We don't want this, to save it. You know, I'm going to also remove this para class as well, so the display will be none. So if you save that, and yeah, that's looking better for now. I don't know why we are getting this scroll bar from, but we are not wholly done with this section. I'm going to make it bigger, and yeah, congratulations, we now successfully built our first project. Alright guys, so if you want to follow along with this video, first of all, you will find a link in the description below which will bring you to my GitHub repository, and in my GitHub repository you will find this images.txt file. These are nothing more but all of the images which you are going to be using in this project. So let's just get into it. First of all, we have to create a file, give a name of like index.html. Now let's just create another file, give a name of like style.css, and now let's just write our doc type HTML in it. So what do we have to do? I'm going to just give a name of like the art, and I'm going to also link it with my CSS file. Okay, so I'm going to hide this head area from there, right click on it and open it with a live server. So it will now open our file with a live server right here. Okay, I'm going to zoom in a bit. So first of all, we are going to be starting from our nav bar. So what do we have to do? First of all, we just have to write our nav with a class of wrapper container. Okay, so we are going to be doing that. So inside this wrapper, you know what, we are going to be changing that to like some sort of a section, I guess. So I'm going to change that to a section, and inside this section we are going to start working on our navigation. So we are going to be writing our nav opening tag and closing tag. Inside this nav we are going to be writing our ul, then li, and then our anchor tag, and it will go to nowhere. And here we are going to be placing our logo right there, and underneath this ul right here we are going to be writing our burger menu right here. Okay, so we are going to be writing our span, and we need 3 of them. So if we save our file, so this is how currently things looks like, and we don't have that burger. That's because we don't have any content for that. Anyway, so now let's jump into our style sheet, and now let's just start a bit of styling for our project. So first of all, we are going to be writing our resets for our project. So what do we have to do? We have to select everything and remove the margin, not a max resolution, but now let's just select our margin, and it will be 0, and padding will be also 0, not pad but just padding will be also 0, and box sizing I'm gonna set that to like a border box. So if you save that, everything is working the way we expect them to work. Alright, so what else do we have to do? We have to go to our fonts.google.com site, and here we have to grab a few fonts. The The first font we are going to be getting is something called Open Sans. So I'm going to just search for Open Sans. So let's just click on this one and get the font weight of that is like 300 pixel font weight. Alright, so I'm going to just select this first one. Yeah, I'm going to just select this first one, not italic version, but just a regular version. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on this import right here, and I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to paste it at the top of the file right here, and I'm going to also copy the font family of that. So I'm going to copy it real quick, and I'm going to paste it right here, and I'm going to comment it real quick. Alright, so that's just kind of a basic setup. So now let's just start working on our body. So we are going to be first of all writing a color for our body. Let's just write a BG and C for a background color, and we are going to be started working on a EBEAE9. Okay, so this is kind of the color which we are going to be using for our body. And now let's just provide a margin, or yeah, I'm gonna go with a margin real quick. So I'm gonna just provide a margin. Let me just write a margin of 1 rem right here. So if we save our file, so this is how currently things looks like for now. So now let's just start working on our HTML. So I'm going to just select the HTML, and I'm going to uncomment this line, and I'm going to copy that. And here, what do we have to do? I'm going to just write like a font family of that. So if we save our file, and this is how it looks like for now. Anyways, so now let's get into our navigation. So I'm going to just write like a nav start. Okay, start. And now inside there, we are going to be selecting our navigation. First of all, let's just write a display of flex on it. Justified content will be set to space around, not around, but between, because we want a little bit of spacing. So align items will be now set to center, and color will be set to totally white. And also padding, I'm going to give like 20 pixel all around, and margin bottom will be just 5 frames. So if you save that, and this is how currently it looks like right now. And here you can also see that bullet point. Anyway, so if you want to remove them and we want to provide all of our styling, so first of all, let's just select our UL inside this navigation. So we are going to be selecting that, and now let's just write a margin left of 5 frame, and list style will be now set to none. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like for now. Now let's just remove this ugly border bottom from it. So now let's just remove that real quick. So I'm going to just write like li and then anchor tag. So we are going to be writing a text decoration of none, so that we want to remove that decoration, and color will be set to totally black. And if you save that, and this is how currently it looks like. Anyways, so we are now totally done with that. Now let's just work on our burger menu. So I'm gonna just write a navigation, and I'm gonna select my burger, which is this class right here. And here inside this burger, we have 3 spans right there. Anyways, so now we select that. Here we are going to be just writing a margin right of 5 frames, and cursor will be pointer for all of the burgers, or the span to be precise. So we are going to be using navigation first of all. Nav, then we have our burger, and now let's just select our span. And here we are going to be giving a little bit of height, like 400, not 400, but just a 4 pixel. And now let's just write border of 2 pixels solid and totally black. And now let's just give him a little bit of margin all around, like 4 pixel, and background will be totally black. So now if you save that, and I guess you cannot see that, I don't know what's going on. Alright, so we have our navigation, then we have burger, and now if you save that, yep, we are getting it, and this is also a burger. Yep, both of them are now currently working. Now the next thing which we are going to be doing is that we have to start working on our header area. So here I'm going to just write like a navigation end, and yep, save that. And here I'm going to also write a navigation end, nav end. Yep, that's cool. So for header, now let's just start working on our header area. So I'm going to just write like a header area in here, or hero area, whatever you want to call it. So here I'm going to just put like header opening and closing tag, and now let me just write a h1 with a class of main headings. Okay, so inside this h1 we are going to be writing first of all what, and then br, and then underneath this br we are going to be writing is car, and then art. Okay, question mark. Underneath this h1 we are going to be writing our paragraph with a class of primary headings. Okay, so inside that we are going to be writing art. This text which I'm writing is come from a Google, so you can also search there if you want to, or you can type it right here. Comma a span, and now I'm gonna give him a class of bg of gray. Okay, so visual object or experience. and yep, our span will end in here. And now let's just write concisely created through not thought but through an expression of skill or imagination. Okay, so now if you save that, this is how it looks like. I know it's awful. Now what else do we have to do? Now let's just go towards styling, and now let's just style that a bit. So here what I'm going to do, I'm going to just write like a header start, and now let's just write our header, and I'm going to give him a little bit of, first of all, let's just select it correctly. I'm going to give him a margin of 6 rem from all around, and now let's just select our main headings. Okay, so now we selected that. Width will be just a 50%. Font size, I'm going to just increase that to like 3 rem. And yeah, I'm going to also select my primary headings right now, and I'm going to give them a width of like 50% in here. Margin top, I'm going to give them like 3 rem, and font size will be just like 1.5 rem. And line height, I'm going to give him like 30 pixel, just a 30 pixel will be fine. So if you save that, and this is how currently things looks like. So if I want to make that bold, you know what, I'm going to also get some sort of a bold version of it. So I'm going to also click on that, and yep, now I'm going to copy this one, copy that, and go to the top, replace it with that other one. Now go to the bottom and change this one font weight to be like which one was that? Yeah, just select like 600. So I'm going to just write 600. So save our file, and this is how it looks like. So first of all, save it. Yep, this one is a little bit darker than this one, and this one is looking cool. Alright, so now let's just write there BG of gray, which is this pen right here. So it will just change the background color to be like some sort of a grayish color. So I'm going to just give a background color of RGB. Let me just write it RGB of 53. Not 50, but just 53 and 53 and 53. Okay, so this is the background color which we are going to be using, and color will be now set to like totally white. And padding, I'm going to give it like 2 pixel for top and bottom and 10 pixel for left and right. And I'm going to also change the font weight to be totally bold. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like right now, and you can play around with that if you want to, like so. I guess that would be fine. Yeah, or you know what, I'm gonna make it a bit subtle like so. Yeah, that's fine. You can play around with that if you want to, but there's kind of a call to action. So here I'm gonna just write like header n, and here I'm gonna also put a header n comment in here. So let's just write a header n, and now let's start working on our main area. So I'm gonna write a main start. And now let's just select our main area, and inside this main area we are going to be just placing our images. So I'm going to just write image, and now let's just select all of our images from here. Okay, so it's looking a bit clearer. I'm going to go it manually, like I'm going to just open my HTML and CSS, click on that, and I'm going to select our images from here. Alright, so I'm going to select my first image. I'm going to place it right here, and we are going to be removing this alt attribute from there. And I'm going to also give the class of img. Or you know what? First, yeah, I guess that would be fine. I guess that would be fine. So let me just write img one more time with the class of img. Okay, so I'm going to remove this alternative text from there, and I'm going to duplicate that a few times, like so. And now I'm going to just replace it with these images. So I'm going to copy that, paste it, and copy that, and paste it right here. Let's just copy that other one. I guess this one, the fourth one, and let's just paste it in here. And by the way, if you're wondering like where am I getting these images from, so I get all of these images from unsplash.com. I don't own these images, so if you want to get all of these images which I'm using for this project, so you should either go to my GitHub repository and download it manually, or you can just go to the description area, and you will also find their images out in there. And now here are my images. So these are the images which I'm going to be using for this project. So now let's just style that a bit. So I'm going to go to my style sheet real quick, and here I am going to write my main start. Okay, so I'm going to select my main, and now let's just write a margin 0 for top and bottom and 4 rem for left and right. Display will be totally flex, and flex wrap will be now set to wrap. Justify content will be now set to center, and margin, I'm going to give him a little bit of margin of 40 rem, not rem but pixels. So if you save that, and this is how currently things looks like. clutter. So now let's just select that image. So I'm going to write main, and now let's just select that image. So img, and all of these images have this class of img right here. So now let's just select that and give them a width of like 40%. And I'm going to also provide a margin of 10 pixels. So if you save that, and yeah, that's looking better right now. Okay, so if you just make our screen size a bit smaller, it will still look good on a smaller screen size because we provide a width of 40 pixel, not 40 pixel, but 40%. And we will take care about these once we jump into the media queries section. So I'm going to make that a bit bigger. And now we are totally done with our main area. So we are going to be just writing our main end. So, and now let's just start working on our section 3, but section 3 will be a little bit long. Okay, so I'm going to just write a section with the class of section 3. Okay, so inside this section 3 we are going to be writing h1 with the class of main heading. So we are now reusing that class again. So 7 types of art. Okay, so now let's just write a paragraph with the class of primary headings. Okay, and here we have to write all of that gibberish. So I'm going to just fast forward. Alright, so now if you save our file, so here the text I write, and now I want you to notice this. So we are using that background gray class on this padding and this kind of description area right here. So I want you to just notice that real quick. And this is all of the text which you need for this project. So now here we are going to be rendering our list. So I'm going to just write a list right here. And inside this list we are going to be rendering different kind of items. So I'm going to just write item. Inside this item I'm going to just write h1 of painting. So painting. And now let's just write our image, and I'm going to grab this image which I have already right here. I'm going to copy that and paste it right here, and we are not going to be providing any alt and stuff. So I'm going to just duplicate this item real quick. So this one we have is our item 1, then we have our item 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so now let's just change that real quick. I'm going to change this painting to this sculpture, and let's just sorry I can't pronounce that name, but I'm going to change it anyways. Copy it, and let's just paste this link. And yeah, I also have to change that one. So I'm going to change this heading from painting to literature. So literature. And let's just copy that third image right here. Copy it, and I'm going to paste it right here. And now let's just change this painting to architecture. So architecture. And I'm going to copy this image, and I'm going to paste it right here. Let's just change this painting. And now let's just write a cinema in here. Let's just copy this image, and I'm going to paste it right here. And let me just make sure that I didn't mess up something. So okay, so we have 2 other left, so I'm going to copy that 2 times, so 1 and 2. So change this cinema and copy this text, not text, but copy this image URL, and I'm going to paste it right here. And then finally let's just change this cinema to theater. And let's just copy this final image, and we are totally done. So say bye-bye to this one, save it, and I'm going to paste this image link right there. And so now if you save that, and here you can see we have all of these images, and we have all of these titles right here. So now let's just get into our style sheet, and now let's just style that a bit. Alright, so I'm going to write a comment for myself, and I'm going to just write like section 3 start. Alright, and now let's just select our section 3 right here, and now here I'm going to just give a margin left to be like 5 frame. And also let's get it our section 3 and primary headings. Okay, so let me just write a margin of bottom of 10 rems in here. And now let's just select our list, which is that huge list which you have right here. Let me just see. Yeah, there we go. Select that list, write a display of flex wrap will be now set to wrap because we want all of our images to wrap, and justify contour will be centered, align items will be also centered. So if you save our file, and we can see some of the images, but a lot of images are really huge and we cannot see that once. So now let's just change its heights and stuff. Let me just get my section 3 and all of the images which you have inside that section 3. So I'm going to just give a width of like 400 pixel, and height will be just 500 pixel. And I'm going to also give a margin of 50 pixels. So if you save that, And yep, that's looking better. And you know what, these texts are looking a bit weird, so let's just take care of that. So what do we have to do? Let's just select our section 3. We gotta select our item, and we want to select all of that H. So we have this item, then we have our heading, then we have another item and its heading, and so on and so forth. So now we selected that. Now let's just increase the font size to be like 2 rem, and I'm gonna give him a color of like RGB of that kind of 53 color. But you know what, I didn't like that. I'm gonna copy this from here. Let's just copy. Oh my goodness. Let's just copy it manually by using our keyboard. It will not allow me to use my mouse, so I'm going to just use my mouse in here, paste it, so it will now just change the color of that heading, and that's awesome. So we are also done with our section 3n. And did I just write a section? Yep, that's also section 7. If you make it smaller, and yeah, this is also responsive, but we can take care of that later if you want to. But it's already responsive, but you should have to take care of these headings and stuff. Anyways, so we are now totally done with section 3. Now let's just work on our footer area. So if you want to work with the footer area, first of all, and let me just write a comment for myself like section 3 ended, or section 3 and whatever you want to call it. Now let's just start working on our footer area, footer start. I'm going to just write like a footer opening and closing tag. Now let's just write a logo, oh my goodness, logo container inside that footer, and write h1 with the name of logo, and write a lorem, and just write lorem. Okay, so then outside from this div, what do we have to do? Let's just write our div with the class of about company. It's not our company, but you know what, we'll just go with that. So let's just create our container, and inside this container we are going to be writing h1 with about, then paragraph with I don't know, news and blog would be blog would be fine. Yeah, let's just create a new paragraph, the class of, not class but a features text, and then we have our about us. Okay, so we just have that section. Let's just duplicate that a few times. You know what, I'm going to duplicate that 3 times, and now let's just change these headings from it. So I'm going to write a company, select that, and write how we work, question mark. And let's, okay, so I'll leave this feature, you know what, I'm going to change that to like capital, and also let's just remove that to security, and this one will be now support, and we have a FAQs like so, or you know, I'm going to remove that comma from there, and this is how it looks like. And now let's just write our support in here, and then let's just write contact us. So if we save our file, and this is how our footer will look like right now. Anyway, so now let's get into our styling, and now let's just style that a bit. I'm going to write a footer start, START, yep, that's start. So let's just get our footer area right here. I'm going to give a margin top of like 10 rem, and display will be flex because we want everything to wrap up. So for that we are going to be using a flex wrap of wrap. Justify content will be space around in this case, and I'm going to also provide aligned items to be center. Okay, so give a height of 100 VH. In this case I'm going to bring that to the top, and now let's just write a color to be like totally white, and here we are going to be using a background color of like, I don't know, RGB of 144, then 1995, and 200 would be fine. Yep, and now let's just we already gave him a height of, you know what, I'm gonna change the height to be like, instead of 100, so I'm gonna just change that to 50 VH, and this is how currently it looks like. And yes, something is wrong, something is not working the way I expect it to work, but we will figure it out just in a second. Anyway, so this is the footer area, and now what else do we have to do? We have to start working on our footer logo. So let's just select our footer, and then logo container, and we want to select our h1 from there. So let's just provide a font size of 4 rems, and font family will be that. Okay, so we didn't have any, so I'm gonna use that font family real quick. I'm gonna find that font family, and yep, this is that Open Sans font family. I'm gonna copy that, and I'm going to paste it right here, that Open Sans kind of a font. And now let's just use, or we can also go with a sans serif if you want to. So I'm going to just write a margin bottom of 20 pixel, and this is going to be it for the logo. And now let's just select our footer, logo, a logo container, and paragraph inside the logo container. We're going to be giving a max width of like 400 pixel, and font family will be now set to sans serif. Line height, I'm going to provide like 25 pixels. You have a logo container. Do we have a logo container? Yep, we do have a logo container right there. And yeah, this is looking better, but these are looking awful. Now I'm going to also change the direction of our Flexbox. So flex direction to be column. So if you set that to column, and yep, nothing will happen in this case. So gotta do something about that. Alright, so now let's just select our footer, and then let's select our logo container. Not logo container, but just about company, which, oh my goodness, it is about company, which is this one right here. Okay, so let's just write a display on flex on there, and flex wrap will be now set to no wrap, not no wrap, but just wrap. Justify content will be now set to center. Align items will be now set to center as well. And I'm gonna also select my footer area from there. And now let's just select our about company and select that container. Oh my goodness, container, like so, and provide a margin to the right, maybe 40 pixel, and margin to the top will be 20, margin top of 20 pixels. So if we save that, and these are looking better, but we have a huge problem which we need to solve. Let's just tile these, and then we will take care of that just in a second. Let's just select our about company and select our container. Let's select our heading, and I'm gonna give a margin of bottom of 50 pixel will be fine. Let's just select our about company, and let's select our container and paragraph. And here I'm going to just write a font family of sans serif, and margin bottom will be 20 pixels. So if you save our file, and this is how it looks like, it's looking better. But you know what, we have a huge problem. Why it's not giving us that background color? I guess we forgot that in the first place. So we have everything we need. We have HTML, we have ULI burgers, we have everything, but something is not right. Okay, I just remembered that we forgot to include that closing tag of the div. So now let's just do that real quick. So if you save that, alright, so let's just see. We have our section wrapper, our wrapper container to be precise. And where did I close? Okay, so we have a section at the end. We don't have any divs. Let's just close this section right here. So if you save that right now, okay, so nothing is happening, and that's a huge pain. So I'm gonna zoom out a bit, a lot, so that I can see the coding. So what do we have? We have our section wrapper. We have a body, and then we have our section wrapper. Something is not right. I'm totally sure about that. Yep, we did close it right here. Yep, we did close it right there. So now let's just create that section. I'm going to zoom in a bit for now. Section with the class of container wrapper. What was that? Let's just undo it. So now let's just create that section one more time. Or you know what, I'm not going to create any section. So I'm going to just write like a wrapper container. Okay, so I'm going to close that from there. And I'm going to paste this one right here underneath this footer. So I'm going to paste it right here, and now it's looking better. But the thing still is that we didn't change the background color of it, so we have to change the background color to something else. And let's just select that wrapper container, which we forgot to include right here. So let's just select it. I'm going to zoom in a bit. This wrapper container, copy it and paste it. Let's just change the background color of it to that background color which we just provide RGB of this one. So if you save that, and now it's looking a bit awful. We don't want that. You know what, this is awful. So I'm gonna cut that from there, and what should we do? I'm gonna paste it right here, and I'm gonna cut that color, and I'm gonna paste this one right here. Yep, that's looking better. So you can provide JavaScript for that if you want to, but I guess we are totally done with our project. But the next thing which you have to take care of is that what do we call it, a media queries and responsiveness. So now let's just take care of that. I'm gonna go to the bottom. Yeah, I'm gonna just write like project end, and now let's just write responsiveness. Yeah, zoom in a bit, not out. Okay, so media, let's just create media for that. We are going to be writing an max width width is over like 740. Let me just get my keyboard. 700 and what? 740 pixels. So what do we have to do? We have to select our header. We have to write a main headings. Select that, and we have to give a width of 100%. So if you save that, let's just make it smaller. So it will take 100% of its space. So okay, it's not working. Let's just write a border of 2 pixels, solid teal. Okay, so it's not taking its area right here, and it's taking 100% of its space. That's looking better. Alright, so now let's just select our header and select our primary headings. In this case, we are going to be also changing the width to be 100%, and the font size, I'm going to just change that to 1.5 rem. So if you save that, and yep, that's looking cool, and everything is totally responsive. But now let's just take care of this area as well. So for that, what do we have to do? I'm going to just duplicate. Oh, you know what? Let me just write it manually, then you might be complaining. Like, you just duplicate your code. Let's just select our section 3 and main headings, and we are going to be writing our width of 100% in this case. And then let's select our section 3 of primary headings of width. Let's just get our 100% width, font size of 1.5 rem, and finally, let's just make these images a bit smaller. So I'm going to just select my section 3. Let's just get all of the images, and let's just write a margin of 0. So if you save that, and this is how our site looks like for now. It's looking totally responsive and awesome. And we are now totally done with our second project as well. So I guess that will be it for now, and I'll see you in the next project. Alright, so if you want to follow along with this video, you will find a link in the description area which will bring you to my GitHub repository, and you can download all of these images from there if you want to use these images. So if you want to use your own images, so feel free to do that. If you want to use my images, so you will find a link in the description below. So what do we have to do? First of all, we have to create a new file with the name of index.html. Let's just create a new one with a class, not class, but the name of style.css, and now let's just make everything a bit bigger so we can see everything a bit clear. Write a doc type HTML, and the name will be hoodie in this case. So collapse this hoodie from there, and you know what? Collapse this hoodie, collapse this head area, link it with our CSS, save our file, right click on it and open it with a live server so that everything works the same and we can see everything a bit better. Alright, so what do you have to do for our navigation? So we are going to be starting from our navigation. So I'm going to just write like a nav start, and now let's just write our navigation, and inside this navigation we would have a div with a class of logo. Inside this logo we will have our h1 with the text of logo. So outside from this div, what do we have to do? We are going to be creating our burger menu. So we are going to be just writing a name of burger, and inside this burger we would need 3 spans. So if you save our file, you will just see a logo right here, but we will not see this burger area. That's because we didn't style that and we don't have any content for that. Anyway, so now let's just get into our CSS, and now let's just style that a bit. So for CSS, first of all, let me just write a resets for myself. So I'm going to select everything, and I want to just provide a margin of 0, and padding, oh my goodness, not pad, but padding will be also 0. Box sizing will be set to totally border box. And now let's get into their fonts.google.com and just grab our fonts. So for this project we would need 2 fonts. So I'm going to just write play fire display or play fair display, whatever you want to call that. So I'm going to just click on this one, now the other one, and we would need the font weight of that. I don't know which kind of font weight should we grab. And I'm going to just scroll down, and I'm going to click on that 700, not italic one, but this regular 700. So I'm going to click on that one. So choose that one. And what else do we need? So we are going to be also searching for a Roboto one. So click on that, search for Roboto font. And yep, I'm going to click on this first one. And the font family which I'm going to be choosing is 100 and 300. So 100 will be the first one, the thin one, and then we have a 300 regular, not italic one. So now let's just click on this import button right here and copy this import URL and paste it at the top of this file. And we are going to be also copying these links. So let me just grab that. And you know what? Let's just create a variable real quickly so we can store our data inside there. So I'm going to just write like a root. Inside this root, let's just create our first variable, which will be like, you know what? Let's just write our main font. So before we do that, let's just write 2 dashes in there. And I'm going to paste this link in there. Let's just create a new font, like primary font, and grab this link, which is that Roboto one. And I'm going to paste it right there. And you know, I'm going to also create a class, or not a class, but a main color variable. So I'm going to write 239 and B7 B7E. Okay, so I'm going to just save that. And yep, we are totally good to go. So now that was just kind of a setup. So now let's just start working on our navigation. So we are going to be writing a comment for ourselves like nav start, and let's just start working on our navigation. So the first thing which we will do is that we are going to be just writing a display of flex, and flex wrap will be now set to wrap, and then justify content will be now set to space between. Let's just write align items will be now set to center. And padding, I'm going to give like 20 pixel all around. Font family, I'm going to be using a not main, but primary font. And then font weight, I'm going to set that to bold. So now if you save this file, so here you can see we are now getting this logo, but we cannot see the other stuff like burger menu and stuff like that. Anyways, so let's just give a little bit of margin to this logo. So logo margin from the left, we are going to be providing a 5 frames. So if you save that, and yeah, we get a 5 frame of margin. Now let's just start working on our burger, which is that burger right here. Okay, so what do we have to do? We have to just write a display of flex. Flex direction will be now set to column, and justify content will be now set to center. Align items will be now set to center. Cursor will be now set to pointer. And finally, let's just give a margin to the right of 5 frames. So if you save that, we can still see nothing right here. That's because we didn't select and we didn't style that spans, which is inside this burger area. So let me just get these spans real quick. And I'm going to just write a span, burger and span. And let's just give them a border of 2 pixels solid of that var, which we create that main variable. And let's just give them a width of like 40 pixel. Height will be just 1 pixel. And margin, I'm going to give them like not 20, but just 2 pixels. So if you save a file, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so you can change that if you want to, but in my case that's looking better. If you comment this one out, nothing will show up. Yep, that's looking totally better. Anyways, so now what else do we have to do? So now let's just start working on our header area. So I'm gonna just write first of all nav ended, or end would be fine. So underneath this navigation area, what do we have to do? We are going to be writing a header opening and closing tag. Then we have to just write a header content, and then inside this header content we have to write h1 with the class of main headings, and then new cocktail, and then br. And now let's just write a span of hoodies. Underneath these headings, we are going to be writing a paragraph with the class of primary headings. And now let's just use our Lorem Ipsum inside there. Okay, so underneath this paragraph, what do we have to do? We have to create a container for buttons, because we are going to be using a Flexbox, so we need to create a container for that. Let's just use a button, button and btn fill. Okay, so let's just write shop. Now this is going to be our first button. Let's just create another one, which will be 50% off. Okay, so this is going to be a button outline. So let's just write a button outline and active. This one will be active, the other one will not be active. So this is how everything looks like right now. Underneath this div, what do we have to do? We have to create another container for our image. So I'm going to just write image container, and we are going to be storing our image inside that container. So we are going to be writing header img for image. Okay, so now we are totally done with the HTML side. Now let's just get in to the CSS side, and now let's just style that a bit. And let's just write header start. Start would be fine. Let's select our header, Display will be totally flex. Flex wrap will be now set to wrap. Justify content will be now set to not space. Yeah, I'm gonna just set that to space around. Align items will be now set to center. And let's just use a height of 90 VH. And margin top will be just 2 rems. Okay, so if you save that, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so let's just select our main heading real quick. Main headings and font size. I'm gonna give them like 4 rem. And font family, I'm going to use that same variable, which is their main font, and also use a transform and translate it to the y-axis and minus 40, not 500 but minus 40 pixel. And now let's just use kind of a oddish black color. I'm going to select that. I'm going to change that to hexadecimal values, and the last value I'm going to give is like 97. 90, oh my goodness. 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then we have a 9 7. This is going to be the color, and let's just write a line height of 5 rems. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so we just increase the size and stuff. Let's just work on our main headings of span, which we provide right here. Where is that? This span, which will just select that hoodies. And let's just change the color of that to be like totally black. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like. Anyway, so now let's just start working on these primary headings real quick. So we are going to be selecting our primary headings. Did I spell it correctly? P-R-I-M-A-R-Y. Yep. Primary headings. So max width, I'm going to give him like 500 pixels. Font family will be totally var, and then primary font, let's just write a line height for that as well, so 25 pixel would be fine. And margin bottom, I'm going to give him like 1 rem, and the color which I'm going to be using is 716D and 6D one more time. So this is going to be the color. So save it, and this is how it looks like right now. So now let's just start working on these buttons as well. I'm going to select my buttons, so just write a btn of fill, and background color which will be set to totally main color that we just selected there, and color will be totally white. The text color will be totally white. I'm going to remove that border from him as well. So padding will be for top and bottom 12 pixel, for left and right 20 pixels. So I'm going to also provide a margin right of 10 pixel as well. Cursor will be pointer always, and transition I'm going to just provide like for everything 0.5 second ease and out. Okay, so let's just use hover effect on that. So button fill, and once we hover over it, so what do we gotta do? We want to change the color to totally white, and border we want to provide a border as well, so 1 pixel solid, and then totally main color, and color I'm gonna change that to like that main color as well. So if you save that, and here is our button. So now if you hover mouse over to it, so here you can see it will first of all remove their background color, and it will now change it to totally white color, and we have their 1 pixel of border on it, and the text color is also changed to that kind of a greenish color, which we are using kind of a main color or primary color, whatever you want to call it. Now let's just style the other button, which is the active button. So I'm going to just use btn outline and active. If that's active, so what do we gotta do? We want to write a border of 2 pixels solid, and then use our main color, and let's just also use that main color on this button as well. And background will be now in this case totally transparent. Okay, so padding, I'm going to be providing padding for a top and bottom of 10 pixel, for left and right 20 pixel. Cursor will be pointer, and we can use the same transition, copy it and paste it right here as well. So that's it. So now let's just use our hover effect on that. So btn outline of that active, and once you hover mouse over to it, the background color we want to change is that to main color, which we have as a variable. So we want to change that color of that to totally white. So if we save that, and this is our active kind of a button right here. Okay, so I guess that border 2 pixel is a little bit high, but you know what, that would do. So we are now totally done with this section. Now let's just select our image container real quick. So I'm going to just use like image container, and what do we have to do? I'm going to just write a border radius of 50%, and I'm going to also provide a box shadow, not sizing, shadow of 4 pixel, 7 pixel, and 5 pixel, 2 pixel, and then BCBABA. Save our file right now, but we will see that just in a second. So container. We have our image container. Where is that? We have our img container. Yep, we have that, and we cannot see that. So now let's just select our header image, which is header img. So now let's just select that. I'm going to use a header img, and I'm going to provide a border radius of 100% on that, and I'm going to use a background of URL in this case. So I'm going to go to the images section, and I'm going to select this image right now and use a background position to top, and also background size will be now set to totally covered. Now it contains, I'm going to give him a width of like 400 pixel, and the height will be also 400 pixels. So if you save that, and here you can see we have this image right here and that box shadow. So if you just comment this box shadow out, save it, and this is how the image looks like. If you want to use it, so you can. If you like it, if you don't like it, so you can just remove it from there. Anyways, so we are now totally done with our header section, so header end in this case. So now let's just start working on our section 1, which is outside from that header. So what do we have to do? First of all, let's just write a comment for ourselves like header end. Yeah, header end would be fine. And now let's just write our section 1 start, and here we are going to be creating a section with the class of section 1. Okay, so inside there, let's just write img and container, like an image container, and inside that image container we are going to be creating a new section 1 and then img, and now let's just give him another class of header img. So we are going to be using that classes, and now let's just outside from that div we are going to be creating a new div with the class of section content. So we are going to be using all of our content, or we are going to be placing all of our content inside this section container or section content. What am I even saying? So h1 main headings, and let's just write summer, and then write a Spain with no classes whatsoever, so sell and br. And now what else do you have to do? Just write an offer in there. Okay, so outside from this h1 right here, what do we have to do? We have to write a paragraph with the class of primary headings. So primary headings, and we are going to be placing our lorem ipsum inside there, but not that much. So I'm going to just write like maybe 2 lines of lorem ipsum would be fine. I guess that would be fine. So now outside from this paragraph we have to just write a button with the class of btn and fill, and let's just write learn more. So if you save a file, and this, oh my goodness, something bad has happened in here. You know what, we will take care of that once we jump into our css. I guess something is wrong. So we have our section 1, and then we have our image container section 1 image, the header image, section content, we have our main headings, we have primary headings, and then finally we have our button fill. Let's just get into our css, and now we will take care of that in a second. Alright, a section 1 start. Okay, so we are going to be just writing a section 1 and write a display of flex in here. Flex wrap will be now set to wrap. Justify content will be now set to space around. Okay, so align items will be now set to center, and margin top I'm gonna give him like 7. Let me just write, oh my goodness, 7 rems. So if you save a file, and this is how it looks like, but we just have to change this image to something else. So you know what, I'm gonna get into that image container, and what should I do? We are not going to be selecting that. Let's just select for section 1 dash img and change the background image to be like something else. So we are going to be selecting for this second kind of image right now, and the background position will be now set to top. Background size will be now set to totally covered. So if you save our file, and now here you can see we are now getting another image, and this is our text and stuff. So now for the headings, I'm going to select my primary headings right now, and I'm going to give them a max width of like 500 pixels. And I guess I wrote all of this code right here up above. So let's just search for that primary headings. We got a main headings, and we have primary headings of okay, so we don't have to write any primary headings one more time. I'm going to remove that, and here let me just write like what do I have to write? Section 1 and or end it would, you know what, end is fine. Anyways, so now let's just get into the product section. Underneath this section, first of all, let's just write a comment for ourselves which will be like section 1 end, and let's just create a new comment for itself like products section start, and write a section with the class of products, and inside this product section we are going to be writing h1 with the class of products heading, and let's just write or products, products, or products. So let's inside there we are going to be writing a section with the class of product categories. Inside this section we are going to be creating a button with the class of btn outline, and this one will be now active, the first one will be active, and new arrival. Then let's just create another button. So I'm going to create a button with the class of btn outline of what, top rating, and let's create another button with the class of btn outline and what, best seller. Okay, so we are going to be saving our file for now, but underneath this section, like this button section, what do we have to do? We are going to be writing all of our products item containers. So let's just write like product items container. So inside this container we are going to be rendering all of our items. So I'm going to just write item. Inside this item we are going to be first of all writing item layer. Inside this item layer we are going to be placing our image right here. Okay, so let's just remove this alt tag from there, and inside this src right there we are going to be using our images, and let's just use our product 1. Okay, so we have our product 1. Underneath this div we have to write h4 with the class of item name. So write a red hoodie and let's just write a paragraph with the class of item price. It should be item price, and I'm gonna just give them like I don't know which kind of price would be fine. $52.99 would be fine. And let's just write an anchor tag which will go to nowhere with the class of view products. Yeah, our product will be fine, view product. Now if you save that, and here you can see we have our red hoodie right here, and we have all of these kind of gibberish stuff. But before we take care of that, let's just duplicate our item container. So we have this item container starting from this area. So we have 1, and let's just create another one. So we have 2, 3, 4, and then 5, and let's just duplicate it one more time like 6. All right, so now let's just change the values of them. So we have that red hoodie and that product. So all of the prices and stuff will be the same, but we just have to change the images. We have image 1, then we have our image 2 right here. So what else do we have? We have image 3. I'm gonna just replace that with image 3, and let's just use that image 2 right here as well, because we don't have a lot of images to work with. So I'm a lazy person. That's because we don't have a unique data. Anyway, so we have 3. Let's just start working on this one. So this is going to be the first one. So if you save that, we have a red hoodie, black hoodie, greenish or tealish kind of hoodie, then we have another black and tealish and red one. Anyway, so now we are totally done with this section. I mean like the HTML side of this section. So now let's just get into a CSS, and now let's just start working on that. So we are going to be writing a products start, and inside there let's just start working on our products. In here I'm going to put a margin top of 10 rem. Display will be now set to flex. Flex wrap will be now set to wrap. Flex direction I'm going to set that to column, and justify content I'm going to set that to center. Align items will be also set to center. So if you save that, everything is now perfectly at the center, and so is these buttons as well. Let's just select our product heading. So we are going to first of all select our products, and then we are going to be selecting our products heading, which is the product and then product headings. So what do we have to do? We have to change the font family to like a var or primary font. Let's just increase the font size to be like 2 rem. Margin will be for the bottom, I'm going to give him like 3 rem. So if you save that, and this is looking cool. So now let's just take care of the other button, like these 2 buttons. So let's just select, I'm going to take this selector, it's kind of a long one. Cut that and paste it right here, and instead of heading I'm going to change that to categories and select our button. I'm going to give him a margin right of 20 pixel, and margin bottom I'm going to give him like 20, not 20 but 2 rem. So if you save that And yeah, I guess we messed it up something. CATEGORIES. We have products and product categories, not products categories. So if you save that, this is working, but something is wrong. So, okay, so it's working anyways. Let's just check our buttons. So we have a BTN OUTLINE, outline, and outline active. But let's just check BTN outline. So if the product is outline, then provide active class on there. If not, so what do we have to do if it's not? You know what, we will take care of their buttons later. So now let's just start working on our products headings and stuff. So now let's just select our products, PRODUCTS, and let's just select our products, product items, and container, which is their product item container, which we have right here. I'm gonna copy that real quick, and I'm gonna paste it right here. Let's just use our display flex on it. And flex wrap will be now set to wrap. Justify content will be set to center. Align items will be now set to center. Margin will be not max resolution, but margin will be set to 20 pixel. Max width, I'm gonna give him like a 60 rems, so that's fine. Now let's just use a huge products. I'm gonna use a products and use a product item and container, and now let's just select our item inside there, and we are going to be just providing a margin of 20 pixel all around. And yeah, this is looking cool. So now let's just take care of that layer real quick. So what do we have to do? I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it right here, and let's just select our item. Not item, but item layer to be precise. So layer, and let's just provide a background color of this kind of a different kind of background color, EB F1 F0. And padding, I'm gonna give him is like 40 pixel, and margin, right, I'm gonna give him like 20 pixel. Margin will be 0 auto, so that we want everything to be totally at the center. And margin bottom, I'm gonna give him like 20 pixels. So if you save that, and yeah, we have our products, and yeah, this is how our products looks like for now. So this was it for a layer, and now let's just decrease the sizes of their images. So I'm going to use a long URL, not URL but selector, and we are going to be selecting that item layer in this case, and also you select our image right there. Okay, so inside there we are going to be providing a width of 150 pixel, and the height will be 200 pixels. So if you save that, and this is how currently it looks like right now. Okay, so we are totally done with this section, but I guess we have to just style that names and stuff. So now let's just take care of these names. So we are going to be just styling that just a little bit. So let's just select everything and use items and not item layer in this case. So we are going to be just selecting item, and now let's just select the item name. Okay, so what do we have to do? So I'm going to write a font family of var primary font, and margin for the bottom, I'm going to give him like 10 pixels. So if you save that, this is how it looks like. And now let's just use that same selector, and instead of item layer, we are going to be just writing item price, PRICE. Font family, I'm going to change that to var of that not main color but primary font. And the margin bottom, I'm going to give him just a little bit of margin bottom in this area as well, so like 10 pixels. Save it, and this is how it looks like. Anyways, so what do we have to do next? We have to select that item and view product. Okay, VIEW, yep, the spelling is correct. Font family will be also using that what is a primary font, and margin bottom, I'm gonna give is like 10 pixel, and text decoration, I'm gonna remove that, and color, I'm gonna use that main color of the variable, and border for the bottom, I'm gonna provide 1 pixel solid, and then var, let's just reuse our main color. Okay, so this is now how it looks like right now. Okay, so this is looking better, and I'm wondering how can we change this one to something else maybe. So let me just take care of these buttons real quick. So I'm gonna cut this, or you know what, I'm gonna paste this active on these as well, like so. And yeah, that's looking better. So you can just click on that if you want to, or you can provide different kind of styling for that. So you can also provide different kind of styling for that if you want to. Anyways, so we are now totally done with this section as well. So what do we have to, what was the name of this section? Okay, so product section. We are now totally done with our product section. Let's just write products section and now let's just start working on our new section, which is a customer reviews. So customer reviews start. Yep. And we are going to be also writing an end for that. Inside there, we are going to be writing first of all our h1 with the class of customer heading. Okay, so we are going to be writing our clients says what section with the class of customer reviews, and inside there we are going to be writing a customer like so, and inside there we are going to first of all need a customer image, and then we would need an image and then image 1. Underneath this div we are going to be writing h1 with the class of customer name. Her name will be Anna Maria, and let's just write a paragraph with the class of customer description. And let's just put a little bit of Lorem Ipsum inside there. I'm gonna just go with this Elliot or Elite, whatever you want to call that, and let's just duplicate this customer a few times. So we are going to be selecting that, and we have our first customer, and we have second and third. So yep, the images are the same. So let's just use image 2 in this case, and name to be, I don't know, let's just not worry about the name. So this one will be 3. So customer and customer images. So if you save that, we have all of these peoples right here, but we don't have their images. So let's just get into our CSS and write a comment like products section end, and write customer review section start. Duplicate that and change that to end as well. And we're going to be placing all of our customer review styling in here. So customer, okay, customer customers reviews. Let's just check the classes. So customer heading, customer reviews. Copy that. I'm not sure about my spelling, so I'm going to paste it in here. Customer reviews, margin for the top will be wireframe, display will be totally flex wrap will be now set to wrap, justify content will be now set to not center but space around, and align items will be now set to center. Okay, so that's it about that customers review. You cannot see that right now. Let's just select our each customer, custom. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to copy this name. Yep, text align will be now set to totally at the center. Let's just get our customer heading. So customer heading. Okay, so font family will be now set to totally that main, not main but primary font, which we use as a variable. Font size will be 2rem, and margin bottom I'm gonna give him like 20 pixel, and text align will be now set to center, and margin for the top area I'm gonna give him like 10 rem. So now if you save that, and this is how it looks like right now. Anyways, so now let's just start working on our customer reviews. So let's just use our customer reviews first of all, and then use a customer description. So font size I'm going to increase that to 12, not increase but decrease that to 12 pixel. Margin for the top will be 20 pixel, and max width I'm going to give him like 200 pixel, and text align in this case will be now set to center, and margin I'm going to give him is like 10 pixel. And finally let's just use our font family of var and primary fonts. So if you save that, and let's just make it a bit bigger so you guys can see everything. Let's grab that in here. Yeah, so now I guess that it's time to place our images in here. We have our customer, and then we have a customer image, and now let's just get the image. So what do we have to do? We gotta give them a width of some sort, like 200 pixel will be fine. Duplicate that. Oh my goodness, my shift key is not working, I don't know why. And then height, and then let's just provide a border radius for that, 100%. And background size we are going to be using is cover, and background position I'm gonna give him is like center. Background position will be now set to center, and margin I'm going to write margin 0 auto, and margin bottom BOTTOM of like 20 pixel. And now let's just use our images. So we have customer 1, 2 and 3, so we are going to be using customer, then image 1. So what do we have to do? We have to just use a background image of URL, and let's get into our images folder. Go back, images folder. Inside this images folder we are going to be selecting this last one image. And now if you save that, so here you can see this image will now take its place right here. Let's just duplicate that 2 times. So this is going to be a customer 2 and this is going to be the customer 3. And let's just change these images to something else, like this Josh one, and this one will be set to million or whatever. So save it. And yeah, this shouldn't have to be an Anna, it should be like maybe some sort of a John Doe. Alex would be fine. Alex Merson. So if you save that, we have our Alex Merson, then we have our Anna, and I don't know, this is going, her name is going to be like Alisa maybe. Alisa, or yeah, Alisa would be fine. So if you save that, I'm not sure about this name, if there's a valid name or not, but I just give her name. Anyways, so that's it. Yep, that's it about a customer review sections. And now let's just finally start working on our footer area. So this is going to be the final thing of our project. So here we just have to write a footer start and duplicate that footer end. Let's just write our footer. Inside this footer we are going to be writing our container. Inside that container we are going to be writing a footer heading, and here it will be now set to location. And then we have a footer primary heading. Okay, so we are going to be writing like heading, I don't know, you can just go with any heading, like a real word would be fine. So if I just put like a real word in here, and let's just write a street as well. So we have another footer. Okay, so this is going to be our h1 and this one will be our h2. So now let's just change that to h2 in here as well, and this one will be our h3. Let me just get my third button, footer primary headings as well. So we have primary heading, so we have 4 2 1 3, and this is going to be our street somewhere on earth. Back. Now let's just duplicate that 2 times. So we have a location, then we have like a working hours. So a working hours, and it will be now set to, I don't know, a Monday dash Thursday and also dash Friday and Saturday dash Sunday. And let's just change this one to contact us. Yep, the contact us would be fine. And I'm gonna remove that and change this one to my email. So webdevacademy6@gmail.com. So if you save that, and this is how the footer looks like. So now let's jump into our CSS and footer start and footer end. Okay, so zoom in. Let's just select our footer area right here, and we are going to be changing the background color to be like 1F1 E1E one more time. So this is going to be the background color. Let's just provide a margin top of 10 rem, and the color will be totally white. And let's just use our display flex because we want everything to be wrapping. So for that we can use a flex wrap of wrap. Justify content will be also set to space around. Align items will be now set to center, and give them a height of 100 VH, and font family will be that var of our primary font. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like, but now we have to tweak a little bit more things in there. So let's just get our footer and then container. Inside this container we want to get our footer heading. So what do we want to do with that? So we are going to be using like a margin bottom of maybe 3 rem. So let's just provide 3 rem and use our footer. Let's just provide our container, and I forgot to get my footer heading, not footer heading, but footer primary heading. The font weight will be now set to totally normal. Font size I'm going to be using is 15 pixel, and the margin bottom will be now set to 20 pixels. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like. Okay, so if you just make it smaller, I know everything is looking weird because we're going to use any media queries for that. So now let's just use our media queries, and this is going to be the end of our project. So let's just use like a media queries. I'm going to write add media for only the screen size, and also the max width will be set to 900 pixel. Okay, so what do we have to do? We have to just write a header area. The height I'm going to give him like 120 viewport height. Text align will be now set to center. So if you save that, make it smaller, and this is how it will looks like on a smaller screen size. All right, so now let's just get our section 1, and we are going to be writing a section 1, and height will be now set to like 120 viewport height, and text align will be also set to center as well. Okay, so let's just get our header image. So I'm gonna write header img, and width will be now set to like 250 pixel, and height will be also set to like 250 pixels. So if you save that, so it will now just decrease the size of both of these images right here. Okay, so we are now totally cool with this section. And now let's just write, or let's just work on our main headings real quick. So we have our main headings, and font size I'm going to be using is like 3 rem, and margin top I'm going to be using is like 2 rem. So if you save that, and yep, that's about our headings, like main headings. So now let's just take care of our primary headings, which are these primary headings. So let's just take care of that real quick. So what do we have to do? We have to just write a primary headings, and the width will be just 400 pixels. So if you save that, and yeah, that's looking a bit better, and these are also looking better. So final thing which we have to do for this project is to just select our customer, and select all of the customer images, and select our image. Let's just decrease the sizes of them like 100 pixel width and 100 pixel height. So if you save that and check him out, so this is how it will look like, and everything is working the way we expect them to work. I'm gonna make that just a little bit bigger, and this is how everything looks like. So if you just see that in a bigger screen, this is how it will looks like on a bigger screen. So if you want to provide a lot of styling, so this project is now yours. If you want to find the coding, so you will find the link in the description below. You can click on that and you can grab the code from there. Anyway, so thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next project. Alright, so before getting into the project, first of all, I want to mention one thing. If you want to use the same images which I'm going to be using in this project, so I'm going to give you the link in the description below. You just have to click on that, and it will bring you to my GitHub repository, and you can download all of the code for this project and all of these images which I'm going to be using throughout this project. And if you want to use your own images, so feel free to do that. So now let's just begin by writing some code. So first of all, I'm going to just create a folder, give a name of like index.html, and I'm going to just drag it to the root. And now let's create a new file, give a name of like style.css, and we are good to go. So now let's just write our doc type HTML in here, and yeah, that's going to be fine. And I'm going to just change the name to the birds, I guess. So now let's just link it with our CSS file as well. Okay, so now let's just link there real quickly. And I'm going to just hide this head area from there, right click on it and open it with a live server. And now we can see everything a bit clear. So it will open our file in a live server right here, and here you can see the title. Alright, so that was the first thing. Now the next thing which you have to do is for HTML, we are going to be writing our header area. So if you want to work with the header area, so we are going to be first of all writing a header, and we are going to be also giving a class of header. So inside this header, we are going to be using our navigation, and I'm going to also give a class of navigation. So inside this navigation, we are going to be writing h1 with a class of logo. So just write a logo, and I want to just put like a bar birds inside there. Underneath this h1, we are going to be using ul and then li and then anchor tag, and we want that to be like I don't know, 4 of them. So I'm going to just write 4. It will go to nowhere. So the first one we have is a home, the second one we have is experience, so experience, and now the third one we have is about section, and the fourth one we have is a services, like so. Alright, so now we are totally done with this header and navigation area. So now if you save our file, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so I'm going to just zoom in a bit. Alright, so we are totally done with header HTML. So now let's get into our CSS and now let's just style that. But before we do, first of all, we would need a few things. So let's just get a fonts first of all. So I'm going to just write like fonts.google.com, and here we are going to be grabbing two fonts. So I'm going to remove both of them, and let's just search for the first one, which is that play fire or fair, whatever you want to call it, FAIR. Okay, so I just messed it up something and I'm not sure. Okay, so fire display, is that a fire or fair? Let's just see. Fair display, yep. Okay, so it's not giving me any hint, so play and F. Okay, so let's just write it manually like so. Alright, so now let's just select the second one. I mean like the first one, and we would need the weight of like 8, not 800 but 900 would be fine. We want a huge bold one, so I'm going to just click on this 900 font weight, and now I'm going to just go back, and now let's just search for a font called Roboto. So I'm going to just search for Roboto like here, and I guess we're not going to be using that Roboto that much, but we will just grab it anyways. And I'm not sure about the font weight of that, so I'm going to just like grab all of these fonts. So 300 regulars one, not italic one, so we are going to be selecting all of them. Alright, so now we are totally good to go. So let's just click on this import and copy that. So I'm going to copy that and I'm going to paste it right here, and also let's just grab that, and now let's just create our variable first of all. So we are going to be writing a root and then just write a main color, or you know what, we are going to be writing main color just in a second. So first of all, just write a main font. So I'm going to just place this play fire or play fair, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to create a new variable, give a name of like secondary font, or you can also call it custom values or whatever. And I'm going to now put these font value in here. And now let's just create a variable for our main color. So we are going to be using this main color like 37, oh my goodness, 3713 and 2D. I guess this is going to be the color which you are going to be using throughout. If you want to choose your own colors, so feel free to do that. And now let's just write our resets. So here we are going to be just placing our resets. So we are going to be starting from padding will be totally 0, margin will be also 0, and box sizing, not box shadow, but box sizing will be border box. Alright, so now if you save our file, so currently things looks like this. So now let's just start working on our navigation. So I'm going to just write like a nav in here, or you know what, nav start would be fine. So if you just write, so this is going to be our nav start, and then we are going to have our nav end. So let's just start working on our navigation. So we just select this nav by using our class right here. And we are going to be using a display of flags. Justify content will be space around, because we want a little bit of spacing around that items. So we are going to be writing align items. It will be now set to totally center. So now if you save that, and this is how currently things looks like. So if you just provide a background color of black, and if you save our file, and this is how it looks like, or you know what, you're going to be making that a little bit of subtle like so. So save it. Yep, that's looking awful. I know. So now let's just use that UL and LI. So we are going to be selecting this UL and LI, and which is this UL, and inside this UL we are going to be selecting all of these LI. So now let's just select that, and what do we have to do? First of all, we want to remove that list tile from there, and also we want to use a display of inline. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so we have to provide a little bit of spacing or padding in there. So we are going to be using padding of like, I don't know, 30 pixel will be fine. So let's just check this out. If you save that, yeah, that's cool. So now we have to remove this background from now, and this is looking better. Alright, so now let's just style these anchor tags right here. So all of these anchor tags which is inside each of these li right here. Okay, so we have to first of all select a ul and then li inside that ul, and then select our anchor tag. And now let's just select that and use a text decoration of none. So if you just save that, and here you can see it will now remove that ugly kind of border or line, whatever you want to call it. So it will now remove that. Now let's just provide a margin for all of that. So I don't know, like maybe 10 pixels margin will be fine. So if you save that, yep, 10 pixel margin is okay. So let's just see what else do we have to do. I'm going to change the color to totally black, so I'm going to write like totally black color. Yep, and also the font's family is totally ugly, so I'm going to use that secondary font in this case. So if you save that, yeah, everything is looking totally okay-ish. So we are totally done with this navigation bar in here, and you know, we can also increase this margin if you want to. So let's just increase that real quick, save it, That's looking okay, but if you want to decrease this, so that's on you if you want to. Okay, this is looking ugly. Let's just write 10 pixel, and now this is looking better. Anyways, so I guess that 10 pixel will be fine. If you want to increase or decrease that, so feel free to do that by yourself. And now let's just write a comment for ourselves like navigation N. And now let's just start working on our first what do we call it, header area. So we already worked with the header area, so now let's just start working on our first section, to be precise. So we are going to be using a section with a class of content and then dash dash and then container. Okay, so inside that we are going to be using a new section, so we are going to be giving a class of like header and dash dash content. Oh my goodness, content, like that. Now inside there we are going to be using our header and then heading. Okay, so inside there we are going to be using like the and then br for breaking. And now let's just use bar birds. Okay, so if you know what, we are not going to be saving that right away because that's going to be looking awful. Let's just write our paragraph in here, and we have to give a class of header, sub, and headings. Okay, so now let's just use like I'm gonna fill it out, and then I'll just see you in a second. Okay, and what? Chef, men's, and boys. And by the way, this definition came from I guess that came from Google. I'm not sure about that, but I just get that, I guess, from a Google. So let's just write a container for our button. So we are going to be using button container, and inside that button container we are going to be just placing our one button with a class of main btn, and it will not go to anywhere. So now we are going to have to give some sort of a label like learn more. And now if you just go back, and this is how our HTML coding looks like. So I'm going to save my file, and this is how it looks like. First of all, we have a section with a class of content container, then we have a section header container and header content, to be precise, then we have a header headings, then we have a header subheadings. After that we have a buttons container. We just have a new class of main btn. So now let's just get into our css, or you know what, first of all let's just write our section 1 start would be fine. Section 1 start, and this is going to be header end, and also let's just use nav end. You know what, I'm gonna also put a comment in here just for you guys. So nav start and nav end. Underneath this section I'm gonna also put like section 1 end, and let's just go to our css, right, section 1 start, and also let's just duplicate this line of code, and this is going to be section 1 end. Alright, so now inside this section we are going to be writing our code. So what do we have to do? First of all, let's just select our content and then container, container, like so. This is going to be that container. Let's just see this content container, and I'm making sure that I copy the exact same style, or class to be precise, not style. And now let's just use a display of totally flex, and flex wrap will be now set to wrap because we want our items to wrap. So we are going to be using justify content of center, and also align items of center because we want everything to be perfectly at the center. And now let's just give them a little bit of height, like I don't know, maybe 80 viewport height would be fine. So if you save that, and this is how currently things looks like. Alright, so now let's just get into this header content. So I'm gonna just copy that from here, and what do I have to do? I'm gonna just write dot or period or whatever you want to call it, and now let's just use a display of flex in here. Flex wrap will be wrap, flex wrap will be wrap, as I said, and flex direction will be now set to columns, and justify content will be now set to center. And I'm gonna give him a width of like I don't know, 40% would be fine. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like. I know it's ugly, but guess what, we are going to be styling that a bit more. So now let's just get our header and what, header heading, which is this class, by the way. So we are going to be now styling this class. Alright, so what do we have to do in this class? So we have to give a width of like 70%. And now let's just use our font family and give that what do we call it, a secondary font family. There we go. And we are going to be using a color of RGB, which is 82, yeah, 82 I guess, so not 81, so 82, 82, and 82. Alright, so I'm gonna give him a margin of 20 pixels for top and bottom, and for left and right we would have our 0. Alright, so this is how it looks like. and we selected that as a header heading, but I'm not sure it's a header heading. I guess it's a header headings. I'm not sure about that. Alright, so this is a header headings and this one is a header head subheadings. So I'm gonna copy that one for now. And now let's just select that. And what do we have to do? We have to give a width of that one. You know, I messed it up. I messed it up. This styling, I'm gonna copy or cut all of that styling, and this styling will go up here. And what else do we have to do? We have to just increase the font size to just like 4 rem. And font family, this is going to be the font family of var of main font. So we are going to be using our main font in this case. So if you save that, and this one is looking massive and the other one is looking totally cool. And now let's just work on our header image. So you know what, for that we have to write a little bit more coding inside our HTML. So we are going to be writing not outside from the last section, but inside the last section. I mean, like inside this section, but outside from that other section, which is called like a header, not a header, but a header content section. So outside from this header content section, we are going to be creating a new section called header image. So we are going to be placing our image in here. So I'm going to just create a section with the class of header and then dash dash img and then containers. So we are going to be selecting that. But before we do, we have to render our image in here. So I'm going to just hold Control and hit space, and I'm going to go to my images folder. And now let's just select that Jacob person. So I'm going to select this image. And by the way, all of these images will be inside my GitHub repository if you want to check that out. And I'm going to also give him a class of what? Class of header and then dash dash img and also img1. Okay, so this is going to be our image 1. And now underneath this image, let's just create a new image. So I'm going to just write image, and now let's just hit Control space, go to the images, and now let's just select that Stephen Lewis or whatever the guy name is. Let me just write a class of header dash dash image and also img2. Okay, so 2, and now let's just start working on that. So before we do, look at these images. These images are supremely long, so supremely high quality images. Look at this guy. So now let's just start working on our CSS, and then you will get to know what can we do with that. So now let's just work on this section. So first of all, we have to select that header and then dash dash img. So which is this header img. Where are you? Header img. So we have header img right here, and we have header img class right here. Now let's just select that and give him a width of like 200 pixel and height. In this case, I'm going to give him a height of like 300 pixel maybe. So if we save that, and let's just wait for it. So this is how currently images looks like. Alright, so now let's just select our header image container first of all. Or you know what, we are going to be selecting the above because this is the main header container. So let's just select that, and I'm going to paste it right here. So we have header image containers. So I'm gonna give him a width of like maybe 30. Let me just write 30% in here, and I'm gonna also give him a height of like 50 VH, and the position in this case will be relative. Okay, so now what else do we have to do? Now let's just select our image 1, so img1, which is this class right here. Okay, so now we selected that image. What do we have to do with that? So we are going to be using a position of absolute in this case, and now let's just write a left to 10 rem. Okay, so this is going to be the first image. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so now let's just work on that second image, which is that img2 class. So let's just select that img and then select our 2, and let's just use a position of what? Position of absolute in this case, and write a left to 30, not 30 rem, but just a 3 rem, and top value will be just 8 rem. So if we save our file, and boom, this is how it looks like. But if you just give a little bit of margin, not margin, but a height of like 100 VH, so it will look cool. You know what, you will see that in a second. So now let's just style this button real quick. So we are going to be selecting that button first of all, which is that main button. We give a class of main btn. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to select that right here. So what do we have to do with that? So we are going to be using not a padding inline, but padding. So padding 10 pixel for top and bottom, 20 pixel for left and right. And text decoration, we want to remove the ugly border. The background color we are going to be using or on, oh my goodness, BG. God damn. So var will be now main color. and let's just remove that, and color will be now in this case totally white. I'm going to use a font family of var and totally secondary font. So if we save that, and this is how it looks like right here. I know we can provide crazy styling in here, but for now this is totally looking better. Anyway, so I guess we are totally done with this header section, and now let's just get into the experience section real quick. Alright, so outside from this section 1, I'm going to create a new comment for myself, which will be like a experience section start. And now let's just write first of all a section with the class of experience, and now inside there we are going to be creating a new class, not a class but a section with a class of experience and dash dash content. So inside this experience content we are going to be using h2 in this case, and which will be like I don't know, gray, and heading. So let's just give them a value of 30 years. And now let's just use our h1 with the class of header and dash dash heading. So we are going to be using this class which we style right here. So we have that header heading class right here. So we are now reusing all of that styling right here. So we have a heading, not heading, oh my goodness, what the hell is wrong with me, header heading. So now let's just give another class of experience heading. So experience, and then not dash dash but just a single dash would do, so experience heading. Now inside this class we are going to be just using experience in uppercase. Underneath this h1, I'm going to just zoom out a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And now let's just use a paragraph with the class of, so lowercase paragraph with the class of header, and then subheadings we are reusing that class which we selected above, and then experience experience there we go, and then experience subheading, or s to be precise, so headings plural whatever. So barber is a person who, I'm gonna copy that. I don't have to rewrite it again and again. I'm gonna copy that real quick and I'm gonna paste it right here. Yep, that's cool. Now underneath this paragraph, what do we have to do? We have to write a section with the class of btn container. So we are going to be reusing the btn container class which we use above. So now let's just create an anchor class, anchor with the class of main btn, and we are reusing that button right here one more time. So learn more, in this case lear, and yep, that's fine. Underneath this section, or underneath this section, like all of the above, all of the underneath, so we are going to be using div with the class of experience img, experience, yep, that's cool. Alright, so now let me just show you everything and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So first of all, we have an experience section right here, then we have an experience content section, then we have a gray heading. So these will be a gray heading, so that's why I provide a class of gray heading. And then we are reusing this class from above, like header heading, and then we have a new class for this experience. Then we are reusing this class one more time, and then we have a new heading or new subheading class right here. Then we have a buttons container. We are reusing this totally same class, and then we have a new div with a class of experience image. Alright, so now let's just get into our CSS, and now let's just style that a bit. So I'm going to zoom in a bit. First of all, I'm going to write a comment for myself like experience section start, and now let's just duplicate that and change it to experience section end. And inside this experience section, first of all, we have to select our experience. Oh my goodness, experience, kind of a long spelling for this one. Let me just double check. So we have this class experience. Yep, both of them are fine. So first of all, what do we have to do? I'm going to give him a height of like 90 VH, like a viewport height. And now let's just give him a margin from a left, so like 5 frame would be fine. I'm going to give him a display of totally flex because we want everything to be flexible. So flex wrap will be set to wrap, justify content will be now set to center, and align items will also be set to center. So I'm going to just also provide a margin top of like 10 rem because we want a lot of huge spacing in there. So if you save our file, and it will take a little bit of time, and this is our experience section right here. So now let's just style that experience image which we provide right here. So we have experience img right here. So now let's just style that a bit. So we are going to be using experience. Alright, autocomplete is super awesome in Visual Story Coder, and we are going to be not using a background color but a background image of URL. And then let's just go into an images folder, and we are going to be selecting that EU. Sorry, I can't pronounce your name, but I'm going to select this image. And now let's just use the background size of totally cover, and also provide a width will be like I don't know, 300 pixel would do, and duplicate that and change this one to 350, and this is going to be for our height. And now let's just provide a margin to the left, not to the top but to the left, of 50 pixels. So now if you save our file, and let's just wait for it. So this is our guy right here, and this is how his image looks like. Alright, so what do we have to do? So let's just style this gray heading. So we forgot that. Let's just copy it, and I'm gonna paste it right here, select it right here to be precise, and let's just write a color of totally gray, and also the font family will be just a main font. So if you save that, and here you can see this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so what else do we have to do? We have to select the buttons container, which is this button container right here. In this case, I'm going to copy that, and here I'm going to select it real quick, and now let's just provide a margin for the top to be like, I don't know, 30 pixel would do. And if you save that, yep, that's awesome, and this is how it looks like. And for now, this will be not responsive if you check it. So this is not responsive. I mean, like, it is responsive, but it's not looking that much great. So once we jump into a media queries, we are going to be making that responsive. So this is the end of our experience section. All right, so now let's just get into a new section called what? So section is called as social media, or whatever you want to call it. So we are going to be creating a section, or you know what, first of all, let's just write experience section end. All right, and now let's just write social, SOCIAL, media section start. Duplicate that, and this is going to be the end of that social media section. I wish. Alright, so let's just write a section with the class of social media. Inside that, we are going to be using UL with the class of SM and container, and then let's just use our div with the class of follow. So this is going to be that kind of a grayish, or whatever you want to call it, that color. So this is going to be that follow huge button. So we are going to be using li of list items. So inside each of these list items, we would have our anchor tag, and we want them to be like I don't know. So I'm going to use my image real quick, and by the way, if you don't know what an image is, so you can check out my video on that. And we want them to be like 4 of them, so it will go to nowhere. First of all, we have a YouTube, and then we have an Instagram. It will go to a Facebook, and then finally we have our Twitter. Alright, so if we save our file, and we cannot see that coding right away because it's hidden. So now let's just get into our CSS, and now let's just style that a bit. Alright, so I'm going to just write like a social media section start, and then this is going to be the end of that social media section. Alright, so what do we have to do in this case? First of all, we want to provide a margin. So social media, let's just select that, which is this social media. Let me just double check so that I didn't mess up with the spelling. And let's just write a margin all around, like 5 frame would be fine. And I guess that would be fine. So this is how it looks like for now. I know it's looking awful, so we are going to be selecting that, or we are going to be making cool there just in a second. So first of all, let's just select our SM container, which is that SM container right here. Okay, so let's just use a display of totally flex wrapping will be now set to wrap, and justify content will be also set to center, align items will be also set to center, and then text align we are going to be using center, and margin for the top we are going to be using 10 rem. So now if you save our file, and this is how it looks like for now. Okay, so everything is perfectly centered, and so on and so forth. Okay, so now let's just style that follow button which we provide right here. So now let's just select that first of all, and now let's just style that. So I'm going to use a padding of 20 pixel, and I'm going to also provide a background margin to be that main color which we've declared above. So we are going to be using a color of totally white. A text color will be totally white. So we are going to be using a font family of that variable as well, which is that secondary variable, or roboto. So font weight will be now set to totally bold, and margin I'm going to give him like margin for the right, so 30, not 30 but 3. Why am I saying 30 all the time? So text alignment will be now totally set to center, and if you save that, and this is how our button looks like for now. Okay, so this is not a button, but it's kind of a label for social media. Anyway, so we are totally done with this section as well. If you want to change it around, so feel free to do that, and we are going to be using media queries for that as well. Alright, so we are totally done with the social media section. What else do we have to do? Now let's just work on our hero area. So I'm gonna make it bigger, and here we have to just write a section for our hero. So let's just write a comment for myself like a hero. Oh my god, why is this getting replaced in here? So let's just use our hero section start. Duplicate that, I'm gonna cut that from here, and I'm gonna paste it underneath this section. So hero section and alright, so earn and start. So inside this section we are going to be using a div with the class of hero container. I messed it up. Container, like so. Inside this hero container we are going to be creating a new div with a class of hero and then content. So all of our content will goes inside there, and we are going to be using h1 with the class of header dash dash heading, and we are going to be also using hero dash dash headings in this case. So we have a header heading and we have a hero headings. All right, so let's just write a meet and br or hero. So or hero, okay, like so. And underneath that we are going to be using a paragraph with a class of header and then dash dash sub and headings. So we are going to be also using header and dash dash sub headings. So inside this class we are going to be reusing that text again. So instead of writing that Lorem Ipsum, I'm going to be using this text throughout this project. Okay, so I'm going to paste that right here. And outside from this paragraph, what do we have to do? We have to create a new container with a class of btn container, and we are reusing that one more time. So we have a main btn and learn more, and it will go to nowhere. Okay, so nowhere. So if you save that, zoom back, and this is how all of the coding looks like. So I'm going to zoom in a bit one more time. So we have a section with the class of hero, then we have a hero container. Inside there we have a hero content container, then we have a hero heading, then we have a hero headings, and we also have hero subheadings and stuff like that. Then we have a button container. All right, so now let's just start working on that. So I'm going to zoom in a bit. So let's just select first of all our hero section, and what do we have to do? I'm going to give them a height of 100 VH. So we are going to be also using a display of flex in this case. Justify content will be now set to center, align items will be now set to center, and save our file. And this is how currently things looks like. Alright, so now let's just select that hero container real quick, which is this hero container. So I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to just select it in a second, and let's just give them a width of like I don't know, 70%. Oh my goodness, not 79, 70%. And I'm gonna also give him a display of flex and justify content of center, align items of totally center, and yeah, I guess that will be fine for now. And also the flex wrap will be now set to wrap. And if we save our file, nothing will happen for now. Anyway, so now let's just select our hero image container. So we are going to be writing a hero, then image, then container. So do we have a hero image container? Did I just provide a hero image container? I guess I forgot to include that. So we are going to be using this hero image container underneath this header, this hero container. So we are going to be creating a new container for a hero img and then container. So this is going to be our hero image container. So now let's just style that a bit. So first of all, I'm going to use a background of our URL function, and let's just go to our images and select our Albert, this kind of person. So now let's just write a background size of what? Cover totally, and background position will be now set to what? Top. And now let's just give him a width of like 300 pixel, and I'm going to also give him a height of 400 pixel in this case. So I'm going to just change that to a height. And also let's just select our hero and dash dash subheadings, which we provide right here. So we give him this hero heading class, not this one, but we give him a hero subheading class, and we also give him a hero subheading. So I guess we have, so we have a header subheading class and we have a hero subheading class right there. All right, so I'm going to just give him a width of like 400 pixel in this case. So now if you save that, and this is how it looks like. So you know what, we need a little bit of margin for the left, so let's just select our hero dash dash content. So hero dash dash content, I'm gonna just use margin for the left like 6 rem. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so we are getting there. So now we are totally done with this hero section. So now let's just write our comment for ourselves. So I guess social media section and let's just write hero section section and then start. Copy that and go to the bottom, and I'm gonna paste it right here, and this one will be end. So now let's get into a new section called services. Alright, so underneath this section or hero section end, we are going to be creating our new section with the class of services. So section services. So inside the services section, what do we have to do? We have to just write h2 with the class of gray, heading, and also services dash g, but not just dash g, but dash g, and then heading. Okay, so we are going to be using like a top quality in this case, and underneath that we are going to be using our h1 with the class of header dash heading, and in this case we are going to be also giving a class of services and then services heading. Alright, so now let's just put a label of services in here. Anyways, so now underneath this h1, I'm gonna just zoom out a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And first of all, let's just create our card section. So section with the class of cards, like a plural cards, not a singular. So inside there we are going to be using a few cards. So we have a card container 1, then we have a div with a class of card img, and then img1. Okay, so this is going to be the image for our card, and now let's just use a card content. So this will be the content of our card. So we are going to be using like h1 with the class of card title, and this is going to be the title of our card. So I'm going to use like a hair HAIR of cutting. And now let's just write a paragraph with the class of card info, and inside that we are going to be using or reusing that info one more time. So I'm going to copy that real quick, and I'm going to paste it right here. Okay, so groom style would be fine. So instead of writing and shaving and stuff, I guess that would be fine. And underneath this paragraph you are going to be using anchor tag with the class of what? Main btn, and also the card btn. So here we're not going to be going to anywhere, so let's just put a lorem, not lorem ipsum, but learn more. And if you save that, so this is going to be our first card. So let's just click on here, so it will now select it right here. I'm going to select this first card, and I'm going to use it like 2 more times. So this is going to be the second and then the third. And now let's just change the content inside there. So this is going to be for hair cutting, and this is going to be for beard trimming. So beard trimming, like so. And I guess the other stuff will stay the same, and this is going to be for what? This is going to be for smooth shave. So smooth shave, like so. So if you save that, and this is how currently things looks like right now. I know it's ugly. Now let's get into our css, and now let's just style or services section section start, duplicate, then this is going to be the end of our services section. All right, so now let's just start working on our styling. So what do we have to do? First of all, I'm going to select my services section right here. For the margin top, I'm going to give like 10 rem. Okay, so let's just write our code a little bit fast because I know this video is getting longer. So services and also that G, so I guess that was a dash G of heading. I'm going to give him a margin for the left, and margin left will be now set to 5 frame. And now if you save that, this is how currently things looks like. And now let's just select our services section heading. So services dash heading, I'm going to give him a margin left for like 5 frame. And also the margin bottom will be now set to 20 pixel. Alright, so now let's just style our card section. So first of all, I'm going to select my card, just a regular card, or you know what, we are going to be first of all selecting our cards like a plural, which is this one. Let me just show you that real quick. So we've got 1 card, 2 card, 3 card. We have this cards section right here, not a card but a card. So now let's just select that, and now let's just style that up. So what do you want to do with this? So first of all, we are going to be using a display of flex on it, and then flex wrap everything we want them to be wrapped. So justify content will be now set to totally center, and align items will be also set to what? Center. Now if you save a file, and this is how currently things looks like. Alright, so now everything is now totally at the center. Now let's just select each of the card. I'm gonna give them a width of like 300 pixel, duplicate that and change that to like height will be also 400 pixel, and position in this case I'm gonna give them like relative, and box shadow not sizing, but box shadow. So it will be 1 pixel, 1 pixel, 1 pixel, 1 pixel, and RGB. And I'm gonna just give him a little bit of like a subtle kind of a shadow. So 223, 223, 223 would be fine. Alright, so I'm gonna just provide a margin of 20 pixel all around, and now if you save that, and this is how you can see there. So no, so width will be 300 pixel and height will be 400 pixel, and we just provide a little bit of box shadow to it. Anyway, so now let's just select our card image, so which is that card image. So we provide that class to each of the card. We are going to be giving a width of like 100%, and height in this case will be now set to 200 pixel. Position will be now set to totally absolute, and top will be 0, left will be also 0. So I'm going to just provide a background size of totally cover, and background position in this case will be now set to top. And if you save that, let's just see. Alright, so we cannot see anything. So now we can select each of our card and we can specify different kind of images for that. So first of all, what do we have to do? I'm going to select my image 1. So I'm going to just write like img-1. So if you just write that, then I'm going to just provide a background, not a color, but an image. So background image, I'm going to provide a value of URL. I'm going to go to the images folder, and we are going to be selecting our John and that first image. So now let's just duplicate that 3 times, not 3 but 2 times, and this is going to be now the second one. Change the image to something else. So let's just select like Alif or whatever the name is, and now let's just select the other one, and this one will be now Christy. Sorry, I can't pronounce the name of it. So now if you save that, and now let's just wait for it. So here you can see it will now uses all of these images right here, and I'm not sure if all of them are the same images or what's going on. So we've got image 1, 2, and this is going to be the 3. So image 3, let's just wait for it to render. Okay, something went wrong. So we have img1, img2. This is going to be the, what is that? img1, img2, and img3. Let's just see. So we've got, alright, so we didn't change that. So this is going to be image 1. This is going to be the image 2, and now let's just check this one out, and this is going to be the image 3. So now if you save our file, so we will now get totally different results right here. Alright, so now let's just get into it one more time, and now let's just select that card content first of all. So we are going to be selecting that card content, and now let's just provide a transformation, and it will just translate. It will now just translate itself to like the y-axis will be 200 pixel, and the text alignment will be now set to center, and margin I'm going to just give him like 10 pixel. And now if you save that, and this is how the content looks like right here inside these cards. So what else do we have to do? Now let's just style that card title real quick. So we are going to be just selecting card title, and let's just provide a font family in this case. So we are going to be just providing like a sans serif would be fine, and font weight will be now set to totally normal. I'm going to give him a margin for the bottom like 20 pixel for top, and you know what, I'm going to just give him a margin of 20 pixel, and color will be now totally black. And if you save that, and this is how it looks like right now. Alright, so that was just a card title. Now let's just select the card info, like these text right here. So now if you just write like card info, inside that we are going to be using a font family of var or secondary font, and the text alignment in this case will be now set to center, and I'm going to change the color to be like RGB of 109, and let's just write 109 and 109 in here. Come on, 109. And this one will be also 109. Alright, so now let's just provide a margin for the top and bottom will be 30 pixel, and for the left and right, let me just select that. For the left and right will be 40 pixels. Now if you save a file, and this is how it looks like right now. So we are now totally done with the services section as well. So now let's just start working on our footer area. So this is going to be the last area of our project. So we are going to be working on a footer. Alright, so for HTML, I'm gonna just come here, and inside that section, I'm going to just write a comment for myself like services section sectionn. I guess I write that somewhere in here. You know what? This is a here section. So let's just write a services section sectionn and then start. Go down, and now let's just start working on our footer area. So I'm going to write a footer section start, and now let's just duplicate that and end. So what do we have to do? We are going to be writing a footer with a class of footer, and inside this footer we are going to be writing a div with a class of footer dash dash card. So lowercase card, and now inside that we are going to be writing h1 with the class of footer dash dash card, and then dash title, and the title will be about in this case. And now let's just duplicate that. Or you know what, we are going to be first of all writing a footer and then dash dash card. I'm gonna have to write a comment in there, not a comment but period. So card and then dash info and hit tab. So this is going to be like a general. Duplicate that. This is going to be general, like a general. Alright, so now let's just write a traffics. Duplicate this one more time and FAQ. Okay, so what do we have to do? We are going to be duplicating that 1 and 2. So we are going to be duplicating that 2 times. As a title, I'm going to change that to like legal. And then we have a privacy and policy. With PRIVACY and POLICY. So privacy and policy. So terms of uses, USES, lowercase USES. Oh my goodness, I guess something went wrong in my shift key. So use this. Alright, so then finally we are going to be writing a payments. Okay, so underneath all of them, now let's just change the title to be a contact. And also this general will be now set to Twitter, and also this is going to be Instagram. If you want to follow me on Instagram, let's just write that to Facebook. So if you save that, and oh my goodness, and this word footer right here. So now let's just get into the style sheet, and now let's just style that a bit. So first of all, let me just write a comment for myself. Footer section start, and duplicate that, and this is going to be the end of that footer section. So what do we have to do? We are going to be first of all selecting our footer, and now let's just change the background color to be like war of that main color, which we already choose, and display will be now set to totally flex. Justify counter will be now set to space around, because we want everything to be we want a little bit of spacing in there, and text alignment will be also set to center. Okay, so what else do we have to do? We want the color to be totally pure white, and height will be now set to 5 or 50 VH. Margin top, I'm gonna give him like 10 rems. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like for now. I know it's ugly. Now let's just style that titles and stuff. So first of all, we have to select that what do we call it, footer dash dash card, and then dash title. Okay, so inside there we are going to be just changing the font family to like a main font, not main color but main font. Okay, so underneath that we are going to be using footer dash dash card, and then dash what, info. Let's just select that, and we are going to be changing the font family to like word secondary font, and also the line height will be now set to 2 rem. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like right now. So I guess we messed up something. So we have footer card info. Copy that in here. And I want to paste it right here. I guess both of them was fine. Anyway, so now we get that. I guess some card. We have to put a card in there. So this is going to be the D, and D. Let's just provide a D's for them. My apologies. And D and D. So save that. And this is how it looks like for, I guess something is wrong. Card, and also save this file. Alright, so now it's looking better. So now we are totally done with our project, but the final thing which you have to do is that we have to write a media queries to make the site totally responsive. So I'm going to just make that to smaller screen size, and you can see like it's not that much horrible, but if you just go a little bit more smaller, so everything just looking a bit awful. So for that we have to write a media queries. So I'm gonna just write finally the responsiveness. I guess that's the spelling, I'm not sure, but first of all let's just write add symbol and media for only screen and what, and max width. If the media query max width is like 600 pixel, so we want to select our header dash dash content. First of all, the header content. So what do you want to do with that? I'm going to select that, and align items, I'm going to set that to center, and text alignment, I'm going to also set that to center. Okay, so the width, I'm going to give him like 70% in this case, so I'm going to write 70%, and if you save that, and this is how it looks like. You know what, let me just show you. Okay, something isn't working, so HEADR header content, CONTENT, text align is center. You know what, I'm going to also take care of these images so that they look a bit better. I'm going to select my header dash dash image and then container like so, and just write a display of none to it. So we are going to be also removing that, and this is how it looks like for now. Okay, so everything is perfectly centered, and that's done. Now let's just take care of these sections, like what do we call experience section. So first of all, we are going to be writing experience right here, and height I'm going to give him like 100 VH, and margin will be 0 auto, so that everything is now totally at the center. So save that, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so I guess we messed up something in here, which is which is experience heading, I guess. So let's just select that real quick. Experience, and now let's just select our headings, experience headings. And I'm gonna just increase the sizing of font size to be like 3 rem. And if you saw that, okay, something isn't working the way we expect them to work. So what is doing this class card? So we gotta go to experience section, and then we have our subheadings, I guess. So there's subheadings, or you know what, experience subheadings. I'm gonna select that. And what else can we do with that? I'm gonna write a text alignment of center 7. I'm gonna write a border of like 5 pixels solid red, and if you save that, alright, so that's that. What can we do with that? Margin is 0 auto. So what else does that want from us? If you just write margin 0 auto in this case, alright, so that's looking better. Yep, that's looking better. Anyway, so you can provide margins in there if you want to. So if you just remove that text alignment, it's still working. And yeah, that's cool. Now what else do we have to do? Let's select that image. Or you know what, that's fine. But you know what, I'm going to select it and change the size of it. So experience, experience img. So now let's just select that, and the width will be 200 pixel. The height will be just 300 pixels. Okay, so now let's just provide, I guess that would be fine. So if you save that, you know what, that's looking awful. So I'm going to remove this experience image section from there, and let's just work with that subheadings. Now let's just work with these buttons and stuff like these. So first of all, I'm going to just write like a buttons container. Let's just select that, and I'm going to use a margin top for all of these buttons container, and I'm going to provide a margin top of 30 pixel for top, and I'm going to also provide a margin for the bottom like 3.5 rem. So if you save that, and I guess that's looking better right now. Okay, so if you want to change it more, you can also change that if you want to. And now let's just style, or you know what, let's just remove this follow button because it's looking awful. So I'm gonna write like a follow in here, and if you want to leave it there, so you can also just tweak around the things, but I'm gonna just remove that. So if you save it, and this is how currently things looks like right now. Alright, that's looking better, and we are totally done with this card section because there is nothing to change in this card section. There areas, there's, I guess that was a SM container or what? SM container. Let's just select that, and what do we have to do with that? So we are going to be just using a flex direction of columns. If you save that, and yeah, that's looking better. Anyways, so now let's just select our list items. So where is our list item? And here is, so now let's just pour a little bit of spacing in there. So I'm going to just write like a list items, and margin I'm going to give him like 10 pixel all around, and I guess that's looking better. If you want to change it on other ways, so you can totally do that if you want to, but in my case that's looking totally okay. And hero image container, so let's just work on this hero image container like so. So I'm going to just select that. First of all, we have our hero, then image. Alright, so we have image and then container. So what do we have to do? I'm gonna just give, you know what, that's looking fine. Oh, that's looking fine. I'm not gonna work with that hero image container because this is looking totally okay. If you want to change that, so you can totally do that if you want to, but in my case it's looking better. And then we have a hero hero headings, not subheadings, but we have a hero headings. So we are going to be just writing a font size of 3 rems. So if you save that, and this is a little bit smaller than usual, so I guess that's looking better. If you want to leave it the way it is, so you can just uncomment it, and this is how it will look like if you want to. I guess this is how it looks like, and I guess I'm gonna go with this style. I don't have to increase or decrease the size of them. And let's just write our hero dash dash content CONTENT, and I'm going to provide a margin of 0 auto so that everything is now totally at the center. That's not working. For the left and right, it's auto. You know what? This is going to be 0 for the left and right. I'm going to give them like 20 pixel maybe. No, so I'm going to remove that. That's looking okay in this case. We can also decrease the size of this container if you want to, but for now it's looking totally okay. And services section, so what about it? This is also looking better. So I guess this is now like totally responsive. If you want to play around with this side, so totally do that if you want to. Okay, so in my case it's looking better in my machine, to be precise. Okay, so everything is working the way we expect them to work. So now we are totally done with this project, and I will see you in the next project. So bye bye for now. Alright, so before getting into the project, first of all, let me mention one thing. So if you want to use these same images, which I'm going to be using throughout this project, so you can just click on the link which I'm going to give you in the description below, and which will bring you to my GitHub repository, and you can download all of these images from my GitHub repository. And if you want to use your own images, so feel free to do that. So I'm going to just create a new file. Let me just zoom in a bit. I'm going to create a new file, give a name of like index.html. And now let's just create another one, give a name of like style.css for styling. Alright, so in this index.html file, I'm going to just create a doc type HTML first of all. So doc type HTML. So what do we have to do? I'm going to give a name of like chairs, and I'm going to also link it with my CSS file as well. So I guess I messed it up something. So chairs, I guess that's fine. So now I'm going to just hide this heading area or head area. Now I'm going to right click on it and open it with a live server. So it will now open it with a live server. Alright, so we have nothing inside our body and stuff. So now let's just get in towards first thing. So the first thing which we are going to be start working on our nav section start. So we are going to be start working on our navigation area first of all. So I'm going to write like nav st oh my goodness, strat start. Alright, so now let's just duplicate that and change this one to nav section n, and inside that we are going to be just writing our navigation. Inside this navigation we are going to be creating a div with a class of logo, because we are going to be putting our logo inside this div. Now inside that we are going to be just writing h1 with a class, not a class but as a label of logo. Alright, so outside from there I'm going to write a ul and then li, then anchor tag, and now let's just duplicate that. I guess 4 times would be fine, so I'm going to just duplicate that like 4 times. It will go to nowhere. So first of all, we are going to be writing like furniture will be fine, and the second one will be project. The third one will be, I guess, like a product will be fine. And now let's just write or about a section, or it should be like a, you know what, uppercase will be fine. So now if we save our file, so that's it. Now underneath this ul, first of all, let's just write our button. So underneath this ul, let's just create our button with the class of btn and fill. So not learn more, but just register will be fine. Register. Okay, so if you save our file, so this is how currently things looks like. So now let's jump into our css, and now let's just style that a bit. So what do we have to do? I'm going to remove everything from here, and now let's just start working on our resets. So I'm going to write a comment for myself like a resets, and let's just start working on our everything selector. Margin will be 0, padding will be also 0, and box sizing will be now set to border box. So this is going to be it for the resets. So what else do we have to do? We have to get a fonts from our fonts.google.com. so we have to just go to this fonts.google.com, and here we are going to be just getting one font called a Playfire or Playfair, whatever you want to call that. I'm going to remove these other fonts which we use in our previous projects. So now in this case, what I'm going to do, I'm going to just search for a Playfire or Playfair display, whatever you want to call that. So I'm going to just click on this this first one, and now let's just select, I guess I'm going to select everything, all of its styling, but not italic one, but a regular one would be fine. So 500, then we have 600, 700, 800, and 900. So now you have to just click on that, and now let's just click on this import, and let's just copy this link, and I'm gonna put it above. And now let's just copy this Playfire display or whatever you want to call that, and I'm going to put it inside my root, or I'm going to paste it right here, and I'm going to comment that for a second. And now let's just start working on our variables. So the first variable which I'm going to be creating is a main color. So we are going to be using this color throughout, so which is E3, E8, E4, I guess that was the color, and kind of a grayish color. So now let's just create a new color which is a primary color. So this is going to be now like 3.6, 3.6, and 3.6. Yeah, that's going to be fine. A little bit darker gray. Then we have a main font, so main font, which will be that font. So I'm going to comment that. I'm going to cut it from there. I'm going to paste it right here. So if you save our file, so these are it for our variables, okay, or custom properties, whatever you want to call that. Now let's just start working on our navigation. But before we do, I'm going to have to write a comment for myself, like a nav section start. Okay, so this is going to be the comment, and now inside that, what do we have to do? We are going to be first of all writing a display of flags. Justify content will be now set to not center, but just a space around. And now let's just write align items, and it will be now set to center. And text align will be also set to center. Okay, so font family, I'm going to change that to like not war, but I guess I'm going to just change that to sans serif would be fine. You can choose whichever kind of font you like, but in my case, sans serif would be fine. So padding, I'm going to give them like 10 pixel all around. And now if you save that, and now let's just preview it. So it's looking cool, but we have to take care of these. So we want to set that to the inline style. So what do we have to do for that? First of all, we want to select this UL, like this li, which is inside this UL. So we want to select that. So for that, first of all, we are going to be writing a UL. Then inside this UL, we have our li. So now we select that. Now let's just write a display of inline. Okay, so if you just save that, I'm going to just save this file. And now it's looking cool, but now also remove that list style, and now let's just set that to none. And if we save that, that wasn't showing up, but we still remove that anyways. So now let's just start working on our each of these anchor tags, which is right here. So now let's just select that. So if you want to select that, first of all, we are going to be using a UL, then li, and then anchor tag. So now I'm going to just write a text decoration and none. So it will now remove that text decoration from these anchor tags. And what else do we have to do? We are going to be also changing the color to be totally black, and margin for the left area. Oh my goodness, what am I even doing? So margin for the left, I'm going to give him like 4 rem would be fine. And now if you save that, and these are looking cool. So these are looking cool. Now what else do we have to do? I'm going to also provide a hover effect on that as well. So for that, let me just select that UL, li, and anchor tag one more time, and now let's just use that hover effect on that. So once we hover our mouse over to it, so we want to provide a border for the bottom to like 2 pixel and solid. And now let's just use let's just use our primary color. So padding for the bottom, I'm going to give him like 10 pixel, and now if you save that, and now if you hover our mouse over to it, so here you can see we are now getting that border bottom right here. Okay, so now let's just take care of this register button real quick. So what was the class? The class was beauty and fill. So I'm going to copy that from here, and I'm going to just paste it right here. So let's just select that beauty and fill, and I'm going to just provide a padding of like 10 pixel for top and bottom, 30 pixel for the left and right. And I'm going to also change the background color to be like a war of their primary color, which we declare. And also let's just use a border to be like none, because we want to remove their ugly border. And now let's just set the border radius to be 100 pixel, and color, not columns but color, in this case we are going to be setting that to like totally pure white, and cursor will be pointer. So if you save that, and here you can see this is how our button looks like. So if you hover our mouse over to it, so we are just getting that cursor of pointer to be precise. So now we are totally done with this navigation as well. So nav section end. So now let's just get into our HTML and start working on our header area. So that was just a coding for our navigation. So now let's just start working on our header area. So I'm going to write a comment for myself like a header section start, and duplicate that, and this is going to be the end of that header section. So what do we have to do? First of all, we are going to be writing a header, and we're not going to be giving any classes and whatsoever. So then we have to create a content, and then container. So inside this content container, we are going to be writing h1 with the class of main headings. So these are going to be the main headings of our web page. So the most, and then br. And now let's just provide like span in here, and we're not going to be giving any classes whatsoever. So comfortable. Okay, and also provide a br in here. And now let's just start working, or I'm going to write like a chair for you in a capitalized cases. And now underneath this h1, what do we have to do? We are going to be writing a p with a class of primary headings. Okay, so inside there I'm going to put a lorem ipsum just like so. Or you know what, I'm going to remove that. Oh my goodness, I didn't mean to do that. Let's just remove these two lines from there. And underneath this paragraph tag, we have to create a buttons container so that we can reuse that again and again. So now let's just use what btn, or you know, btns would be fine, in container. Inside there, we are going to be creating two buttons with the class of btn fill. So it will just fill that button, and it will take the styling which we just provide right here. So now let's just write like a register. And now let's just start working on our new button. So let's just create that, and this is going to be it for the btn outline. So it will just say like learn more. I'm going to just zoom out a bit, and this is how it looks like. So if you save our file, so these are the HTML coding for our header area. Alright, so now let's just get in towards CSS, and now let's just style that a bit. Alright, so here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to first of all start from that button, so that we can put our buttons in one place. So you know, I'm going to just start working on our btn and outline, so which is the button which we create right here. So this btn outline. Alright, so I'm going to provide a background color to be totally transparent because we want to remove that background and also that border. Okay, so I'm going to just give a margin for the left like 20 pixel. And now let's just increase the font weight of that, or not increase, but just provide a little bit of boldness to it. So a cursor will be pointed if you save that. And this is how it looks like for now. Okay, so just actual text to be precise, not tech. You know what, I'm gonna put it right here. So now let's just create a new comment for myself, like header section start, and I'm gonna just zoom out a bit so you guys can see everything a bit better. And we are going to be start working on our headers. So I'm gonna give them a height of like 100 vh. Display will be now set to totally flex because we want them to be like totally flexible, and flex wrap will be now set to wrap. And justify content, I'm going to set that to like space between in this case, and align items will be now set to totally centered. So if you save that, and this is how currently things looks like. Alright, so what else do we have to do? We have to select that content container, which is this content container right here. So I'm going to just copy that, and I'm going to select it right here. So I'm going to paste it, and let's just provide a margin for the left to be like 6 rems. And also let's just start working on our headings, so these headings. So I'm going to just make that a little bit bigger and stuff. So the class was like main heading. I'm gonna copy that real quick, and I'm gonna just paste it right there. So I'm gonna just write a font size of like 4 rem. Font family, I'm gonna change that to like var of main font, so which we declared above. And color in this case is going to be like 1 2 3 and 4 5 6 and 4 F. Okay, so this kind of a bluish black color, whatever you want to call it. And then we have a margin for the bottom of 2 rem. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like right here. Now I'm going to just take care of that, and I want to make that to like totally pure black colored. So I'm going to just write like main headings, and now inside this main headings we have a span. Let me just show you that real quick. So now we want to select that one, and we want to just provide a totally black color on it. So if you save that, and boom, this is how it looks like. Alright, so now let's just take care of these primary headings real quick. So I'm going to just select that. From here, I'm going to write, copy that to be precise, not write. And let's just provide a max width will be like, I don't know, 500 pixel will be fine. And font family will be also set to sans serif. And line height, I'm going to just provide a little bit of line height to it, like, I don't know, 25 pixel will be fine. And margin for the bottom, I'm going to give it like 2 rem. And now if you save that, and this is how it looks like for now. Anyway, so it's looking better. Now let's just take care of that image container first of all. So we have to write HTML code for that. So let me just get into it, and underneath everything, so underneath this div and stuff, so inside a header area, but underneath these buttons and all of their containers, so we have to create another div with the class of img and then container, like so. And let's just render our image. So let's just go to our images. So I'm going to hit Control Space, select this images folder, and I'm going to just select that Daniel, or I guess, which one should I choose? Okay. I'm going to zoom out a bit first of all. Let's just zoom out a bit. So, you know, I'm going to select this one. and remove bg1. So I'm going to just select this remove bg, and now if you save our file, so it will now gives us this image right here with the background removed. So I've already removed the background from this image, so that's why we can see that without any background and stuff. So now let's just get into our CSS, and now let's just style that a bit. So what I'm going to do, first of all, let me just select my img and container. So container, like so, which is this class, like img container. I want to copy it from here. I want to paste it right here. So I want to make sure that we select the same div. So let's just provide a width of like 500 pixel, and I'm going to duplicate, then I'm going to change that to like height, and let's just use a background color to be like totally main color. Okay, so I'm going to also provide a border radius to be like 100%, and now if you save that, so this is how it looks like right now. For now, it's going to be like totally totally unresponsive, like not responsive. So we can make that responsive once we jump into media queries, but you don't have to worry about their responsiveness and all of that stuff for now. So what else do we have to do? Let's just take care of that image because it's looking a bit smaller, and let's just take care of that real quick. So image container. So I'm going to select my image container, and inside this image container I'm going to select that image, and I'm going to just provide like a width of 400 pixel, and height will be 500 pixel, and the margin for the left will be just 20 pixel, and margin for the bottom will be 40 pixels. So now if you save our file, and this is how it looks like for now. Okay, so it's looking better like so. Anyways, so that's looking cool. If you want to change that around, so feel free to do that. So what else do we have to do? Let's just start working on our popularity section. So I'm gonna write a comment for myself like header section end. Okay, so now let's just get into HTML, and here I'm gonna write a comment for myself like what popularity section start. Popularity section start would be fine, and I'm gonna duplicate that, and I'm gonna set that to like n, and inside there we are going to be creating a section with the class of popularity. Inside this popularity section, we are going to be creating a new container with the class of popularity1. Inside this popularity1, I'm going to write h1 with the text of 12k plus would be fine. And now let's just create a paragraph with a class, or not a class, but a text of premium product. Okay, so I'm going to just duplicate this one 2 times. So this is going to be the popularity 2, and this is going to be the popularity 3. Okay, so let's just change this text to be like something else. I don't know, 21k, or k would be fine, k plus. And also happy customers. Alright, so also change this text to be 28k plus award winning. Okay, so this is going to be it for our popularity section. So we have one div with the class of popularity. Inside there we have 3 more divs, so with the class of popularity 1, 2, and 3, and then we have a little bit of text inside this. Now let's just style that a bit, and let's just write our comment. First of all, I'm gonna write a comment for myself like popularity, popularity popularity section start, and I'm gonna duplicate that, and I'm gonna change it to popularity section end. And first of all, let's just start working on our popularity section, and let's just put a display of flex on it. Justify content will be now set to flex, and because we want to push that to the end, and align items will be now set to centered. So if you save that, and we cannot see that, why not? Let's just see why can't. All right, so we can see that right here underneath. So what do we have to do? Let's just select our div inside that popularity section, which is these div, like popularity 1, 2, and 3 divs. So let's just select that. I'm gonna write a popularity, and let's just select all of the divs which is inside there. I'm gonna write a margin right for them, like 5 rem would be fine. And now if you save that, and this is how it looks like. Okay, or you know what, first of all, let me just give them a height of like 100 VH so you guys can see everything a bit clear. Now it's here, but it will just take its place once we remove that 100 pixel of viewport height. So I just want to show you everything in a one viewport. So let's just select our popularity, not primary headings, but popularity, and inside there we are going to be selecting each of their h1. So we are going to be just increasing the font size to be like, I don't know, 3 rem, and text alignment will be now set to totally center. And I'm going to also change the color to be 36, 36, and 36. Let's just remove that period from there. And font family, I'm going to change that to my main font, this one. So that was it. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like for now. Anyways, so it's looking a bit awful. You know what? That's looking awful. What can I do? You know, I'm gonna just stick to that. If you want to choose your own kind of a color, so you can also provide that. Now let's just select all of that paragraph which is inside that popularity, P-O-P-U-L-A-R-I-T-Y div, and all of that popularity paragraphs. Now let's just select that. I'm gonna copy this color from there. I'm gonna paste it right here, and I'm gonna also change the font family to be sans serif. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like for now. Okay, so now I'm gonna just remove that height from there. So let's just remove that height, save it. And this is how it looks like. You know what? I'm going to change this color to something else. It's looking awful. So if you save that, yeah, this color is fine. Not that one. Let's just copy this color. I'm going to paste it in here as well. Like so. So I'm going to paste it. Yeah, it's looking better. Anyway, so we are totally done with this popularity section as well. So what else do we have to do? Now let's just start working on our products container section. So let's just write a comment for ourselves like products, products section start and duplicate that, and product section end. Okay, so inside that we are going to be writing a lot of HTML. So we are going to be writing a section first of all with the class of products, and then container. Inside this products container, we are going to be writing h1 with the class of products, heading, and also the main headings. Okay, so inside there, I'm going to zoom out a bit. Inside the h1, we are going to be writing not h1 but shop popular, P-O-P-U-L-A-R, like so, and I'm going to put a br tag in there. And now let me just put a span in here and categories, like so. Underneath this h1, what do we have to do? We are going to be writing each of the products containers. So products, inside there we are going to be using just a regular product, singular product to be precise. Inside there we are going to be using a product image layer. Okay, so this is going to be the layer for image. Inside there we are going to be using an image and then img1. So this is going to be the first image. Anyways, so what do we have to do in this case? We want to duplicate that. So underneath this div, we are going to be creating a new div with a class of product content. So inside this product content, we are going to be writing h1 with a class of product name. So I'm going to just write like workshop chair. Okay, so workshop chair, and I'm going to duplicate this line of code. Or you know what? I'm not going to be duplicating anything. So paragraph, and then product quality, Q-U-A-L-I-T-Y, like so. And indoor chair, like so. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like. So now I'm going to just duplicate this product content 2 times. So this is going to be the first time, or you know what, we're not going to be duplicating there. So you know what, I'm going to duplicate this product from here to here. So this is going to be the first product, then we have a second one and the third one. Okay, so this is going to be the first one, and we are totally done with that right here. So this is going to be the second one, and then we have to change this one from image 1 to image 2. Okay, so we also, you know what, this is going to be the same like workshop chair and indoor chair. Let's just also change this image 1 to be image 3 in this case. Okay, everything is now fine. So underneath this div, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create a section, or you know what, outside from that div, but inside that section. So we are going to be creating a new section or div with the class of b, and then container for buttons container. So we are going to be just placing our button. Here we are going to be placing our HTML entity. So first of all, I'm going to just write an and symbol, oh my goodness. So we are going to be writing an and, so where is my and symbol? Yeah, there we go. So we are going to be writing an and symbol, and then the pound symbol, then x2190. Okay, so this is going to be the first arrow. And now let's just write a new button. So I'm gonna write a button, and let's just provide our and symbol, and then RARR, and then just close it. Okay, so I'm gonna also close the other one right here. So if you save our file, and will not uses that arrow, which you cannot see right away, but this is going to be it for our HTML. So now let's just style that a bit. So first of all, you know what, let me just write a comment for myself like products section start. Okay, so this is going to be the start and this is going to be the end of that product section. I'm going to zoom in, and first of all, let's just start working on our products headings. So I'm going to write up products and then heading. Okay, so inside there, I'm going to just set that to text line of center, and margin for the top, I'm going to give him like margin top, I'm going to give him like 10 rem, and margin for the bottom, I'm going to give him like 5 rem, and font size will be now set to 4 rem, and color will be now in this case set to like 3 zeros and then 4 5 6 and 4f, kind of that bluish kind of color. So if you save that, and this is how currently things looks like. Alright, so that was it for our products heading. Let's just start working on our span. So we want to make that blank. I guess that's already blank, or no, yeah, that's already blank, so we don't have to play around with that. Let's just start working on our products. So each of the products, I'm going to use a products in this case, and display will be now set to totally center. Flex wrap will be now set to wrap, and justify content will be now set to space around. And align items, I'm going to set that to center, and save file, and this is how it looks like for now. Okay, so you know, I'm going to just provide a height of like 100 VH in this case. So if you save that, this is how it looks like. So we will remove this 100 VH height from there just in a second, but I just kind of want to show you everything. So let's just see what will be the container. So products container, I'm going to copy that and I'm going to just paste it right here, and let's just provide that heading, or not heading, that height from there, cut it from there and paste it right here. And this is how currently things looks like. So we have these kind of 2 buttons right here, and we have 2 rows or arrows right here. So anyways, so now let's just start working on our each product. So I'm going to just select there first of all product. So that was a plural products, and this is a product right here. Okay, so let's just use our display flex, and flex direction in this case will be now set to column, and justify content I'm going to use like center. Align items I'm going to also use center, and margin for the top, margin top will be just set to 50 pixels. So if you save our file, and this is how it looks like for now. Anyways, so now let's just start working on our product image layer. So I'm gonna first of all select my product, and then we have a product img and layer. Okay, so this class, let me just show you. So we have these class for all of their layers. So I'm gonna just provide a background color, and now it will be set to totally that main color which we declare up above. And here we are going to be using a border for our top left radius. I'm going to give him like 200 pixel, duplicate that one more time, and this is going to be it for the alright, so top left right and top top left right, border top left radius, and then we have border right radius. There we go. So padding, I'm going to give him like 20 pixels. So if you save that, and here you can see this is how it looks like for now. Anyway, so now let's just start working on our image, and then you'll get to see that will grow just a second. So first of all, let's just start working on our product. Let's just select our product right here. Inside that product, we are going to be selecting our image layer. So product image layer, and now let's just select all of our images. So I'm going to give them a width of like 200 pixel, and height will be also set to 200 pixel. So now let's just apply new images for all of their image 1, image 2 and image 3 classes, which we provide right here. So this is going to be image 2, and this is going to be image 1, and that one is going to be the image 3 right here. Anyways, so now let's just start working on that real quick. So what do we have to do? First of all, you know what, I'm going to copy all of that selector from there. It's kind of long to write it, and I'm going to paste it right here. So instead of writing img, so I'm going to just write img1, and let's just change the background to be not a color but just a background shorthand, and I'm going to provide a URL of images. So I'm going to go to the images, and I'm going to also provide that Bruno or whatever the name is. I'm going to just select that image, and I'm going to be providing a background size of totally cover, and I'm going to also provide a background position of center, not calc but center. Okay, so let's just duplicate that 2 times, so 1 and 2, and this is going to be now it for image second one, like 2, and this is going to be the image 3. Okay, and now let's just reuse this, or you know what, let's just remove these images from there. So the second image I'm going to be selecting is that, you know what, that first image will be for Daniels. So let's just remove, or not Daniel, yeah, Daniels or whatever you want to call it. So I'm going to select that, And now let's just select our second image and provide that Bruno or whatever the guy name is. And then we have a Scott. So let's just remove that and write a Scott. And now if you save that, and this is how it looks like for now. Okay, so everything is looking perfect in the way I expect them to be looking. So now let's just take care of all these other stuff right here. So what do we have to do? Let's just start working on our products content. So we have product content, so like so. I'm gonna write a background color of totally war of primary color. Okay, so let's just provide a padding of like 27 would be fine. So 27 pixel. And also the padding for the bottom, I'm going to provide like padding bottom of 50 pixel, and text alignment, I'm going to set that to center, and color will be now totally white. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like. Okay, so if you zoom in a bit, all right, so I guess we have to provide a little bit of spacing in there, and then it will look a bit fine. Or we can just shrink down the images, or not the images size, but the font size. Let's just select that product name. First of all, I'm going to use a product content. Inside this product content, we want to select our product name. Okay, so I'm going to just provide a font family of that, not war, but sans serif. And margin for the bottom, I'm going to provide like 10 pixels. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so it's kind of a increase a bit. Now let's just select our B container or buttons container, and text alignment will be now set to center. So if you save that, it will push that buttons to the bottom. You know, I'm going to remove that height from there. We don't need it anymore. So height of 100 VH. So I'm going to remove that. Save file. Or you know what? Not that one. Come on, man. Select it one more time. Height of 100 VH. Alright, so this is the first one. This is the first one, this is the second one, so let's just remove that. 7. And yeah, that's looking fine. So that's that. Now what else do we have to do? We have to select the B, and not just buttons, but just B and container, and we want to select both of those buttons. I'm going to remove that border, set that to none. And also the background will be transparent in this case, and the font size, I'm going to increase that to 2 rem, and cursor will be pointer. I'm going to give a margin of 0 auto, and margin for the left will be set to 20 pixel, and margin for the top, I'm going to set that to 10 pixels. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like. I guess you cannot see that. Let me just show you that real quick. Okay, so we have product name, we have a product blah blah blah. Let's just provide a height to not the images, not the layers, but I guess to the product would be fine, or products would be fine. I'm going to provide a height of 100 VH in there. If you save that, and you cannot see those buttons, but you will see that just in a second. Anyways, I'm going to remove that height from there, and we are totally done with our what do we call it, our product section. Now let's jump into a new section called why choose us, or why us. Let me just write a comment for myself like why us question mark section start, and then duplicate that in section end. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to just create a section with the class of why us. Inside this section, we are going to be using a div with the class of section, img, and container. Inside there, we are going to be creating a new div with the class of image layer, and inside there we are going to be just specifying one image. Okay, so outside from all of these div, but inside this section we are going to be creating a new div with the class of content container. Inside this content container, we are going to be using h1 with the class of main headings, and let's just provide like why choose. Yeah, that would be fine. And now let's just provide a span in here with no classes, nothing inside there, but I'm going to just put like us in here, so us and question mark. And underneath this h1, what do we have to do? I'm going to just write so I'm going to provide primary headings. So we are now reusing that class, so let's just copy that content from here as well. Yeah, I'm going to copy all of that content, so go to the bottom, and I'm going to paste it inside this primary headings right here. So outside from this paragraph, what do we have to do? I'm going to create a new div with a class of, you know what, outside from this div even. So I'm going to create a new paragraph, but not out. You know what, outside from this paragraph, I'm going to create a new div with a class of cards. Inside these cards, we are going to be creating a card with a class of card, and then fill. Okay, so let's just zoom out a bit and save our file, and this is how currently things looks like. But now let me hit enter. Let's just create a new card with a class of star, and we are going to be placing our HTML entity in here. So we have an and symbol first of all, and symbol. Then we have a pound symbol, and then we have 9733, and now let's just close that. Let's just write h1 with the class of card title. Let's just put our title in there and write a paragraph for card info. This is going to be the paragraph, not a div, so let's just change that to paragraph. And yeah, I'm gonna pass that lorem of a few lines, not that much. Elite would be fine. So yeah, I guess that would be fine, or we can increase that later if you want to. Underneath this paragraph and div, let's just create a new card. So this is going to be a div with the class of card. Then we have h1 with the class of card title. Let's just provide a title to it like quantity or quality would be fine. And let's just reuse that paragraph, copy it from here, and I'm going to paste it right here. So if you save that, let's just reuse this card one more time. So I'm going to just duplicate that. So then we have a card title to be like something else, maybe heritage, and the other stuff would be fine the way it is. Now underneath this card, first of all, let's just create a new div with the class of card and also card fill. Inside there, what do we have to do? We are going to be writing our star one more time. So we have our div with the class of star, not starred, but just a star. Did I just spell that start or star? It's not a start, it's just a star. And I'm going to also copy that from here, and I'm going to be pasting right here. Let's just provide h1 with the class of card title, and let's just provide some title to it, like community would be fine. COMMUNITY. Okay, so let's just provide a paragraph. I'm going to copy this paragraph from there. I'm going to paste it right here. So if you save our file, we are totally done with this card section. So now let's just get into our style sheet, and now let's just style that. I know there was a lot of talking, a lot of typing. So this is it. So if you want to check it out, so this is how it looks like for HTML, and this is how it looks like in the browser for now. Alright, so now let's jump into our CSS, and now let's just style that a bit. I'm going to zoom in a bit, and let me just write a comment for myself like, why choose us question mark section start. Okay, so duplicate that, and this is going to be the end of that section. So inside there, we are going to be selecting our why us container, and display will be now set to totally flex wrap will be now set to wrapping, and justify counter will be now set to space around. Align items will be also set to center. Margin for the top will be now set to 10 rems. And now if you save our file, and nothing is working the way we expect them to work, let's just see. Something is wrong. So we have popularity, product, and then we have our container why. Oh my goodness, not why use, but just why us. And this is how it looks like for now. My bad, sorry. And now let's just start working on our image layer. So why us in this case, not why use. Don't be stupid like me. And then image layer, and width I'm gonna give him like 400 pixel, and height will be also 400 pixel. Background color will be now set to like main color, COLOR, and border radius I'm gonna give him like 100%. And if you save that, and this is how it looks like. I'm gonna zoom out, and now let's just take care of that image layer and that image inside that layer. So I'm gonna write a why us, then image layer, and then img class. So I'm gonna provide a width of like 400 pixel, and the height will be also 400 pixel. Background color, not color, but a background image will be URL. Go to the images and check out that one. So I'm gonna just select that one. Let's just provide a background size of totally cover, and the background position will be now set to totally center. Okay, so if we save that, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so now let's just take care of this area like cards and stuff. So first of all, let's just select our cards, not buttons card, but just a card is. And let's just provide a display of grid on it, and grid template columns. So we want 2 columns of 2FR and 2FR. So if you save that, okay, and this is how it looks like right now. So now let's just take care of these each card inside that card section. So I'm gonna just write like a card, and let's just provide a width of like 200 pixel, and height will be 150 pixel. Padding, I'm going to give him like 20 pixel all around, and margin for the top, I'm going to give him like 40 pixel. Let's just provide a border radius of 5 pixels. So if you save that, and this is how each of the card looks like right now. Okay, so what do we have to do? We are going to be using that card fill, and let's just use card and then card and fill. If the card is filled, so we want to change the color of that to be like I don't know, E3, not 3 again, but just add kind of a long color. So add, oh my god, E490. Okay, so this is going to be the card color, and position will be now set to relative. So if you save that, so here you can see both of them will have the class of card fill, so that's why we are now getting that color. Anyways, so now let's just take care of that card fill and then that star which we provide right here. So I'm gonna just write like card and then card if that card is filled. So we want to select that star. Okay, so we want to provide a width of like 100, not 100 but 10 pixel, and the height will be also not 100 pixel but 10 pixel, and padding will be 15 pixel, and border radius will be 100%. And let's just use a background color of that same background of like primary color. Okay, so let's just use the position of absolute. The other one was relative, so this one will be now absolute. So 15 pixel for the top. For the left we want negative 10 pixels. So display will be now totally center. Justify counter will be center. Align items will be now center, and font size, let's just increase that to 15 pixel, and color will be totally white. Okay, so if you save our file, and let's just see what's going on. So we have a card, then we have a card fill. So let's just remove this card from here. So if you save that, okay, something is not working. This is not a start, man. Start. So save it, and now here you can see why am I writing start? It's just a star. All right, so now here you can see it's working the way we expect them to work. Now let's just take care of these what do we call it, the h1. So let's just write card and h1. So we are going to be changing the color to be totally black, and the font family will be now set to sans serif. The font size, I'm going to increase that to like 70 pixel. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like right now. So now let's just take care of that paragraph as well. So we are going to be writing a card and then selecting that paragraph, and let's just change the color to be like 999, like so. And I want to also provide a font family of sans serif, and font size will be 12 pixel. Okay, so I'm going to also provide a margin for the top of 20 pixel, and now if you save that, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so if you want to provide a lot of text in there, so you can or you know what, I'm gonna just leave it the way it is. So if you want to provide a lot of color, not a lot of colors, but a lot of text, so you can also provide that. Anyway, so that was the end of why choose us section. So I'm gonna just go to the bottom right here, and now let's just take care of that features section. So features section start, duplicate that, and then this is going to be the end of that features section. So now let's just write a section with a class of features. And now inside there, we are going to be creating a div with a class of content container. Okay, so let's just write h1 with a class of main headings. Best span it to, let's just zoom out, features. Okay, so if you save that, this is how it looks like. Underneath this h1, we are going to be writing paragraph with a class of primary heading, or headings to be precise. And I'm going to be just getting that primary kind of a heading from here. Copy that and come to the bottom, and I'm gonna paste it right here inside this paragraph. And now what else do we have to do? Now let's just create that cards one more time. So what can I do? You know, underneath this paragraph, I'm going to be writing a card div with a class of cards. Inside there, we are going to be placing over different kind of cards. So we have a card and then card fill. So this one is going to be the card of fill. And now let's just write a div with a class of star. So we are going to be also reusing that star. I'm going to copy that from here. It's kind of a lot of symbols to write, so I'm going to just place it right here. And let's just write h1 of delivery. Let's just use that paragraph one more time. I'm going to copy all of that text. I'm going to paste it right here. Or you know what? That text would be fine. So I'm going to copy that from there. And I'm going to paste it right here. Okay. So this is going to be the card fill. And let's just duplicate that a few times. So I'm gonna just duplicate that 1 time and 2 times. So let's just change these titles to be like something else. Guarantee, and then free repair, like so. So if you sell that, and this is how it looks like for now. I know it's looking awful. So now let's just take care of that real quick. But before we do, we have to also write an image container as well underneath all of these divs. Now let's just write a div with the class of img and container, and also display will be none. So non. So once we hit some sort of a certain media query, so we want to remove that. So now let's just get that image, and which is that Bruno or whatever you want to call that. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so now let's just get into our CSS, and now let's just style that a bit. I'm gonna write a comment for myself like features section start, duplicate, then featured section end, and now inside that let's just select our featured section. I'm gonna give a margin for the top like 10 rem, and display will be totally flex. Flex wrap will be now set to wrap, and justify content will be now set to space around. Align items will be now set to totally center. And now let's just start working. Or you know what, let me just save that, and this is how currently things looks like. And I guess that's looking awesome. I don't have to write a lot of other things, so I guess that's looking awesome, you know. I don't have to do anything else for this features section, or we can decrease the size of the images if you want to, but I guess that's looking cool. So finally, let's just take care of the footer section. Alright, so now let's just start working on our footer section start, duplicate, then footer section end. Okay, so let me just write a footer. Inside this footer, we are going to be writing a div with the class of logo container. Inside that, we are going to be using a logo like so, and lorem ipsum of that lot of lorem ipsum. I'm going to copy that from here, come down and paste it right here. Okay, so this is going to be our first div. Underneath this div, we are going to be using or about company like so, and let's just write a div with the class of container, and let me just write h1 of about in here, and then paragraph of news and blog, and let's just write a paragraph of features and paragraph of about us. Okay, so in this case I'm going to duplicate this container 2 times, and let's just change this title to be like something else, maybe like company, and also this blog and stuff to be how we work question mark. Let's just change these features to be capital, and also this one to security, this one to support, this one to FAQs, okay, and then support one more time, support, and this one will be for contact us. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like. So now let's jump into our CSS, and now let's just style that a bit. Let me just write a footer styling start, duplicate that, and this is going to be the end of that styling. Let me just get my footer. Background color will be now set to totally primary color, and let's just use a margin for the top of 10 rem, and the display will be totally flex wrap will be now set to wrap, justify contour will be set to space around, and align items I'm going to be using like center, and height I'm going to give them like 100 VH, and color will be totally white. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like for now. And now let's just take care of that h1 or footer, then logo container of that h1, and font size I'm going to increase that to like 4 rem, and the font family will be now set to like main color, not main color but main font, and the margin for the bottom I'm going to give them like 20 pixels. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so these h1s. Now let's just take care of that paragraph real quick. So footer, and then logo and container, and take that paragraph from there, and I'm going to give a max width of like 400 pixel will be fine, and font family will be now set to sans serif. Line height I'm going to give him like 25 pixels. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like. So now let's just take care of these. I'm gonna write first of all a footer and then about company. So which is about company. Let me just copy that. I'm not sure about if I just type it correctly or not. So I'm gonna paste it right here. Anyways, so let's just write a display of flex on it, and flex wrap will be now set to wrap. And justify content will be now set to totally center. Align items will be also set to centered. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like. So now let's just provide a little bit of spacing in there. I'm going to select my footer, then about company, and then container. Just container. Okay, so let me just provide a margin. Margin for the right will be now set to 40 pixel. Margin for the top will be now set to 20 pixel. Save that. And now we get a little bit of margin in there. So now let's just start working. You know what, let's just provide a little bit of spacing inside these h1s and stuff. So what am I, so I'm gonna just write about company, yeah, ABOU, about company. Let's just get our container and h1, and I'm gonna give a margin for the bottom of like 50 pixels. So if you save that, there's a little bit of margin. And now let's just use a margin for about company and then container and that paragraph as well. So I'm gonna just provide what I'm going to give a margin of like margin bottom of 20 pixel, and I'm going to also change the font family to be like sans serif. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so you can play around with that if you want to in your spare time, but in my case, okay, it's looking cool, but now we have to take care of that by using our media queries. So now let's just write our responsiveness in here. So responsiveness. I know the spelling is wrong, but I'm not going to waste my time writing a spelling. So what do we have to do in this case? Let's just start working on our first media queries. I'm going to zoom in a bit, and let's just write a media for only a screen, and also if the max width is what? 1150 pixels. So let's just get our image container first of all, and let's just provide a width of like 340 pixels, and this is going to be it for the height as well. And this d none class which we provide right there, so we are going to be using display of none in there. So if you save that, and if you make it bigger, like not that much, so let's just see. So here you can see everything is working the way we expect him to work, and this is going. And now I want you to watch this. So if you hit that 1150, and that image will be gone from the viewport right here. Okay, so now let's just create another media query. So let me just write a media only for screen, and the max width is just like 900 pixels. So let's just select our header, a lowercase header in this case, and this is going to be also a px for lowercase. So let's select our header, and height will be now set to 120 viewport height, and text alignment will be now set to totally center. Justify content, I'm going to give him like center in this case as well. So if you save that, let me just see if you make it a bit smaller. Yeah, it will push it right here. So let's just see, right click on it and push that to the bottom. So if you had like 900 pixel, yeah, this is how it looks like right now. What else do you have to do? I'm gonna cut that from here. Now let's just take care of that by using our header content. So let's just select our header and then content container. So let me just provide a margin for the bottom, margin bottom of 6 rem, and margin for the top I'm going to use like 4 rem, and margin for the left I'm going to give him a 0. Now if you save that, and this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so kind of a good to be precise. And now let's just take care of that popularity section as well. Let me just take care of that real quick. So if I just write a popularity, not product, but popularity like so, and I'm going to give a margin for the top to be like 22 rems, kind of a long one, and text alignment will be now set to centered. So if you save that, and there's a lot of alignment, so yeah, now it's looking better. Yeah, that's looking better. So if you just remove that 22 margin, and it will now just squanch together right here, we do need that margin for the top. So if you save that, now everything is working the way we expect him to work. Anyways, so let's just also take care of, we don't have to write the display of none for this one because we already take care of that right here inside this media query, to be precise. Now let's just write a final media query for a 600 pixel. So media for only screen, and for the max width, if the max width is like not 400 but 600 pixel. So we want to just change their primary headings to be like, let me just give a width of like 350 pixels. So if you save that, now let's just make that a bit smaller, like so. So it will now take that 350 pixel right there. So if you just comment out, save it, and if you just uncomment it, and now if you save that, so it will now just take like 350 pixel of the width. Anyway, so now let's just take care of the image containers. So let me just write img and then container, and inside there I'm going to put like a width of like 300 pixel, 350 pixel to be precise, and duplicate that, and same will goes for the height as well. So if you save that, so the image container is now totally small right here. Okay, so if you just comment this line out, and if you save that, it's kind of a little bit big. You know what that would do? That would do. It's kind of fine. But I'm gonna also provide anyways if you want to play around with that, so you can. And now let's just take care of popularity and div, and now h1. So we want to take care of where is our popularity? We want to take care of that real quick. I'm gonna just use like a font size of 2 rem. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like right now, and it's looking better. And now what else do we have to do? Now let's just take care of that popularity div, popularity and div. So we have to just provide a font size of like 0.9 rems. So let's just write a text alignment to be totally center, and also the margin will be 0 auto, so that everything is now totally at the center. And I'm gonna also provide a margin for the top to be like 7 rems. So if you save that, and this is how it looks like right now. So popularity section is totally responsive if you want to play around with that. Anyways, so now let's just take care of our main heading. So these are looking totally big, and this one is also looking totally big. So now let's just decrease the sizes of that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just write our main heading, not primary one, come on, main headings. Let's just select that, and font size will be now 3 rems. So also text alignment will be set to center. Okay, so if you save that, yeah, that's looking totally fine. Totally fine. So you can play around with that if you want to, but in my case that's going to be fine. But let's just provide a little bit of margin right on that cards right here. So I'm gonna select that real quick. Cards, and margin for the right will be just like 5 rem would be fine. So if you save that, and now they're looking totally cool. And also for the fill these one as well. So now let's just take care of that, and this is going to be our final step for this project. So card, fill, and margin for the left, I'm gonna give them like 10 pixels. So if you save that, and yeah, they are looking totally gorgeous. Anyways, so congratulations, and we are now totally done with our project. We make it bigger, and this is how it looks like on a bigger screen, and you already saw on a smaller screen. We are now totally done with this project, so I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hey guys, Hussein, and welcome to the first project of this course. So in this video, we are going to be learning about how you can create a background video by just using HTML and CSS. So this is what we are going to be building in this video. So now let's jump right into the code editor and write our code. In the previous video, we make a setup for our coding journey. In this video, we are going to be creating our first project, which is how we can add a background video by using just HTML and CSS. Okay, so we've created the GitHub repository right here, and we also create this folder right here. But now what I'm gonna have to do, now I'm gonna right click on it and then click on git bash here, and then I'll just write code and dot. And once I hit enter right now, so it will automatically launch our Visual Story Coder for us. Okay, so then I'll remove this terminal from there, and then I'll create a new folder, give a name of o1.bg video. Okay, and I guess that would be fine. And if I hit enter right now, then inside this folder I want to create 2 files, and the first name will be index.html and the second one will be style.css. okay, so now I'm gonna just pass this video right here because I've already downloaded this video. But if you guys didn't download this video, so I'll also provide the link in the description area, so you can click on that link and it will bring you to this page right here, this video page right here. So You can download it from there. And by the way, shout out to this person, I cannot pronounce his name, but you can just click on this free download and it will start downloading. Okay, so it's free to use, so that's why I'm using this video right now. Alright, and now we are good to go. So here you can see we have this assets folder. It should be a lowercase assets, not uppercase. Okay, and then I'll also hide the sidebar, or yeah, I'll just go with that. And then I'll just write like doc, and if I hit tab right here, so it will create our boilerplate right here. And then I'll just write like video background, or background video will be fine. And then I'll link my CSS really quickly right here. And we don't have any scripts, so we are not going to be providing any scripts. So I'll just save this file, and then I'll right click on it and then click on this open with live server. So if you already installed a live server, so it will open it for you. If you didn't install a live server, so go to your extensions and then just write like live server and then click on the first one and then just download it. So here you can see, if I can make it, so then click on this live server and then just click on the install, and here you can see I've already installed it, so I shouldn't have to install it, reinstall it again. Okay, so now I'll hide this metas and head data from now. And now the first thing I'll do is that I'll just create a section and give a class of hero right here. And inside this hero class, we're going to have to provide first of all the video. So I'll just write like video here, or just video would be fine. Or I'll just remove this comment because we are going to be writing our video right here, and source will be outside. So we will just provide like a source of src, and then I want to hit control and space, and here you can see we have our assets folder because we have this assets folder right here. So we are now inside this bg video. Inside this bg video folder we have this assets folder. Inside this assets folder we have this credit of this video, like the guy name is this one, and here is the link of the video, so if you want to download it for yourself, and here is the video. Okay, then I want to hit control and space and go to the assets folder, and inside this assets folder I want to go with this video. Okay, and then I'll collapse my sidebar one more time and save it. Okay, so here now for this video I'll provide a few attributes. The first one will be autoplay, not optimize, or so it's I don't know what they are type, so I'll just write like autoplay. Come on, autoplay. And the second one will be loop, and the third one will be muted. And then I'll just write like plays inline, and I'll also give a class of like back video. Okay, so once we save our file, inside this hero section we are going to be just right underneath the video, we're going to be providing the content section. So I'll just write a section and give a name of like, not name but class of content. And inside this content section I'll write like h1 of journey, or you can write any text you like, but in my case I'll just write like journey. Did I spell it correctly? Yeah, I did. And then I'll just write like anchor tag, and it will go to nowhere, and I'll just write explore. Okay, so once we save our file, so here you can see we have our video right here, and here you can see we have our text right here. Okay, no styling whatsoever, it's looking ugly. Alright, so the first thing I'll do is that I will remove these empty spaces from here. Like here you can see these empty spaces, so for that we have to write our resets. So I'll just go to my css file. Yeah, I link it, I guess I link it right here. So I'll just collapse this meta from now, and then I'll go to my css file, and the first thing I'll just select everything, and I'll provide a padding of 0, and then margin of 0, box sizing will be border box, and font family will be sans serif. Okay, and once we save our file, so here you can see that empty space is gone. Alright, so the first thing which I'm gonna style is the hero section. So I'm gonna select this hero right now. I'll just write hero, and then I'll write a width of 100% and height of 100 vh. And once we save our file, so everything is 100 by 100. Okay, and the next thing I'll do is I'll just provide a linear gradient. So I'll just write like bg image, or you can also just write like a background if you want to, but that background image will be a little bit precise. And then I'll just write like a linear gradient. Okay, and the first linear gradient I want to provide is like RGBA 12, and then 3 comma 51 comma 0.3. Okay, 0.3. Then I'll copy this from here, and I'll also provide a comma right there, and I'm going to paste it one more time. Okay, so this is our linear gradient, and then I'll just write a position to relative. Then I'll write a padding of 0 and 5%, and then display will be flex. Justify content will be center. Align items will be also center. Once we save our file, and we will still see nothing right here because we didn't perfectly center this video. So now let's do that. The next thing I'll style is this back video really quickly. So I'll just write like back and then video. Okay, and then inside this back video, I'm gonna just write like position of absolute, and then right will be 0, bottom will be 0, and z index will be -1. And once we save our file, so here you can see our text is now perfectly centered in this video or in this background right here. Okay, so now let's style this text in this dude right now. So I'll just write like select this content container. So I'll just select that. So I'll just write like content, and then here I'll just write like text align off center. And once we save our file, so everything is now perfectly centered. Okay, so the next thing I'll do is I'll select this h1, which is inside this content right here. So I'll just select this content and then h1, and then I'll just provide like font size of 160 pixel, color will be totally white, and font weight will be 600. And then you know what, yeah, I guess font weight will be 600. And then I'll just provide a transition of 0.5 second because I want to provide a hover effect to it. So that's why I'm writing a transition, and it will take 5 seconds, 0.5 seconds to be precise, not even a 1 second. And then I'll just select this content and then h1, and once we hover over that h1, so we want to provide like web kit dash text, just one dash, not dash, and then I'll just provide like stroke, and it will be now equals to 2 pixel, totally white. Okay, and then I'll provide a color of transparent. And once we save our file, okay, so here you can see this is now our text, and once we hover over it, so here you can see it will be now transparent, and this is how it looks like. All right, so now the next thing which you have to style is this explore button. So I'll select this anchor tag which is inside this content section right here. So I'm gonna just select this button right now. So I'll just write like content and then anchor tag. Okay, and inside this anchor tag, I'll just first of all remove that text decoration of none. So here you can see that decoration is gone. So once I uncomment it, so here you can see we have this decoration right here, like underline decoration. And once we remove there, so here you can see that's removed. Display of inline block, and then I'll just write a color of totally white, and font size will be 24 pixel. By default it will be 16, so now we change it to 24, and border will be 2 pixels solid white, and padding will be 14 and 50 pixel, and then margin top will be 20 pixel. And once we save our file, so here you can see we have this button right here. Okay, I don't know why it's not hovering. Okay, we didn't provide any hover effect to it, so I'll just select this content and this anchor tag, and once we hover over to it, so you want to provide a background color of totally white and the color of totally black. And once we hover over to it, so here you can see the background is now becoming white and the text color is becoming totally black right now. Okay, and it's taking one time. Okay, we have to change that really quickly. I guess I have to provide a transition to here. I want to copy this transition from there and paste it right here. And once we save our file, and once I hover my mouse over to it, so here you can see it's now taking 0.5 seconds. Okay, so the design is complete. So now what about the background video? Now let's change the background video. So for that, I'm gonna have to write a media query. So I'll just write like media, and it will be just for min aspect ratio of 16/9, and then we will select this back video, and then we will just provide a width of 100% and height of auto. Once we save our file, so here you can see this is now perfectly centered, and we can see our video right now. Okay, and now let's write another media query. So I'll just duplicate this one and then change this one aspect ratio, that's correct. And then I'll just write like the first width will be auto and the height will be 100%. Okay, so once we save our file, and then I will change this min to max, and once we save our file, so here you can see everything is now perfectly centered, and this is our first project. So now we successfully created our first project in this course. Hey guys, Hussein, and welcome to the second project of this course. So in this video, we are going to be creating this creative loading animation by just using HTML and CSS. So no JavaScript, no nothing, by just using HTML and CSS. So now let's jump right into our code editor and write our code. In the previous video, we've created our first project. In this video, we are going to be creating our second project, which will be creative loading animation. Okay, and then inside this folder, I'm gonna just create two files, give a name of like index.html, and the second one will be style.css. Okay, so now I'll just write my doc type HTML very quickly. So I'll just zoom in a bit so that you guys can see everything a bit better, and then I'll just write doc, and then here I'll just write like loading animation, and then I'll link it to our CSS file. Okay, and we don't have any JavaScript, so we are not going to be providing any script whatsoever. And then finally I'll just right click on it and then click on open with a live server, so it will automatically open with or file with a live server. Okay, alright, so here is our file right now. So in HTML, so we are going to be just writing a section with the class of wrapper, and then inside this section we are going to have a loader of div, and then inside this loader we are going to have four circles. So I'll just write like loading, and then I'll give a next class of 1, and then just duplicate it 4 times, and it will be now equals to 2, and this one will be now set to 3, and this one to 4. And once you save our file, so you will see nothing inside our browser because we didn't style anything whatsoever. Okay, so the first thing we have is a section with the class of wrapper. Inside this section we have a div with the class of loader, and inside this loader class we have these 4 items right here, and we give each of them to like loading class. We're gonna style that, and we're gonna style specific of them like 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so now let's jump right into our CSS. So the first thing which you have to do is to just write a research for itself, like margin will be 0, padding will be 0, and box sizing will be border box. Okay, and now the next thing which you have to do is to just write a body. Inside this body we are going to be just writing a background of 0, 0, 0, and one more time 0, like 4 zeros, and then I'm going to just write add bcb, and once you save our file, so this is our blue right here. Okay, so the next thing which we have to style is this wrapper section right here. So I'll just select this wrapper, and then I'll just write like a display of flex, because all of our item will be inside there, and then we are going to just perfectly center that, like align items will be also set to center, and min height will be 100 vh. Okay, so we will not see nothing right here because we didn't style our loading items. If you guys don't know about a Flexbox, so you can check out my video on a Flexbox. And then I'll just write a wrapper, and then I'll select this loader class right now. So I'll just write dot loader, and then inside this loader class I'll just write like display of flex, and justify content will be set to space between, and then I'll just write a padding of 0 and 20 pixel. And now I want to select this loading, like each of this loading class right now. Okay, so I'll just write like a loader, and then inside this loader we have this loading class like loading. Okay, and then inside this loading class I'll give a background of totally white, like pure white, and then I'll just give a width of 30 pixel, and the height will be also 30 pixel. Okay, and the border radius will be 50 pixel because we want them to be like perfectly circle, and margin, not max resolution but margin, will be 0 and 10 pixel. And then animation we will leave there. So once we save our file, so here you can see we have these 4 circles right here, and which are perfectly centered right here, and here we are centering it, and here we are just justifying it to just like to go in line, and then this class is used for each of these circles right here. Okay, so the next thing I'll do is to create animation. So I'll just try like keyframe, and the name will be load, and then here I'll just start from 0, and then I'm going to give width of 30 pixel. I'll also give a height of 30 pixel as well. So this is a starting point. When it reaches to 50%, then you want to just provide like a width of 20 pixel, and the height will be also 20 pixels. So this is just a simple loading right here, and now we have to provide a name of that loading animation. So I'll just write animation. Okay, so it will give us a lot of properties. The name will be load, the duration will be 0.8 second, and it will be ease, and we want them to be like delay will be infinite. So I'll just write like infinite, and then I'll remove all of them. Okay, so it will not work, it will just work like that, it will just bounce in and bounce out. Okay, like zoom in and zoom out. So for that we have to select each of these classes like 1, 2, 3, and we have to provide a specific animation to it, a specific delay to it, excuse my language. And then I'll just write like a loader, and then I'll select my loading and number 1. Okay, so you are now selecting this first one right here, and we are going to just provide like animation delay, not duration but delay, of 0.3 seconds, 3 seconds. And once we save our file, so here you can see this one is now taking a little bit of time. And now let me just duplicate it 4 times, maybe 3 times. Okay, and this one will be now set to 2, and this one will be now set to 3. Okay, and now this one will be now, instead of 3, I'll just set that to 4, and this one will be set to 5. And once we save our file, so here you can see the first one will take a little bit of time, and it will go on and on. Okay, so this was our second project of this course, which is just like a simple animation by using just HTML and CSS. So here you can see the full code. So here you can see we have our section, then we have loader, then we have loading items, and then we just first of all we have research, then we have background color, and then we are centering it, then we are just inlining the items, and then we are providing a little bit of styling to a loading, and then we are selecting that, and finally we have this animation right here. Okay, hey guys, Hussein, and welcome to the third project of this course. So in this video we are going to be creating this custom scroll bar by just using HTML and CSS. So no JavaScript, no nothing. So without wasting any time, let's jump right into our code editor and write our code. In this video we are going to be creating our third project in this course. So I'll just give a name of like O3 of custom scroll bar. Okay, and inside this folder I'll create 2 files, give a name of index.html, and another one will be style.css. Okay, and now here I'll just write a doc type HTML, and then I'll go there, and then I'll just write custom scroll bar, and then I'll link it with my CSS file, and now we are good to go. And then I'll right click on it, and then I'll launch it with the live server, and I'll close this metas, and now we are good to go. So for HTML I'll write a simple image. So we have like a section, and inside this section we have our card, and then inside this card we have this h2 with a class of card title, and then we have like plus paragraph, and we want them to be 8 times. Okay, so remove that, and you want them to be 8 times or 10 times, how many you like. And I'll just write like title 1, and then as a paragraph I'll write a lorem. Let me just click somewhere else, and then here I'll just write like lorem, and it will give us all of that. And you know what, I'll just copy all of them, and then I'll paste it right here. I'm gonna hit Control D to duplicate another, Control D, Control D, Control D, Control or Command D, and then I'll paste all of them right here. Okay, and once we save our file, so here you can see we have this title 1, and all of them right now. So now I want to change this second one to 2, then we have title 3, then we have 4, 5, maybe I'll just fast forward, 6, 7, and finally we have an add one. And once we save our file, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and add. Okay, so now let's begin with the styling. So first of all we have our resets. So I'll just provide a padding of 0, and then margin will be also 0, and box sizing will be border box, font family will be sans serif, and then I'll just select the body, and background will be crimson. And once we save our file, so here you can see it looking ugly. Now we have to select this card, and we have to style this card manually. So I'll just select this card, and not career but card, and inside this card I want to give a width of like 700 pixel, and background will be totally CCC, and padding will be 20 pixel, and margin from all of them will be also 20 pixel, font family will be sans serif, and line height I'll just provide like 28 pixel, and once we save our file, so here you can see here are our cards right now. Okay, so we have this scrollbar right here. The main focus of this project will be on this scrollbar right here, but we are just writing some text, so we have something so that we can scroll through. Okay, so we are now getting into like title area. Maybe I will just write a few more of them. I'll just duplicate this one a few more times, and we shouldn't have to change them, or yeah, I'm not changing that. But now here you can see we have a lot of area to scroll through, so now we can focus on this scroll bar right here. Here you can see that I'm talking about this scroll bar right now. Okay, so how to work with that scroll bar? So for that we have to go to CSS, and now let's work with the scroll bar. Okay, so first of all we have to just write like colon, and then we have to write a WebKit and then dash scroll bar. Okay, and so it will allows us to work with that scroll bar. Like let's suppose if I want to change the background color to something else, like background color to like teal maybe, and once we save our file, so here you can see that background color is now changed to teal. Like all of the scroll bar color is changed to now teal. And now if you want to change that to like transparent, so I'll just write transparent, and I'll just give them a width of 7 pixel. And once we save our file, so here you can see the scroll bar is totally gone because we just write the background to transparent. So now let's select that scroll bar thumb. So for that we have to just write like let me just write it like WebKit, then I'll just write a scroll bar, and then here I'll just write a thumb. Okay, so it will allows us to access that thumb. So I'll just write like a background color of I don't know, black will be fine. And once we save our file, so here you can see it will now gives us this black scroll bar. And if I want to change it to something else like totally white, save our file, so here you can see we have this white scroll bar right here. So now let's suppose if I want to change the width of that scroll bar, so for that we have to just write like I don't know, 20. So once we save our file, so here you can see we have this massive scroll bar right here. Okay, and so I'll just write a 7, and 7 would do thing. So now we want it to be like rounded, so for that we can just provide like a border radius of 100 pixel. And once we save our file, so here you can see now this is totally rounded. So let me change the width of it to 10. So here you can see this is now totally rounded right here. So now let's suppose if we want to provide a linear gradient to it, so we can also provide a gradient to it. So for gradient we have this awesome site. Let me just make this screen size a bit bigger, and I'll just write like gradient .com. okay, gradient.com, not gradient. And once we hit enter, so it will brings us to this site right here. So here we can find lots of cool gradients right here. So I'll just click on this one, and let me choose a perfect gradient for myself. Let me see, I want to select this second one, and I'll go with that one. So I'll just copy this one, and instead of background, I'll just write background one more time, and then I'll write a linear gradient, and then I'll pass this one, and then I'm going to hit comma, and then copy this color, and I'm going to paste it one more time right here. And once we save our file and go to our scroll bar, so here you can see we have our scroll bar right here. Okay, so this is how you can work with the scroll bars in HTML and CSS. So if you want to change the width of it, if you want to change the color, if you want to change the style of it to something else, like maybe I don't know, if I want to provide border of 2 pixels, so, not solid but dashed white. And once we save our file, so here you can see we can also provide a border to it right here. Okay, but it's looking a bit ugly, so I'll just remove it from here. Okay, so this is how we can work with a gradient. I mean, like this is how we can work with the scroll bar by using just HTML and CSS. Hey guys, Hussein, and welcome to the 4th project of this course. So in this video, we are going to be creating this creative image effect by just using HTML and CSS. So no JavaScript and no libraries and no nothing. So just by pure HTML and CSS. Okay, so this is what we are going to be building in this video. So without wasting any time, let's get into our code editor and write our code. In the previous video, we've created this 3rd project. In this video, we are going to be creating our 4th project, which is, what do we call it? Creative image effect. Yeah, I guess that would be fine. And inside this folder, I'm going to create 2 files, give a name of index.html and just style.css. okay, so now we have these 2 files right here inside this folder. and then I'll just write like doc type HTML, and then here I'll just write like creative image hover effect. I guess I misspelled it right here. Creative image hover effect would be fine instead of that just effect. Okay, and then we will have to link that to our CSS file, and now we are good to go. So now I'm gonna right click on it and open with the live server, so everything is working the way we expect him to work. And now I'm gonna collapse this metadata, etc. And now here I'll create a section given name of like container. Inside this section we will have a few clips, so I'll just write like clip and then clip 1, and then I'm gonna just hit tab and duplicate it 3 times. This one will be 2 and this one will be 3. Okay, so this is just a simple HTML right here. So we have a section with a class of container, then we have a clip class to each of these items right here, and then we have a specific class like clip 1, clip 2 and clip 3 right here. Okay, so this is quite simple and easy. So the first thing I would do is just start from the body. So I'll just write like body, margin will be 0, padding will be also 0, and background will be just 555, so it will be totally gray right here. Okay, so I'll also provide a height of 100 VH so that we can have like 100 viewport height right here, and then I'll just provide a display of flex so that we can center everything. Justify content of center, align items of center, and then I'll select this container, and inside this container I'll just write like a position of relative, and this width will be at 100 pixel, and then the height will be also not also but 500 pixel, and then the background will be 222. And now we are selecting this container, and we are just styling it right here. And once we save our file, so here you can see this is our container right here, this is our body, and this is our container inside the body. So now let's select this clip and then style it. So I'll just write clip, and then position will be absolute. Absolute, because this is a position relative, so we want this clip to be inside this container, so for that we are going to be writing position absolute. Okay, so then we have a top will be 0, and the left will be also 0, and the width will be 100%, and the height will be also 100%. Now VH per percent. Okay, and now once we save our file, so nothing will shows up because we don't have any content, we don't provide any background color. So now let me provide background color to like CCC. So this is our clip right here. Okay, so now let's select each of the clip and then style it like clip 1, clip 2 and clip 3. So we are going to have to provide background images, and we have to center those images, and we also have to just clip it out. Okay, so for that we are going to be using clip path and polygon property. Okay, so now first of all I'm going to select this clip 1, just a clip 1, and then inside this clip 1 we are going to be providing a background image, not just not color but image. So here I have a few images right here, so you can also find that in the description area. I'll also provide that in description area, and I want to pass this in the URL. So this is our first image, and then here I'll just write like a background size of cover. Okay, and then I'll just write like background position of center. Okay, and once we save our file, so this is our image. Okay, so this is our first image. So now let's duplicate that a few times. So I'll just duplicate this one, and change this one to like clip 2, and this one to clip 3. Okay, and also let me change the images. So again, you can find these images in the description area, or you can also go to my GitHub account, and you can pull that out from there as well. So this is our second image, and this will be our third image. So let me copy that, and let me paste that right here, and the rest of them will be fine, like cover center center, cover center center will be fine. Okay, so here you can see we can now see this different girl right here, and this like stacked at the top of each other. So now we want them to be clipped right here. So how can we clip that? So if you want to clip an image, so for that we have this website right here. So if I copy the link of it, and now here if I click on that, I don't know, sorry I can't pronounce the name of it, but this is the website. You can also find this website in the description area, and here we can see it have a lot of clipping properties. Like if you want to clip your image like hexagon, heptagon, octagon, you can do a lot of stuff with there. Like you can just do it like so. Let's suppose if I want to make it like so, and Now let me copy this clip path from there and then go to my Visual Studio Coder, and I want to paste this link right here. Like we have a clip path and then we have a polygon, and once we save a file, and here you can all see the let me just comment out these images. So here you can see this image right here. So this image is now clipped like this. Here you can see that. So if you want to clip it like, I don't know, like right arrow, you just have to copy this property right here and its value, and then go to your side and then go to your terminal, like go to your Visual Studio Coder and just paste there. And once we save a file, so here you can see it will now clip it like the right arrow right here. Okay, so you can play around with that. So I have specifically created a few properties for that, so I'll just remove all of them. Then I'll just write like clip path, and it will be set to polygon. So I'll just write like 0 0 for the first side, and then 46% for the second side, just a percent, not a dollar sign, and then I'm gonna hit, and then 0 for the second side, and then 39 for the second for the third side, 39% and 100%, and then we have a 0 and 100% for the right side. So once we save our file, so this is our first image. So now if I uncomment these two, and then I'm gonna copy this one from there and paste it right here. And now let's change the properties of it to like I don't know, I'm gonna change this one to 19%. I've already said there, so you can play around with that like if you want to, and then it will be now set to 87, and this will be 0, and then the third side will be 64, and 100% will be fine, and then 33% and 100%. And once we save our file, so it will give us the third image because we didn't set up this third image. So I'm gonna also paste it right here. And now let's change this to like, I don't know, I'll just change it to 87%, not 87 but 82% and 0. And then we have like 100% cover and 100% and 0, and then finally we have 100% and 100%, and then we have 63% and 100%. And once we save our file, so this is currently now it's looking like. So now we have to provide a hover effect so it can do its thing. So I'll just write a container, and then once we hover over that container, and we want the clip path property, and then we want to clip path of polygon. So the first property will be 100% and 0, and all of them will be 100% and 0. So I'll just copy that from there. This is the first one, this is the second one, then we have the third one, and it will be now equals to 100%. Okay, and then we have the fourth one, which will be also 100%. Okay, so once we save our file, so we cannot hover over to it right now. All right, so it's now taking all of the space. So now let's select that other container, and once we hover over that container, not a hover, but once we hover over the clip of that container, and then we have to just write a clip path of polygon, and then 0 0 comma 100% comma, not comma but 0 comma 100%, and then also 100% comma 0% and 100%. Okay, so now we have to add that right here, or transition. So I'll just write like our transition to this clip property. So I'll just write transition, not duration, but transition of 0.5 second. And once we save our file, and now once we hover over to this goal, so it will take the entire space. Once we hover over at the middle of the goal, so it will also take the entire space. And once we hover over to this goal, so it will take the entire space, to be precise. Ugh, I can't even speak now. Anyhow, so now you get this clip property. You don't have to sweat about this property. You just have to mess around with it, like I don't know, just grab these corners and then just like mess around with it so you get what's going on. Okay, so I would recommend to just take a little bit of time with that. It's kind of like a Twitter I don't know. All right, so that was it about today's project. Hey guys, Hussein, and welcome to the 7th project of this course. So in this video, we are going to be creating a creative image effects by just using HTML and CSS. So the first one will be this one. So once we hover our mouse over to it, so we would get this kind of animation right here. And if we move it, so we'll get our image right here. So now the second one which we are going to be creating is once we hover our mouse over to it, so it will now give us this container right here at the bottom. and now if we move it, so it will now give us our image. So now the third one which we are going to be creating is once we hover our mouse over it, so this container will take its entire space and we will have this content right here. So if we take our mouse off, so it will now just collapse right here. So we are going to be creating these three animation in this video. So now without wasting any time, let's jump right into our code editor and write our code. In the previous video, we've created this creative menus. In this video, we are going to be creating this image effects by just using HTML and CSS. No JavaScript, no preprocessors like Sans, etc., but just HTML and CSS. So in the description of this video, you will find a link to my GitHub repository. So I want you to go to that repository and download this folder. Inside this folder, you will find 3 nested folders and no code whatsoever. I have like this index.html file and style.css file, but no code whatsoever in all of these files. Okay, so no code, nothing inside this file. You can create it by your own, but the thing I want you to grab is these 3 images. Like the first image will be this one, the second will be this one, and the third one will be this one. And again, you are totally free to use your own images. If you want to follow along with this video, so you can just download these images from my GitHub repository. Okay, so starting from the first one, which is their effect 1, I'm going to just open my index.html file and style.css file. Okay, so now let me zoom in a bit so that you guys can see everything a bit better, and then I'll just write a doc, and here I'll give a name of like effect 1, and then I'll also link it with my CSS file right here. Okay, underneath this image we can write our article, and this article will have the class of content. Okay, and inside this article we will have like h1, which will say like welcome to the real world, and then we will have our h4, and which will say like write your content here, or you can choose emojis. If you want to grab emoji, you just have to hold the Windows button, or I don't know how to work with the Mac, but in Windows you can just hold the Windows button and then just hit period or dot. So then here you can choose like whichever emoji you like. In my case, I'm gonna just search for like I don't know, S would be fine, and then I'm gonna click on that. I'm gonna choose that one, and then these glosses will be fine. So once I save my file, then I have to launch it by using a live server. So here is my image right here, really massive, and here's the content. Alright, so then I want to go to my style sheet, and first of all we are going to be writing our resets. So you know, I'll just leave the resets for now. Then I'll just write body, and height will be 100 VH, display will be flex, justify content will be center, align items will be center, and font family will be sans serif. You can choose whichever font family you like, but in my case I just choose like sans serif because it's simple and it will just remove those serifs. Okay, so and I also want this to be like 100 VH, and I want everything to be center, perfectly center. Okay, so everything is now perfectly center, and this image is really massive. So first of all, let's style this container, and then we can take care of the other stuff. So I'll just write a width of 30 rem, and then I'll also duplicate it and change the height with 30 rem. Position will be relative and overflow will be hidden. So once I save my file, so here you can see we've got this box, but it's containing all of our image and all of our content, but the overflow is hidden, so that's why we are getting nothing. So here you can see if I delete that overflow, so here you can see that it will give us that massive image right here. Okay, so overflow will be hidden for this case. So once I save it, we've got our perfect box right now. Alright, so the next thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to select this image for now. So inside the container, inside that container we have the image. So now let's select our image, and we want to give it a width of 100% because we want to take all of the entire space of the width, and then transition will be 1 second. So once we save our file, so here's our image, and we did provide a transition to it because whenever we are hovering over through this image, we will have that other slide effects, so we want the transition to happen smoothly. Okay, so the next thing which you have to style is this content area. So I'm going to just select like content, and then inside this content, position will be now absolute. This one will be position relative, and this content will be absolute to this container. Okay, which means like this content, whatever we do inside this content will be nested inside this container. Okay, so this is position relative and this is position absolute, and now inside the top will be 0, left will be also 0, and height will be 100 100%, and the width will be also 100%. Okay, so this is our content right here, and we don't have any hover effects, so that's why we are seeing that right here. And the next thing which I'm going to do, I'll just center the text inside this box right now. So I'll just write like display of flags, justify corner of center, align items of center. Okay, and color will be totally white. And then what I'm going to do is I'll also provide a transition to this one as well, because we will also provide a hover effect to this one. And background will be RGB, and I'm going to change this one to 23 comma, and you know what, I'm going to copy this one and paste it 3 times right here. Okay, so this will be my primary color, and then transform will be just translate x minus 100%. Okay, so now let's add our hover effect. So like content hover, and then I mean like container hover and content, and then transform will be translate x0. So once we save our file and once we hover our mouse over to it, so here you can see our content is showing up, but this is looking a bit messy. So now let's center that. Okay, so let me just provide a not justify but flex direction to column and save my file. And whenever we hover our mouse over to it, so this is how it looks like. Okay, and the last thing which I'm going to do is I'll also provide a hover effect to this image. So I'll just write container hover image, and then transform to just translate x 100%, and save our file. So whenever we hover our mouse over to it, this image will be gone and that other slide will take its place. Okay, so if I just comment that out, so it will just happen smoothly, and this will not push up to the right. If we uncomment it and save our file, so it will now go to the left, and this one will also take its place. Okay, so this was the first effect. We just style the body, we just style the container, we style the image, it's smaller, and we just provide a bit of transition to it, and then we just set this position to absolute. Top will be 0, left will be 0. We provide the width as same as the container, and if we just center all of our content, so this was the second slide, and then we just provide a bit of hover effect to it. So that was quite simple and easy. So now let's jump right into the next effect, which is this second one. Okay, so I'll open both of these files, and here I'll just try like doc type HTML and effect 2, and then I'll also link it with my CSS, and I'll also open it with the live server. And now here for the HTML side, I want to just write like it'll be the same as the other one, like section, we have a container, and inside this section we have an image, which will be this girl image or the boy, I can't even remember. And then we have an article, and inside we will give a class of content, and inside this article we will just write h1 of card title, and then I don't know, your card title, maybe this emoji will be fine, and then we will have h4, which will say like content goes here, and then we will just choose this glasses emoji, save our file, and this is our image, and this is our content right here. Okay, so now let's jump right into the CSS and style it a bit. So first of all, I'll just do like perfect centering, like body will be 100 VH, and then we have a display of flags, justify content center, align item center, font family sans serif. You can choose whichever font you like. Then I'll select my container. Width will be 30 rem, and height will be also 30 rem, and position will be relative, and overflow will be hidden, as we saw just in a second ago. So it will give us this box right here. So now let's select our container one more time, and image inside the container. Width will be 100%, and transition will be all 0.5 second, and once you save it, nothing will shows up except this image will be perfectly centered inside this box. All right, so now let's jump right into the content area, which is this content area. Like we are going to be selecting this article and this content inside this article. So I'll just select this content, and inside this content, position will be absolute, because we want them to be perfectly centered inside this container. Okay, so this is a position relative, and we want them to be like position absolute. And then bottom will be 0, and also left will be also 0, and then we have a height of 25%, and then width will be 100%. Okay, so once we save it, nothing is gonna happen. And then let me center the content, okay, or text, whatever you want to call it, and then just write a display of flex, justify content center, align, flex direction will be column, justify content center, align item center, and then color will be totally white. And also we have to provide a transition to it, all 0.5 seconds, and then background will be just RGB, and then 23 comma, and let me just copy that and paste it one more time and one more time and remove that comma from the end, and then transform, translate y-axis and 100%. So save it, and this is our content right here. Okay, can anyone see? Okay, let me just wait a bit. Alright, so content is gone from there. So now let's provide our hover effect here. So container, and whenever we hover over to this container in content, not container but content, and here we'll just provide a transform of translate to the y-axis and 0%. So once we hover over to it, so here now you can see we have this card title right here, and you can just write your own content right here. Okay, so but this image is not going up above, so we want this image to go a little bit above, and also this this content container as well. So now let's do that. So for that we are going to be using container and then hover image. Okay, so whenever we hover over through this image, so this image will just push itself to a little bit above. So we will just write transform, translate to y minus 30%, and save our file. And now once we hover over to it, so here you can see this image is getting above, and also this content area right here. Okay, so this was the second effect. So now let's jump right into the third one. Let me review all of this code as well. So we are just providing 100 VH height, and we are just perfectly centering our container. Inside this container we give them a 30 VH height, and width and position will be relative, and overflow will be hidden. And then we have a container, we select image, we give them like the same width and height, like take the same width and height of this container, and we just provide a little bit of transition to it. Then we have our content, the position will be absolute, bottom, left, everything will be 0, and then height will be 25%, and width will be 100%. Then we center our text inside that container, inside this little container here, you can see that. And then we just give a color of white, transition, and then we just give a background of that kind of black color right here. And then we also provide transform, translate y. So whenever we hover over to it, so it will just take its place to from 0 to 100%, and then we provide that same transition to the image. So once we hover over to it, so it will just translate to the y-axis for like minus 30. Okay, so this is how it looks like. Alright, so now jumping into our third effect. So I'll just close the other one, open my HTML and CSS, just write a doc type HTML effect and number 3, and then I'll link my CSS file to that, and now we are good to go. And now let's open that file inside a live server. And this one is going to be a little bit tricky one. So for that we are going to have to write a section with the class of card, and inside this card section we have to provide image container first of all, and then we have to just specify our image. This is our image. Now let's remove that alt tag from there. And inside this section, or you know what, not inside this section but outside from that section, we have to provide another section with the class of content, and inside this section we will just provide like h3 of card title, and then we have a paragraph of lorem, just how many you want. I'll just remove a few of them like so, and then I'll just provide an anchor tag, and it will goes to nowhere except it will say like learn more. Okay, so once we save our file, so this is our massive image, and this is our card, this is our description, and this is our button right here. Okay, so now let's jump right into a CSS and style it a bit. So let's start from the first one, which is a body. So background will be that RGB, not A but 23. Copy it, paste it, and then height will be 100 VH, the same as the other one. Display will be flex, justify content will be center, align item will be center, font family will be sans serif, and now save it. So everything is perfectly center. Alright, so now let's select our card, and then just provide a position of relative to it, and width will be 30 rem and height will be in this case 35 rem. Okay, and the background color will be just totally black. And then finally box shadow, we're gonna have to provide a box shadow to it like 0 pixel and then 30 pixel one more time, and then RGBA 0.5. Okay, this will be our shadow just a little bit. Okay, so our images are really massive, so now let's make our image a little bit smaller inside that box. So now let's select our content, and we have to provide a position of absolute to it, and bottom will be 0 pixel, and then width will be 80 not percent but pixel, yeah, it was percent not pixel, and then height will be just 10 pixel, and background color will be crimson, and left will be just 10%, and also text align will be center, and transition will be 0.5 second. Overflow will be hidden as always, and display will be flex. Now we are centering our content in center. Align item will be center. Alright, so now let's select our image and just make it a bit smaller, like width will be 100% and height will be also 100%. Object fit will be cover, not contents but cover, and then we have a transition of 1 second. So once we save it, alright, so here's our image, and here is our content inside this image. So it's looking a bit weird, so I messed it up. So I'm gonna cut this coding from there and paste it inside this section right here. So this is now looking good, okay, instead of just taking it outside. So now let's select our H3 right now. So I'm gonna just select my H3, and then just provide like font size of 30 pixel, and text transform will be uppercase. Now yeah, uppercase will be fine, and margin will be 25 pixel. Color will be totally white. So once we save it, we can't even see our content right now. So now let's give a little bit of height to it. Not instead of 110, I'll just give him 100 so we can see our content right now. Maybe 200 will be fine. We will just change that in a second, but now let's first of all format all of them, and then we can change it to 10. Alright, so this was H3. The next thing, I'm going to select this paragraph and give a width of 80%. Margin will be 10 pixel auto, and then font size will be 18 pixel, and then transition will be 0.5 seconds, and then opacity will be 0 because we want to increase there whenever we hover over or mouse over it, and then line height will be 25 pixel, and color will be totally white. Okay, so save it, and this is our text, but let me comment this opacity for now, and this is now our text. So now let's make it perfectly center. Okay, I should have to provide display. Where are you? Inside of content, where is our Flexbox? Okay, so here I will just add like flex direction column. So save it, and now it's looking a bit cool. So now let's format this button very quickly. So here now I'm gonna just do is it'll be also 100% for now because we want to format everything. And now let's format this button. So I'll just select that button really quickly. So I'll just select that anchor tag. Inside this anchor tag, text decoration will be none. Background color will be black, and then color will be totally white, and then padding will be 10 pixel and 15 pixel, and then display will be inline block. Okay, and then margin top will be just like 10 pixel, and then transition will be 0.5 pixel. Not pixel, but just a second. And then opacity will be also 0, and line height will be 25 pixel. Color will be totally white, and let me comment this opacity, save it, and this is how our button will look like. Okay, so now it's looking a bit cool. Alright, so now let's add our hover effects there. So I'll just uncomment this opacity and also uncomment this opacity as well, and now let's change this to just like 10 pixel. Again, save it, And this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so our content is not showing, nothing is showing because we just provide the height of 10 pixel. So whenever we hover over through this card, so it will take the entire space, like width will be 100% and height will be 100%, and opacity will be just set to 1, so it will just show up. That's why we provide these opacities, like where are you, opacity. So here's the opacity and here's also the opacity. So now let's change that. So whenever we hover over through this card content, so we want the height to be 100%, we also want the width to be 100%, we want the left percent to be 0%. So whenever we hover our mouse over to it, so here you can see the card will take its totally place, and we cannot see the order counter because we just provide the opacity of 0. So now let's change that to like something else, maybe I don't know, card will be hover. Now let's select our paragraph, comma, let's also select our hover anchor tag. So opacity will be 1, and transition delay will just take a bit of time, like 0.5 seconds. So now once we hover our mouse over to it, and so here now you can see our content is back. So it's taking a bit of time, but that's cool. That's why I provide this transition delay to it. Now let's select this image container. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just write image container and then just provide a position of absolute. Top will be 0, left will be 0, width will be 100% because we want this image to take its entire place, and height will be also there, and then transition and 1 second. Okay, so now our image is looking like that, but if we hover our mouse over to it, like card hover image, so once we hover our mouse over to that image, so the opacity will be 0. Okay, so now let's do that. Alright, so that image will be gone. Here you can see the opacity, like just focus on this image, it's just like decreasing, the opacity is just becoming 0%. This card is taking its place. Okay, so that was quite simple and easy. I talk a lot, oh my god, I can't even speak no more. Alright, so now let me review all of the code, not all of the projects but just this code. Okay, the first thing we did is we just centered everything and we provide a height width of 100 VH, and then we create our card and we provide a position relative to it. We give a width of 30 and height of 35. Background color is totally black, and box shadow, we just provide this a little bit of box shadow. Here you can see that if I change the color of it to like I don't know, blue maybe, and here you can see that box shadow right now. So let me just change that to that. So here you can see we just provide that box shadow. Then we have our content container, like this content, where are you, this content right here. So this content is position absolute, bottom is 0%, width will be 100%, height will be 10 pixel because we just want them to be look like this. So whenever we hover our mouse over to it, so this code will happen. Where are you? So this code will happen. So whenever we hover our mouse over to it, so the height will be 100% and the width will be also 100%, so like this. Okay, and then we provide a transition delay to it. So this text will take a little bit of time, so this text will take a little bit of time, and so is this button. So focus on this area, and this is what's going on. Anyhow, then we just check our container. So whenever we hover our mouse over to it, so that container, that image will be just gone. That's because of this opacity right here. It will take 1 second to happen. Hey guys, Hussein, and welcome to the Add project of this course. So in this video, we are going to be creating a cards animation by just using HTML and CSS. So now the first card which you're going to be creating is once we hover our mouse over to it, so this container will take its entire space, and if we leave, so it will just decrease. So the second creative card which you're going to be creating is once we hover our mouse over to this picture, so we are going to be using before and after selectors, so we would get this kind of animation, and also these background container right here, like background cards. Alright, so this is we are going to be building in this video. So without wasting any time, and now let's jump into our code editor and write our code. In the previous video, we've created this image effect. In this video, we are going to be creating a cards by just using HTML and CSS, not JavaScript, no CSS preprocessors like Sass, etc. So I'll just give a name of like 08 creative cards. Okay, so then I'm gonna just write 2 folders, card 1, or just a 1 of card 1, and then 2 of card 2. not cartoon, but card2. Then I'll create a file index.html, create a new file style.css. Then I'll just write my doc type HTML in it, and now here I'll just change that to like creative card. One will be fine. Then I'll link it with my CSS file, and now I'll just cut both of them, copy both of them, and paste it inside this project as well. So now let's start from the first one. Zoom in a bit so that you guys can see everything a bit better. And now let's right click on it and go with the live server. Okay, so for HTML, we are not going to be writing crazy HTML, but we are going to be just writing a simple amount of HTML. So the first thing is I'll just close that metas from now, and now section will be card container. Okay, and then we are going to be writing article, the class of content. Inside this content we are going to be writing h2, which I'll just say title, and then we have a paragraph. So I'll just write lorem one time and hit tab, then lorem one more time I hit tab, so it will give us double lorem right here. And then I'll just provide an anchor tag which will go to nowhere, read more, and save our file. And here is the result of our HTML code. Okay, so now let's begin towards styling. So I'll just write a body display with flex because we want everything to be perfectly centered. So that's why we are using Flexbox. And we will just give them a font family of sans serif. You can choose whichever font you like, and then background color will be just RGB, and then 10,10,10. And then height will be 100 ph. And once we save our file, so we cannot see nothing, but everything is perfectly centered. Okay, so now let's begin styling this content container, or this card container right now. So I'll just write like card and then container. Okay, so inside this card container I'll just write position to relative because we want the other stuff to be position absolute. So this one will be position relative, and the width will be 320 pixel, and the padding will be just 40 pixel padding, and background color will be totally white, and then overflow will be hidden. And once we save it, and this is our card right here. Okay, so now we have our first card, and now we want this other content to take its place. So let me show you that just in a second. So for that we have to use before selector. So I'll just write like card container and then before, and then content will be just empty content. We don't have to provide anything to it, and position will be absolute because this is position relative, and we want this one to be position absolute because we want this before to be inside of this card container. Okay, so position absolute, then left will be 0, and then bottom we are going to be using something called calc, which allows us to do calculation. And then I'm going to just use like minus 100% plus 5 pixel. Okay, and then width will be 100%, and then height will be also 100%. Okay, and then we have a background color of blue, what was that, blue, violet, or whatever you want to call it. And then z index will be 1, just -1, no, not -1, but just 1. And then transition will be 1 second because we will have a hover effect for this before selector, so that's why we are providing a transition to happen smoothly. Okay, so once we save our file, so here you can see we have this like border bottom right here because we have a width right here, and we also have a height, but we don't provide any hover effect to it. So now let's provide a hover effect to that, like card container. Once we hover over to the before selector, then we have to just provide the bottom to 0. So now here you can see whenever we hover our mouse over to it, so it will take the entire space right here. Okay, so this is what's happening behind the scenes. All right, so that was the first one. So now let's style our content right here, this content container right here. So now let's just style that a bit. So there I'm gonna have to select that content, so I'll just select this like content. Inside this content, position will be relative, like outside of that container. Color will be totally black. Z index will be, in this case, 2. The other one was 1, so this one will be 2, and then transition will be 1 second because for that we want to provide for that we are going to be using a hover effect. And here you can also see like whenever we hover our mouse over it, so here you can see the text is appearing. So if I just remove all of them, save it, and now here you can see the text is not shown. And if we just undo it and save it, and here you can see the text is now here. All right, so now let's select our h2 very quickly, and now let's format it like font size will be 30 pixel. Yep, and save our file. So here you can see the h2 is a little bit bigger right now. And now let's select our paragraph, and line height will be 25 pixel, and then we have like a padding will be 20 pixel and 20 pixel from top and bottom, and 0 for left and right. Margin will be also 20 pixel from top and bottom, and 0 for left and right. And here you can see we have this a little bit space right here. Okay, so we can just, I guess I'll go to 22. This is looking a bit cool. If I don't provide any line height to it, so it's looking a bit ugly. Yeah, I guess that would be fine. Alright, so this was about the paragraphs, and now let's format or anchor tag, this one right here. So for that we're going to have to just select it, and font size will be 12 pixel, and then color will be totally white, and text decoration will be none. And then we have a background color of RGB 22,7,7, and then we have 35. Alright, so this is our color. Then we can provide padding of 0.6 rem from top and bottom, and for left and right 1 rem. Okay, so this is our button right now. And now what else do you have to do is whenever we hover our mouse over it, so you want to just change the color of this text to be just like white. So we can also do that. That's very simple and easy. So we would just use like card container. Once you hover over it, so you want to select the content, and we want to change the color to totally pure white. Alright, so once I hover my mouse over it, and this is what's going to happen. I guess I should have to provide a little bit spacing in that one. So now let me select that. I guess that 25 was correct, but I just changed it to 22. I don't know. Alright, so now I guess that's looking cool. Much cooler than I was expecting. Alright, so now this was the first project. So now let's jump right into the second card. So now let me review the code a little bit. So the first thing which we did, we select a body, we just center everything, we change the font family, we provide a background color, we just provide a height to it, and this is that background stuff right here. Then we select our container, and then let me just zoom out a bit so that you guys can see the HTML and CSS together. Then we have like okay, that container, this container which I'm talking about. So now the position will be relative because we want to use a before selector, and inside this before selector we are going to be using position absolute, so that's why we provide a position relative to it. And we also give the width of 320, so it will just take that much width, and then we provide a padding to it 40 pixel, and we give a background color of totally white, so that's why we are getting a totally white background. And if you just comment this overflow hidden, save it, and this is what's going to happen. Alright, so this is what's gonna happen. So if you just provide overflow hidden, so this is our card looking like. Alright, so then we have like we just provide a before selector to it, and then we provide absolute, left will be 0. We just use this calc function right here. And if you guys don't know about calc function, I guess I have to make a video on that one because I didn't explain that calc function in my course, HTML and CSS course. Anyhow, I don't know, I'm gonna just make a video on that. It's not that much difficult thing. Then we have width and height, and it will just take the entire width and height right here. We give a color of this blue violet color. You can give a name of like color of crimson if you want to. So whenever we hover mouse over it, so this is looking a bit ugly. Then we have a z index of 1 right here, and we also just provide a transition of 1 second because we want this animation to happen smoothly. So like let's suppose if I just comment this animation, so here you can see it's gonna happen like it will take more than a half second, so that's kind of ugly. So you want our animation to happen a bit smoothly, so that's why we provide a transition of 1 second. So here you can see the transition of 1 second. Alright, so then we have a card container, and we have a before selector, so the bottom line will be just taking the 0 space. So whenever we hover our mouse over it, so it will take the entire space. And then we have a content container. The position will be relative, the color will be black, z index 2, transition 1, and we just formatted our stuff right here. And then once we hover our mouse over to it, so it will just change the color to white, pure white right here. Okay, so this was the first card. So now let's jump right into the next card, which is this other one. So now let's just open this, and this one will be card 2. Zoom in a bit so that you guys can see everything. And now let's start working on our HTML. Alright, so for HTML, I'm gonna just write a section with the section with the class of card. Inside this card, we are going to be just writing like section with the class of image box. Okay, Inside this image box, we are going to have an image. I'm going to just remove that. And by the way, I'm going to place an image right here, and you will also find this image in the description area. So just click on that link and it will bring you to my GitHub repository, and you can just download this image from there. Or you can just go to this link right here and like go to Unsplash and then just paste this name. It will give you this image right here. Or you can just place your own image if you want to, but I have this image, so I'm going to use this one. So I'm going to cut that from there and paste it in the card too. Okay, so now I have access to that image right here, so I'm going to place it right here. Okay, outside from this section, I'm going to use an article with the class of article with the class of details, and we would go to h2 of like I don't know, Olivia would be fine. Okay, so we have this girl image right here. Okay, and then we have her name right here, Olivia or whatever her name is. So now let's jump right into the styling. So first of all, let's select the body. Margin will be 0, height will be 100 pixel, 100 VH, background will be linear, and gradient linear gradient, and then I'll just put linear gradient of like, I don't know, I have already set a linear gradient right here, so I'll just use like 009 3 and then E9. Yep, and then we have another gradient which is like add 0D 0 C7. Okay, so this is the linear gradient, kind of odd. Then I'll just put a display of flex. We want everything to be perfectly centered, so that's why we are centering it. And then I'm going to choose the font family of sans serif, and you can choose whichever font family you like. Okay, so now we select our background, we change the color of it, and now let's select our card, which is this card. Okay, so the position will be relative because we are going to be doing a before and after selector, so that's why we are providing a position relative right here. The width will be 30 rem, duplicate it, and the height will be also 30 rem, and the background will be white, and then the box shadow will be just 0, 1 pixel, 5 pixel, RGBA 0, 0, 0, and 0.5. Okay, save it, and we cannot see that because her image is really massive. Now let's change the image to like a little bit small. So image will be position not relative but absolute, because we want this image to be inside this card. And now let's make it like top will be 0, left will be 0, and then width will be 100%, and then height will be also 100%. And final thing which you have to do is to just write like object fit. I'll just cover it, save it, and now here is our image right here, and here is the linear gradient which we provide right here. Okay, you can choose whichever linear gradient you want, and so if you go to this side, it will give you a lot of gradient, cool gradient, so you can just click on that, and this is the first color, this is the second color, or you can even go nested colors like 3 colors like 1, 2, and 3. You can choose a lot of colors, gradients from here. So here is the gradient, like you can just choose whichever gradient you like. I guess this is an open source, you just have to give a star if you want to. You have a GitHub repository, you can give a star by share, you can share it by Facebook, you can just tweet it, you can do whatever you want with it. Anyhow, so I've choose this gradient from their website, so that's why I'm shouting out to that website. So this is the image. So now let's start to do our before and after selectors. All right, so I'm gonna just do like card before, and then I'm gonna duplicate it, and card after, remove that column from there, comma, and content will be nothing, position will be absolute, so the top will be 0, and the left will be 0, and the width will be 100%, and then the height, okay, I just messed up a bit, height will be also 100%, and then the background color will be totally white, and the transition will be just 1 second, and the z index will be -1. Save it, and nothing's gonna happen because we didn't provide any hover effect to it. So I'll just write card hover. If we hover over to the before selector, so you just provide a transform of rotation 20 degree. We'll just provide a rotation of 20 degree, and box shadow 0 2 pixel and 20 pixel in RGBA 0000.2. Save it, and now let's check it. So here you can see here we have the first card, and now we also want to do with After Effects, not Adobe After Effects, but the After Effects. So now here if you hover over it, we get a single card right here, but we want to duplicate it. So I'm gonna just duplicate it and change this one to like after, and the rotation will be 10 degree instead of 20. And yeah, I guess the box shadow is fine. Save it, and now if you hover mouse over it, so now we are getting two cards beside this girl right here. Okay, so now let's format this image box right now. So go to there, and now let's select our image box, and now we have to just provide a position of absolute, and then top will be 10 pixel, left will be 10 pixel, and bottom will be 10 pixel, and right will be also 10 pixel. Background color will be just this 222, and then transition, because we want to provide a hover effect to it, so we have a 1 second transition. 0 index will be 2, and save it. And now you want to also just provide a hover effect to it, so like I will just use like car once you hover over the image box. So you want to just get the bottom to like 80 pixel. Save it, and now once we hover mouse over to it, so here you can see it will give us the effect, but here you can also see the text which we wrote inside here, her name. So now let's just center this details container. So now let's format this detail container. So I'm gonna have to go a little bit down, so I'll just use like details. Was that correct? Yep, details. Both of them are fine. Position of this one will be also absolute, and left will be 10 pixel, right will be 10 pixel, bottom will be 10 pixel, and height we will give is like 60, maybe 60 pixel, and text align will be also center. Save it. And now once you hover over it, so here you can see we are now getting her name and these three cards right here. So this is before, the other one is after, and this is our actual card, and this is her name, which is center, by the way. There was a lot of talking. I don't want to talk no more. I mean, like, my throat is sweating. Alright, so that was the first project. So now let me just review all of the code one more time, and then we are going to be good to go. So by the way, you want to use your own image, so you can also use your own image. I just take this image from unsplash.com. Shout out to them as well. So the first thing we have is a card container. Then inside a card container we have a section with a class of image box. Then we have an image inside it. Then we have an article with a class of detail, and then her name. Okay, so the first thing which we did is we just provide a linear gradient to it, and we just center everything, and we change the font family to sans serif, and we give 100 VH height to it. Okay, then we select our card. We provide a position relative to it. We give a width and height of 30 rims. We give a background color of white, and then we also provide a background, the box shadow. This is the box shadow. Let me just show you that, like I don't know, blue will be fine, and you cannot see that blue. Let me just change this to like red. Save it, and now here you can see that box shadow is just like light box shadow right here. So if I just undo it one more time, so this is our box shadow here, you can see that. All right, then we use a before and after selector. We provide a position absolute to it. Top left will be 0, and width and height will be the same as this card, and then we have a background color of white. Transition will be 1 second because we want the transition to happen smoothly. Save it, and then it will gonna happen like this, and this is not looking cool. It's looking more than ugly, so you want this to happen a bit smoothly, so that's why we provide a transition of 1 second to it. Then we have a Z index, and which will just show everything at the top. Then we have a card hover effect. We just rotate this first card to 20 degree, and we rotate that after card to 10 degrees, so that's why we are getting this first and second card right here. Then we have an image box right here. We provide a position absolute to it, and we just format it a bit, and then we just provide a hover effect to it. So whenever we hover over to it, so it will give us that much space, and it will take this image. Okay, then we have this details container. It will allow us to just center our name right here, and then we have an image. We should have to take this image from there and paste it somewhere right here. So once we format our card, I guess I should have to just put it right here. Both of them will work. I don't mean like it will not work. Both of them will work, but this is just a good style to do it. Anyhow, so you get the idea. All right, so that was the second cards. Hey guys, Hussein, and welcome to a ninth project of this course. So in this video, we are going to be just creating this simple tooltip by just using HTML and CSS. No JavaScript, no nothing. So if we hover our mouse over to it, so we would just get this tooltip text right here. And if you want to place your own text, so you can also place there. But in my case, I just write like tooltip text right here. So this is going to be the easy project of this course. So without wasting any time, so now let's jump right into it, and now let's just create this tooltip. In the previous video, we've created this creative cards, but in this video, we are going to be creating a tooltip by just using HTML and CSS. No JavaScript, no preprocessor like Sass, no whatsoever, just pure HTML and CSS. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create a new folder, give a name of 09, and then tooltip. Okay, and then inside this tooltip, I'm going to create two files like index.html, and then another one will be style.css. So let me make it a bit bigger so that we can see it a bit better. Okay, so the first thing I'll do is I'll just create a doc type and give a name of like tooltip, and then I'll link it with my CSS file. Save it. And now let's launch it with live server. So I'm going to right click and click on the live server. The first thing I'll do, I'll just provide a div with the ID of container. Okay, just a container. Inside this container, we will have like spans, two spans. So the first one will be ID of like tooltip, and also tooltip content. I'll just write like tooltip text. And then we will have another span, so I'll just write span hover me. Okay, so this is just a HTML for this tooltip. So the first thing we have is a div with the class of with the ID of container, and then we have an ID of tooltip content, and then we have like hover me. Okay, so now let's jump right into a CSS, and the first thing I'll do, I'll just remove that padding and that margin, just a bit of a resets, and then box sizing of border box. Save it. And here's our tooltip text right here. Okay, so now I'm gonna jump right into the body, and I'm gonna give them a width of like 100%, and then I'm gonna also provide a height of 100 VH. Display will be center because we want everything to be center. Display will be flex, and justify corner will be center. Line items will be also center, and background color will be linear gradient. So I'll just write linear gradient, and the first one will be add BC 6 EC, and then comma 9599 E2. Okay, so this is the color, and now let's jump right to the container. So I'll just select that container, which is this container right here. Okay, and then I'm gonna give a position of relative to it, and then the cursor will be pointer, and inside the padding will be 7 pixel, and then font size I'm gonna make it just a bit bigger so that we can see it a bit better. So 25 pixel, and font weight will be bold. So once we save our file, and this is our tooltip right here. Okay, and it's now saying like hover me, and whenever we hover over to it, and so our cursor changed to like pointer right here. Okay, anyhow, so now let's select this tooltip content right now. So now I'm gonna just write like tooltip, and then content, not container but just content. Inside there, I'm gonna write a position of absolute, and then outside the left 50%, and then top will be 0, and transform, not transform origin, transform, just a simple transform will be translate x-axis, and we want them to go like minus 50%, and then we have a background of totally black, and then we have a color of pure white, and then we have a white space of no wrap, and then we have a padding top and bottom will be 10 pixel, and left and right will be 15 pixel. It should be no wrap. Okay, and then we have a border radius of 7 pixel, just a little bit of border, and then we have a visibility hidden. Currently it will be now hidden, and we have opacity of 0, so it will be totally hidden. And then we also want to provide a transition to it, so transition to opacity and 0.5 seconds is. Okay, so that's because we are going to be working with the before selector, and we are going to be also hovering over to the content, so that's why we are using this transition with opacity of like 0.5 seconds, because we want our transition to go a bit smoother. So tool tip content, now we are using a before, and then we have to provide a content of nothing, and then we have position of absolute, and then the left side will be 50%, and then the top will be 100%, and then we have a transform of translate x axis, and then we have a minus 50%. Okay, and then we have a border of 15 pixel solid. So you just go with a 15 pixel solid, and now let's change the border color to like 1 2 3. Now change it to 1 2 3 4, and now change it to 1 2 3 4 one more time, and then 1 2 3 4 this last time. Okay, so nothing is going to happen because our tooltip is gone. That's because of this opacity and visibility hidden. So whenever we hover over through this text, so it will just give us our tooltip. Okay, so now let's select our container, and once we hover over to this container, and we want to select this tooltip of content, and then top will be minus 130%, and then we have a visibility will be now visible instead of hidden, and then we have opacity will be 1. So once we save our file, and now if I hover over to it, so here you can see it will now gives us this tooltip right here. And if you want to change the font family of that, so you can also change the font family of that one as well. So maybe I should have just provide a font family right here, sans serif. You can choose whichever font you like. So when I hover my mouse over to it, so here you can see we've got a simple tooltip right here. And by the way, if you are wondering like where I get this background color, so I get that from this site, which is like, if I go to this gradient.com, so here you will find lots of gradient. So here you can see, I guess I choose like Jonas guy, I guess I choose this one, I'm not exactly sure, but you can choose whichever you like from there. Okay, so now let's suppose if I want to just like maybe grab this one, so if I copy there, and now let me change this one, let me duplicate and comment this line of code, and now let's change this one, and now let's grab the second one from there, copy it, and now let's change it to this one, and then finally we have this one. So let's copy this code and save our file, and now here you can see that background is changed. So I don't like that. If you like that, so you can choose whichever gradient you like, and here's my gradient. Hey guys, Hussein, and welcome to the 10th project of this course. So in this video, we are going to be creating this accordions component by just using HTML and CSS. No JavaScript, no nothing. So if you just click on this one accordion, so it will collapse the above and it will open this one. That's because we are going to be toggling our active class. So you are going to see that just in a second. So if you click on this one, so it will hide this one and it will open this one. Okay, so this is how it looks like. So without wasting any time, now let's jump right into our code editor and write our code. Now in the previous video, we've created this tooltip by just using HTML and CSS. In this video, we are going to be creating an accordion component by just using HTML and CSS. No JavaScript, no CSS preprocessors like Sass and etc., but just HTML and CSS. So later on in this course, we are going to be also creating an accordion component by using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. But in this specific video, we are going to be just building it by just using HTML and CSS. So starting from the first thing, which is O10 project, and now we have to give a name of like accordion, and now here inside this folder I want to create two files. The first one will be index.html, and the second one will be style.css file. So now let's write our HTML code. So I'm gonna write doc type HTML, and here I'll just give a name of like accordion, and now just link it with CSS. Okay, so now let's open it in our live server. So I'm gonna just right click on it and go with live, and now let's collapse this metadata as well. Okay, so the first thing which you have to do is that we have to just write a UL with the ID of accordion. Okay, and inside this UL we are going to be writing our li. Inside this li we are going to be writing our label, and the first four we are going to be writing a first, and one is HTML. You can put whatever question you like, and then we are going to be writing our span right here, and then here we are going to be using an HTML entity. So if you guys don't know about HTML entity, you will just see that just in a second. So the first thing which you have to do is to just write an and symbol, then pound symbol, then write x, and then 39. then 3E to be precise, not 9. And now let's close it by just writing a colon right there. And then the next thing underneath the label, we have to just write an input, and it will be a radio. And now let's give him a name of like Accordion. And now the final thing which you have to do is to just provide an ID to it. So I'll just give an ID of first, and then we have to provide an attribute of checked, and this will just go for the first one, not for all of them. Underneath this input box, we have to also create a div with a class of content. Okay, and then here inside this content, we are going to be just writing like let me just go to Google and just sort of search for like what is HTML. Okay, so then we have to just copy this text. You can just provide a Lorem Ipsum like a random text if you want to, but in my case I'm not gonna go there, so I'll just duplicate a few times, like what is HTML, what is CSS, what is JavaScript, what is React, and what is Node.js. So now let's change these text to like what is first of all, let me change this for and this ID. So this one was first one, and this one is now the second one. So just close that, second, and then this one is third, and then this one is fourth, and the final one we have is a fifth. Okay, so now let's change the text to like what is CSS, and now let's ask Google like what is CSS. So it will give us this result. Now let me copy that from there to this place, and now let's just HTML CSS, paste it right here. What is JavaScript? JavaScript. And now let's paste this text right here. And then what is React or React.js? So come on, misspelled it. Copy this text, and I'm gonna paste it right here. And then finally, what is Node.js? So let's ask Google like what is Node.js. So it will give us this result. And Node.js is an open source cross-platform, etc. And then we will pass that here. All right, so now we are good to go. So we've changed the IDs, and we have to change the names as well. No, we shouldn't have to change the names, but we just have to change the for attribute and the ID as well. And now we have to just remove these checked from all of them except the first one. So I'm gonna just select all of them except the first one, and now I'm gonna remove it. Okay, so this was it about HTML. So now let me zoom out a bit so that you guys can see everything a bit clear. So here you can see we have a UL with the class of with the ID of Accordion, then we have a li, and then inside this li we have a label, and then inside this label we have this pen right here, which will just show us this arrow right here. This is known as a arrow, but this is coming from HTML entity. Okay, so if you search for HTML entities, so there's a lot of symbols you can use. That you shouldn't have to just like copy the library like font awesome, or there's a lot of them. So you can also choose this icon if you want to. So then we have a content container. Inside this content container we have this paragraph which will just render these text right here. Okay, so now let me zoom in back, and now let's jump right into our CSS and just start from the resets. Okay, so I'm gonna just write like padding of 0, margin of also 0, and box sizing of border box. And now let's select our body, and now background will be crimson. You can choose whichever color or whichever font you like. In my case, I'll just go with the background color of crimson and font family of sans serif. And now let's select that Accordion, which is right here. And now let's provide a margin of 100 pixel and auto, and the width will be just 600 pixels. So once we save it, and this is how it looks like currently right now. Okay, so now let's select our Accordion and also li. So now we have to provide a list style of none, because we want to just remove those styles. And now let's just format a bit. So I'll provide a width of 100%, and I'll just provide a margin bottom of 10 pixel, and the background will be totally pure white, and padding will be 10 pixels. So save it, and this is how it looks like currently right now. So you have to just provide a bit of padding and etc right here. So now let's select that, or you know what, let me select all of that, and paste it right here, and also select that label. And here I'm going to provide a padding of 10 pixels all around. Display will be flex. Justify content will be space between, and align items will be center. And font family, not font family, but font size will be just a little bit bigger, like 18 pixel. And font weight will be 500, and we can change the color to like Dodger blue, or yeah, I guess that would be fine. And cursor will be pointer. So once you save it, and this is how it looks like currently right now. And we can also see these radio button right here. So now let's just remove that. Okay, so I'm gonna select that. First of all, I'm gonna provide all of that, and then label, or plus input with the type of radio, and we want to remove the display of none. Save it, and that's not gone yet. Something is wrong. We've got accordion, we've got a label, save it, and that is gone. Now let's rotate this one to like 90 degrees. So we can also do that by just writing like accordion and li, and then we have to just write like label and span. And now just provide a transform of rotation a little bit, like 90 degree would be fine, 90 deg. And then the font size will be 22 pixel, and then color will be there, Dodger blue, save it. And this is how it looks like right now. Okay, so now let's just style these text a bit. So that's that, and then we have to select this accordion, and now let's select that content, which is right here. Inside this content we have this paragraph. So now let's change that to padding will be 0 from top and bottom, and 10 to left and right, and line height will be just 26 pixel will be fine, and then max height will be 0 for now, because we want to increase that once we hover over to it, or once we click on the button. And now we provide an overflow of hidden, and then the transition will be for max height, and also from 0.5 seconds. So this is how it looks like right now. So once we click on this button or each accordion component, so you want to provide a little bit of max height to it. So this is what's going to happen right here. So now we select our label, and then also our input with the type, okay, type of radio. And now let's select that. If that's checked, if some input is checked, so we want the content to just provide a max height of 400 pixels. Save it, and let's suppose that first one was checked by here. So this one was checked. So let's suppose if I click on this one, okay, click on that one, that's gonna happen. I don't know why. We've got our label, we've got our input, everything is fine. All right, so everything is working. Like this one is working, this one is working, everyone is working except this one. So I guess there will be a little bit of mistake in the HTML code. So second, yeah, save it, and now it should work. So if I click on that, yep, it's working. All right, so that was a little bit of HTML and CSS. So now let me zoom out a bit and show you both codes side by side and what we are doing. All right, so we are just providing a background color and font family, and then we are just centering everything, and we are just providing a little bit of width to it, and then we are selecting that li, like which one are you, we are selecting that li, and we are just providing a list style of none, and we are providing 100% of width, and we are just providing a margin bottom of 10 pixel, and background will be totally white, and padding will be just 10 pixel. Then we are selecting that label, which is right here, and then we have we are providing like 10 pixel of label. We are centering everything, not centering but just spacing around, like this one will take that place, and this arrow or HTML entity will take this place, and then we are centering in this component. And then we have a font size, and then we provide a little bit of weight to it. We change the color to Dodger blue, which here you can see there, and we just provide a cursor pointer to it. So like whenever we hover over to it, so that mouse cursor will be changed. And then we have accordion, we select this span, which is this span right here, and we just rotate there like 90 degree. So here you can see that if I just remove that, so here you can see this is going to look like that. And if I just rotate it, so this is how it looks like. All right, so then we just select our radio button, and we just remove their display. Often we just remove their radius from there, and then we have our content. We are just providing padding and line height, max height, and overflow of hidden, and we are providing a transition of 0.5 seconds on max height. So whenever we are providing a max height to it, so it will take like 0.5 seconds. So if I click on that, it will take 0.5 seconds. If I change this to like I don't know, like maybe 2 seconds, save it. And now if I click on this accordion component, so it will take a little bit of time right here. So here you can see that this is looking quite ugly. So maybe I should just go with 0.5. And now if I click on that, everything is cool. Hey guys, Hussein, and welcome to the 11th project of this course. So in this video, we are going to be creating this scroll bar by just using HTML and CSS. No JavaScript, no nothing. So a lot of people ask me about like how to create a scroll bar in our project. So this is what we are going to be doing in this video by just using HTML and CSS. So without wasting any further time, now let's jump right into our code editor and write our code. In the previous video, we've created this accordion component by just using HTML and CSS. In this video, we are going to be creating a scroll bar by just using HTML and CSS. Alright, so I'm gonna just write like O11 and then, okay, I should have to give him some name. O11 and then scroll bar. Inside this scroll bar folder, I'm gonna create two files given name of index.html and style.css. Let's zoom in a bit so that we can see it a bit clearly. Doc type HTML and then scroll bar and link it with my CSS file right here. Then I'm gonna right click on it and go live. And also just hide this metadata for now. Alright, so the first thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to just create a section with a class of container. While we have a scroll div, inside the scroll div, we will have a scroll object like a scroll dash object, okay? And here inside this scroll object, we are going to be writing a lot of text. So I'll just write like lorem of I don't know, maybe I'll just write like 500 texts and save my file, so it will give us all of these texts right here. Okay, so this is quite simple and easy. So now let's jump right into our CSS and start styling. So the first thing I'll do is I'll just zoom in a bit and then select my body, and then the display will be flex because we want everything to be center. Justify corner will be center, align items will also be center, font family you can choose whichever you like, and the text will be totally white. Okay, and now we have to select this scroll container, which is right here, this scroll container. Okay, I forgot the name to like scroll container. So this is our scroll container. So now we have to give them a background color of RGB, and then the first one will be 777, and now we have to give them a width of 25 rems, and then padding will be 30 pixels once we save our file. So this is how it looks like right now. Super ugly. Okay, so now let's start work with this scroll div. So now we have to select that. Let me just copy just a scroll div, and now let's select that scroll div right here, and now let's style it. So width will be 400 pixel and height will be 500 pixel, and background color will be as the same of that above, so RGB of 777. Okay, and then we have to just provide an overflow of hidden, and then we have to just provide like overflow of y dash y, and it will be scroll. So once we save our file, so here you can see now we get this scroll bar right here, and we can scroll through right here. Okay, this was quite simple and easy. And the last thing which we have to do is we have to just put a little bit of padding to it. So I'll just select this scroll object, I'll just copy it, and then just write a dot and scroll object. Padding will be 20 pixels, save it, and now we got a little bit of padding right here. So you can change the color, you can change whatever you want inside this project, but a lot of people DM me and tell me like how can we create a scroll bar, so that's why I'm putting this project in my course. So there's that. Guys, Hussein, and welcome to project 12 of this course. So in this video we are going to be learning about how we can clip a background image as a text. So this is what we are going to be doing by just using HTML and CSS. No JavaScript, no preprocessor, no nothing. So without wasting any time, now let's jump right into our code editor and write our code. In the previous video we've created this scroll bar component by just using HTML and CSS. In this video we are going to be creating a background image clipper. So I'll just write like O12, and then I'll just write like image, and then BG, or yeah, BG, text will be fine. And inside this folder, I'm going to create two files. Give me the name of index.html and then style.css. Okay, and then I'll just write my duck type HTML and then image bg text, and now link it with CSS, and then right click on it and open with live search, so everything is working the way we expect them to work. All right, so the first thing which I'm going to do is that I'll write a lot of HTML code in this project, which is just write like heading and then I'll just write my name. You can write your own name like Hussein, web dev, zoom in a bit, save it, and this is it about HTML. So now let's jump right into a CSS, and then in CSS we are going to be just writing a margin of 0, padding of 0, box sizing will be border box, and then we are going to be selecting the body, and then we have to just provide 100 VH height, and font size will be, I don't know, like I don't know, 1 rem will be fine. It's already by default 1 rem, so we have to just leave that the way it is. And font family will be sans serif, and display will be flex because we want them to be center, and align item will be also center. Okay, so this is our text and no background whatsoever. So now let's just provide a background color of totally black, so I guess that's going to be looking a bit cool. And then instead of providing any colors, you're going to be just selecting our heading, which is right here, and now we have to just provide a bit of styling, like font size will be 10 rem, and then font weight will be 900, or yeah, I guess I'll go 900. And then background image, let's grab a background image from somewhere like unsplash.com, not girls but nature. I'm a nice guy. Let's grab this, which color will be fine. Let me just check I don't know, I guess that would be fine. Just click on this one and let it render, and then right click on it and copy image address, and then paste it inside a URL, and then paste it right here. And what else do we have to do? We have to just provide a background size of cover, and then we have to just write a background clip of text because we want them to be a text, and then we have a WebKit background clip, and we want them to be text as well, and color will be just transparent, and save our file, and this is what we get. This is our background image right here, and you can also change the font if you want to. So let's go to fonts.google.com really quickly. So let me delete my old one, just clear it out, and I don't know which kind of font will be fine for this project. All right, almost before, that's not sans serif, that's not serif to be precise. You already get the idea, but let me just choose. Okay, this font will be gonna be fine. So yeah, it has just one face, so shout out to this person about the font. Just let me grab it, click on it, and this is the font family. So now let's import it in at top of the file, and what will be the font family? Copy it instead of sans serif. Where are you, sans serif? Where are you? Just paste it here, save it, and it will render. So this is how it looks like, my font. If you want to change something else, like if you want to provide some other image, so you can also choose that. Let's suppose if I just choose that, and then right click on it and copy image address, and then just change this image to that image and save our file, and this is how it looks like right now. You know what, the other image was fine, so let me just back to that. Yeah, that's gonna be fine. All right, if you guys don't know about Git and GitHub, so feel free to skip this video and jump right into the next project. And if you guys already know Git and GitHub, so if you want to watch the rest of the video, so I'm going to push my code to my GitHub repository, which is right here. Clear it, git status. So we have this out12, so git add everything, and then we have to just provide git commit -m image bg background. Yeah, I'll just write that, and then git push origin to main, and now we are live. Everything is pushed up, so let me refresh my browser. And where is that? Okay, so out12, this is my HTML code if you want to check that out, and this is the CSS code. Alright, so I guess that was it about today's video, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye.